back and go back towards the NDA. That's their logic, that they should come back and do better.
But people vote differently for Assembly and Lok Sabha. I mean, I saw it in Baramati. I mean, Supriya Sule was powerful for Lok Sabha, but on the ground, I seem to be seeing that Ajit Pawar factor working more.
Yeah, and the other thing is that you were on ground. I don't know if you guys felt it. Both of you were on ground. Eknath Shinde has built himself as a brand. You know, there was a time when, and there is this whole movie that's a biopic of Eknath Shinde, and that line is what rankled him, that people were asking, who is Eknath Shinde? And he said, but now, there is nobody across the country today, perhaps everybody knows who is Eknath Shinde. So that's the transition that's happened between perhaps March, April 2024 till about November 2024.
By somebody who's not really given to, try to trump up the circumstances of the Mahayuti, and even they were saying that wherever they were traveling, the pictures, as you say, the branding, it was visible that Eknath Shinde, people were talking about him. He was the conversation.
See, Thane, Konkan, these two regions, and also especially in those 51 seats where the Shiv Sena and Shiv Sena are fighting, on ground, he's got the common man who became a big man. A man who's still on the ground worker, and in fact, he's going, he claims his legacy from Balasaheb Thackeray and Anand Dige. And Anand Dige's kin only is fighting against him in his seat. That is, Kedar Dige is fighting against him. So it's a big story. And these legacy
drivers the big question is also, will he continue to be Chief Minister if the Mahayuti wins big?
Actually,
that of course.
Actually, Anand, the big reason also I feel is that because of the women's scheme, I think whoever woman I spoke to, in the regions I went to, women see Eknath Shinde as the architect of that scheme.
Yes.
He's given the credit for this scheme. The BJP claims that Devendra
Fadnavis
is also
called
an architect.
the Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana.
Exactly.
So let me say, 5 chief ministers in tight contest, whether they were women or men, if the women vote for you, generally speaking, they have managed to pull it off.
Yeah.
Even at the, Lok Sabha level, it is anecdotally said that the women do come out and vote more for the BJP under Modi. And that has helped. So the woman vote is a very significant one. And look at the bump up, in the woman voting percentage.
Let's talk about the voter turnout now. Let's just first quickly, if we can, bring out the poll of polls. These are what the pollsters had to say, and then look at some of the vote shares that the pollsters have predicted. Two people have looked at about 42% vote share for the NDA. Two entities like Matriz and also Access My India have said about 48% vote share for the NDA. Although the MVA has been seen to have about 42-43%, but Access My India has come out and said it will slip to about 37%. So that means about 3% erosion, and 2 or 3% can make a lot of difference in Maharashtra. So let's look at the poll of polls. Here it is, the numbers. Overall, it looks at 158 for the NDA, and that number was about 154. It got bumped up purely because of the Access My India and also Chanakya revising it upward. Everybody now largely has said that the NDA should get between 165 to 190 seats. That's where the range is now, the higher range if you were to look at overall the poll of polls. Now, how is this happening? It's because of the voter turnout. Let's try and go back to Zaka on the magic wall and understand the voter turnout by region, the difference between June 2024 and of course now, as the exit pollsters are predicting, and also how we've seen a historic voter turnout, a 30-year high. That's what we are seeing. From 1992 onwards, it's a 30-year high.
Yeah, so the last time you had a 70% or close to 70% voter turnout was way back in 1995. If you look at the filter of which are the constituencies where the 2024 turnout has been more than 70%, the state average is 66, more than 70%, so 4% more than that. A large chunk of Vidarbha, a large part of Marathwada as well. But Western Maharashtra, and this was the point that Rohit Chandavarkar was making a couple of nights ago, that Western Maharashtra, which is slightly more rich, it's the sugar belt, you don't see such high turnout. In fact, the district which has the highest turnout, 76%, was Kolhapur. And Kolhapur is not a traditional place where you see such high turnout. You see turnout in, the slightly more backward, slightly more impoverished parts of Vidarbha, etc. But Kolhapur had the highest, in terms of districts, the highest voter turnout was in Kolhapur. So watch out for these three regions. And I keep saying this again and again. Vidarbha, Marathwada and Western Maharashtra, between them is 160 seats. Whoever wins a bulk of these three regions, at least 2 out of these 3 regions, will eventually go on to win the state. What about Mumbai, you might ask? Let's look at the lowest voter turnout, or the the turnout, which is less than 60%. That's 6% less than state average. Look at the Mumbai constituencies. Out of 36, 33 had less than 60%. Only 3 seats had more than 60% turnout. So that's why I think Mumbai doesn't play as much of a role. Maybe the Mumbai voter is urban, rich, is not connected with the politician, doesn't really need the politician for, daily necessities and so on and so forth. Therefore, if you look at the Mumbai seats, 33 out of 36 seats had less than 60% voter turnout. Only 3 seats had more than 60%.
Arrogance of access is what I call it. I wrote a piece. I said when you have the main people on your cell phone,
Speed dial.
speed dial, you don't need to press the button to get their attention in the polling booth. So, that's really
how many of them are actually paying all the taxes commensurate to their earning, and how many of them are dependent on the benefits or the welfare that comes from the government or from the state?
Very.
That is also a big thing.
Of course.
But this is a lot that is the first to crib. So next time the Mumbaikars are coming out on the street, the first thing that needs to be asked of them is कि vote किया कि नहीं किया, and prove करो कि तुम्हारा constituency कौन सा है, voting booth कौन सा था. You have to
fact,
ask
if
3
anyone-
questions.
if
By the time you
anyone
get to
that
the third
needed
question, you know if that person is
If
fibbing or not.
anyone that needed to do vote jihad, it was them. They should have actually been there and done that.
But still it is better than last time. Still
Yeah,
it is better than
slightly,
last time, and I think the
slightly,
main
yes.
thing that worked, EC's thing that, they set up
I mean, it's
700
true.
polling booths in societies. So I think except Kolaba, which is I think 45-46%, most other Mumbai seats have touched 50% or more. So that is also a big improvement.
It's
at least
true of Delhi
from the last
also. I
time.
mean, New Delhi and some of the other, South Delhi, they tend to have.
जनवरी फरवरी में दिल्ली का भी
That's right.
टेस्ट होगा, देखेंगे
Yes,
दिल्ली
yes.
और मुंबई में कौन
Exactly.
कितना वोट कर रहा है. Okay, we've got to take a short break. Oh, it's only this wheel. It's 7:20. It's 7:20 a.m. In about 45 minutes, you should have the leads trickling in, and we'll tell you why you have to trust News 18. The live result hub, we'll go give you a quick tour and a quick dip in on the live result hub. But before that, as we come back, Payal Mehta, Yesha Kotak, Mayuresh are all ready to talk to us and take us through the morning of Result Day Live. Stay with us.
Kolhapur has the biggest turnout across the state of Maharashtra. Kolhapur, Satara, Sangli, the Western Maharashtra belt, which is a bit odd. Now, the only plausible explanation is that in Western Maharashtra, it's a fight for identity. Both Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar are fighting for who will control the legacy of the NCP. And that's why voters from both sides.
देखिए सरकार को लेकर के हम अस्वस्थ हैं कि चुनाव के बाद हम सब लोगों ने बूथ स्तर के कार्यकर्ताओं से जो फीडबैक हम लोगों ने लिया है, मैं उस आधार पर कह सकता हूं झारखंड में इस बार 51+ सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए गठबंधन को आएगी और सरकार एनडीए गठबंधन की यहां बनेगी। देखिए सरकार को लेकर के हम अस्वस्थ हैं कि चुनाव के बाद हम सब लोगों ने बूथ स्तर के कार्यकर्ताओं से जो फीडबैक हम लोगों ने लिया है, मैं उस आधार पर कह सकता हूं झारखंड में इस बार 51+ सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए गठबंधन को आएगी और सरकार एनडीए गठबंधन की यहां बनेगी।
क्या कुछ ऐसे निर्णायक फैक्टर्स रहे जो कारगर साबित हुए आप लोगों के लिए?
तो ये निर्णायक फैक्टर तो कई थे, उसमें से एक तो जैसे हमने कहा कि करप्शन ऊपर से लेकर के नीचे तक आम लोग उससे परेशान थे, तबाह थे, कानून व्यवस्था भी बिगड़ा हुआ था, डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं हो रहा था और फिर बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए क्योंकि हेमंत सरकार उनको यहाँ बसा रहे थे, उनका राशन कार्ड बनाना, उनका आधार कार्ड बनाना, उनको वोटर से जोड़ना, उनके नाम से जमीन जायदाद करना, तो स्वाभाविक है कि वो सारे लोग पब्लिक नाराज थे उससे और उसके कारण से
इन सब में कितने सीट पाने को
नहीं, मैं इस प्रकार के डिवीजन नहीं करता हूँ कि जो कि हर प्रमंडल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए गठबंधन को वोट भी मिला है और जीत भी रहे हैं।
तो क्या ये मान लिया जाए कि हम लोग आगामी मुख्यमंत्री से बातचीत कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, मैंने कहा बार बार कि भाई आप और इंतजार करिए, आज शाम तक सारे रिजल्ट आ जाएंगे और विधायक दल बैठेगी और इसके बाद अपने नेता का चयन करेंगे और आप सब लोगों को बुला करके हम बता देंगे।
शुरुआती रुझान आना शुरू होंगे, पोस्टल बैलेट्स की गिनती होगी और सही मायने में मैं मानती हूं कि पिक्चर 11-12 बजे के आसपास करीब होगी। पर यह बहुत स्पष्ट है कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता महा विकास अघाड़ी को विजयी बनाएगी और हमें एक सिंपल मेजॉरिटी से हमें सरकार बनाने का फिर से मौका मिलेगा। जिस तरीके से 2.5 साल में महाराष्ट्र ने भ्रष्टाचार देखा, महाराष्ट्र ने लूट देखी, महाराष्ट्र ने महिलाओं पे बढ़ता जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन है उसको देखा, किसानों को त्रस्त होते हुए देखा, युवाओं को बेरोजगार देखा, इंडस्ट्रीज को महाराष्ट्र से बाहर जाते हुए देखा और जिस तरीके से दिल्ली सरकार पूरे महाराष्ट्र सरकार को चलाने की कोशिश कर रही थी, वो भी महाराष्ट्र ने देखा है। तो जीत हमारी होगी और मैं मानती हूं कि जैसे जैसे चुनावी नतीजे सामने आएंगे हम सब सेलिब्रेट करेंगे।
अभी क्या चल रहा है, सिचुएशन क्या चल रही है, आपने देखा होगा?
देखिए, जो भी है, जैसे मैंने कहा शुरुआती रुझान है, अभी काउंटिंग शुरू हुई है, तो मैं अभी से ही कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहूंगी, पर विश्वास है कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता हमें विजयी बनाएगी।
सिद्धिविनायकाच्या दर्शनासाठी आलेला आहात, काय मागणं केलं, विजयाची खात्री आहे का, काय नेमकं काय सांगाल?
बघा, गेल्या 20 वर्षापासून मी अंधेरी पूर्व विधानसभेत काम करत असताना महायुती
उनके जो नेतृत्व में पूरा यह बीजेपी के वह प्रदेश अध्यक्ष भी रहे और पूरा उन्होंने चुनावी कैंपेन को अंजाम दिया। हम उनसे बात करते हैं। मरांडी जी, क्लोज फाइट एग्जिट पोल ने प्रेडिक्ट किया है, आप पूरे कैंपेन के दौरान इन्वॉल्व थे, क्या देखा आपने?
देखिए, पहली बात तो एग्जिट पोल के बारे में मुझे कुछ भी नहीं कहना है, उनका अपना तंत्र है, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बल पर हम चुनाव लड़ते हैं और हमारे कार्यकर्ता पोलिंग बूथ तक है। उन कार्यकर्ताओं से जो हम लोगों ने फीडबैक लिया है, उस आधार पर हम ये कह सकते हैं कि झारखंड में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए गठबंधन को भारी बहुमत से चुनाव जीत रहे हैं। हमने उसको आंकड़े में भी मैंने कहा है कि 51+ सीटें हमें इस बार मिलने जा रही है।
मरांडी जी, आपके जो धड़े में हैं 4 पूर्व सीएम हैं, एक पूर्व सीएम, मतलब 5 पूर्व सीएम के परिवार से लोग ताल्लुक रखते हैं, आप अपने आप को दावेदार मानते हैं अगर रिजल्ट फेवरेबल है?
नहीं, मैंने बार बार कहा है कि भाई विधायक चुने जाएंगे, उसके बाद दल के नेता का चुनाव करेंगे। हमारे यहाँ कोई मुख्यमंत्री की कोई क्राइसिस नहीं है, जैसे अभी आपने कहा ना कि हमारे यहाँ कितना पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री है।
क्राइसिस नहीं है, लेकिन आपके पास तो उस वक्त चुनाव प्रचार अभियान के दौरान कल्पना सोरेन जैसी महिला नेता का अभाव।
Back live, and in about 32 minutes the counting gets underway. The counting centers will open. The numbers here on your screen are not going to be running away, ladies and gentlemen. The numbers here are going to follow the leads as they come from our counting centers. 310 counting centers, 310 reporters. It's the live result hub. We'll take you there. We'll take you there and we'll tell you why to trust the numbers here on CNN News 18. But first, let's go to our reporters on ground who've been tirelessly covering the elections. They've traversed the length and breadth of Maharashtra. Payal Mehta is live from the BJP office in Mumbai. Yesha Kotak is live from Thane, and also Mayuresh Ganpate live outside Matoshri, the Thakre residence. We should have Arun also live, joining us live in a bit. But Payal, let's start with you. What are the rumblings? What are the conversations as the dust settles on 66% plus voter turnout?
Well, of course, it's an early start at the BJP headquarters, unlike the headquarters in Delhi, where it's already buzzing with activity over here. The leaders over here are going to be following the result pretty much from their home before they come to the party office at around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning is what we were given to understand. But Devendra Fadnavis, the key man as far as the BJP's fortunes are concerned, Anand, is currently in his official residence in Mumbai. He'll only go to his constituency Nagpur in the evening to collect his certificate, because there is no doubt in anybody's mind that he's going to emerge victorious. But the BJP is extremely hopeful that the extra percentage in terms of the voting percentages come from the women is going to come for them. That's what at least what the Mahayuti is certainly hoping. They've said that they've done their hard work. They've tried to kill all the narrative that the opposition was falsely trying to peddle amongst people as well. And they're extremely confident. So I was speaking to people and I just heard, you guys discuss this in the studio.
Yeah.
But the biggest confidence the BJP has is probably to revive their fortunes in Vidarbha, and they're extremely sure that they'll come back to the result that they got in 2014, where they got about 44 seats out of 62 seats as well. Too early in the day, we'll keep you updated, but let's wait and watch. There's a lot to lose as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, as far as Devendra Fadnavis and of course Ajit Pawar is concerned. So let's wait and see how the day really pans out, but it's early scenes over here at the BJP headquarters.
Okay, let me quickly ask you before we bring in Yesha and Mayuresh, is the BJP confidence that BJP plus Eknath Shinde will be 145 plus? If they get 44 in Vidarbha, Payal.
BJP, we speak about the numbers. Anand, I've been speaking not just to the BJP leaders, but also to the booth karyakartas, also to the workers who are working behind the scenes. They are at least all saying that we're going to get 170 plus. We don't know whether the numbers will really hold true, but their numbers came in even before the Axis, My India poll we saw, and we saw similar numbers as well. They're extremely confident. They feel that the work that is required to be done has been done. The narrative that was supposed to be, dispelled has been dispelled. And of course, a good governance, a focus on development, taking Maharashtra and Mumbai forward, the double engine growth. These are some of the issues that have actually worked for them as well. In a bit from now, we'll be able to even tell our viewers what really works for them, what really doesn't work for them. अभी तो फिलहाल आनंद यहाँ पे हेडक्वार्टर्स के बाहर झाड़ू लग रही है. देखते हैं कि किसके अरमानों पे झाड़ू लगती है.
That was a good one, Payal. Punchline आज Payal का आ गया सुबह सुबह. But Yesha Kotak 95, 55, 25. That was Rohit Chandravarkar said that this is the Eknath Shinde calculation, or even before Axis My India put out the numbers. It was live here on our on News 18 that it happened. But if it is 55 for Eknath Shinde, then Thane does not even become the new center. It means that Eknath Shinde has established that hard work has paid off and the Shiv Sena legacy firmly sits with him then. There's a lot at stake.
Absolutely, Anand. In fact, on having spoken to us before the elections, Chief Minister was very confident about how there's no match. In fact, also during the election day, when we were speaking to several voters, you also heard them saying that Eknath Shinde has done good work, particularly with the Latki Bahin that was standing in the queue. So here, of course, I mean, when you speak of 95, as of now, several BJP leaders whom we spoken to are confident of 120 plus, and which is where then 144 is not a difficult number for the Mahayuti for that matter. But yes, when you speak of the whole Maratha votes, in fact, even before this, the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde faction has said that in the Lok Sabha elections, of course, that was the first time we saw the undivided, that we saw the Shiv Sena being divided, and which is where at that time the Shiv Sena has claimed that they got that Maratha vote. It was they had a voter share margin bigger than that of the Shiv Sena UBT. In fact, when you speak of the 6 seats of Mumbai, of course, it was Shiv Sena UBT which got 3 seats and only 1 seat went to the Eknath Shinde faction, that too with a small margin of 47 votes at last minute. But when you speak of Eknath Shinde, he's always been confident saying that it is not a big deal for him to get that kind of a support from people, because he believes that the Maratha voters are still with him. And of course, him being a Maratha face, he went and we've also seen about how he went and spoke to the Maratha agitators and promised them, and also got the whole Maratha bill presented in the Vidhan Sabha.
First big Vidhan Sabha election that you have covered quite a lot. You've travelled. Maza aaya ki nahi aaya?
Oh, Anand, it's been one amazing experience going the lengths and breadths of the state. Of course, meeting a lot of people and meeting a lot of these leaders. all of them have had that confidence. If you speak right from Maha Vikas Aghadi leaders through the Mahayuti leaders, all of them had that confidence. But you know what, in fact, took me by surprise was that last confidence by Ajit Pawar just 3 or 4 days before Maharashtra could go in for polls, saying that it will be Latki Bahin which will be the game changer. A person who has had 35 plus years of experience only at Baramati, exuding that kind of a confidence, in fact speaks something because of the travel that he did across the entire state in that last 15 days.
Right. So
Yes,
if
Anand.
somebody who understands Maharashtra has told you that, then you have to take that seriously. Mumbai, Thane, Matoshri. Arun Dhanta के यहाँ कुछ बन रहा है, उसकी नज़र कहीं पे है, मैं बताता हूँ क्या बन रहा है. But first we'll speak to Mayuresh. Mayuresh, Matoshri, a lot is going to happen here. There are talks that Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray or that Uddhav Thackeray is ready to walk out of MVA and go back into NDA if the results are not good. If the legacy battle is lost, there is a lot at stake because then they cease to be relevant at all in Maharashtra. It could be a big setback. There's a lot at stake for Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray. The Worli fight with Milind Deora on the one hand, notwithstanding.
Absolutely, Anand, and it is a battle of prestige for Uddhav Thackeray because, as you said, yes, it's a battle of prestige. It's a matter of issue. It's a matter of prestige for them also because this particular election will decide that which Shiv Sena is a real Shiv Sena in terms of people's support. Because forget about the code battle, forget about the symbol, forget about everything. But whom people really support, that this particular election will decide. And that's why if you see that after the Lok Sabha election, Uddhav Thackeray had continuously done the tour of Maharashtra. He was reaching out to the people, and even on the day of a polling also we saw that he was going to each and every shakha in every ward, and he was getting the inputs directly from the shakha pramukhs that what is happening in their ward and what is the situation there. So, but having said this, I just want to show our viewers that what is the scenario outside Matoshri. We are standing outside Matoshri. You can see that the security has been already beefed up. You can see the security personnel, the Mumbai police personnel are already here in this area because they are anticipating once the result starts coming, once the Shiv Sena candidates whoever will win from Mumbai, they will start coming over here to meet Uddhav Thackeray. And also we have been given to understand by the Shiv Sena sources that if the numbers are really good or in favor of Maha Vikas Aghadi, then certainly the hectic parleys will start today itself. The Congress leaders are already in Mumbai. They will start coming to meet Uddhav Thackeray and the hectic parleys will start. So certainly it would be interesting to see that what
10 साल में बहुत बदल गया ना मातोश्री
if you remember, yeah.
10 साल में बहुत बदल गया. 10 साल पहले मातोश्री में यहाँ पे भीड़ होती थी. 7 बजे से भीड़ होती थी. आपको खड़े होने की जगह नहीं होती थी. पुलिस का बंदोबस्त और स्ट्रांग होता था. आज वो सब नहीं दिख रहा है.
Exactly what you're saying. It's exactly because the way things have gone or the things have happened in last 2.5 years. But Anand, I was telling that yes, the Congress leaders are in Mumbai, and there are chances that because the Maha Vikas Aghadi is of the opinion that they will get somewhere around 160 to 170 seats. Okay. And I don't know from where they are getting this kind of confidence when the exit polls are basically showing some different numbers, and Maha Vikas Aghadi is completely denying the exit polls. But yes, if they are true, if they are confident, then certainly the hectic parleys will start after 11:30 when the initial
who has the critical numbers that will make or break the Sarkar. If Ajit Pawar has got those 25 seats that will make or break Mahayuti, and if Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray's Shiv Sena has got those 20-25 seats that will make or break the Maha Vikas Aghadi, that's when the whole fun will start. As far as resort politics, chartered planes and everybody going here and there and parlays that begin, and suddenly the narrative would also perhaps shift. But we'll have to wait and watch because even reporters, seasoned journalists are not trying to give the MVA the kind of numbers that they are hoping to get. But quickly from Mumbai going to Delhi, Arun Dhanta, खुशबू अच्छी आ रही है, क्या बन रहा है वहाँ?
Well, that's right, Anand. There is a change in the menu this time around at BJP office early in the morning. Last time, of course, during the Haryana elections, we saw that how jalebi has become a topic of huge discussion. It was Congress party first who ordered that jalebi in the Congress office. Then later on, when victory was actually on the sides of BJP, then they ordered that 100 kg of jalebi for everybody in the BJP office. But today, you see, early in the morning, these people are preparing jalebis here, and this has been a change. This has been a change because I have never seen jalebis being prepared early in the morning at BJP headquarters. So I think they are sending out a message through this jalebi once again that when we are preparing jalebi early in the morning, it will not be like as it happened in the case of Congress party during the. You can see these jalebis are being prepared here at BJP office at this moment. And
Saturday morning jalebi with some hot chai and fafda will be very nice in this slightly wintry mornings here in Delhi, the AQI notwithstanding. But Arun Dhata, hope the BJP realizes last time jalebi kisne banai aur kisne khai in Haryana.
So small point, very quick.
On jalebi?
No, on Akhilesh Yadav. Akhilesh Yadav has tweeted this morning and he's saying that, look, everyone be fully alert. Okay, any things that you think, rules, and if you feel that there is any irregularity or suspicion, blow the whistle. I'm going to be there and we are going to go and inform the Election Commission immediately. You know, we forget that there are 36 assembly, elections spread across the country. 9 itself are in
48, no, total.
Okay, 48.
46, I think.
So there are all of these, and there are of course 9 in Uttar Pradesh itself. I'm looking very closely at the Uttar Pradesh.
6 Bengal mein bhi hai.
6 Bengal mein hai, but who knows which way that will go, because the BJP said those are already, everyone has their grouse against the EVM and the EC, depending on which side of the fence they are in. But very importantly, look, yes, there are 2 states, and I really do feel that we should pay a little more attention to Jharkhand in our broadcast also. I know sometimes that, we sort of discount it for a variety of reasons, but I think from the point of consolidation in the Hindi belt, and in the point that you also made some days back that, that's a swath of territory then that the BJP will acquire over the last 8-10 months, which they didn't really have under their belt. It's very important that the Hindi belt remains consolidated with the BJP as they go forward, if they are to continue to dictate terms nationally and narrative-wise. So that is a very crucial state for them.
I wouldn't be surprised, Rahul, if today the results fall in favor of the NDA, that is both Jharkhand and also Maharashtra, that someone somewhere will turn around and say, Desh ke dil mein Modi hai.
You see,
that is something which they will want to build up ahead of the winter session of Parliament.
You see, more than that, it's very important, this point that you're making. More than that, Anand, it's also about getting the right pitch. You see, if you go into a election cycle, you want to come out victorious, especially if you're the ruling government. Why? Because it gives you a certain amount of conviction. Conviction comes from winnability, comes from a feeling of being a little invincible, in sync with what the voters' aspirations are. Now, the Prime Minister has sort of recalibrated the slogan. Aman will tell you, it used to be, hum sab saath hain, vikas ho raha hai, all of this, to a certainly different kind of connotation,
Yeah. Sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka prayas has now become ek hain to safe hain.
So there's this little bit of a fear factor that if we don't stick together, something, that we don't want will happen to us. So there is this undertone which is slightly more negative than the positive.
Thing is, nothing works like fear.
That's
like a reality.
It's unfortunate.
Just quickly going across to the Congress office. Sharon is joining us. I'm going to request the team to see if we can get someone from News 18 Bihar, Jharkhand or News 18 India from Jharkhand and see what's the situation in the Congress and Jharkhand offices and BJP offices in Jharkhand. We'll try and get that done. But Sharon, what's happening behind you at the AICC? Last time around there was dhol for Haryana and a lot of people around. Festivities had begun. This time what's happening?
It's dust.
Good morning, Anand. There is complete silence. Like you mentioned, during the Haryana Assembly election, there were, of course, a lot of celebration outside as well as inside the Congress headquarters. But it seems that the leadership has told the Congress worker, Jagdish Sharma, who usually brings in a lot of crowd with banners and always blames the EVM. And then, he distributes sweets. And then he runs off when Congress party loses a certain state. So this time, it seems a message has been sent that there should not be any sort of pre-celebration. But of course, there is a lot of pressure on Congress. Last evening, there was a very senior leader who was present here. He said there was, of course, a lot of negotiation that happened when the seat sharing was being discussed. And the larger chunk has gone to the Congress party, around more than 100. So there is, of course, a lot of pressure for them to prove that they are going to bring the seats. Apart from that, they also, the senior leader also said that we do understand that the statement by Kharge, Mallikarjun Kharge, saying that the poll promises
promises are not being met in certain states has actually done a lot of damage. The BJP has picked up this narrative. They have been saying that the poll promises, of course, being made by the Congress party. There is a counter for the Ladki Behan Yojana, but how much will actually be done on ground? That narrative by the BJP is going to damage somewhere the Congress party. But there is, of course, a lot of confidence also. At the same time, there is observers. 3 each observers have in fact been appointed for Jharkhand as well as Maharashtra.
Right.
And immediately they come into effect the moment the numbers come in. They will, of course, see what can be done, because right now they are in talks, in Maharashtra specifically, are in talks with the smaller parties and independent candidates.
So will they have to cobble up those numbers to try and make the numbers? Everybody is preparing for all eventualities. देखिए हमारे जासूस सब जगह फैले, in the sense reporters. That's what we're saying. Not just the 310 counting centers, but this is Arunima joining us live from Ranchi. So let's try and ask her, what's the mood in Ranchi, in Jharkhand? Because some koi bole Jharkhand is retaining, there is pro-incumbency there. Somebody is saying no, the BJP will rest it or the NDA will rest it. There is anti-incumbency there. The morning of counting day, just about 15 minutes before counting gets underway, what's the situation? What's the pulse, Arunima? Good morning.
Morning. So we're coming to you live from the Pandra Counting Centre, and you can hear announcements behind me where the tables are being set up, and all the workers from the JMM, from the BJP, from the other parties, it's being announced that they should take their position so that the counting process can begin. In some seats, there are about 13 rounds of counting. Some have 27. So it could be a long drawn day as well. But just to give you some perspective of history, while both sides, both JMM and the Bharatiya Janata Party are claiming that they will be 50 plus in this particular Vidhan Sabha, history seems to suggest that no political party in this state, ever since it was created, has managed to cross the halfway mark on its own. The highest was for the Bharatiya Janata Party when Raghuvar Das became the chief minister. That's when they got 37, but even then they had to come into an alliance to form the government. Also, another interesting anecdote from history is that no chief minister has managed to complete the full term. Hemant Soren, his alliance managed, but he had to, because he was jailed, he had to resign, and Champai Soren was brought in. So it's a very interesting history that Jharkhand has. Today they are hoping, both sides are hoping, that history will be rewritten. The Maya Samman Yojana for the JMM and Kalpana Soren's campaign, these two are their trump cards. So the 4% extra women voters who have come out, JMM-led alliance feels that those votes are for them and their women-centric policies. Bharatiya Janata Party say women have always been pro Prime Minister's image. So if they have come out and voted in large number, it just shows that Bharatiya Janata Party-led alliance's narrative about Bangladeshi immigrants, Roti, Beti, Mati, that narrative has stuck. In about 10 minutes, counting begins. We'll know which narrative finally found resonance with the voters.
सुबह की चाय पे क्या चर्चा थी? What was the chatter among the people, the common folk, those people who may have voted, may not have voted in Jharkhand? Jharkhand has seen unprecedented voter turnout also, very high record numbers, which Hemant Soren was very happy about.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, Jharkhand voting turnout has been huge, especially rural Jharkhand has broken all records this time around. Here in Ranchi, urban apathy is something I think election commissioners have spoken about. In Ranchi, Jamshedpur, Dhanbad, the urban belts have seen the voters turnout relatively less than rural Jharkhand. Again, to give you the perspective from the two sides, supporters of the Bharatiya Janata Party outside the party office in Hurmu, they were all sitting at a tea stall and they declared that at worst their party will get 43 seats. Similarly, outside Hemant Soren's residence, there was a group whom he encountered who said that he was wrongly targeted because he was a tribal chief minister. And especially, there's a lot of curiosity around Kalpana Soren. She is a woman leader of Jharkhand. Jharkhand has not really seen a woman politician hit the street since its inception. So Kalpana Soren's, foray has created a lot of curiosity. Whether that translates into votes and seats, one will have to wait and see what the counting centre declares.
Well, thanks to that, Arunima, the Adivasi Asmita, will that come into play is a big question. BJP ने Adivasi chief minister नहीं बनाया और जब Adivasi CM बनाया तो उसको जेल में डाल दिया. So, but despite Babulal Marandi being the Pradesh Adhyaksh for the BJP, soon after the assembly results that happened, he's been there at the helm. But will that come into play? Some pollsters believed, who have given a runaway victory for the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha and Congress, Axis Ma India, the outlier in this case in Jharkhand, has said that this is what will work, the Maya Yojana and Adivasi Asmita. We'll see how it plays out. It's just about 15 minutes left, less than 15 minutes actually. So let's take you straight to the live result hub. Avantika, good morning. Why the live result hub? Why should we trust the numbers here at CNN News 18? Why should our viewers stay only here and trust only these numbers?
Because this is the most unique place to be and this is the only place amongst all the channels where we have a team of experts and data analysts who are going to be processing data in real time. A very good morning to you, Anand. This has been such a wonderful election that we have seen, a very, very fierce contest and a very complex one, a very cluttered one given the recent power alignment. And as you can see there, everyone is gearing up now to get those numbers. All of our reporters that are at the counting centers will be getting those numbers, just to get our viewers the most accurate, the most authentic numbers for everyone to see. And most importantly, you know, we've been seeing how every political leader has fought a very bitter fight for power, for prestige, for loyalty, for legacy. It's been a Maha battle for political supremacy, not just in Maharashtra, but also in Jharkhand as well. And very quickly, as they say, you know, I've just learned this in Marathi, Konachi Shakti Disel, which means kiska dam dikhega, wo to yahi hi pata lagega in the most accurate and the most authentic way, Anand.
True, absolutely. Let's see, 310 counting centers between Maharashtra and Jharkhand, because Nanded has 3 counting centers together bunched into one. Brajesh Kumar Singh should be joining us in a bit, and we'll try and get to understand why these numbers should be trusted, because our reporters are present at all these counting centers. Once the first rounds are over, once those numbers are over, only and the postal ballots finished, counting has finished, the leads will come in, they'll be clocked and they'll be entered. And as they are entered, that's when you will see it across the screens on the News 18 network. So it's a common number feed across our network channels, and that's why these are the numbers that are most authentic and genuine. Zaka, so this time trust these numbers in
absolutely.
Maharashtra. Yeah.
I think Haryana itself, the picture became clear only by 10:30 or so. Maharashtra is a bigger state. It's 3 times bigger. So I suspect post 11 is when you'll get a clear picture. And of course, because of the multiplicity of parties, there are 6 parties. So, if it's going to be a close contest, then, the channels that put out numbers at 8:01, I think the Chief Election Commissioner made a mention of that in his press conference. How can you get numbers at 8:01? You won't get numbers here on the News 18 network at 8:01 because it takes time to process these numbers. Then our reporters call up the live result hub. And when they call, that's when we clock in. The other one that's happening is, as you say, it's Farjiwada. What do you say?
Farjiwada.
Yeah, Farjiwada.
So there's no Farjiwada here. Nalin Mehta, Managing Editor, Money Control, is here with us. Money kiske control mein hoga? In Maharashtra and Jharkhand.
Well, you saw what happened to the stock market yesterday.
Yeah.
They were on fire. And that's partly because the markets were already factoring in a particular result in Maharashtra. So there's a lot riding on the Maharashtra result. And that's more than just the local politics of this. There is the national politics impact of this because if the BJP pulls it through, then it would have reversed pretty much all the reverses it had in 2024 just 3 months ago after Haryana. So there's a lot hanging on that. There's a lot hanging on on what this means for brand Rahul Gandhi, for example.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot riding on what it means for brand Yogi. Not just for the 9 by-elections in UP, but also because he campaigned a lot in Maharashtra. Now, and the slogan that he gave, which was about Batoge to Katoge, and a sanitized version of that was adopted by the Prime Minister thereafter, if I can put it that way.
Ek hai to safe hai.
Right? So I think for the future of Maharashtra, this election is also very critical for both the NCP and the Shiv Sena, because historically I think this is a turning point. See, up till 2014. The BJP had never become the single largest party in Maharashtra. That's the first time it became, right? So last 10 years you've seen 2 elections with the BJP the single largest party, but short of the majority mark. So if it continues that, then you are seeing a tectonic shift, because always Shiv Sena is the biggest party. So for the future of Sharad Pawar, for the future of Uddhav Thackeray, this election is important on all those counts.
If Uddhav Thackeray loses today's election, he loses his party. That's the end of that.
Yes,
he loses the legacy.
But from a national perspective, just like to add to that, because we got into that conversation last night, I think this is replete with implications for the India bloc. If both these states go towards the NDA, and even Uttar Pradesh, in those 9 seats, there is a bit of a leg up. Then 4 constituents of the India bloc would have had their noses slightly cut down to size.
And they'll blame Congress as
and they will, exactly, and they will blame Congress. Now just imagine Rahul Gandhi standing up as LOP, knowing that his narrative hasn't been able to win over the public. I don't know, the dynamics will change remarkably. Many people have said, is the NDA durable? I think the India bloc might just have a lot of questions that it might need to answer.
Now, what if, let's say, two narratives. Let's just talk about this a bit in detail. 2 narratives. One, the BJP was able to defend its turf, Haryana, Maharashtra. The other one, the BJP was able to wrest a turf which was with the India Alliance, that's Jharkhand. Now, what if one of these, or if it's split 1-1, let's say the MVA pulls out a surprise out of the rabbit out of the hat and wins Maharashtra, whereas the NDA wins Jharkhand, or vice versa. What happens then?
See, I think for the Congress, if I'm going to talk only about the Congress, for the Congress, a win in Maharashtra is much more important for them than in Jharkhand, because they won, their organization is much stronger in Maharashtra, that's one. They've invested a lot. And you know, we are all talking about Rahul Gandhi. I would also look at the Congress president, because in stark contrast to Rahul Gandhi, Kharge's campaigns were much more aggressive. It became Kharge versus Yogi Adityanath. Kharge speaks Marathi, right? So he's been in charge of Maharashtra. I think that was a conscious strategy. So will the Congress start blaming Kharge? Will they shield Rahul Gandhi by saying he hardly went there? All that is going to happen as a post-mortem later. But for the Congress party, a win in Maharashtra is even more critical than a win in Jharkhand. So even if they win Jharkhand and they lose in Maharashtra, I don't think they're going to be that kicked about it.
And similarly, for the BJP, if I see, Maharashtra is critical, but I think Jharkhand is even more critical, because to win in Jharkhand, what is at stake for the BJP is to assert that no, it is the party for tribals. You know, the parties in power in Chhattisgarh, parties in power in Odisha, where it has reposed faith in tribal chief ministers. Same has not happened in Jharkhand, which is in a way the tribal capital of India. So here, if the BJP is not able to win Jharkhand, BJP leaders, Anand, do feel that Jharkhand is going to be more very tight. So if Jharkhand is going to be tight and BJP is not able to make it, that would show that maybe in the tribal population still there are inroads to make, and especially this campaign, which, you know, the entire campaign was built on that we want to protect the tribals from the infiltrators. If that doesn't happen, I think there will be a lot of question marks in the BJP that why, despite so much focus on tribal, especially in adjoining states which we have won, why are we not able to win Jharkhand?
Well, as the results will settle, we'll also try and plot the India map. There's a map that we always put out here at CNN News 18, which plots from 2014 the growth rise of NDA under PM Modi and where they are today. And that's when this will then perhaps become very critical, because if you were to look from the west to the east, ladies and gentlemen, look at, so you'll have Haryana, Gujarat, Maharashtra. Then there is Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, and then also Andhra Pradesh. Now this whole heart of Bharat, it's about 70% of the country's population plus 70% plus, and also bulk of the states. So you would have perhaps an unprecedented strength of the NDA if you were to add the seats in Northeast and also put it all together. They will turn around and say 2024 is an aberration. This is what the reality is. And how critical will that be, Zaka, when it go into winter session of Parliament?
I think that will be the message that the BJP will go with. If they win Maharashtra, they will say that, look, Haryana reimposed faith again in the Prime Minister. Maharashtra has reimposed faith in the Prime Minister. So the general election where the BJP lost seats, it came down from 303 to 240, was an aberration, because, you know, the opposition went on this negative campaign and all of these lies about reservation being taken away, Samvidhan khatre mein hai, and all that was an aberration. That India continues to repose faith in Modi. If on the other side, if the MVA, contrary to what the exit polls have predicted, manages to win Maharashtra, I think it will be hugely important. And in my mind, I'm very clear. Maharashtra is the big prize. Whoever wins Maharashtra will have bragging rights today. Jharkhand, with all respect and love for my friends in Jharkhand, Maharashtra is 3 times bigger. It's the richest state in the country. It's the second biggest state in terms of Lok Sabha MPs. The stakes there are much higher. And also, may I say, if the Mahayuti wins, then this whole project of this India alliance might actually start unraveling. It's already unraveled in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee doesn't believe in the India alliance. I mean, she didn't give any seats to the Congress. Even in Uttar Pradesh, it'll be on tenterhooks if, let's say, BJP gets 6 out of 9. Akhilesh will suddenly start asking, why should I ally with the Congress? But it's really in Maharashtra. These are unlikely parties. The Shiv Sena, the NCP, the Congress coming together. They've been at loggerheads for the last 30, 40 years. It's only an experiment that happened in the last 2.5 years that has brought these parties together. So if the MVA loses, then this whole experiment of the India alliance will start coming off the
See, RJD rumblings are already there. Aam Aadmi Party is already out of it as far as Delhi is concerned. Then there will be serious rethink which will happen. Like you say, the entire India alliance will come undone. And what does that imply in parliament then?
Exactly. And also Jharkhand will be seen more as a JMM victory.
Yeah.
See, and we haven't seen in the Hindi heartland, and correct me if I'm right here, Nalin, the Congress has not been able to win back-to-back state elections in the Hindi heartland, which is also something that is a factor that will weigh in.
So it's not just the Hindi heartland. I think historically, states where the Congress doesn't come back to power for 2 or 3 times, it's never come back, right? So and you can map that across the map. You can plot that across the map of India. Secondly, in the Hindi heartland, see, the Congress revival eventually cannot happen until it revives in at least 1 or 2 big Hindi heartland states. Because even in the past, in the old UPA days, it had Karnataka, it had Andhra, it had Telangana, those regions. So it's lost many of those, right? So and then it had some hold in the north. So while the Lok Sabha election, it was the beginning of a Congress revival, for it to sustain. And the problem with Congress is that anti-incumbency is unable to get around that, whereas the BJP has been getting over anti-incumbency much more regularly.
The Prime Minister says, Congress जब हारती है तो कभी वापस नहीं आती है इसी statement. That has been the Prime Minister's pitch also many times.
And there's an important point in this, because fundamentally the Indian voter today is very demanding and is rewarding what it sees as good governance.
But on that point, good governance, this Revdi business, look, it's not as if the BJP is steering very clear of Revdis either. And
Lalki Behna is a Revdi.
Exactly. In fact, if you really look at the numbers, and we've done the math, of course it's approximate and I don't want to sort of put out those numbers, but while there is a few thousand crores separating both of them, the cost to the Maharashtra exchequer of all these schemes is going to be just as heavy. In fact, the MVA is slightly outperforming the Mahayuti on it, but that's only because they've upped the stakes on every.
But the critical fact is that how are you able to generate the revenues to pay for these Revdis? You are not running the state bankrupt, and that is something which perhaps the Congress-led governments have not been able to show. Well, it's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and counting gets underway, ladies and gentlemen. The counting centers will start opening now. 8 a.m. is when the counting centers open. There will be time before the ballot boxes, the postal ballots, all of that come in and the early leads come in. If any of the screens across any of the news networks is already showing you numbers, then you know what it is. It is Farjiwala. We are not doing that here. We are respecting the requests of the Election Commission and also the point that they made, and we are working with them very closely. Also at the counting centers, 310 counting centers, 285 in Maharashtra, 30 in Jharkhand, overall about 310 reporters. There are 29 actually in Jharkhand, so 309 counting centers but 310 reporters. That's what we have. And they will be directly calling the hotlines from the counting centers as and when the leads come in. And that's why we'll be able to report it slightly faster than the Election Commission, because they have to go through the ratification, formalization process, etc. We don't need to do that. So you will see the numbers. And mark my words and mark our words here, the numbers on all channels will eventually settle to the numbers that we first show here on the News 18 network. So trust these numbers. Counting has gotten underway. The counting centers will open. Avantika is joining us from the live result hub. So now it's buzz of activity. I hope you've got your shoes and you're kicking your heels off, ready to run around that live result hub, Avantika.
Oh, well, Anand, I'm all geared up with the heels as well. This is going to be so exciting. And you're right, there are no fuzzy numbers here, genuine, authentic, reliable numbers, because we have a team of experts, data analysts who are going to be sitting here processing all the data in real time. Just take a look at all these experts here. They're going to be, as you rightly said, reporters are all over at the counting centers, and any first lead, first trend will be immediately reported here. I have Brajesh Ji with me, 285 reporters, that many people we have across the state of Maharashtra and Jharkhand as well. Brajesh Ji, why don't you just tell us a little bit more about, the uniqueness of the live result hub?
Look, this is our 2 decades long legacy, and it is time tested. If you look at the last assembly elections of Haryana, we were the only network who were absolutely perfect. Even at this time also, if you look at our own system, this is the live result hub, a special software. Just look at the scheme. There is no number because counting has not started as yet. No figure we have. In fact, all other channels who are showing the numbers, it's absolutely fake, fraud, fuzzy, kite flying. We have the system. If you look at the Election Commission website also,
yes,
there is no trend.
Yes.
So if anyone is showing any data, any lead, any trend, just believe it is absolutely fake. For our case, in our case, if you look at our system, this is the number of 285 correspondents at each and every counting center we have in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, you have 288 assembly seats, but counting centers are only 285. So we have that absolute deployment to cover each and every center. Same way in Jharkhand. In Jharkhand, we have 24 districts. At each center, we have a district representative. And if any tally, if any round of count, everything will be
here. All those calls will come right here, Anand, because, when it comes to counting and when it comes to getting those numbers right, one can only count on us. Isn't that right, Anand?
Yes, right next to where Brajesh is sitting, right next to the entire team that is sitting. There are 6 groups, 6 hubs for the Maharashtra hub. That's 6 rows of the Maharashtra hub, 2 rows or 3 rows of the Jharkhand hub. That's where the numbers will start coming in, ladies and gentlemen. There is a hotline right next. That's where the report will happen. The moment that is reported, the constituency, the candidate and the lead will be clicked in, and that's when you will start seeing it appear on our screens. Any of the News 18 networks, you will see it's all 0-0 right now. The numbers should come in a short while from now, but the numbers are increasing in our studio. Ms. Sula Hebar joins us, Rohit Chandravarkar joins us. Let's keep the conversation around Maharashtra and Jharkhand even as we wait for the live result hub verified number to come on our screens before we talk about leads. Because as those leads come in here, they will start getting plotted even on Zaka Jacobs' magic wall, which is not colored right now. In about 2.5 hours from now, this will be a different plot. And the plot here on this magic wall, Zaka, will perhaps determine kursi kiski hai in Maharashtra.
Absolutely. Will it be a saffron wave? Will it be a blue wave? We don't know. But like I said, to my mind, Maharashtra is the big prize. Whoever wins Maharashtra will have bragging rights. It will set the tone really for the parliament session starting Monday.
Rohit is here. You want to ask him a few questions on Maharashtra? Who's taking that?
Rohit said last time that he was briefed live almost.
Yeah, he was here with us, wasn't it? From the Shinde camp.
From the Shinde. So, aap bataiye, are those numbers holding?
We'll find out in a while, but I think Mahayuti is looking very confident. And I think the reason they are looking confident is because of the direct benefit schemes that they came out with and the increased voting that has happened in Maharashtra, Rahul. So they think that women came out in large numbers, especially in Vidarbha region, Marathwada region, which is economically backward region. And they think that this direct benefit transfer has kind of worked for them in terms of direct, increase in votes. The farmer community, which is facing a lot of distress, perhaps came out too. But for them also, there have been many schemes. So let's see.
I have to ask you this question because yesterday when we were talking to 2 pollsters, and one was Sanjay Kumar of Lokniti, and on the other side was the infamous, what do you want to call him, Access My India, Mr. Gupta. And both had a very different take on Vidarbha. So both projected that the NDA is going to do fantastically well in Vidarbha for different reasons. One said there's going to be complete Dalit and, consolidation against the Maratha. And the other one said, no, it's not going to be that. The Marathas are going to come back and vote for the NDA. So what is going on in Bihar? It's very confusing.
I'm not sure Marathas are going to come out and vote for the NDA because Manoj Jarange Patil has been very vocal and he's traveling from town to town, speaking against the BJP.
But they're saying that this time, at least one of them said this time is not a factor.
Okay, we'll find out in a while whether,
Pallavi, you wanted to share something?
I would say it's not a factor, but he
why?
also
Tell him why. You were telling us the anecdote, what happened.
No. So Rohit, it was really amazing, because I went to interview him and I saw him, doctors and he on a drip. And, people were taking pictures. And I am telling them, this looks a little tacky. No, madam ji, lene do. Then I realized that it was just going viral on WhatsApp. So he just going to his, and then there was this huge crowd. All their sympathy. So some way thoda sa wo bhi janta hai na, unnerving moment hai because he knows this is a prestige thing for him. But, people are also in hushed tones were talking about the fact that, we don't know which way he is. He's not even, he's taking money from so-and-so, he's taking money from everyone, he's nobody's person. Now, if that is word of mouth, I mean, Antarwali Sarathi is the village he belongs to. And, if that is what starts getting traction, then I don't know whether he's going to emerge as that powerful a factor as he was for.
Well, he may not emerge as a powerful factor, but remember there's going to be very small margin. I don't know. I'm not claiming anything right now. Maybe situation keeps changing all the time. But the situation is that Maratha vote may not get split the way it would have got split if Jarange Patil was in the fray, which he has kind of withdrawn from. That is one factor. The other thing, of course, is the women coming out in large numbers, like I said earlier, is a big factor in favor of NDA. Shinde's team, what Rahul was talking about some time back, Shinde's team is very confident that they're going to reach 170. NDA is going to reach 170, and they also have given a breakup to some of our friends and colleagues at the end of the voting day. They say BJP will hit about 95 score. Shinde himself will be around 55 and Ajit Pawar will be 20. So they are saying 170 for sure, sounding very confident. We'll find out just in a few
95 plus 50 वो तो 150 तो उनके खुद के आगे इन दोनों
के
तो फिर वो टेंशन ब्रीथ इजी वाला हो गया अजीत पवार फैक्टर नहीं होगा फिर.
It's quite fantastic because if that number actually holds up, that means that Shinde Shiv Sena would have got 56 over what the Shiv Sena won last time.
Absolutely.
He replaced that.
So
That number holds.
Is Milind Deora then going to be the giant killer?
First lead has come through.
It's going to the NDA. I think it's to the Shinde Sena. This is Ambegaon, Dilip Walse Patil.
दो आ गए भाई, दो आ गए. Grid पे दो आ गए, दो lead, one others and one NDA.
The second one is coming from the constituency of Ganga Khed. This is going to the RSP. I think this is the RSP faction which is with the NDA. So yeah, you have two leads now. One in okay, you now have a third lead. This is going again to the
UBT,
to the SSUBT, the Parbhani constituency. Dr. Rahul Patil is leading there. So we have three leads now. One to the NDA, one to the India Alliance, and one to others. I'm just trying to see. I think the RSP. This is the faction that's not aligned with the NDA. So
NDA, so we just see why there is a lead for Maharashtra that is being shown for the NCP in the bottom grid, while there are three leads there, and there is one lead that's being shown for the NCP. But overall, three leads have come in.
Sorry, Dilip Walse Patil is from the NCP.
Dilip Walse Patil is from the NCP.
The Ambegaon seat.
So the Ambegaon seat, so NDA one lead for the NCP, so and one lead other. So three leads that have come in. Those are the party breakups. Understand that here at the bottom of the screen you have overall NDA, that's the Mahayuti, BJP, Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde, NCP Ajit Pawar, and then you have the India Alliance here. So INDIA, the overall alliance number, you can find it here. Then you have Congress, Shiv Sena, UBT and NCP Sharad Pawar.
From Bhandara, Narendra Bhondekar of the Shiv Sena, the Shinde Sena, he's leading. I think
So,
Bhandara Gondia is Mr. Patole's backyard. That's where he hails from. So we now have 4 seats reporting, 2 to the NDA, 1 to the India Alliance.
So 2 to the NDA, 1 to India Alliance, 1 others, and we've just got some breaking news. Let's quickly do that as we look at the counting leads again. Posters are out by various factions ahead of the result. Eknath Shinde as CM poster in Thane. Uddhav as CM outside Matoshri. Yes, Mayuresh. We see Yesha is also there. Yes, Mayuresh.
Absolutely, Anand. Behind me you can see this poster which clearly says that Kutumba Pramukh Honar Puna Mukhyamantri, which means that if you remember that Uddhav Thackeray was usually says that he is a Kutumba Pramukh, he is a family head of Maharashtra, and the poster also says that he will be made CM again. as we were discussing that somewhere Maha Vikas Aghadi is confident. Sanjay Raut also said that they will win seats between 160 to 170 and form the government before 26. And this kind of poster has been already put up just 100 meters away from the Matoshri in Bandra East. And we are seeing that the party workers of all parties have basically put up.
There is a picture outside Matoshri for Uddhav Thackeray. There are pictures for Eknath Shinde in Thane. There you go. And the numbers so far are looking at for the NDA early leads. 4 leads for the NDA. Zaka.
So Dhananjay Munde is also leading from Parli. He's of course fighting with the Ajit Pawar faction. So Ajit Pawar not doing badly. Out of the 4 leads, 3 that we have are for the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP.
So numbers: 3 leads for the NCP, 1 lead for Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde, 4 for NDA, 1 for the INDI, that is Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thakray's team that is leading. 1 other is there. To the panel here, legacy fight, 51 seats. If Eknath Shinde gets 55 seats, that conversation that we are doing, that means Uddhav Thackeray sahab, Dhanush Bhan mera.
As I'm saying, this is a crucial survival battle for at least 3 of these parties. Let's be very honest. They will cease to exist if they do very badly. So, there's a lot at stake.
This is a political field which has been extremely fragmented. There's been a lot of opportunistic toing and froing. Ideology has gone out of the window. Convenience has come in through the door. And what this will also do is kind of settle the Hindutva question as well, because Balasaheb Thackeray was the Hindu Hriday Samrat, the original one. And there are 2 factions of the Shiv Sena there. And the battle for authenticity is on. So the BJP is very much invested in the Shiv Sena battle for their own ideological reasons. I think it will also decide on who has the real Hindutva in their town.
Well, 6 leads as we speak.
Yeah, yes. We have 1 lead for the NCP, Sharad Pawar from the outskirts of Pune. In Pimpri, Dr. Sulakshana Shilwant is leading in the Pune seat. We have 1 more for NCP SP, that's Parner Rani Lanke of the NCP SP is leading. So right now it seems like at least the first lead for the BJP. The first lead for the BJP is again from Vidarbh, from Melghat, Keval Ram Kale of the BJP is leading. So it's running up now for the NDA, 6 to the NDA, 3 to the India Alliance. Congress has not opened its account yet. We will see how that happens and when that happens. From Akot, the VBA candidate, the Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi, the VBA, Prakash Ambedkar's candidate is leading in 1 seat there in Vidarbh. So we have 11 seats, 6 to the NDA, 3 to the India Alliance, 2 already to the others. And Rohit was mentioning this, none of the exit polls gave too much to the others. Let's see, already within the... Yeah.
BJP ka second lead bhi aa gaya, 7 NDA.
All right.
That's it will get refreshed on the wall it takes about 15 seconds. Jharkhand counting numbers have not yet started coming in. They should come in very, very soon. But 732, that's the number. Others are also now featuring on the leaderboard. Will that be a huge factor? A lot of pollsters have not given others those many numbers. Nalin, Aman.
See, Anand, one figure I have from the BJP, which adding on to what Rohit was saying, more women voters. BJP is saying that 53 lakh more women have voted in these elections compared to 2019. That's a huge number. In the 2019 election, about 2.53 crore women had voted at 59.26% vote. This time, 3.06 crore women voters, 65% voting percentage, a higher woman voting, 53 lakh more women, I think.
तो फिर जो फंडे आप महाराष्ट्र में लगा रहे हो वो झारखंड में जेएमएम कांग्रेस को जाना चाहिए.
Absolutely, हो सकता है, बिल्कुल.
तो उनका भी रनअवे
So we have two Mumbai seats now reporting, 3 in fact Mumbai seats reporting. Vile Parle, BJP candidate Alvani Parag is leading there in Atul Bhatkalkar is leading from Kandivli East. Shiv Sena UBT is also opened from Kalina. Sanjay Potnis of the Shiv Sena UBT has opened his account there. So Mumbai seats are also now reporting. Out of 16, 8, 6 and 2.
Yeah, INDI Alliance catching up. Now it is 8, 6 and 2. Neck and neck fight hoga ya dhire-dhire lead kholegi, Rahul Shivshankar?
Lokniti actually gave 20% of the vote share, approximately that much to the others. Now that's a significant vote share. So look, I mean, and yesterday we were getting news that everyone was also speaking to the independents and all of that. So it's all happening. Let's not discount anything.
More Mumbai seats. The Mumbadevi seat, Amin Patel, he's up against China NC. Amin Patel is leading in the Mumbadevi seat. And in Kolaba, as you'd expect, Rahul Narvekar, who was the speaker, he's leading in the Kolaba seat. So in Mumbai, now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats reporting. The BJP has 3, SSUBT has 1, and Congress leading in 1.
So now BJP slowly opening up the leads. 5 leads for the BJP, 4 for the NCP Ajit Pawar, 10 for the NDA, 6 for the INDA alliance. So the leaderboard is right at the top. You can see the overall leaderboard and also the breakup of the parties. So this is Mahayuti, this is Maha Vikas Aghadi, and then this is Jharkhand, ladies and gentlemen. So the Jharkhand numbers have not yet started coming, but Maharashtra numbers are coming here. Maharashtra numbers are right at the top. 10, 6 and 2. Overall, the parties, who is performing well, because these strike rates will matter, Rahul. Strike rates for each individual group will matter, because that will also give them the heft, bargaining power.
That's right. I mean, this is looking tight. I mean, very initial, but as the leads are sort of clocking up on both sides, aren't they? It's not as if there's just a one side, taking. If 170 is on the cards, as someone was saying, then that number is not looking very positive. Let's just put it that way. But this very early days, very early days.
One in Western Maharashtra in a seat called Ashti. Suresh Das of the BJP is leading. NCP Ajit Pawar, like I said, again, one more seat reporting from Western Maharashtra in Shevgaon. Monica Rajiv Rajale of the BJP is leading. So in Western Maharashtra, which is of course the fight between the NCP versus NCP, BJP has opened up 2. Like I said, NCP Ajit Pawar opening up leads in about 4 constituencies already. So that's the situation as of now.
They're putting up posters for Ajit Pawar in Pune. In Thane, it is Eknath Shinde. In Mumbai, there it is Matushri. And of course, there is Devendra Fadnavis, who's sitting there at Meghdut, perhaps right now, right next to his Sagar residence. He's sitting there and he's watching what is going on.
Rohit Pawar is leading. Rohit Pawar is leading from Karjat, of course, again from the Pawar clan. So NCP SP now has 3. Including the Pimpri seat in Pune.
BJP has gone up to 6 leads, NDA 12, now it's come back, it's 11 and 7. So there is a toss-up, there is a close fight happening somewhere where the leads, as the early leads are, it's a give and go, it's quite tight.
I think it's in Vidarbha, this is in the Bandhara seat. Now the Congress candidate has taken a lead there, Pooja Thawakar.
But there's one more addition to the NDA, 7 to BJP now, Zaka. So it's going to be busy on the wall for you. So
in Mumbai is reporting now from Charkop. Yogesh Sagar of the BJP is leading. Atul Bhatkalkar I mentioned, but Charkop is now the seat that is just reporting. Yogesh Sagar of the BJP is leading.
Charkop towards seat. That Anushakti Nagar, Mankur, that region on that side, you will have the Charkop coming in between Andheri, that region there. Rohit Chandavarkar.
One thing we can see, Anand, is there's too much competition among leaders in the Maha Vikas Aghadi to put up their hoardings and posters. Perhaps the flex material has become too cheap nowadays.
But Konkan and Mumbai is in a very crucial region, really, for the Mahayuti. Let's be very honest. 43 out of 75, this entire belt from Mumbai all the way down the coast, very important, because if they don't hang on to that and they start gaining in Vidarbha, it's going to cancel each other out, because they did really fantastically well last time in the Lok Sabha.
In Ghatkopar East, the BJP candidate there, Parag Shah, is leading. In Dharavi, Dr. Jyoti Gaikwad of the Congress is leading. So again, Mumbai reporting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats BJP is leading in Mumbai.
Early leads show trends towards the NDA, ladies and gentlemen. To our viewers, 15, 8 and 2. What's the update at the live result hub? The results are coming in, leads are coming in thick and fast. Avantika.
Yeah, Anand, some early leads coming in right now. We're just getting to hear that Rahul Narvekar from the BJP is leading Mumbai City. Then from Bir, Dhananjay Pandit Rao Munde, NCP, Ajit Pawar. From Sholapur, Siddharam from the INC. Pune Pimpri, Dr. Sulakshana from the NCP, Sharad Pawar group. So these are just very, very early leads coming in right now. But, I'm just going to take it here. I'm just waiting. Yeah, okay. प्रशांत फ्रॉम लोकनाथ इज जॉइनिंग अस राइट नाउ. प्रशांत, एक बारी बताइए कि बहुत बड़े बड़े लीड्स आ रहे हैं. ही इज ऑन द फोन राइट नाउ बिकॉज ही इज गेटिंग अ लॉट ऑफ कॉल्स. ही इज बीइंग इनंडेटेड विद कॉल्स एंड रिपोर्टर्स कॉलिंग हिम अप बिकॉज द लीड्स हैव स्टार्टेड कमिंग इन नाउ वेरी स्लोली. फ्रॉम बीड, सुरेश दास ऑफ द बीजेपी. रोहित पवार, एज आई सेड, हैज बीन लीडिंग. राहुल नावरेकर फ्रॉम द बीजेपी लीडिंग एज वेल. प्रशांत, बताइए सम बिग नेम्स, सम बिग लीड्स कमिंग इन राइट नाउ. अभी इनिशियली है,
अभी तो बहुत इनिशियल है, लेकिन रोहित पवार जो है करजत जामखेड़ से वो अपने को हमें आगे दिख रहे हैं. उसके बाद में हम लोग दिख रहे हैं दिलीप वैसे पाटिल जो है वो आगे दिख रहे हैं, जो बड़ा नाम है. उसके पूना से है वो, साथ में बीड़ से धनंजय मुंडे अभी आगे दिख रहे हैं. साथ में हम देखेंगे सुनील देशमुख जो है अमरावती से, वो आगे दिख रहे हैं. बड़े नाम है ये. उसके बाद में वीआईपी अगर देखेंगे हम, वेरी वीआईपी जो है, सब जो बड़े 13 चेहरे हैं जिनके ऊपर चर्चा चल रही है, खासकर बालासाहब थोरात जो है वो अभी आगे हमको दिख रहे हैं. और ये सब ये पहले रुझान है पोस्टल के, अभी और थोड़ा रुकना पड़ेगा और उसके बाद ही हमें पता चलेगी कि कौन आगे है और कौन पीछे।
Right. So postal ballots, early leads. Nana Patole is leading. Balasaheb Thorat is leading. Rohit Pawar is leading. If you look at the Shiv Sena head-to-head contest, those seats, those leads are not coming through. But the BJP versus Congress head-to-heads, early on leads, it looks like somewhere those places the BJP is perhaps having a better
Also,
strike rate.
interestingly, in Jalna seat, the Shinde Sena candidate there, Arjun Khotkar, is leading. Jalna, of course, important because Jarangi Patil started his whole fast and stuff from there. He's from there.
Well, the BJP has to continue its fairly decent showing in the Lok Sabha in Konkan, Mumbai and Khandesh. They have to make sure that those numbers are banked. If that starts
But we also saw a certain surge in voting in the Konkan region again.
That's right.
And one of the aspects is Rohit Nalin weighing on this, that has Eknath Shinde really put in the hard yards? Has he now become a brand on his own and tried to really rise tall in the last 6-8 months, years time?
In my view, there have been two phases to his chief ministership. In the beginning, it was Eknath Shinde con. For a while, there was a dip there. But in the last 7-8 months, there's been a major shift. A lot of that has got to do with the Mukhyamantri, the Ladki Behan Yojana, and the way he's been out there campaigning. So I think something has shifted with him. I think people are connecting to him in the last 6-7 months in a way that they did
There's
not
also a
earlier.
substantial Muslim and non-Buddhist, Dalit vote there. So we have to look at those. If those consolidate, there's been a mad scramble really for that Buddhist vote, the Buddhist Dalit vote, then there's the non-Buddhist Dalit vote, then there is the Muslim vote, we know. So this is a very interesting mosaic really of the state. And that ek hai, to safe hai, the impact of that will be felt here.
Well, Rahul Narvekar is leading from Kolaba. You're getting the key race alerts here to the left or to your right when you're watching the screen. That's where the key race alerts will come. As you're watching the screen, to your left, you will see the Jharkhand numbers. At the bottom, you would see the breakup of the Mahayuti and the Maha Vikas Aghadi, or the NDA and the India Alliance parties, the big parties here at the bottom. Top will give you the overall picture. NDA versus the India Alliance. What's the story? 18-13. So some catch-up happening.
Yeah,
Shaka.
Sena UBT has suddenly sort of opened up a few seats. In Khed Alandi, Babaji Kale of the SSUBT is leading. You have another seat up again in the north. In Nifad, Anil Kadam of the SSUBT is leading in that seat. Then you have another one in Marathwada, in Ausa. Dinkar Mane of the SSUBT is leading. So they've opened up a few seats outside of Mumbai. You traditionally think of them as a Mumbai party, but outside of Mumbai, they're leading in 3 constituencies. Also in Pimpri Chinchwad, so in Pimpri, the Congress, the NCP SP candidate, Dr. Shilwant is leading, whereas in Chinchwad, the BJP candidate, Shankar Jagtap, is leading. So,
the one number that we need to keep looking at in the India bloc is the Congress number 4. They have contested 102 seats.
Yeah.
If the Congress doesn't pull its weight, then there's a problem. So we just have to keep looking at that Congress number, the conversion factor of the Congress. Last election, it did fairly well by its own standards. And so it'll at least want to match that conversion number. If it doesn't, there's a problem.
See, the other two is also a story. BJP, Congress, largest parties, 2 larger national parties were contesting from their own sides the most number of seats. But वो Shiv Sena, NCP legacy fight है. वो भी बहुत important है कि किसको कितना मिल रहा है उधर. Yes, Nalin.
Can I say something out of syllabus?
Yeah.
This is one score we are tracking. Some of us are tracking another score. India has just taken 2 more wickets.
Oh, they taken 2 more wickets.
Hey, when people go and watch cricket
99 for 9. 79 for 9.
Nalin will keep giving you all updates, but do keep watching this.
Yeah, keep watching this. Don't divert the audience.
Give the cricket updates.
No, we'll give the cricket updates here, so you keep watching this only. That's what we are also trying to say. See, there is a good performance that's happening in Perth. But that was a very
also padded up.
Very sticky wicket. But Maharashtra and Jharkhand are also very sticky wickets. Tricky wickets, yeah.
Tricky, turning.
Taking cue from what Rahul was saying about Congress number, I'm a little surprised about Uddhav Thackeray's number also.
Yes.
We didn't, obviously this is very initial, these are initial stages.
Yeah.
But all of us thought, and I also thought that Uddhav was the weakest link in the Maha Vikas Aghadi, but it looks like he's neck and neck with Congress. That is 5 places he's leading. So that is a kind of a surprise.
No, but they have also put in some hard yards. Have they put in some effort? Did you see Mashal anywhere? Did you see active campaigning? See, registering a new political symbol. How easy or difficult is it, and how have they been able to do it in Maharashtra? Aman, Pallavi, Nistula, yeah.
Well, I actually did a bit of this thing, like work on this during the Lok Sabha election, because that was the first time these symbols got an outing. And there was a door-to-door campaign, there was a familiarization campaign by both the NCP Sharad Pawar and the Shiv Sena UBT on their new symbols. Because Sharad Pawar has form on this, you see, because in 98-99 he went into elections with a new symbol, and they narrowly kind of came, behind the Congress, because a lot of their supporters said, "हाँ, आपको ही वोट दिया है, हाथ को वोट दिया है." So their clock symbol hadn't clocked, so they knew what they were getting into, and they really did.
So this ghadi, tutari, mashal, dhanush band, there is clarity or confusion?
They took all steps to make sure that there was familiarization and little hooks, to remember
BJP
what
as a
symbol
party
belonged to
now
which party.
has more leads than the India Alliance put together
Yeah,
on the
and
leaderboard
that's
right
the
now.
number,
On
you
the
see.
leaderboard right now.
Yeah.
So,
Because, in Marathwada, suddenly the BJP has opened up a whole bunch of seats in Bhokar, where Ashok Chavan's daughter is fighting from. She's leading there. In the neighbouring constituency of Mukhed, Dr. Tushar Rathod is leading. And then you have Kinvat, where Bhima Rao Ramji Keram of the BJP. So if you look at the map, suddenly in Marathwada, even in places like Jalna, the Shiv Sena, the Shinde Sena candidate is leading. In Partur, which is the neighbouring constituency, the BJP candidate there is leading. So you see a lot of orange
5 months
in
back, it
Marathwada.
bombed. I mean, the MVA, the Mahayuti bombed in Marathwada, 12 out of 46.
Ajit Pawar is doing better than Sharad
Ajit
Pawar.
Pawar is also doing very well.
And the BJP in that block, the BJP conversion, at least, I don't know how many seats those are being called right now, but
the leads are
17
out
out
of
of 28. They're doing pretty well in that
Can
block.
I make a small point?
Leads
here?
are out of
An
45
important-
seats. Maharashtra has 45 seats. Yeah.
There you go.
It's very early trend right now, but in the seats where Congress had led in the 3 months ago in the Lok Sabha election, there are trends for 4 such seats available right now. All 4 of them NDA is winning at the
There you
moment.
go. So
but it's still very early. But
clearly-
that trend is saying something in the
Clearly,
morning.
there is a confusion. At least we can reflect that. This is not a vote for continuity immediately. Let's not jump to those
48
conclusions.
में से
but
31 NDA के पास है,
Absolutely.
19 is with the BJP. BJP has more leads from the India Alliance put together right now. So clearly it's moving one way directionally. Early on. These are early stages. Round 1 is not yet complete. I don't think it's even begun. It's 8:30 on the clock. By about 9:30, 3 rounds should get over. So the next hour, you will see more of these
BJP
leads
has
coming
to
to the
look
fore.
at a 54% plus conversion rate if it has to make an impact, and if it has to, I'm not talking about 170, I'm not talking about 200, I'm just talking about 150. That's the real target.
If their
isn't it?
projection internally, Rahul, is 95 seats out of 150 odd that they are contesting. So they clearly are looking at a far higher than 55% conversion.
No, I'm saying the least pain.
Least pain, yeah.
Yes,
On this point, Rahul, we were talking earlier in the morning about the importance of BJP Congress straight fights, right?
Yes.
What's happening there?
Yes.
12 stands are available. NDA is ahead in 9 of them at the moment.
All right. So the Chief Minister's constituency
When you say
in
NDA, you mean
in
BJP.
Kopri, the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is leading. In the neighbouring constituency in Thane, again Sanjay Kelkar of the BJP is leading. So BJP opening up some leads in the city, in Mumbai and its outskirts. Like I said, in Vile Parle, the BJP candidate is leading. In Charkop, the BJP candidate is leading. In Kandivli East, the BJP candidate is leading. So now we have from the outskirts, from Thane, the BJP candidate, and then also from Majiwada, again the Shiv Sena Shinde candidate there leading.
बराबर
So
हो गया।
Shinde is doing well in the outskirts.
नहीं
Thane.
बराबर हो गया देखो ना if you look at the screens Akka just turned around and see now Shiv Sena both are now level on so Eknath Shinde has come through and go back to June 4th when we are doing result day your eye was on Maharashtra the early plotting itself is very different from what we are seeing
what it
now.
is now. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the
And
NDA
can we
is
also
running
look
away
at
with
the
it.
VIP seats, because that'll give you an idea of anti-incumbency. Let's have a quick look.
We'll go to Avantika. There are 13 or 14 VIP seats which are being tracked, and we'll try and get Avantika to get us an update along with Prashant or Brajesh on the VIP seats in Maharashtra. More leads coming through.
Again, in Jalgaon, where again, I'm talking about, northern Maharashtra, where this whole onion crisis was there 3 months ago. The Shinde Sena candidate is leading from both the Jalgaon rural constituency and the Jalgaon city constituency. So I think clearly they have made up lost ground.
Mahim abhi nahi aaya. It's not plotting. Mumbai he's opened up there. ये उठा हुआ है. Mahim is not come.
to count and वहाँ से रुझान नहीं आया. क्या चल रहा है मुंबई में?
No, we don't have the counting for
No, the
Mahim
numbers have not come because a lot of the counting centers will start releasing data over a period of time, and that's why we are seeing the leads only out of 55 out of 288 seats ladies and gentlemen. And this is why it's going to take some time. That's why we are saying
If
trust
the
the
PM
numbers on the
slogan
screen in front
has
of
traction
you.
on the
These are the
ground-
numbers that you can trust. 36, 17, 2, 22 leads for the BJP. Shiv Sena is at Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde. 6, NCP Sharad Pawar. 8. This is India Alliance 17. Their India Alliance put together is less than the BJP right now.
It's beginning to fall
Yeah.
back now.
And
beginning
it's
to
now
fall back. Yes. I mean, look, I just wanted to ask you, because you also went there, if the PM slogan is starting to get traction, you'll see it in this Mumbai coastal belt quickly. You'll begin to see that opening up.
Yes, it will.
And with her.
And also,
And with her.
like what lot is made about the BJP Congress direct fights, but I think BJP's real target is also the Shiv Sena UBT. See, Shiv Sena UBT voter is essentially the Hindu voter,
That's right.
and that is why the BJP slogan "Ek hai to safe hai." The more the strike rate of Uddhav Thackeray falls, the better you may see the BJP and
Good
the
point.
NDA do, because BJP feels that Uddhav Thackeray is going to collapse in this election because "Ek hai to safe hai" slogan is ringing true. And I think we have to keep a close watch also on Shiv Sena UBT. What is their strike rate? They're contesting a lot of seats. 85 plus seats.
85,
one of the important parts is that the Shiv Sena at that time during Lok Sabha itself, Eknath Shinde had said 19% of the 20% of the Shiv Sena, core Shiv Sena voter had voted for the Dhanush Ban and for Eknath Shinde.
Yeah.
The Shiv Sena UBT had benefited from the Congress NCP voter, and even in Mumbai they made a case out of it. Somewhere, not just the BJP. I think Eknath Shinde has done a lot of work to ensure that the core Hindutva Shiv Sena Balasaheb Thackeray voter is with him. And if Eknath Shinde wins his constituency against Kedar Dige, then perhaps that's the biggest statement
on that
also.
point, I think it is I just wanted to highlight the fact that in the Lok Sabha elections, the Shiv Sena UBT benefited from a massive counter mobilization of Muslims, right?
Yeah.
There was it worked totally, and the Muslim vote transferred to the Shiv Sena UBT. Paradoxically,
Yes.
so it was the original party of Hindutva. In this election, Uddhav Thackeray has spoken about 1992 and said that and made overtures to the Muslim community again. And I think Eknath Shinde has zoomed in on that point.
Correct.
On the question of Hindutva.
Correct. Not just
And-
Hindutva, the fact that he is towing a line totally opposite to what Balasaheb Thackeray, his own father had a position, how far the son has shifted away.
And the larger political picture is that if this trend holds, then the project that Narendra Modi and Amit Shah had started in 2014 to replace Shiv Sena as the predominant Hindutva party in Maharashtra, then you may be seeing the next stage in that. if this
Dhanush
trend
Ban
holds.
said sort out ho gaya, legacy sort out ho gaya, and there is no family Thackeray thing. Rahul, just coming to you after going straight across to Avantika. 14-19, lead has opened up. Yes, Avantika, key states, key races. Yes, update.
Absolutely. Eknath Shinde is leading right now. Anand, and this place is buzzing here. The phones are constantly ringing. बताइए प्रशांत जी, आप बड़े-बड़े leads के बारे में बता रहे थे अभी some big names.
अभी तक 63 जगहों से लीडिंग आगे आई है, जानकारी मिली है।
नाना पटोले भी लीड कर रहे हैं।
नाना पटोले लीड कर रहे हैं, एकनाथ शिंदे लीड कर रहे हैं, रोहित पवार लीड कर रहे हैं, साथ में आदित्य ठाकरे भी लीड कर रहे हैं अभी।
फडणवीस, देवेंद्र फडणवीस का कोई अपडेट है?
अभी देवेंद्र फडणवीस का जानकारी आई नहीं है, थोड़ी से देर में उनकी भी जानकारी आ जाएगी।
And Anand, I just want to tell you that I don't know which numbers are being showing by which channel, but Jharkhand still we don't have the numbers. I've been checking constantly. Everyone is monitoring it here. Brijesh ji, just very quickly, कि Jharkhand में what's happening? Why the numbers are not coming in yet?
Look, in Jharkhand, the process of counting of the votes has just got started because the process is slow at each and every center. For example, look at Hazaribagh. They have opened their strong room just a few minutes back. So it is only expected after 10 to 15 minutes to get the first trend. So that's why in Jharkhand we have no figures, because whatever the authentic information we'll get, we'll show to our viewers.
Absolutely. Immediately then, Anand, we'll just get those numbers
Well, take the
immediately.
screenshots of any of the channels putting numbers for Jharkhand. The strong rooms are only opening now. Another 10 minutes. That's why it is 000 in Jharkhand. Wherever the numbers are coming in, the calls are coming in. You can hear the calls buzzing, ringing at the Maharashtra hub where Avantika is at the live result hub. This is live result hub verified numbers, ladies and gentlemen. They are right, and that's why trust these numbers. 44 leads to the NDA, 18 to the INDA Alliance, 3 others. Let's go across to Yesha Kotak joining us from a very, very important point where there is a poster. What does that poster say, Yesha?
Anand, I'll take you right through what the poster in fact says. This is at Thane. This in fact is the place, Wagle Estate in Kishan Nagar. This is in fact one of the places which is known to be stronghold of Eknath Shinde, particularly because Eknath Shinde has his roots from here. His first shakha is from here. In fact, you know, when he was just a Karyakarta, one of his first houses is right here. So even on the day of Diwali, we had seen how Shrikant Shinde had visited this place. And before filing the nomination, Eknath Shinde had visited this very residence of his, taken blessings of people at Kishan Nagar Bakli Estate before he could file his nomination. And now we see right here, there's a poster which says Sahib Punha Mukhyamantri Honar, which clearly means that
he will be CM
Eknath Shinde
again.
will become the Chief Minister again. Anand, over yes. And Anand, over the last couple of days, we've seen how there has been a constant poster what it all started before the elections, where Devendra Fadnavis' poster was put up by Karak Karta Singh. He should be the chief ministerial face. On him, having asked him this question, he had laughed out. In fact, when Ravi Raja was joining BJP, when this question was asked to him, he said this should go uncensored. We'll answer this question later. When Amit Shah was asked this question, he said we'll discuss about this after the elections. In fact, even Ajit Pawar had said that the discussion, the answer to this will be after elections.
Yes.
However, we saw this poster for Ajit Pawar becoming chief minister at Pune and Baramati yesterday, and today it is Eknath Shinde's
Well,
poster
everybody is
Yes,
making their post. There are supporters who will come out and put these posters, and there is a certain level of posturing with these posters. But the fact is that it is the Sangathan which has to decide this based on where the numbers settle. If somebody is at a critical point where their 15 seats or 20 seats are going to influence the result and who's going to be in power, obviously they'll have the bargaining power. But if that is not the case, then the person with the highest strike rate or perhaps the single largest party will stake claim. We'll have to wait and watch. Right now, the BJP is the single largest party. Look at NCP Sharad Pawar and look at NCP Ajit Pawar. Look at the difference. 11 and 4.
NCP Ajit Pawar is doing pretty well, not just in Western Maharashtra. Look at the Pune seats. In the Pimpri seat, we were talking about the SP candidate was leading earlier. Now, the NCP Ajit Pawar candidate is leading. In Hadapsar, which is again outskirts of Pune, the NCP Ajit Pawar candidate is leading. Even in a place like Vidarbha, which is not their sort of backyard, which is not their region, in a constituency called Tumsar, it's the NCP Ajit Pawar candidate who's leading. So Ajit Pawar has managed to wrest back whatever he lost. He had only one Lok Sabha MP out of 4 that they contested in Y. Lakshman Rao Jadhav Patil of the NCP Ajit Pawar is leading. Then you have, of course, Dilip Valse Patil, who is leading from Ambegaon. So even, Western Maharashtra, you would expect, but even in a place like Nanded, for example, one seat, Loha, it's the NCP Ajit Pawar candidate who's leading. In Nanded city itself, the Nanded South seat, the Congress candidate is leading. The Nanded city seat, the North seat, the Shiv Sena Shinde candidate is leading. BJP's got a lot of openings in Nanded.
Congress is now building up leads, gotten into double digits, 10 now. So where are they plotting?
Vidarbha is slowly opening up. You have one Congress lead in Savner. You have 2 in the Gondia Bhandara and the neighboring constituency of Sakoli, which is Nana Patoli's constituency. So in Vidarbha, as it's slowly opening up, Vidarbha will report a little later than than Western Maharashtra. You are seeing some pickups for the Congress, but right now it's going almost at a ratio of 2:1.
Yeah, or more than 2:1, 43-21 as of now.
Yes. Interesting trend. The CNN News 18 tracker is showing that in Maratha dominant seats, out of these 44 seats of NDA, 22 are seats which are Maratha dominant. NDA is leading 15 of those.
Well, yeah, in fact, if you look at the Marathwada region, Nanded, Latur, Beed, that belt, it's the BJP that's doing well. You see much more saffron here than you see blue.
So vote transfer is happening.
Yeah, no, and two important blocks we talked about. No, Maratha and Marathwada and Vidarbha.
So that's one point. That's one point. The second point I want to make it that in Dalit seats, again the NDA is leading 6-2.
That's an important
now,
number.
Now, if you combine these two, these were the 2 vote banks that the BJP lost 3 months ago.
They sank them. Yes, absolutely. So, and if the conversion is happening, that's good news initially for the BJP, I think, and for the NDA. That's an important marker. That's a very important marker. But look, let's keep our eyes focused on Vidarbha. That race is the one that holds the key. Marathwada, I think, is giving this initial lead to the BJP. It's giving the lead to, I suppose, the Shiv Sena also there. So that's where you're seeing these leads coming from. Vidarbha is absolutely a dark area, so to speak, right now. We don't know what's happening, and that could change.
Hardly about 5 or 6 seats that are reporting from Vidarbha, and there it's sort of evenly
also
split.
Election-wise, I think Vidarbha election, before the BJP manifesto was released, there was still a lot of anger against the BJP amongst the cotton and the soybean farmers because obviously the MSP issue was very big. But once the BJP manifesto got released, when these promises were announced for both cotton farmers and soybean farmers, and don't forget, BJP has promised a full loan waiver in Maharashtra. This is a state, Maharashtra, where after I think many state elections, and correct me if I'm wrong, BJP has promised a full loan waiver. BJP doesn't really do that.
They don't go in for that.
They don't go in for that. In fact, Congress has promised a loan waiver only till rupees 3 lakh. BJP has promised a comprehensive loan waiver. So I think this is a factor BJP feels will swing with her for it, and when the leads start coming,
well,
we
if
may
you look at it,
reflect that.
Fourth 3/4 of the seats showing leads, out of which the NDA has won an overwhelming proportion. Now, if this continues, every quarter you build, and if this is the conversion rate, it's looking good right now initially. I don't know if it will hold for the rest of the state.
And BJP as a party has more than the India alliance put together. That's again bragging rights.
The big problem with Ajit Pawar, even in the general election, had been that there was no vote conversion. There was actually a lot of resentment in the NDA bloc, the RSS also, about him, that he basically personified everything that the BJP had been fighting against in Maharashtra, and to co-opt him had been a very, very uneasy fit. This time around, I was told that every seat they had a coordination committee that they had set up. They said, we can't have what happened during the general elections happen anymore. Whatever votes are there for the NDA, as it is, Mahayuti as it is, it has to go to the candidate.
This time the RSS was there.
Yes.
And can I say
compared to the 4th of June?
Can I say some of that seems to be reflecting in two interesting trends. We've been talking about Vidarbha. Vidarbha at the moment is neck and neck between NDA and India. But Marathwada, the NDA is sweeping at the moment. If this trend holds, it's 16-6 at the Marathwada.
That's exactly what the map is showing.
That's the heart of the Maratha agitation.
The magic wall is showing the same thing. Look, if you look at it, Marathwada is going.
In fact, even NCP Ajit Pawar is doing well in Marathwada, which is sort of counterintuitive.
Actually,
if you think
BJP very tactically did not fight as many seats as it
in
used to in
Marathwada.
Marathwada. It gave away a lot of seats to Eknath Shinde and some to NCP Ajit Pawar.
Ajit Pawar. So kept the fight regional
Yes.
there. Yes.
Almost half the seats are being contested by Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde in Marathwada.
So they were very tactical about it. They said if
Rohit,
there's
what-
anger against us,
What
but
do
not
you
against
make of
our
that?
allies,
I mean,
let's
even
get
in
those seats.
Jalna, you have the Shinde Sena candidate who's leading.
Eknath Shinde being a
That's
Maratha
right. It's clearly, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar's credit. I did not think Ajit Pawar would do so well. I mean, he's gone into double figures already in the initial trends. General impression was that there would be a sympathy factor for Sharad Pawar and the Maratha vote would go against NDA. But that seems to have not worked. That theory has not really worked.
Or is it the state versus centre funda? Lok Sabha election, Supriya Sule will get the numbers. State election,
that's exactly
it is Ajit Pawar and
Anand,
Ajit
that's
Dada.
exactly what I felt on the ground. I mean, Ajit Pawar was going booth to booth, and Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar, after they cast their vote by 9 o'clock, they drove away to Pune. These were the optics which strike people. It seemed like they've given up the fight. I saw that kind of resignation in them. Whereas Ajit Pawar was on foot and he cast his vote bang at 7 a.m. when it opens, and then he went on to every booth in Baramati.
But if Ajit Pawar does well, I don't know how comfortable NDA will be at the end of the day, because if Ajit Pawar gets a lot of numbers, then maybe
there is no comfort and discomfort.
I don't think. Look, if you get to form the government, you can take a lot of indignities in your stride.
And not just that.
And Ajit Pawar wins a lot.
And not just that. In this case, all three of them have shown to be very strong leaders and powerful administrators. In fact, the Mahayuti can say that three people who are good administrators or who have been able to show they can work with the Sangathan or with their respective Sangathans, and they can also organize themselves. Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Dada Pawar. So if they have worked the last 18 months, there's no reason why they won't. It's just that the overall numbers, if it settles at 170, then Ajit Pawar will not be playing truant, and there is no thing about he will leave and go and the whole Sarkar will fall. Eknath Shinde plus BJP can be 150 and they'll be comfortable.
Exactly.
But that is with the assurance that Eknath Shinde will not have second thoughts.
Anand, for the last few years, what we have seen in Maharashtra with all these scamming and policemen being put in jail and arrests and all sorts of raids and things, is that the cost of losing power is extremely high in that state. So it's not like the old collegial state that even if you're out of power, your work gets done and hey, hail fellow, well met. We are meeting at the assembly, very nice. All
this
of
will
that.
be a continuance
the
of the
losing
current
power is
administration.
very high. Nobody is going to damage. Kind of.
50 for the NDA, 50 leads for the NDA out of 80. 50 leads, 5 out of 8 seats right now is being won by the NDA out of the leads early on. And it's about 8:45 on the clock, 45 minutes since some of the counting centers opened, or let's say half an hour since the counting centers started releasing the numbers and early leads. It's 50 leads for the NDA, and more than half of those leads are being contributed by the BJP. 26 leads, 9 for the Shinde Shiv Sena, 3 more than the Shiv Sena UBT, 13 leads for Ajit Pawar's NCP. That is about 6 more than Sharad Pawar's NCP. Zaka, this is significant.
Yeah, Nagpur also, there are 2 seats now reporting. Nagpur North, the Congress candidate there, Dr. Nitin Raut is leading. Nagpur Central, Praveen Datke of the BJP is leading. But I think the big picture, at least 45 minutes in, is that in Marathwada, where the BJP was expected to do badly because of the Maratha agitation, they're doing extremely well. It's not just the BJP, it's in fact even Ajit Pawar's party, which is doing extremely well in places like Beed, Latur, etc. Let's try and see how this progresses as we progress through the day. Early days yet, but it seems like out of the 80 odd seats that are reporting, the NDA is significantly ahead.
Konkan and Vidarbha still not plotting too much.
Konkan, just a few seats. Let's just look at the seats. Ratnagiri, you have the Shinde Sena candidate there leading. Aditi Tatkare is leading in her seat in Srivardhan. She's of course NCP Ajit Pawar. In Alibag, the Shinde Sena candidate is leading. So 3-4 seats reporting in the Konkan belt, not too much.
And if you
Even
just
in
begin
Mumbai,
to look at this map, you can see the central swath, which is, Marathwada, little bit of western Maharashtra now beginning to show a lot more saffron. We haven't got much coming in from Vidarbha actually, but this central belt, and if you even go up to the north, you'll see.
Yeah, that's exactly what's there on the wall. The other thing is that Eknath Shinde has touched double figures. So 10 seats also for Eknath Shinde. Rohit, that's also significant.
To add to that, Rahul
okay, first lead from Jharkhand. Just quickly, first lead coming in from Jharkhand. हमने कहा था 10 मिनट में आएगा, 10 मिनट में आया, and it is Champai Soren. Champai Soren is the key race alert. Champai Soren is now leading from Saraikela. Champai Soren, the former chief minister of Jharkhand, who then quit camps, quit the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, joined the BJP, and Champai Soren is the first lead that's coming in, and that's in favor of the NDA. Will this trend hold? It's early days. 81 seats, must only 1 lead that's plotting in Jharkhand. We'll get to Jharkhand the moment we have about 6-7 leads on Jharkhand. Keep an eye on this column, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jharkhand. To our viewers, this is the Mahayuti versus Maha Aghadi. So this is where you have the Maha Aghadi.
Are you exploring your options to take your career abroad? Then what you need is the right preparation strategy. You need to know the interview process for tech jobs abroad, how to apply for these jobs, and what you need to take care of before making the big move. Find all your answers in Scalar Masterclass on how to land an SDE job outside India. Understand the interview process of tech companies abroad. What are the factors to consider while moving abroad? And most importantly, what is the visa process for Indian techies? Click on the link below to register now.
मगेन बनेगा मजा पड़ेगा
ये एससी के लिए रिजर्व सीट है और एक और तीसरा रुझान आया मनिका से, वहाँ भी बीजेपी आगे चल रही है, कांग्रेस वहाँ पे पीछे है जी। ये 3 रुझान फिलहाल आया।
So 3 leads there coming in, and Champai Soren leading. That's an interesting one. Someone who just made a switch to the
former
BJP
chief minister
recently.
is now leading after switching camps. The former minister in the Hemant Soren government is actually trailing to the BJP candidate, and a third one again, where in Latehar, where you have the BJP leading and trouncing the Congress candidate
there are quite
there.
a few seats that are going away from the Congress. I'm seeing this list, and maybe you can just sort of give us more granular data, Nalin, because I'm seeing a bit of a transfer here, seat transfers away from the Congress to the
you're talking Maharashtra. Yeah, Maharashtra.
Yes,
so back to Maharashtra.
Maharashtra, yes.
So at the moment, I want to add to this to something else you were asking Rahul earlier. Yeah. How many? One indicator of incumbency or anti-incumbency is ministers, right? Yeah. At the moment, we have trends for 11 ministers. All of them are leading.
So that's
at this point in time.
So all 11 ministers, sitting ministers in the Maharashtra government of the Mahayuti, they are leading. That's what Nalin is saying. And interesting, more numbers being plotted. 51 leads for the NDA, 89 now being plotted. Yes.
All right. So again, the big story, the big picture seems to be that the BJP, of course, is the one party that's present everywhere in all regions of Maharashtra. They have a lead in Vidarbha. They're filling up the map in Marathwada, in places like Nanded, Latur, etc. Konkan, we're not getting as much, but there it's either Saffron or it's Shinde Sena or one candidate, Aditi Tatkare of the NCP, Ajit Pawar is leading there. Mumbai seats, about a dozen odd seats are reporting. Again, the BJP doing very well there. The BJP has, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 leads out of the seats that are reporting so far. Shinde Sena opening its account in the outskirts in Thane as well as the neighbouring constituency. But the big picture seems to be that the NDA is running away with it. 90 seats reporting, 53 to the NDA, 34 to the India Alliance.
Interesting in these head-to-head fights also, Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde versus Shiv Sena UBT, NCP Ajit Pawar versus NCP Sharad Pawar.
All right. Shiv Sena Shinde versus Shiv Sena UBT, 5-4. So it's really neck and neck as far as the two Senas are concerned. Just quickly run through the NCP Ajit Pawar versus NCP Sharad Pawar. There it's NDA 11, India 6. So clearly in the battle of the Pawars, at least as of now, 45 minutes in, 50 minutes in, Ajit Pawar seems to be racing ahead.
So switcheroos is what we should be focusing on. Let's try to look at the...
So on the switcheroos, Congress, out of the seats that Congress was leading in assembly segments 3 months ago in the Lok Sabha election, trends are in for 17. NDA is leading in 8 of them, in the India Alliance in 8. So it's neck and neck. So which means that 50% of the seats that the Congress was winning, we had won a few months ago. It's kind of losing this time, as of this moment.
As of this moment.
Eknath Shinde is leading from Kopri Panchpakadi. He's up against Kedar Dige. Eknath Shinde says that it was Anand Dige who actually brought him into the party, and a mere auto rickshaw driver, and from there he became an active Shiv Sainik and started working for the Shiv Sena. And if you go back from a place of ignominy, no respect being given, no due being given, to a place where today, from who is Eknath Shinde to saying, is it going to be Eknath Shinde again? That's the transition that's happened for this leader.
I have a point to add, gentlemen, that
yes, isn't it? It is 94 leads, 56 to the NDA, 28 to the BJP, India Alliance 34, with the Congress also now in double digits, 13 leads for the Congress, 11 leads for the NCP Sharad Pawar, Shiv Sena UBT, the weakest link right now in
that
them.
Number of 56 of NDA and 28 of BJP, there are two big trends in that. One is that out of the seats that the Congress was winning 3 months ago, BJP is winning 50% of them. But the seats that BJP was leading in 3 months ago, the NDA is sweeping those seats.
That's sweeping those seats. So they have only consolidated their leads, and they're also pinching seats away from the Congress. Yes, Avantika.
I just want to quickly go to Brijesh Ji because this is very important, Anand, and before anyone comes in, Brijesh Ji has some very important information just to talk about Jharkhand and the importance of the BJP taking that initial lead in those 3 seats. Brijesh Ji.
Avantika, it's very, very important because if you look at our screen, there is lead available for 3 seats in Jharkhand, and this is the same which is already reflected in our software. So it's basically authentic representation of the data. But the first and foremost, the important thing is from Kolhan region, because if you look at the Saraikela seat. From Saraikela, Champai Soren is leading in the first round. And Champai Soren is a veteran of ZMM, recently shifted to BJP. Yes. Now he is a BJP leader from the Kolhan region. Last time, during the last assembly election, BJP was unable to get a single seat from the Kolhan region. For the first time, if you look at this, the first trend is coming. It's in the favor of BJP. Champai Soren, obviously, he has shifted his vote from JMM to BJP. That's very important, interesting. We have to see that is Champai effect is going to turn more and more seats towards the BJP. Exactly. Then it will be very, very positive development for BJP.
Yeah. Back to the studio, Anand.
Just populating some of the northern Maharashtra seats. Again, this is where the BJP really needs to run up the numbers, and it is. In Shirpur, the BJP candidate there is leading. In Chalisgaon, again, the BJP candidate is leading. Again, I go back to, what happened 3 months ago, this whole onion crisis, Lasangao, etc., where the BJP lost big. This time, the BJP seems to be making a comeback. Again, in the Marathwada belt, whether it is in Beed, Latur, Nanded, particularly in Nanded district, they have been running up the leads. In Bhokar, for example, Ashok Chavan's daughter is leading in Bhokar. You have the seat of Deglur, where again a BJP candidate is leading. In Mukhed, the BJP candidate is leading. So BJP running up the numbers here in Marathwada, where it was not expected. Now Vidarbha, some more seats are reporting. Dhamangao Railway, BJP candidate leading. Yavatmal, the BJP candidate leading. In Karanja, again BJP candidate leading. So Vidarbha is now slowly beginning to report. We have more information from Katol, where again the BJP candidate is leading. In the seat of Umred, again the BJP candidate is leading. So Vidarbha is now slowly beginning to report numbers, and you're seeing the NDA number going up. So it's running at 2:1, 64 to the NDA and 32 to the India Alliance.
If I may add to what the point Zaka is making about Vidarbha, we mapped about 31 seats on which had farmer distress. NDA is leading in 18 of those at the moment.
18.
And that number is telling, and that's why you're seeing that lead open up in
Yeah,
Vidarbha.
so clearly, the whether it's the soybean issue or the cotton issue, BJP seems to have made amends from 3 months ago, and that's why you're seeing a lot more orange here in the Vidarbha belt. Of course, Vidarbha is a must-win both for the BJP and for the Congress. There are 36 direct fights. Let's take a look at also the direct fights between Congress and BJP across the state. 75 direct fights. Right now, it's 13 to the BJP, 8 to the Congress.
Things opening up.
ఈమెయిల్ ఉండడానికి కారణం సాధారణ ఆటో యాప్. ఈమెయిల్కి కావాలి గ్యారంటీడ్ ఆటో అంటే ర్యాపిడో ఆటో. 5 నిమిషాలలో దొరుకుతుంది, లేదంటే 50 రూపాయలు మీది.
5 లేదంటే 50, 5 లేదంటే 50.
Actually, that's the 6th of
4-2 in Jharkhand also.
Almost.
Jharkhand is also
Yes.
opening up 6
Yeah.
leads. NDA 68 overall, running away. 107 out of 288 leads that are being plotted. BJP has 33 leads. Shiv Sena in the Mahayuti has 16 leads. NCP, Ajit Pawar has 17 leads. Now, even in the legacy fights early on, the head-to-head fights, BJP versus Congress strike rates, if you want to see how they will turn out, and also the head-to-head fights between how much they are converting, the strike rates that they will yield, and that will obviously lead into the bragging rights. Clearly, the Shiv Sena and the NCP within the Mahayuti seem to be stealing a march early on. We're still not reporting half of the 288 numbers. When it comes to about 145 leads, we'll see. But clearly, the NDA inching faster towards the 100 mark, and they've opened up that gap. Rohit Chandavarkar, what does this imply? Could this directionally show perhaps a runaway win for the NDA?
It looks like the NDA is doing much better than the Maha Vikas Aghadi. That is very clear. And like we said some time back, about an hour back, this is what they expected, and this is what they saw on the ground when voting ended on the polling day. And usually, Anand, we know that the politicians, they are very active on the ground, and their karyakartas, their activists are there in every pocket all over the state, and they are usually aware of what has happened. What's inside the ballot box is known much better by politicians than any other pollsters or any other people. And we could see that in their body language last 2 days. We could see, like we said on the polling day, end of that day, Eknath Shinde's confidence and what his team was telling us. So it looks like, I don't know what number they're going to reach finally, but it looks like they were quite confident and sure about
you look at
what
it,
is happening.
Rohit, the head-to-head fights between the two Senas, we have 13 seats that are reporting. There are 51 direct fights between Shiv Sena, Shinde faction and Shiv Sena UBT faction. Out of the 13 seats, Shinde Sena is leading in 10 and Uddhav Sena only in 3. So I think that gives you a story. Let's also look at the straight fights between the two NCPs. There again, Ajit Pawar is certainly doing better than what he was doing in the Lok Sabha election. There again, it's Ajit Pawar leading in 12 and Sharad Pawar leading only in 6 out of the 38. 20 are reporting out of 38, of which Ajit Pawar is almost twice the leads than Sharad Pawar's party. So both the legacies as they were, 1 hour into counting, it seems like Shinde Sena is definitely having the upper hand in the straight fights with UBT Sena, and also in the fight between the two Pawars, Ajit Pawar is doing much better than Sharad Pawar.
Is there a way to...
The early leads, I think the early leads are in a way similar to the BJP's assessment as well as the exit polls, that the Shiv Sena UBT is collapsing. So far, you can see just 6 leads from Shiv Sena UBT, a party that's contesting over 85 seats, and the BJP Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde dominating the NDA camp. Also, even NCP is doing well, but I think this matches with the BJP assessment that BJP
in fact, Sena, Uddhav Thackeray is leading only in 1 seat in Mumbai. Can you imagine? Wow. 1 seat out of 36, they are leading only in 1 seat in Mumbai.
And they are at the expense of the BJP. It's a BJP which is surprisingly doing well in Mumbai and Thane, and that is the reason I think Shiv Sena UBT is collapsing.
So at the party level, you are seeing the factions that broke away, which are kind of which are ahead.
Doing better,
at the social matrix level, the 3 social groups that moved away from BJP, Marathas, Dalits. In the Maratha regions, BJP is winning very clearly at the moment, at this point. In the Dalit seats, it's neck and neck, but with NDA slightly ahead at Dhaka, we can bring them up on the magic wall. And in the Kunbi seats, OBC factor, NDA is well ahead. So which was the part of the BJP matrix this time, right? To build an OBC coalition around
Rahul Gandhi's whole, the caste survey, the
Yes,
Maratha
exactly
reservation,
what I was
none of that. If you go by these figures, seem to have worked. I mean, Marathwada, I began by saying Manoj Jarange Patil, I don't think at the assembly level is going to be a potent factor. You know, so we were talking about this, Anand. Congress is called a dynastic party, but the fight for legacy was actually between the NCP and the Shiv Sena. But for Congress, it was very important to do well because सबसे ज़्यादा आवाज़ तो उन्होंने उठाया, मतलब शोर उन्होंने मचाया कि हमारा CM होना चाहिए. Like till yesterday, Nana Patole had to be told by Rahul Gandhi that calm down. You know, we are going to take a call on becoming the CM if we get the numbers, and we'll take a call over here. And let's be like a good alliance. Let's show that alliance ka maryada.
It's like if you go back to your...
But Anand, the question of the caste census now comes into the fore. You know,
he wanted,
now dead
Nana
in the
Patole
water?
wanted him to be
Is it going to be raised again
as
in another, like Bihar elections next year? Is it going to be raised? Because Bihar elections, it won't be a factor. That state has already done a caste census for whatever it's worth. So is this question now over?
Along with the other, the fact is this was an election where the Congress could perhaps have consolidated what it had, its performance in Lok Sabha 2024, where the Congress perhaps had the best strike rate and the best performance. A number 3 party in the Maha Vikas Aghadi, which was relegated to the backbenches with 2019, it was a swing of fortunes, and that reaction that was a spontaneous reaction that came from Ritesh Deshmukh, saying finally the Congress is back, it's not done. After the 2019 results in Maharashtra, 2024 results in Maharashtra, Lok Sabha 2024, he campaigned actively, he came out to the fore and campaigned for it, thinking the Congress's resurgence is happening. Here the Congress resurgence is not happening, and that itself is a testament that despite having strong regional leadership and also national leadership, you've not been able to capitalize on your Lok Sabha advantage, what the Congress
in Vidarbha, which is of course the biggest region, it is running away for the NDA. 17 leads to the NDA, a bulk of it with the BJP. The BJP is leading in 13, NCP Ajit Pawar in 2, RYSP in 1, Shinde Sena in 1. And if you look at the breakup for the India Alliance, leading only in 9 out of 62. The Congress is leading in 7, the Sena UBT only in 2. So in Vidarbha, which is the most critical region, the NDA is 17, the India Alliance only 9 seats.
Now this performance of the Congress party, how would you then analyze? Would you not agree if you were to plot the Lok Sabha numbers and the Congress, how it was performing then, the number of the advantage that it had, compared to its performance now, if you look at the leads, 131, 288, 15 leads for the Congress party. You expect them to do better, especially because in 75 seats they're going head to head with the BJP.
Seats, 32 are reporting the NDA has a huge lead, 21 to the BJP, only 9 to the Congress. In those 75 seats, which are head to head, 36 of them are in Vidarbha. It's a big lead for the BJP, 21 to the BJP, only 9 seats to the Congress.
So 89 leads for the NDA out of 132. Look at that strike rate. And if they continue to maintain this strike rate across the 288 seats as the leads start coming in and start consolidating, will that be significant? Bengal, update coming through. Wayanad bypoll, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra taking a huge lead. Bengal bypolls, the Trinamool Congress leading in all the 6 seats. Many say it's fait accompli. UP, BJP leading 6 of the 9 seats. As the exit pollsters had predicted, it was going to be a 6-3 or a 7-2 performance, and it seems to be directionally maintaining those trends. But compared to, and the larger trends in Jharkhand is 7-2 out of 9 leads out of 81. NDA is leading in 7 of those. Do you want to quickly look at Jharkhand and what the story in Jharkhand so far is, where the BJP is making gains?
The BJP is winning across. It's winning in eastern Jharkhand. Champai Soren, we mentioned, that was the first lead from Saraikala. He's leading there. In Nirsa, the BJP candidate is leading. In Bari, which is in northern Jharkhand, where the BJP has always had a problem, the tribal belt, the BJP candidate there leading. In Latehar, which is again tribal belt, it's a reserve constituency. There you have the BJP candidate leading. So BJP doing better in the tribal belt than what they've done historically, certainly more than what they've done in the last election. 2 leads to the JMM in Kunti. Ram Surya Munda of the JMM is leading, and in the neighbouring constituency in Torpa also the JMM candidate there is leading. So it's 7-2 in Jharkhand.
Well, but Jharkhand is still early days. We have to say it could be just the postal ballots being counted, because a lot of the counting centres opened only at around 8:30, 8:40, and we started reporting the first numbers only around 8:45 a.m. from Jharkhand. Although Maharashtra started sending in the leads by about 8:25 this morning, ladies and gentlemen. So there is a difference there to our viewers. Let's go straight across. Let's go straight across to Avantika joining us with more. Yes, Avantika.
Yes, Anand, yeah, 7-2, that's what it's looking here in Jharkhand. There, BJP is leading in Dharmad, in Palamu, from Paki. But let me just take a look at the numbers here. Bataiye. Just tell us the leads which have come in right now.
हाँ, एनडीए या 8 सीटों पे आ गए, इंडिया 2 सीटों पे आ गए, जो अभी आया है। झरिया सीट है, वहाँ रागिनी सिंह आ गए हैं, वो बीजेपी की हैं। पांकी से कुशवाहा शशिभूषण मेहता, वो भी बीजेपी के आगे हैं। डाल्टनगंज से आलोक चौरसिया, वो बीजेपी के आगे हैं। निरसा सीट से अपर्णा सेन गुप्ता, बीजेपी, वो भी आगे हैं। बरही से मनोज यादव, बीजेपी, वो भी आगे हैं। और खूंटी और तोरपा, ये 2 सीटें हैं जहाँ जेएमएम आ गए हैं। तोरपा से
बीजेपी की काफी लीड हो गई है।
जी
निश्चित
हाँ,
है, मगर फिर भी अभी बीजेपी की लीड चल रही है।
जी एक और अभी आ गया रुझान, सिमडेगा, वहाँ भी बीजेपी आ गई है, जबकि कांग्रेस की सीट रही है, लेकिन इस बार देख रही है बीजेपी अभी आगे चल रही है, फिलहाल जो आगे अभी आया हमारे पास। और एक सरायकेला चंपई सोरेन अभी भी अपनी लीड बनाए हुए हैं। लातेहार से प्रकाश राम आ गए हैं, वहाँ से शिक्षा मंत्री जो है जेएमएम के बैजनाथ राम लड़ रहे हैं, वो पीछे चल रहे हैं लातेहार से। मनिका से भी बीजेपी आगे है, मतलब 9 सीट पे अभी आगे है बीजेपी, और सिर्फ 2 सीट है जहाँ जेएमएम आगे।
जी, all right, so that's the update, Anand. And Champai Soren still holding on to his lead.
Champai Soren still holding on to his lead, nearing up 100 leads for the NDA. 99 leads for the NDA. Palakkad bypoll early trend giving the BJP a slender lead, even as Priyanka Vadra takes a runaway lead in Wayanad. So those bypolls important. There are 48 bypolls across the country that are also taking place even as the counting is underway for Maharashtra and Jharkhand. We'll get you those updates. 9 in Uttar Pradesh, 6 in Bengal, where Trinamool Congress is leading in all the 6. Priyanka Vadra taking a big lead in the Wayanad bypoll. BJP has a slender lead in Palakkad. UP bypolls, BJP leading 6 out of 9. This will again give bragging rights to Yogi Adityanath. Chetan Bhagat, Rashid Kidwai with us. So these 6 or these 9 bypolls in UP are also important.
Above 100.
Okay, 101. NDA 101 leads. Where are bulk of the leads coming in
Jharkhand?
Then we go
you're
across.
getting in northern Maharashtra, in Dhule for example, and Devendra Fadnavis cites Dhule. Both in Dhule city and Dhule rural, the BJP candidates are leading. The Shinde Sena candidates are leading in Malegaon. Both the inner seat and the outer seat, both the seats the Shinde candidates are leading. So clearly, this whole Ek hai to safe hai and Hindus vote is united. This was a point that Devendra Fadnavis made. He used the example of Dhule, and it's now coming to bear itself in Malegaon, where he said the one assembly seat sort of overtook 4 other assembly constituencies. Now BJP is leading in all the seats in Dhule, and the Shinde Sena candidates are leading in both the Malegaon.
So very quickly, some more updates coming through. I don't know if we've actually touched upon these. UP bypoll.
Yeah, 6 out of 9.
6 out of 9.
It's on the screen.
Yeah,
it's on the screen.
And of course, Uttarakhand. Kedarnath, BJP leading. So that's an important
BJP is
one.
leading.
That's
UP 6 out of 9. Chetan Bhagat, Rashid Kidwai, welcome. Good to have you in the studios.
Well, yeah.
Your thoughts?
I mean, should we go home?
No, it's too early.
It's too early?
It's too early, man.
You think it's too early?
It's
I think it's
very
going to be the biggest sweep today. Very big election. Some parties' existential crisis. We don't know if we need some of these parties after this, really.
If you look at the bottom grid, Chetan, Shiv Sena, it's Mahayuti and Maha Vikas Aghadi. Let's talk about Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde and Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray. 26 and 6 in the leads. These parties, those strike rates, will this now permanently decide who's got the legacy? Same case with Ajit Pawar, NCP 24 and vis-a-vis Sharad Pawar, NCP 11. Or will there be a difference there because ye local election, this was a local election and that Supriya Sule center?
I mean, it's very simple. I mean, you don't need 2 Shiv Senas. There can only be one. And if both are saying we are the real one, we are the real one, the people have decided. Now, you can discuss till kingdom come whether it's a good decision or bad decision, are the people thinking right or not thinking right, that's for us experts to waste our time on. But the people have decided that this is the one they are going with, and so we don't need the other one. Do we need the other one? What are they?
I mean, just on that point, that's an important point he's made. What was said about Shinde? Money power broke with money power. He bought these people. That debate will be settled tonight.
Sena UBT is leading just in 5 seats.
Exactly. That money factor,
now 4.
The money factor will go out of the window. Then it will be about allegiance, and who, of course, is more credible out of the 2. And that's the result.
Exactly 50% of the leads, Rashidji, just bringing your attention to the numbers, 144 out of 288. BJP has touched the 50 number. BJP is leading in 50 seats on its own. The INDI alliance is 35 seats. So the BJP is 15 seats as a party itself more than
So
the
if it has to
INDI
get
alliance in terms
95,
of leads right
if it
now.
has to get 95, that means out of 288, I'm just saying, it has to have 32% conversion rate, which is where it is right now. If you look at the total number of seats, 146, it's on 51. That means it's overperforming. It's outperforming even the 32% number.
And the NDA conversion, 105 out of 146 already. Rashid Kitwar.
So I think, Anand, nothing has worked for the FVA. In this case, they failed to build a narrative. If there was a narrative of katenge, batenge, ek hai, to safe hai, that has obviously seems to have worked very well.
नहीं सर बटेंगे कटेंगे सर कटेंगे बटेंगे नहीं है
या
बहुत फर्क होता है
कटेंगे बटेंगे तो उल्टी
there is a difference there. That's why.
So I think the BJP or Mahayuti were able to build a very powerful narrative, and there was no counter narrative. I think MVA kept harping on this thing that what happened in Lok Sabha, it will reflect in Assembly, etc. And you know, a lot of it is about poll strategy also, and the poll strategist Sunil Kanugolu was there for, there were a lot of complaints, remember, during Haryana, but Congress take no note of it, and the same thing happened. So it's also partly wrong selection of candidates, talking points, etc.
You know, sir, I'll be very honest with you. The subaltern, it's the time of the subaltern. Whichever way you look at it, this is a renunciation of elite politics, okay, and it's global. This phenomena is global, and you're going to see this develop even in our country over a period of time.
Do you just want to read through the bypolls, Rahul? That's the update. Karnataka, NDA leading 2 out of 3 seats. That's
a big one.
And Uttarakhand, early trend gives BJP the lead. You mentioned Kedarnath. Uttar Pradesh, 6 out of 9 is with the BJP. Trinamool Congress. Palakkad, BJP leads 6 out of 9. Palakkad, the UDF has now snatched the lead from the BJP. Priyanka Vadra taking a huge lead, so she will be more or less sitting right next to her brother in the winter session of Parliament in Lok Sabha. Rahul Gandhi, the LOP there. Bengal, Trinamool Congress leading in all 6 bypoll, where the BJP said that the Trinamool has used everything possible to ensure that they take these seats.
Priyanka's entry into Lok Sabha may for the Gandhi family might be a monumental thing, but on the back of the safest seat in India, presumably for the Congress party, will not give her bragging rights. This will only, once again, in the public's imagination, cement the Congress with a particular vote bank.
Rahul,
the Congress is losing out there.
Rahul, that's your outlook. Many
no, it's not mine. It was actually, even A.K. Antony said this, even after the 2024
electoral politics now, his son has joined BJP. What I'm saying is, congressmen today, they are saying, Priyanka Gandhi aayi hai, Nai Roshni lai hai. What do you say to that mindset?
Sir,
well, Roshni is certainly not happening in Maharashtra. There doesn't seem to be much Roshni in Maharashtra.
On the Maharashtra number, there's some new data in. The Election Commission first data on vote shares and the numbers, and it tells us why the BJP is so ahead. BJP is at 21.3% vote share, early trends right now. The Shiv Sena is at 11.8% and the NCP is at 23.2%. So between these 3 parties, the NDA alliance has got a vast majority.
Yeah.
The UBT, let me just check where the UBT numbers is. Shiv Sena UBT is at 10%.
10%, okay. So that vote share of the Shiv Sena UBT, is it similar to the Eknath Shinde Sena? Or
no, that's 11.
That's 11.
So 11%. But we have to see, is the UBT getting core Shiv Senics?
That's right.
Or is it a vote transfer from the Congress NCP that's helping Shiv Sena UBT? And where is Eknath Shinde?
The UBT is doing very badly. The UBT is leading only in 4 seats. And like I said, only in 1 Mumbai seat. Can you imagine that the Shiv Sena, which was the party of Mumbai, you know, it established itself in Mumbai, is leading only in 1 seat, which is the Vile Parle seat. Other than that, the 3 other seats where the Sena UBT is leading is outside of Mumbai. There's 1 seat in Vidarbha. This is the seat
and
of
actually,
Vani.
Zach, we don't even know the quality of the lead in that particular seat.
This could very well change.
It could
This could very well change. So, I think so far, you know, an hour and 15 minutes into counting, the biggest gainer seems to be the Shinde Sena and Ajit Pawar and of course the BJP. And the biggest loser certainly seems to be the Sena UBT.
Also the Congress party. One may say that because Ajit Pawar is benefiting from the state and centre perception within the Pawar family. But look at the Congress party and their performance. This is the rocket, and somebody who's rocketing up all the way, bang. It's the NDA inching fast towards the halfway number or magic number of 145.
How many rounds?
That's
how many
the
rounds?
numbers.
Because, you know,
we'll get a check on how many rounds. We're coming up to 9:15, so we should be at least into the second or third round of counting. We'll get Avantika to
Because
get us
things
those
can
details.
change. We saw that with Haryana. We saw that with Haryana. We've seen that.
117 leads, but in this case, it looks like settling.
No, I'm
it
just being a
seems it is
safe
going to settle.
psychologist
There's
here
not
for
going
the
to be a
moment.
big
Analyst, call
upswing
me
or
what,
this way
whatever.
or the other. Avantika, how many rounds of counting? Let's go across to the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
3 rounds in
Three
Maharashtra
rounds, yeah.
and in Jharkhand. Brijesh ji, how many rounds done? I think it's only the one round only. Ek bari. Brijesh ji, how many rounds done? First round only, na? First round in Jharkhand, Anand.
Now, but quickly ask him on Jharkhand, 13 to the NDA. Is it going to buck the trend? Is this going to hold? Because
Vijay
that
ji?
means that the BJP is wresting Jharkhand from JMM Congress.
Well, it certainly looks like, at least from now, it's the first round still, but we're seeing a massive lead for the BJP. Brijesh ji, you were talking about Jharia and how important Jharia is. It was last time to the Congress and you're seeing that change happening right now.
Jharia is very, very important. It is part of Dhanbad, and Jharia is known globally as the coal hub because most of the collieries these are located in Jharia. So last time this seat was with the Congress, and this time at least the initial trends, it's showing that BJP is leading there, you know, and both contestants, they are from the same family, both are female, and basically they are Devrani and Jethani. So it's a very interesting contest there.
Okay, he's finding it interesting because of the Devrani Jethani contest. But interestingly, you know, yes, the BJP is taking a massive lead in the first round, Anand. Champai Soren is still holding on to his lead. Hemant Soren is also leading right now.
Right, 13 and 8, interesting picture that's been put
We'll
out.
have to look at the tribal.
Hemant Soren, where the whole family is giving each other nice tail malish while he is playing with the dogs.
He was talking about Latehar. The northern Jharkhand is the tribal belt.
the area.
This is something that the BJP has always traditionally found hard to penetrate into. But I think the interesting thing is the gains. Out of the 13 leads, 4 of these seats were either with the Congress or the JMM in the last election, and 4 seats the JMM or the Congress have lost to the BJP. So I think that's the critical factor to keep
and
an eye out for.
And a pan-Jharkhand lead for the BJP, not just one particular region?
It's it's spread across. It's both in the western part as well as in the eastern part. The BJP is, like I said, leading in 13, 4 gains from the previous
That's
election.
important. That's an important
21 leads of Jharkhand, 13 to the NDA. Is it 2-0 this time around? And if it is 2-0, if these trends hold, what does that imply? Rohit Chandravarkar and also Nalin Mehta. Then we'll take it across.
Well, you know, the first thing I'd like to say is, you know, there was some discussion about whether the MVA narrative worked or whether the MVA had a good enough narrative and all of that. I think this is more of NDA's victory, not really INDI alliance's loss. And I attribute that victory mainly to, you know, the recent schemes that they announced. Whoever thought of bringing this Ladli Bahan Yojana of Madhya Pradesh to Maharashtra, and my information is it was the BJP which thought of it. The credit seems to be going to Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister because it is known as Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana. And he aggressively, you know, campaigned. Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar also, you know, went around the state, held countless rallies saying, you know, we are doing this for our sisters, we are doing this for you. And I think it can be attributed, this win can be attributed mainly to those schemes for women and farmers. Anand.
122 leads for the NDA out of 163, BJP 64. Before we take the conversation forward, quickly just want to see some interesting seats. Worli leads, Mankhurd leads, are they plotting? Nawab Malik?
No, not yet. Let's go from south. Kolaba, Rahul Narvekar is leading. In Mumbai Devi, Amin Patel is leading. In
So
Dharavi,
Shahnazi trailing there.
Yeah, in Dharavi, Dr. Gaikwad is leading. In Kalina, which is the only seat, like I said, in Mumbai, where the Sena UBT is leading. In the neighbouring seat of Vileparle, the BJP is leading. In Ghatkopar East, the BJP is leading. And in the outskirts, again, Goregaon, BJP leading. In Charkop, BJP leading. Even in Thane, as you would expect. In fact, in Thane, all seats, it's within the NDA. In Majiwada, the Shinde Sena is leading. In Kotpuri, of course, the Chief Minister is leading. In Thane city seat, Sanjay Kelkar of the BJP is leading. Even in Mumbra, which is Jitendra Awad's seat, there the Ajit Pawar NCP candidate is leading right now.
So there is a Sion and there is also Sionville, which is Worli. That is Sionville, S-C-I-O-N, Ville. What is happening in Sionville, I want to know.
It's not in plotting.
Oh, wow.
That's why Worli and Mankhurd, because of the Nawab Malik factor,
the
it's
suspense
interesting.
in Sionville.
It's not plotting yet.
Amit Thackeray, you know, Raj Thackeray's son, even Mahim.
Amit Thackeray,
Yeah, it's a
Mahim. Mahim is
three-way
also not
Sena
plotting
versus
yet.
Sena
Mahim
fight.
also not plotting yet.
At this point, so there is a elections are fought on both on party politics and micro level management, and you've already talked about that. But at the social level, at the social matrix level, there's a clear story emerging at this point. If you look at Maratha dominant seats, NDA is ahead 38-12. That's where they had lost support base 3 months ago. If you look at Kunbi dominated seats, OBCs, 13-3. So they're sweeping those seats. Women dominated seats, seats where women voters are more, NDA is sweeping those seats. Seats where Dalits are more, NDA is sweeping those seats. And that is significant because of 3 months ago you had the narrative of Constitution Khatre mein hai. And that is exactly what the Dalit voters turned BJP on.
Taking some credit for that.
Very interestingly,
if you have a vote percentage difference of 10% or so, that is bound to happen. It will cut across all segments. So there is no great, science in saying that, the OBCs are voting and Dalits are voting.
Can we also look at the kind of micromanagement that was done to get this on side was big. Because they got into poll mode right after the results came out. And Kiren Rijiju, in fact, did more than 200 meetings.
Yeah, but he did them as a Buddhist.
Yeah, but among the Mahars, Mahar community, but also among the Matang community.
Is where he took his.
Bhupendra Yadav did some, again, hundreds of meetings with these 55 Dalit subcastes, and spoke to each and every community to say that what is your issue.
Your everyday drive is full of hurdles, but no matter what the hurdle, there's Motul. Win your everyday race with Motul. Race-like performance in road-like conditions. Motul engine oil, powered by Esther Core Technology.
Clearly, reservations are not ending. So why don't you just take it out of your mind that this is something that is going to happen?
RSS has also been
they
able
actually
to bring
worked
out
quite
the
hard
RSS
in
point.
micromanaging this election.
To add to what Nistula is saying on micromanagement and the work that they did on the ground and the RSS point, there's a new data point I want to throw here. We've had the discourse of बटेंगे तो कटेंगे. Then we've had एक है तो safe है. Muslim dominated seats, NDA is sweeping at the moment.
That's right.
13-6.
So there's a complete polarization.
And that's polarization and counter polarization.
That's the long and short of it, actually.
No, sir. I mean, now you see, now somebody is going to turn around and say, please have your coffee. Because the Muslim vote doesn't impact too much of Maharashtra, someone will say. But I believe that in setting the narrative, it has had a massive impact, an overwhelming impact. And perhaps you're right, sir.
Amit Thackeray's seat in Mahim, it is the Sena UBT candidate who is leading there right now.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. So Mahim has started plotting, and then that's where the rail engine and Amit Thackeray, the Thackeray legacy, Thackeray versus Thackeray. Will Raj Thackeray's son Amit Thackeray rest that seat? Will he get the support of the Mahayuti there? Will that happen? Because
so can we start?
Because the MNS is contesting 70 seats. It is fighting, and a lot of them against the BJP also in Maharashtra. Yes, Jharkhand 15-8-1. So BJP and the NDA opening up lead even in Jharkhand. Yes, back to Maharashtra.
Can we make some 4 or 5? I'm not saying conclusions, but flag 4 or 5 things now, which we can perhaps look at. So the Mahars, it seems, are voting for the NDA right now because it appears that the welfareism, the schemes, etc., are beginning to kick in.
The first point that you make, let's just see if it's reflecting on the wall.
Out of the 20 seats that are reserved constituencies, 15 of them the NDA is leading. You want to break that and see which of those parties, 7 BJP, 5 to Ajit Pawar and 4 to Shinde Sena out of the 20 seats.
That's a big number.
So first part is the Mahar, second question.
Let's look at the OBC vote now. Many people said that was going to be fluid, but I believe that there might be a consolidation happening now behind the NDA even there. Can we have a look?
So that's what Nalin said specifically, the Kunbis, OBCs.
There are 58 of them, 47 to the NDA and only 10 to the India Alliance. These are OBC dominant seats.
So that fear factor is wearing off.
BJP 18, Shinde Sena 18, NCP Ajit Pawar 10.
So let's look at these women-dominated seats because many people said that scheme, the targeted scheme, and remember, it's not just one woman in a household. There could be 2 or 3 women in a household that might be getting that money. Who could be the
beneficiaries?
And when you think about economics, these homes tend to earn about 12,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees a month. And if, 4,000 or 5,000 rupees are coming in, it's a massive, it's like a bumper.
So I think going back to what happened 3 months ago, and Rohit, you can weigh in on this whole triple M factor, Maratha, Mahar and Muslim coming together, which is what, dislodged the NDA in the Lok Sabha. That seems to have now reversed. At least there is evidence to show Marathas have come back to the NDA, and certainly a section of the Mahars have also come back to the NDA.
And the other point, straight fights, BJP versus Congress. I know that some people say that there are other fights, but the main fights, the two engines of the two sides, last time it was 38-52.
Yeah, it's 34 and 10.
34-10.
46 seats that we have reports for. 46 direct fights, Congress, BJP. BJP leading in 34, Congress only in 10.
So we have half the number.
That's about a 70%
reported.
strike rate?
Exactly, that's a 70% strike rate.
So if the BJP maintains a 70% strike rate, then the Congress is not the challenger.
Now imagine the national narrative, how it's going to be changing immediately, sir. National narrative. Congress once again proving not to have much of an impact against the BJP.
And Rahul, it's not just about the Congress party, it's the
Sir,
whole
हाँ
India.
हाँ मत मिलाइए, sir, ये तो बहुत गलत हो जाए.
No, why not? If it is a statement of fact, why would I?
No, so I have to ask you, is this a
reflection?
reflection? Is this a reflection on Rahul Gandhi?
Absolutely, in a way it is, and it's also a very poor reflection on the entire India alliance. India alliance will collapse because the defeat in Jharkhand, likely defeat in Jharkhand, in Maharashtra, Mamata Banerjee is already unhappy, she pulled herself out, Aam Aadmi Party is nowhere in picture. So it becomes,
Yeah, I think people have rejected a couple of factors. People have rejected an alliance of convenience.
There's a convenience alliance.
Someone needs to explain what is Bala Saheb Thackeray Shiv Sena doing with Congress and NCP together. Someone please explain this. People are asking this. Please explain what is this for? How will Bala Saheb Thackeray have reacted wherever his God bless his soul?
Chetan, there are 51 seats where it's Sena versus Sena. We have 25 reporting. 20 are with the Shinde Sena.
Yeah,
4
because that kind of makes
UBP.
sense. This is that original Shiv Sena. Why not because of the symbol, but because the original Shiv Sena would ally with the BJP. I mean, where else would they ideologically ally?
Thackeray is a king without kingdom now.
So, and then the second thing, I've seen people give their sympathy once, but you are not entitled to it for life. Even the Congress in 1984 got 400 seats, it never got that many.
NDA breaches the magic number. NDA breaches the magic number 145 in terms of leads, 184 leads, 145 with the NDA. That's the magic number. They've hit it among the leads and projections for the first time. 145, 144, halfway mark is 144, majority number is 145. The NDA is already there. Yes, Chetan, please complete. Sir.
Yeah, so, there was a certain sense of betrayal that the party was snatched away from Uddhav. And I think in the Lok Sabha elections, there was some sympathy once. But sympathy is emotional and emotions are fleeting. They go away. And after that, if CM Shinde has proved himself, then he will get the vote.
It's a phenomenal turnaround from 3 months ago, by the way.
The other thing is people love the slogan, people love the scheme. People love the Ek Hai Safe Hai, people love the Ladli Bahan Yojana. They just love it. I mean, if they do. And I think there was some anger in the Lok Sabha elections against the BJP, etc. It's been expressed now. It's like sometimes you have a fight at home, but people are still like, okay, but this is still our party. They are not doing everything right.
What's happening in the Swara Bhaskar, that particular seat where a husband is contesting? That's an interesting. I want to know. I want to see what
Anushakti Nagar is versus Sana Malik.
Yes.
So it is Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik, against Fahad there, and there is going to be drama. Anushakti Nagar and Mankhurd both are not reporting at the moment. But even as the NDA gets to the halfway mark and beyond it in terms of leads, 147 already. It's beyond it, 147 out of 187. Let's go to the live result hub with an update on Jharkhand, where it's becoming neck and neck. 15-14 out of 32 leads. NDA and the INDA alliance, 16-14 now. Yes, Avantika.
It is so close, Anand, in Jharkhand. I mean, we're seeing the numbers coming in from Maharashtra, 147, Mahayuti really taking the lead there. But in Jharkhand, it's neck and neck. Bataiye, Nilesh, who all are leading, trailing?
जी अभी जो बहुत टफ फाइट है, 17 सीटों पे एनडीए आगे है, 15 सीटों पे इंडिया आगे है. झारखंड विधानसभा के जो अध्यक्ष हैं वो पीछे चल रहे हैं. नाला विधानसभा से वो चुनाव लड़े रविंद्रनाथ महतो, उनके मुकाबले जो बीजेपी के हैं वो आगे चल रहे हैं. जमशेदपुर ईस्ट से जो रघुवर दास है, उनकी जो बहू लड़ रही है पूर्णिमा साहू बीजेपी की, वो अभी आगे चल रही है, जो ओडिशा के राज्यपाल हैं. जामताड़ा से मंत्री इरफान अंसारी वो कांग्रेस के वो आगे हैं. रामगढ़ से सुनीता चौधरी आगे हैं. पांकी से देवेंद्र सिंह आगे हैं, चतरा से रश्मि प्रकाश आगे हैं, जो आरजेडी की एकमात्र सीट है। वो पिछली बार मंत्री सत्यानंद भोक्ता वहाँ से लड़े थे, इस बार उनकी बहू लड़ रही है, वो आगे चल रही है।
काफी क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट है ब्रिजेश जी, 16-18 in Jharkhand. It's so close. I mean, NDA is right now leading just by 2, but then again the numbers are changing. Why do you think this is happening? Exit polls had predicted it to be a very close contest.
Yeah, it was expected too, because if you look at the caste and class combination of Jharkhand, JMM has a very strong base in the tribal areas, plus they have the minority voters. While the BJP tried this time to snatch as much tribal votes as possible, plus this whole polarization, if you remember the major coinage of the BJP in the Jharkhand assembly elections, the question of Mati, Roti and Beti. So I think that is working at least in trends, because last time JMM was in a very good position. The BJP total tally was 25, but if you look at the current trends, out of 38, NDA is 18. So it's a very interesting contest, and it is on the expected lines.
Yes, and now it's 18 all right now.
18 all, so neck and neck fight in Jharkhand. We'll come back to the live result hub in a bit. Quickly telling you this update: Uttar Pradesh by polls. 7-2 in favor of the BJP. It's a BJP versus SP fight directly. Will this also mean a shift in the narrative that was set post Lok Sabha, that Yogi's position is weaker and that there is a change in fortunes? And Akhilesh Yadav said Delhi deputy dono aapke khilaf hai. That's what he said in Hindi, where he said that Delhi and the deputy CM are working against Yogi Adityanath. His stock is coming crashing down. He was the one who first said batenge to katenge, ek hai to nek hai, and the PM then improved it to say ek hai to safe hai. Yogi is campaigned actively in Haryana, he campaigned actively in Maharashtra, campaigned actively in Jharkhand, and in his own bastion 9 seats. This could have shifted, changed the narrative. Rahul, with the panelists, what does this mean then for Yogi Adityanath, for UP narrative, etc.?
Very important. It's a very important comeback by Yogi Adityanath. A lot of people were asking from within the BJP questions of him. He's been given a free run in this particular election. He's also, of course, remember, the lead mascot for the BJP in other states. The BJP retaining some of its strengths in this key heartland state. Remember, Uttar Pradesh goes to polls in a year and a half. So this is not something that one should discount. And this is where the BJP, whoever gets Uttar Pradesh in today's day and age, wins, stays pretty much invincible, retains its core. I mean, I don't know. How do you look at it?
This bipole has a larger implication for within the BJP than for the government headed by Yogi Adityanath. That government is safe with or without these numbers, that wasn't going to go away. Many of these seats were held by the SP. They have now shifted to the BJP. If these trends hold, that would mean a bit of a reversal from the general elections of 2024. If you remember, there was a national executive meet held in Lucknow where very strong emotions were expressed. First by Yogi Adityanath saying that, this is a difficult situation and atyant self-confidence, आत्मविश्वास में कभी गलतियां हो जाती हैं. That was like a kind of a pinprick to some colleagues within. And some of his colleagues then stepped up and said that it is the organization which is important for the government. The government does not make the organization. So there was this kind of a push and pull happening. With these bipolls, there was a lot riding on Yogi Adityanath and his consolidation of his position after what we saw in the Lok Sabha elections.
Chetan Bhagat, quickly.
What Mr. is saying is also that, it positions Mr. Yogi Adityanath once again as a contender, as a sort of, post Narendra Modi era, a kind of, prime ministerial aspirant, prime ministerial candidate. So this consolidates his position. Imagine third time if he wins, as Rahul was saying, in 2027, 3-time Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister will always be a very powerful person for a prime ministerial post.
Chetan Bhagat, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Yogi never really went away. I mean, there were some talks right after the Lok Sabha election results, as people always try to play some power politics. But he's very much like the moment, like a few by-elections and people are like calling him PM candidate. I mean, that's his power, right? I mean, And it's just one MP seat equivalent. It's okay. It's not so
Let
relevant.
me tell you, if his star starts rising too quickly, too rapidly,
Yeah,
there'll
so
be
it's
other
a-
people in the BJP that will be not very happy. So you know,
Basically, these have implications for the party rather than the government.
It's a double-edged
is
sword.
Yeah, it's quite deja vu-ish because between the 2009 to 2014 timeline, it was a similar sentiment with PM Narendra Modi. With Narendra Modi, there were many within the BJP who didn't want his stock to go up because they were saying they'll be uncomfortable. And if 2027 success happens, 3-time Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, obviously it was very important. So there are a lot of similarities in the way pulled out of nowhere, worked in the Sangathan, not core BJP, not core RSS. But I'm just saying there are people who will talk that. And there are others who say that he's the BJP star campaigner. He's the poster boy of Hindutva right now. As far as the BJP is, and he's very hard on his line. He's steadfast on that line.
And who will have problems?
He's steadfast on that line.
And the Batenge Katenge came from him first.
Yeah.
Batenge Katenge came from him first.
Batenge to katenge, and he said ek hai to nek hai. That's what his thing is. You saw what happened in the elections. This is what will happen if you allow your votes to splinter.
Record as a campaigner. I would still hold Prime Minister Modi as the only person in this country who has the power to shift more than 2% of the vote on the basis of his campaign.
Many would also argue.
I would still go with that.
The difference with Yogi is, see, Narendra Modi has his brand Modi, right? Yogi is a more right-wing brand than Narendra Modi, right?
Correct.
Number one. Number two, while Narendra Modi still goes across the aisle and still gets voters across the aisle, Yogi is still more to the right wing. However, Yogi has the ability to galvanize the BJP cadre in a way that others can't, and that is his real utility.
And that's
so in Maharashtra, for example, he may not have an impact on the ground.
So
but he
I
galvanizes
have
the
a
cadre.
theory on this, and I wrote an article for Open. I said that about 4 months back, when Yogi Adityanath came out with this slogan, which was sort of very rancorous, as many people sort of described it then, I thought this was an attempt by the BJP to rally its BJP vote base through Yogi Adityanath, leaving the Prime Minister to do what he does.
I'm sorry spoiling the party here, but I don't think this contest is over yet. India Alliance has gone up to 46. NDA is at 146. A lot of seats now are reporting in Vidarbha. It's getting a little more closer. Sena UBT was leading only in 4, now it's leading in 13. NCP Ajit Pawar is leading in 14. I think there's some ways to go, folks.
Oh yeah,
there's some ways to go.
I mean, I've been saying from the day one that a large number of BJP people who I spoke with overnight yesterday were telling me that 150 is the number they're looking at. This runaway 170, I don't know where it's coming from.
But there is a nearly 99 seat lead that has been opened up. There's a 99 seat that's been opened.
It did in Haryana.
I'm not saying
it did in Haryana. Haryana went up to 70. I remember that.
Not saying that it can change, but it's we are reporting nearly 200 seats. It's early times.
48 now.
But slowly there is a catch up, and the numbers that are diminishing are of the Shiv Sena and the NCP there. That's where the toss-up's happening.
I'm not sure where that is, but I don't think this contest is over yet.
But look at the BJP number. That's at 80. And that will give the BJP a lot of heart. I don't know about the other two. Remember,
because
everyone is
closer to their target of about 95 seats.
Remember, everyone is transferable. So if the BJP gets 95, it'll be the person around
the
which
interesting
the
story is
next government will
Jharkhand,
form.
where the India Alliance has taken a 4-seat lead now, 23 to 19, 24 to 19 now. They had gone up 2018, it was 2020, and now it is 24 to 19. So
Also,
Jharkhand is
the other
pretty interesting.
significant thing is, remember 10 minutes back when we checked in, it was -4 for the India Alliance. So right now, they are on track to winning all the seats that they won last time around. So they've net not got any losses. The NDA has added one. One
so
less
only
to the
Access
others.
My India, Zach, only Access My India had shown. In fact, they had shown a
bigger
win.
win.
53 seats,
bigger
53
win,
seats was the absolute number that Access My India projected for JMM Congress.
Yes, so that's,
they said what is working for the NDA in Maharashtra will work for the JMM Congress in Jharkhand.
200 seats reporting in Maharashtra, 147 to the NDA, that's above the halfway mark, 48 to the India Alliance. Some more seats reporting in Mumbai. Let's take a look. From the outskirts, you have in Bhayandar the NC candidate leading, of course in Ovala the Shinde candidate leading, in Kopri the Chief Minister is leading, in Thane Sanjay Kelkar of the BJP is leading, now Mumbara, which is Jitendra Awad's seat, he's leading there, in Airoli again the BJP candidate is leading. Let's look at some of the Mumbai city seats. I think we have one more Sena UBT lead that's coming through. I'm just trying to check which, I think this is Bandra East if I'm not mistaken.
So this is where they reside. Matushri is Bandra East. So if let's have a look. It'll plot in a bit. Mahim has not yet started reporting. Anushakti Nagar is not reporting yet. Amit Thackeray is trailing in Mahim. So Mahim is reporting. Amit Thackeray is trailing in Mahim. Anushakti Nagar, Mankhurd, interesting seats. Worli, Milind Deora versus Aditya Thackeray. That's not reporting yet. That's not reporting yet. But overall, 148. So this is 4 more than the halfway mark. Majority number is 145. The NDA right now in pole position with respect to the number of leads. 203 out of 288 are reporting already. 148 for the NDA. 82 leads for the BJP. Eknath Shinde's Dhanush Ban, the Shiv Sena, leading in 36. NCP Ajit Pawar leading in 28. Clearly far greater than the UBT and NCP Sharad Pawar in terms of leads. Congress leading in 21. INDI Alliance not yet at the 50 number but slowly inching up. Is this going to change? Is this going to change, or will these leads hold? 150. NDA touches 150 out of 203 leads. So leads more consolidating. We should have at least 5 rounds of counting. We'll go across to Avantika to get a sense of Maharashtra. How many rounds of counting already in Maharashtra? 150 and 49. So clearly 3 times more than what the India Alliance has, the NDA holds in Maharashtra. Is it a runaway victory? Will Pradeep Gupta's outer liar number of 200 be within reach for the NDA? We'll have to wait and watch. These are still leads. Yes, Avantika, how many rounds?
153 rounds. 3 rounds have been complete, but in some places the first round has now finished. So there's still early leads. But some of the big names, बताइए प्रशांत जी, some of the big names. What about Milind Deora? What about Shaina NC? उनके बारे में कुछ अभी?
मिलिंद देवरा अभी पीछे है, शाइना एनसी पीछे है. मिलिंद देवरा आदित्य ठाकरे के साथ में उनके खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं. आदित्य ठाकरे अभी डी पे है दूसरे राउंड पे. शाइना एनसी का दूसरा राउंड चल रहा है. वहाँ शाइना एनसी भी पीछे है. वहाँ से जो कैंडिडेट है वो आगे चल रहे हैं. साथ में बाला साहब थोराट जो है वो पीछे चल रहे हैं संगमनेर से, जो पूर्व मंत्री भी है. उसके बाद में रोहित पवार आगे चल रहे हैं. इस तरह से अभी धीरे धीरे जो भी चेहरा है वो चेंज हो रहा है. हो सकता है महायुति और महाविकास आघाड़ी दोनों में जोरदार टक्कर हो सके.
बड़े बड़े नाम है, एकनाथ शिंदे, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, ऑल दोस नेम्स दे
सब लोग आगे. सब देवेंद्र फडणवीस नागपुर पश्चिम से आगे है. उसके बाद में खासकर देखा जाए कोपरी पासपागड़ी से एकनाथ शिंदे आगे है. वो भी लीडिंग में है सब लोग. VIPs.
Any update on Mankhurd and Mankhurd and Anushakti?
और इसके साथ में VIP देखेंगे. रायगढ़ से भरत गोगावने आगे है. उसके बाद में स्नेहल जगताप आगे है. रोहित पाटिल आगे है. संजय काका पाटिल आगे है. गुंजन नवाटे आगे. ये सारे VIP लिस्ट है. माहिम का भी अपडेट नहीं आया है. अभी नहीं आया. अभी आएगा तो हम आपको बता देंगे.
बिल्कुल.
Mahim, Mankhurd, Anushakti Nagar not yet come.
Not yet.
Worli, Aditya Thackeray is leading in Worli. That's the update. Shaina NC trailing in Mumba Devi. Amin Patel is leading in Mumba Devi at the moment. Over in Jharkhand, it's 29-24. So the JMM Congress combined, the India Alliance opening up a 5-seat lead already with the NDA. 2 seats with the others. Is it going to be dead heat, or will the India Alliance open up a bigger lead? 55 out of the 81 seats are reporting in Jharkhand. 153 for the NDA in Maharashtra. 207 out of the 288 seats are reporting. The BJP inching in onto the 90 number. Will it breach 100? Will it get closer to its 2019 score? That's important, interesting. There is a huddle and a hustle going on here in the studio. Nistula Hebar, Nalin Mehta, what's the conversation going on?
So Nalin was asking me if Mahayuti manages to win and BJP manages to turn around what happened in June, who would you give the credit to? So I was just basically going through the hard graft that the BJP did organizationally. And you know, the biggest thing that was weighing on the party was the Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai issue, not just in terms of electoral numbers, but in terms of also the Hindutva project. The Hindutva projects will stand on its own politically and electorally only if the marginalized and the subalterns are with them. And if this Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai cleavage comes in between, then it's, you know, over, because you can't have a Hindutva project with just the upper caste. That is what they had since independence, and it never worked. So that was something that they really worked hard on, and it was really gamed in a proper way. There were the Mahars that were spoken to, the Matangs, and the other 55 other subcastes. You know, these are very small, like communities, but everybody was talked to. So even if they were not going to vote for you, there was not this feeling of anger or anxiety with which they go and vote for your opposition. So all of that was sought to be curtailed.
So they went, Kiran Rijiju, Bhupendra Yadav were all tasked to address these issues?
Yes, absolutely. And the RSS was spoken to, saying that, look, this is the 100th year of the foundation of the RSS. Maharashtra is the home of the RSS. Nagpur is the headquarters of the RSS. So do you want a government built by a party which is not of the ideological family? Think about it. So very early on, the Joint General Secretary Atul Limaye was put in charge of coordination. Even with Ajit Pawar's party, they couldn't have any central sort of a thing in Bombay. Nobody listened to them. So for every seat, they had a committee with people from Ajit Pawar's party, local BJP guys and the local Shakha workers. And then they coordinated to go out and work together. They said, okay, even if you're not going to win, there has to be some vote transfer. It cannot be like June 2024.
Nistala, in my view, the big difference between June 2024 and now is that in June 2024, BJP entered these states, Maharashtra and UP, where also we are seeing important by-elections, with the arrogance of a champion who thought who couldn't be defeated.
Absolutely.
Right? So they said it doesn't matter. They were unprepared. They were taken by surprise by Samvidhan Khatre mein. This time they've come in and fought their ground game in a way that
They took the right lessons from
They took the right lessons and they've done a course correction.
Yes.
So the one point that we need to now look at is seat conversions. What's happening actually in both Maharashtra and Jharkhand? Who's moving whom? What's moving? And what about the firewall seats? Because it's very critical that we begin now at this point to look at that basically so that we can project.
Just the Bombay seats, couple of new seats are reporting. Bandra West, Ashish Shelar, who is the Mumbai president of the BJP, he is leading in Bandra West. Bandra East is not reporting yet. That's where Zishan Siddiqui is fighting. Amit Thackeray is trailing. This is in the seat of Mahim. We have further south, Kolaba, of course, Rahul Narvekar is leading in Mumbra Devi. Amin Patel is leading. He's, of course, Shaina NC is trailing in that seat. Couple of more Sena UBTs. Bhanduk West. Ramesh Kurkankar is leading in Bhanduk West, and also the neighbouring seat, the Sena UBT is leading. But in Ghatkopar East, the BJP candidate there is leading.
Zaka in Mahim, Amit Thackeray is trailing, but who is leading? Sada Sarvankar or the UBT?
The Sena UBT candidate is leading. Dr. Mahesh Sawant of the...
That's the home of Sema Bhavan and Bala Sahib Memorial.
But what about firewall seats? Are they being breached, and on which side are they being breached? Is it an equal sort of breach? That means there is equal transference, or is there now overwhelming in those contests between the BJP and the Congress? The BJP retaining those numbers that we saw
in the 75 seats that are the direct contest, 61 are reporting. BJP is leading in 42 and Congress only in 18. So this is the situation as of
and between the two Senas,
between the two Senas, yeah, we have that between the Sena Shinde and the Sena UBT. 30 of those seats are reporting out of 51. 18 to the Shinde Sena and 10 to the Sena UBT.
So there also the Eknath Shinde is winning the conversation.
And that's
in the
also
Pawars,
true for NCP.
Yeah, we just look at the NCP.
With the NCP versus NCP
That's
again.
a big one.
Yeah, NCP versus NCP, and Ajit Pawar really, 20-8 out of the 29 seats that are reporting, 20 direct fights. Ajit Pawar's candidates are leading.
So
only
are these
8.
mostly in the bastion?
So this is largely around Western Maharashtra, but Ajit Pawar has also got a couple of pickups in Vidarbha, which you would imagine is not his sort of stronghold.
So this is very interesting because this tells us that perhaps Sharad Pawar's hold now over the future of the NCP movement, whatever you want to define it as, is perhaps weakening. That's the real takeaway.
Just to cover one thing, the INDA alliance clawing a bit into the Maharashtra numbers. It's inched up from about 40 to about 59. It was 60 just a second ago. It's 150 for the NDA. It went up to about 153, 154. It's come down to 150. Here, Jharkhand, clearly this seems to be running right down to the wire. 60 out of 81 leads. NDA is 25. India Alliance is at clearly 33.
So they have an 8-seat lead
So
that
where
they've
are all
opened up.
these seats being reported from? Are they mostly from the south, mostly from the north?
It's Pan-Jharkhand.
It's
Jharkhand numbers are
So here in the northern part of the state, it seems to be a mix between the BJP and the JMM. Of course, the BJP opening some of its account here. In the western part of the state, the BJP has significant inroads there, and of course the south, which has always been the JMM stronghold, but bulk of the seats that the JMM is winning happen to be here in the south in the Dumka
But
belt.
the individual contributors, state not
individual
right
contributors to the India Alliance. Let's see, JMM leading in 17, Congress leading in 10, but importantly, this is the figure to keep out. Congress has lost 4 from last time around, and JMM is down 3 from last time.
This is interesting. The RJD
has picked up 3, and the CPI-ML has also picked up 2. So RJD and CPI-ML are helping that India number go up to 35.
There was disappointment with the Congress and the campaign it ran.
Yeah. In fact, even JMM was upset with the Congress that Rahul Gandhi was not.
Sir, you were saying something.
Rahul, I think if you have a leadership, you have a face, you have a talking point, and in alliance it works. So in Jharkhand, if these numbers hold true, then again the India Alliance story will have. So in Maharashtra, there was no face, there was no talking point, there was no narrative. So all this thing fundamentally is an internal.
No, there was definitely a face, Rashid Bhai. Uddhav Thackeray had been crowing from the rooftop saying, declare me as Chief Minister. But nobody declared him Chief Minister.
Absolutely. So
they had a face.
So that is what I'm saying, Zaka, that was a tactical error. They should go, whether they win or lose, they should have gone with the face.
No. You have Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray and Nana Patole.
Sharad Pawar
and you're
is
saying 3 big faces there, 3 faces here?
No.
Rohit has a
Sharad
point
Pawar
to make.
cannot be a face.
Discussion will happen. Rahul, face discussion will happen tonight. 5 years back, you and I were sitting together.
Yeah.
We have also changed parties. We were sitting at a different channel. Okay. And BJP was winning. I have a very interesting math here. By the evening, if India Alliance realizes, okay, half the term for Mr. Shinde as CM, half the term for Mr. Ajit Pawar as CM, come over. It happened in 2019.
Chetan, it's just 10 o'clock in the morning, man. Please. I can't imagine. I really don't want to go there.
Chetan is only having coffee.
I'm only having coffee and I'm telling you. So the Mumbai hotels, they must check the locks, the safety, CCTVs of all Mumbai hotels. Please.
But Chetan, I have to ask you a question. वो तो alliance of convenience है. आपका क्या alliance?
हम तो जहाँ राहुल जाता है.
Rahul का alliance है.
There are many Rahuls. There's a lot of confusion. Even the PM said, "Kaun Rahul?" So I think there's one Rahul here, one Rahul somewhere else, one Rahul.
And one Rahul you wrote about.
So many Rahuls. So
I think I want to make a point about CM face. You know, the CM face thing is a typical media thing. I don't think the parties are comfortable announcing that, and that is because once you announce one name, you have other alliance partners not too much interested in contesting or campaigning and all those things, and there are internal bickerings or problems that creep up. I think on the NDA side also, I mean, Rashid Bhai said it was a mistake by MVA that they did not announce the CM face. I don't agree with that, because on the NDA side also there was no CM face. I mean, obviously they said that we are fighting the...
No, but there's an incumbent chief minister. Yeah, you fight on his face.
They said they will fight under the leadership of Eknath Shinde because he's CM, but they also made it clear that after the polls, if they win, they are not sure who's going to be the CM. Obviously, my guess is it's going to be Devendra Fadnavis if BJP gets
160,
these kinds
but
of
the
numbers.
India Alliance is inching up to 70. Jharkhand, a 10-seat gap has been opened up by the India Alliance. JMM, Congress, RJD plus. So this India Alliance has opened up a 10-seat gap. We still haven't reporting all the seats in Jharkhand. 64 out of 81.
The question I want to ask is that in Haryana, just a month ago, while there was no officially declared candidate for the Congress, but it was assumed by a lot of people, and certainly a lot of people on the ground were saying that Huda will be the CM, right? They were almost behaving like he'd already become the CM. But that didn't work.
That was also this, Shelja was there and she was also a contender. So what I'm saying is, I was saying in the context of Jharkhand, that in Jharkhand there was a very clear established leadership of Hemant Soren. There was a talking point that, Adivasi is not getting, and that him being framed in that ED case, etc. So there was that entire narrative was there. In Maharashtra, there was no narrative, and that is what it is.
Well, let me also tell you that in Karnataka, the bypolls there, it's interesting because you have a BJP and you have a JDS in the lead there. on 2 of the seats. That's right.
From Channapatna, I think he's in the lead.
And this happens on the back again of a very polarized campaign also in Karnataka. So it's interesting because the theme was pretty much
so it's 144.75, folks. It's 144.75. It's come back to the halfway mark of 144. It went up to 150 plus. So that's why I'm saying I don't think this race is over yet. So I think there's ways to go there.
I come back to the point I was making.
Uddhav Thackeray, his party is doing not badly in
the
sense of
not at all. But come back to the point I made at the very beginning. The people that I was speaking with are not giving the Mahayuti more than 150. Let's say that the 170 is not happening. 150 is a more realistic number, and 150 is a victory.
So
it's good enough.
60 seats, 63 seats are not yet being reported.
That's right.
63 seats are not yet being reported, and the NDA is sitting at the halfway number.
So where are these 63 seats? Which
where are they? It's across regions. A lot from Konkan, which of course is the BJP stronghold.
And Shiv Sena.
A lot of them from Konkan are not reporting. A lot of them from northern Maharashtra are also not reporting.
Hotels in Bangalore can have still have a booking.
No,
but
not just hotels in Bangalore. Chartered
let's have a look at Vidarbha a little closer. Let's go to Vidarbha and let's have a look at Vidarbha closer. How many seats have actually changed in Vidarbha? Because see, that's the region where it's reporting quite a few saffron seats.
So out of 62 seats, 54 are reporting. NDA has a healthy lead, 33, and the India Alliance only 21. But
so
let's see.
Last time in Vidarbha it was 20 out of 62 for the Mahayuti, and MVA was 42. So that number is reversing there. So
Vidarbha is reversing.
And Marathwada,
so it's 33-21 out of the
so that number is reversing, and we still have a number of seats that haven't been called.
Yes.
Now let's look
at about 8 more
Marathwada.
seats.
Let's have a look at Marathwada. I'm just very keen.
Just quickly to Marathwada as well. 46 seats. I don't think all of them are reporting yet. 42 out of 46 are reporting. NDA 26. India Alliance 16.
So that's more than double of the last. I'm talking about last time, and I'm talking about is Lok Sabha. So 12 out of 46 the Mahayuti had. Now it appears in Marathwada they more than double 26. Their numbers.
They've got more than.
Make it simple. This Chacha Bhatija, they have they have about 50 seats. If they have 50 seats, they will do what they would want to do.
You mean to say they are transferable?
Obviously, even if somebody is 140.
Both the Pawars have 50 seats, you think they will merge?
Here is the case. Here is what will happen. Neither Eknath Shinde nor Ajit Pawar are going anywhere if those numbers are comfortably above 150 because their legacy is settled, their ownership of their parties is settled, and they're going to sit tight there because their administration is settled. कोई किधर भी बुला ले वो कहीं नहीं जाने वाला है.
पता है हम उस दिन भी राहुल और हम ने लंच का प्लान बनाया था 2019 में कि आज लंच पे खत्म है लंच पे जाएंगे and he stayed the whole weekend in the studio.
All right.
Remember 5 AM government.
Let's go Avantika live result up. Yes.
Absolutely.
Anand, just a quick update. Other than Hemant Soren, who's leading, everyone else is trailing. Champai Soren, who was leading since the morning, now is trailing. His son Babulal Soren is also trailing. Kalpana Soren, the wife of Hemant Soren, she's trailing as well. Political greenhorn, she led such an impressive campaign. There was a lot of expectations from him. But still in Jharkhand, it's very close. BJP is leading in 25 seats, JMM in 23 seats. Nilesh, just give me a quick update. What's it looking like?
जी अभी के जो रुझान है बीजेपी 25 सीटों पर आगे है, जेएमएम 23 सीटों पर आगे है. सबसे चौंकाने वाला है कि हेमंत सोरेन की जो पत्नी है कल्पना सोरेन गांडे वो पीछे चल रही हैं. हेमंत सोरेन के जो छोटे भाई हैं बसंत सोरेन दुमका से वो भी पीछे चल रहे हैं. सिर्फ हेमंत सोरेन है जो आगे चल रहे हैं. उसके अलावा जो चंपई सोरेन है वो भी पीछे चल रहे हैं. उनके बेटे बाबूलाल सोरेन घाटशिला से लड़ रहे हैं, वो भी पीछे चल रहे हैं. पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री अर्जुन मुंडा, उनकी वाइफ है मीरा मुंडा, वो पहली बार चुनाव लड़ रही है पोटका से, वो आगे चल रही है. उसके अलावा जो ओडिशा के राज्यपाल हैं रघुवर दास, उनकी बहू पूर्णिमा साहू पहली बार चुनाव लड़ रही है जमशेदपुर पूर्वी से, वो आगे चल रही है. जी आरजेडी जो है सो 4 सीटों पे आगे चल रही है, कांग्रेस 10 सीटों पे आगे चल रही है. उसमें से एक सीट वो भी है चतरा, जहां पर एकमात्र वही सीट है जहां लालू यादव चुनाव प्रचार के लिए आए थे. सुभाष यादव वहां के कैंडिडेट हैं, वो आगे चल रहे हैं चतरा से.
And Anand, that's an important point. RJD taking a lead in those 4 seats, at least for now.
All right, I just want to come back to the Mumbai seats. Some more seats are reporting. Like I said, Bandra West, Ashish Shelar is leading there. But in the neighbouring constituency of Andheri West, Ashok Jadhav of the Congress is leading. In the next seat of Versova, and this is interesting, Rahul, you might want to talk about this. Haroon Khan, Muslim candidate from the Sena UBT, is leading in that constituency. Shinde Sena is leading in Andheri East. In Bhandup West, the SSUBT candidate is leading. In Vikhroli, again the SSUBT candidate is leading. In Ghatkopar East, the BJP candidate is leading. In Chembur, the Shinde Sena candidate is leading. In Shivdi, the Sena UBT candidate is leading. Now we have for Mahim, where Sena UBT candidate is leading. Let's take a look at this one. Malabar Hill, Ali Rahim Sheikh, independent candidate. He seems to be leading in Malabar Hill. Worli is not reporting yet, but
Worli, Mankhurd, Anushakti Nagar not reporting yet. Mankhurd will be
So
Nawab
let's be
Malik.
very-
That
let's be
story.
very clear.
Abu Azmi's seat also we should have a look at Shivaji Nagar and also Anushakti Nagar, where it is Fahad versus Sana Malik.
Yes.
Yes.
Very interesting. If you look at the numbers now at the bottom of the screen, the Sena UBT and the Shiv Sena official, I mean, you know, they're now, there's a tight contest there. It's not exactly the runaway that Shinde was expecting. And the NCPs also are tight. So
let's take a look at the Sena versus Sena.
Yeah.
38 out of 51 are reporting. It's 20 to the
it's,
Shinde Sena, 17 to the SSUBT.
It's a neck and neck there.
And I'll quickly check on the two NCPs as well. NCP versus NCP, Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar. Again, 38 seats where they are fighting against each other. There, I think
difference.
Ajit Pawar seems to be having
which is surprising
having the edge.
because in the Lok Sabha, it was actually the NCP SP
Yes.
that did fantastically well.
They had an
for-
80% strike rate.
That's right,
Correct.
80%
But,
strike
but
rate.
there is a theory with respect to the NCP that when it comes to Lok Sabha, it will be Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule. When it comes to Vidhan Sabha, it will be Ajit Dada Pawar. Now, does that hold, and is Ajit Pawar actually milking that to claim legacy rights going forward? We have to wait and watch. The other thing to our viewers, some will inflate, some will deflate across other channels. Eventually, this is the template. So stay here. These are the numbers you can trust. These are the numbers that are coming from the counting centers, and that's why there won't be any runaway numbers. The leads across all television screens eventually will settle here. Now let's try and look at the numbers at this point. The halfway number is just plotting on above us. And clearly, with nearly 46 seats to be plotted or to be even reported so far, we have the NDA with 152. Does that not signal a runaway victory by a huge margin? Yes, the India Alliance is playing catch up. It's inching up into the 90s, slowly inching up to the 90s at 86. But this is a big win. 152 with still 46 seats or 43 seats to be reported is a big one, and these numbers will only consolidate unless there is a huge shift that happens, tectonic, which actually reverses the numbers over the course of the next hour. By the time we get into round 7, round 8 of counting, leads should start settling in. There will be some close contests, and we'll get into those close contests also. But as of now, the NDA is in pole position to rest, to stay on. It's a pro-incumbency mandate. That's what it looks like.
Incumbency is an important point that you're underlining. And look at that number of the BJP at 87. Did we expect?
Rahul, just below that, breaking taker, it said Mankhurd, Nawab Malik is trailing. So Mankhurd is reporting Nawab Malik is trailing right now.
That is an important one. It's an important marker in the larger fight because, as you know, he was left pretty much on his own. But look at this BJP number, 87. And if this holds, and the BJP is expecting at 95, okay? If that number goes up, and by some dint of fate, the Shiv Sena starts pulling up its socks, I'll tell you, this could be a runaway election.
95 and 55, Rahul,
That's right.
that means these two themselves have 150 seats.
Absolutely.
So
They don't need anyone else.
there is, Ajit Pawar is not going anywhere.
He's not going
Whatever Ajit Pawar gets is a bonus. Those 26 seats are a bonus. Then the BJP or the NDA is at 175 and they're comfortable. Nobody's going anywhere then.
And that number for the BJP is a very big number because remember, they've contested about 153 seats, isn't it?
157 if I remember.
152. I just want to go back to the
150 plus seats.
Yeah.
But look at that conversion ratio.
Yeah.
That is astounding.
No, so in the ministers who are contesting, we have 27. There are 28 ministers, 27 of them who are reporting, the seats that are reporting. 20 of them are leading, 6 of them are trailing. I'll be interested to see which are the 6 who are trailing.
Anand made the point pro-incumbency. That's a reflection of it.
Yeah.
The other thing is that the last time around the BJP won 104. If they come to 95, 104 with 4 parties in the fray, 95 with 6 parties in the fray, it also shows that the BJP is not only emerging as a single largest party, it's becoming a pan-Maharashtra party.
It also tells you that Modi still retains overwhelming support amongst a large part of the vote.
The brand Modi conversation.
It didn't work when he was himself
Sir,
on the big ticket.
people can play on fears, and someone did make the point that fear actually
Then don't say this.
resonate.
That
No,
Mr.
I mean,
Modi,
if people
whenever
are-
he's there,
if people are
when he was
cooking
his
up
own
stories-
election,
Can I
make a
he
point
could not
here?
get the majority in Maharashtra.
Very humbly,
Sir,
may I make a point
very
here?
humbly,
Sir,
this
please.
time around, sir, the NDA's campaign was not on how many seats they will
Yeah.
win.
Yeah.
400 par was the wrong strategy because that showed arrogance, and within the team, it also brought in complacency. This time around, what they are saying is, ek hai to safe hai. There is a fear factor there that if we don't fight together, if we don't come out, and if we don't work unitedly, we will be demolished. We'll be gone. And that's what worked. There was no talking about how many seats we want to win. Nobody is saying how many seats they want to win. They are saying we need to work together and we need to be together. That shift in the narrative. Had this been the story in Lok Sabha where they said we have to win for a better Bharat, we have to do well rather than saying 400 par, perhaps nature of the campaign would have been different. Yeah.
I want to make a deeper sociological point here. In Maharashtra politics, there have been two major phases as far as BJP is concerned. So, irrespective of which the elections come and go, right? It depends a lot on what you do on the local level and so on. Look at the last 40 years since 1980 when BJP was formed. 1980, BJP gets 14 seats. 85, 16. 1990, 42. 1995, 65. 1999, 56. 2004, 54. And 2009, 46, which was their lowest. In 2014, they get 122. 2019 they get 106, and now if they're getting around 90, that means for 3 consecutive elections, they'll be the single largest
Also,
party.
2014 election, they fought on their own.
Yeah, exactly.
fought all
For
the
3
seats on
consecutive
their
elections,
own
they'll be the
without
largest
Shiv
party, and they've been in power for the last 10 years.
Absolutely.
So that tells you a major subterranean shift in
The only
Maharashtra
problem
politics.
right now,
Long
the
term.
only problem right now, I'll hand it back to you. The only problem right now for the NDA alliance is the Shiv Sena's conversion rate. The NCP are actually doing quite well.
Correct.
On the conversion rate. Yes, Anand.
No,
please.
I was just saying that the BJP individually is more than the India alliance 2 hours into counting.
Yes.
5 rounds of counting, the BJP still remains larger than the India alliance put together in Maharashtra. It's a big statement.
Absolutely. But you see, Anand, see, there is a bit of a
डायरेक्ट
paradox.
फाइट्स में देखिए 35-31 है ओवरऑल. अगर आप देखें 51 डायरेक्ट फाइट्स हैं, ओवरऑल स्कोर 35-31 है बिटवीन एकनाथ शिंदे एंड शिवसेना.
Which is very, actually,
UBT.
politically speaking, is very sort of intriguing, because here are 2 political parties, NCP and Shiv Sena. They got split. There are 2 formations, and both are getting 50% of of seats. Now this is something which is statistically it can be said, but politically it is very difficult to explain.
It's just basically people saying, okay, na teri
34 more leads to come. 34 more leads to come. The NDA is now above 161 leads. So this is going one way. This seems to be going one way.
Knockout, and I think it also tells the BJP they don't really need the Shiv Sena and NCP in the future. I mean, why do you need this? If BJP would have contested all the seats, they would have won a majority. They don't need this.
Maharashtra, at least for...
I mean, think about it. Why do I need these allies? What are they bringing to the
but
table?
at least for 2 or 3 more.
For the chief ministerial
appointment. Puri game changer.
Thank God you're not advising them.
I'm not
BJP
advising.
will
I'm
push
just saying.
for its own chief minister to take over now, and that's going to have
See the sum of the vote share, till the time the BJP gets to a 35-36% vote share on its own in Maharashtra, it cannot think about fighting Maharashtra on its own.
No, but it has not contested all the seats, so you're not going to get
it
the...
contested in 2014 and they got 122 seats.
Yeah, so this is doing better than that, for sure, because they've contested half the seats. And they're like 94 and some like...
No, but alliances don't work that way.
I'm not advising, I'm thinking, I'm stepping into their shoes.
Alliances don't work that way. There is a vote transfer that happens.
But you would also give credit to Chetan that there are many within the BJP, including someone like Devendra Fadnavis, who believe that the BJP should have fought 2019 on its own on all the seats, rather than having a pre-poll alliance with the Shiv Sena.
See, these parties are not like the TMC. Shinde Shiv Sena, if you can call it whatever you call it, he cannot take on the BJP or fight yet. I mean, he's proven something, he's been accepted, but only as an ally of the BJP. Can he ever take on the BJP, for example, like TMC can? He cannot. It's not. Why do people of Maharashtra need this?
The sum of all 5 parties is greater than the BJP right now. And till that situation prevails for the BJP itself, it will have to test one election cycle, maybe two
2 cycles from now, but they will eventually have to test the fact that whether can they fight on their own. Right now, that doesn't seem to be, it's not mature enough for BJP. But that's what many others in the BJP feel, that they're not ready yet.
Net 2 takeaways already beginning to form. That is that yes, the BJP is now definitely becoming the single pole around which Maharashtra politics is going to revolve. Now, whether it has come on the back of a split or not, that's an immaterial thing. The Shiv Sena, Shinde Sena has a little bit of work to do, but amazing that it has withstood the UBT, the entire branding of the Thackeray clan. That is an amazing recovery.
Yes.
This is not now down to money power, so that goes out of the equation. And Ajit Pawar is the future of the party. He is going to claim the legacy of the Pawars, and I think that is establishing these 3 big takeaways.
Check the straight fight Sena versus Sena. 40 out of 51 are reporting, so 11 more seats are yet to report. Shiv Sena UBT Sena is leading in 20, and Shinde Sena is leading in 18. So now the UBT Sena.
Are these leads? Can we get a sense of that, Zach?
It keeps changing. It keeps changing, Rahul.
But
So
are these marginal leads, or are they big leads which are not going to change, because a lot could then therefore.
Again, in the NCP versus NCP fight, there I think Ajit Pawar seems to be holding steady. And the fact that he has opened up leads, for example, in the Konkan belt, he's leading. In Pune, 3 seats he's leading. He's got a couple of seats in Vidarbha as well, 4 seats in Marathwada. So I think the spread is beyond his traditional turf of Western Maharashtra.
And he has really
and 1
worked
seat
his,
in Mumbai, by the way, in the outskirts of Mumbai.
Well, there you go. And he's worked his socks off. People are saying that he really has got into the weeds of it. But I'm looking at the leads, the margins, because remember, the vote banks that they're fighting for are pretty much the same. So we need to have a look round by round. How strong are the leads on either sides of the Shiv Sena? How strong are the leads on either side of the NCP fences? That'll be really interesting to see, because it could come down to a margin of 3, 5, 10,000 votes at the max. Yeah, Jharkhand is on the screen, 27-45. That looks like a runaway right now for the India bloc. It's obvious that the tribal vote hasn't really shifted in that manner.
So if you look at the map, for example, in all regions, in the south, in the west, and in the east, BJP has some pockets in the east, but the JMM seems to be sort of winning seats in all regions, in all 3 regions of Jharkhand. Like I said, the important figure to watch out is this one, which means that they've picked up 2 seats from last time. The BJP has also picked up 1, the NDA has picked up 1, but 3 seats the others have lost. So it's above the halfway mark now. 42 is the halfway mark. They are at 46. Again, can things change? Let's see how it settles. But right now it seems like the India Alliance, the JMM Congress Alliance.
Right after the general elections, that the cardinal mistake that the NDA did was the arrest of Hemant Soren. Because among tribal society, tribals are extremely marginalized communities, and the state is an oppressor. All right. So, and the most powerful form of the oppressive state is the police. So you have a chief minister who's come out from the tribal community being hauled off to prison. That had a very, very negative impact, and Kalpana Soren has actually emerged as a very strong campaigner. She's done pretty well.
I want to add a complexity to the Jharkhand discussion, which is this, that absolutely agree with you, Nistula, and it's clearly the India Alliance is ahead. But you look at the vote share numbers, and that tells you a different story. BJP is by far the single largest party in Jharkhand right now by vote share, 31.2%. JMM is 19.8%, and the Congress is 14.9%. So if you add these two, BJP is still pretty much the same. But that's telling you that the BJP is more spread around. Is more spread around, but these guys are more concentrated.
The larger question is, I always say that the vote share business is a loser's argument, because it's the one who wins. See, look at the BJP. The BJP, like we keep blaming the Congress and MVA for not having a kind of powerful narrative in Maharashtra. Similarly, look at Jharkhand. What did BJP do? BJP got a former chief minister.
That's the point I wanted to make.
That kind of move boomerang. You look at you have a whole Ghuspatia narrative, the Rohingyas and Bangladeshis and all that, whereas Jharkhand does not even have international boundary. So these were the tactical mistakes of BJP also.
It's nice that you're the simple thing.
It's not nice. It's a statement of fact.
What I'm trying to say is that the way you're trying to stitch the story is beautiful. What's happened is, in Maharashtra, if Ladki Behan has worked, the same way Meri Maiya has worked in Jharkhand. if Maratha, the Samvidhan badal gayi, this fear factor has gone away. In Jharkhand, the Adivasi Asmita, the fact that there will not be an Adivasi chief minister and an Adivasi was put in jail, this narrative has worked for the JMM cause. These two factors, one of the factors is very common.
And
Worli is now reporting. Worli is reporting, and I can report to you that Aditya Thackeray there is leading in Worli against Milind Deora. But early days yet. There are
just coming back to
the
Jharkhand.
BJP has just crossed its projected 95
there
as Rohit Chandrakar 96. Yeah.
Just a very quick point that I want to build on that Anand was making. We shouldn't just write off the BJP in Jharkhand. Let's have a look at actually the tribal vote. Has it actually increased its presence in the tribal seats? Has it increased its vote share in those tribal seats?
Vote share is a loser's argument.
No, it's not about that, sir. It tells you that it's not as if, the tribals have completely rejected the arguments of the BJP.
In the tribal seats in Jharkhand, 26 are reporting. India Alliance is leading in 22. NDA leading only in 4, but gains of 2.
The gains of 2.
And that tribal seats also, if you were to break it down, the JMM will be leading in more.
Yeah.
The other thing is, Rahul, similar to how more women have voted in Maharashtra, Jharkhand has seen an unprecedented upsurge in the women vote, where the BJP says it is coming, but clearly it's the benefit, it's the Meri Maiya
and they didn't have a tribal leader.
Again, if you look at the more women in Jharkhand, 22 to the India Alliance,
there you go. That's
and
the
5 to the
right.
NDA.
So also the BJP needs to find its own tribal leader to project that sort of comes up through the ranks rather than this business of
Babulal Marandi was appointed that the Pradesh BJP chief soon after 2014 elections. And he's been there, 2019 elections. He's been there for a while. But the perception is that because you brought Raghubar Das and you put an Adivasi CM in jail, so you will not actually back the Adivasi. This Adivasi Asmita is something which Pradeep Gupta was very confident. That's the reason why he gave 53 to JMM Congress and said this is not going to work.
That's what we just spoke about actually. And in fact, right after the election, there was a general hunt for a scapegoat within the BJP. Ki kiska idea tha to
bring this guy.
Yeah, to clap him.
No, but they were very confident. They got Champai Soren, who became a chief minister in place of.
No, when you start hunting for a scapegoat, you know that something has bombed.
And one thing very interesting that what Anand was saying about women voters, Shivraj Singh Chauhan was a point. I mean, he was the kind of person.
Exactly. So it's the same Ladli Behan, what worked in Madhya Pradesh. Ladki Behan is working in Maharashtra, and Meri Maiya is working in Jharkhand.
In charge of Jharkhand.
Yeah, every woman in India is soon getting money.
But the scheme was brought by the Mukhyamantri, and whoever delivers the benefit first gets the advantage. That's what it's showing.
We all have women in the house.
Result hub, Chetan, and to our guests in studio, going across to the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yes, Anand, absolutely. And I was hearing you, Anand, I think I second on that. If Ladki Behan worked for the Mahayuti and the BJP in the state of Maharashtra, it's clear that Maiya Samman Yojana and also the Adivasi Asmita has really worked for the Jharkhand, at least with the numbers that we're seeing right now. Brijesh ji, bataiye, what's your assessment of the numbers that we're seeing in Jharkhand?
I think if you compare it from Maharashtra, then I believe that at both places the original scheme has given the benefit to the ruling party. For example, in Jharkhand, the scheme particularly for the ladies, it was launched by the Hemant Soren government. It got an improvisation from the BJP, but then again Hemant Soren government, it increased the amount just before the...
But only he is leading, otherwise all the other Sorens, they're trailing, most of them.
It's in the family, but if you look at the overall figure, then it's a very impressive figure for the India Alliance. They are at 50 in the trends, and if you look at the NDA is at 24. Last time BJP itself, it won 25 seats. So if you compare the 2019 with this current 2024 assembly elections counting, then obviously India Alliance is in a very impressive position as far as the current trends.
Rahul Shankar also raised a very important point about the BJP trying to make its impact amongst the tribals. Do you see that has worked? Have they been able to do that?
If you look at the current figures of 25 in Jharkhand, where the NDA is leading, then in the tribal strongholds, for example, if you look at the Kolhan, for example, Champai Soren, he is trailing, but unfortunately, in few seats, if you look at the both Jamshedpur seats, BJP is in the leading position. Same way, the Meera Munda, the wife of the Arjun Munda, she is also in the lead condition. So there is a certain change in the some of the areas like Kolan, where last time BJP was unsuccessful in getting even a single seat. But this time there is some early trends which is showing positive. But in other areas, obviously, the dominance of the JMM is still there. It looks like in the current trends.
All right, Anand. So, Anand, Brajeshji, thank you so much. Anand, BJP has made those inroads, but the JMM pretty much dominant in the state of Jharkhand.
Right, I just want to come back to Maharashtra once again and look at the Mumbai seats. A lot many seats now are reporting. We talked about Worli, where Aditya Thackeray is leading. In the neighbouring seat of Shivdi, SSUBT candidate is leading. In Dharavi, Dr. Jyoti Gaikwad is leading. In Bandra West, the Ashish Shelar is leading there. In Andheri West, the Congress candidate Ashok Jadhav is leading. In Vile Parle, the BJP candidate is leading. In Andheri East, Murji Patel, Kaka from the Shinde Sena is leading. In Chandivli, again, the Shinde Sena candidate is leading. So, if you were to look at just the Mumbai seats alone, the 36 seats, in fact, we have 50 seats, Mumbai Thane, 29 to the NDA, 49 seats, 29 to the NDA, 19 to the India Alliance. So, that is just the Mumbai Thane belt. And if you were to look at the Sena versus Sena as essentially a Mumbai fight, I think it's going neck and neck. Just take a look at the Sena versus Sena fights to see if we have some indications there. 51 seats, they are fighting against each other. Look at that. 20-20. 42 seats are reporting 20-20. And also quickly check the Congress versus BJP straight fights, 75 of them. I think 70 odd are reporting there. 72 out of 75 are reporting there. The BJP is running away. It's 45 to the BJP, only 25 to the Congress.
It's a single-handed obliteration, it looks like, by the BJP of the India Alliance. This is one party. I mean, it's like Sehwag batting in Maharashtra.
In fact, the BJP is just one short of 100 now.
This is just a remarkable turnaround of fortunes. I mean, look at from where the BJP has come to in 5 months in Maharashtra. And this will go down as an epic comeback, actually. Epic comeback. This is built not just on, your bravery or whatever you want to call it. This is built on serious mobilization of various different stratas of society. This is going to be one of those rainbow coalitions that the BJP stitched together. Unfortunately for it, the Muslim vote hasn't come through. It's got polarized in the other direction. But Rohit Chandrakar, what do you make of it?
I think it is a combination of the schemes that were rolled out and also the Hindutva narrative that was brought in the last phase of the campaigning. And that happened because I think Devendra Fadnavis and his team kept saying that in the Lok Sabha polls, the difference between the Maha Vikas Aghadi or the India Alliance and BJP-led alliance was just 0.6% votes. And for him, it was a very serious thing that he lost place like Dhule or other places just because of certain community going away from BJP over the Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai narrative.
BJP is hit 100. BJP is hit 100. 268. 20 seats, 20 leads have not yet been declared. 20 leads from seats have not yet come in Maharashtra and the BJP is hit 100. Rohit, please complete. Yeah.
So this time what the BJP decided was to galvanize the Karyakartas, the activists, and make sure that the Panna Pramukhs and others come out, which they didn't perhaps during the Lok Sabha polls because they were a little complacent in the up tak 400 par narrative. They got a bit complacent. So this time the Hindutva narrative was brought in the last 15 days of the campaigning, plus the schemes like the Ladki Bahin Yojana and the Kisan Yojana, the giving of electricity to farmers' pumps. All that seems to have worked together and we've got these results.
With 20 more seats to be even start reporting, the BJP, the NDA has crossed the prediction of most of the pollsters. It has even crossed the prediction of the NDA itself. That's what's happening. It's touching the 180 number and it is going through the fact that somewhere Axis My India and Pradeep Gupta will be saying, I told you so.
On both states.
On both states. Both
states.
Jharkhand and with Maharashtra, they may be turning around and saying that.
We should try and
it's a little
with
forlorn behind Mayuresh at Matoshri, but first we'll go to Arunima at Jharkhand. She's there at the counting center. Arunima, two factors which you spoke about. Record number of women coming out to vote, and they seem to have voted in favor of the incumbent. And Maya Samman seems to be working for the JMM Congress with, they are leading in 50 out of 79 reporting.
Yes, Anand, so from the counting center, I decided to move to the political party headquarters to get a sense of what was happening. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, even though as per the Election Commission website, they are leading in 28, their ally Congress has 12, which makes it 40. RJD has 6, which makes it 46. So they're already through over the halfway mark. But even then, the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha office just has one Pravakta sitting there, waiting and watching before any kind of celebration begins. Same at the Chief Minister's residence also. There is no celebration yet. At the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, there is more chehel pehel. So one of their leaders have just come in. So the media is taking the sound bites from them. There is a brave face that is being put up by the BJP so far. What they are pointing out is that only 4 rounds of counting has happened, and we should wait and watch. But you're absolutely right. The Mahila factor, which perhaps worked for the BJP in Maharashtra, went completely the other way here in Jharkhand. The analysis seemed to be the Maya Samman Yojana and the 4 installments that reached the bank accounts of women voters. That seemed to have worked in favor of Hemant Soren. He also, it seems, has managed to play the sympathy card very well, telling his tribal voters that I was sent to jail not because I was corrupt, but because I was a tribal, and this government at the center is anti-tribal.
Correct.
So that, they claim, the JMM claims, that narrative has worked.
True. Now, before we go across to Maharashtra, Mumbai and Thane, just a quick update, ladies and gentlemen, to our viewers. Quick update to our viewers. The fact is that Jharkhand started reporting only around 8:45. And it's only 3 or 4 rounds in Jharkhand, and some of them are reporting lesser. We'll try and get an update from Avantika, how many rounds in Jharkhand, and there is a reason why, and how many total rounds. We are given to understand it will be about 15 rounds. Will it be close? Because these numbers could go up and down, despite the fact that the India Alliance has taken a runaway lead. It's nearly twice, but if you see, the NDA is catching up. In the last 2.5 minutes that we have spoken with Arunima, these numbers have changed and fluctuated. So will there be more fluctuations, and will it be a closer race than it is being shown? Or will these leads consolidate as we get into round 8 or 9? We have to wait and watch. And how many are really tight fights? Margin of victory is less than, margin of lead is less than 500 or 1,000 votes, because that makes a huge difference when it comes to assembly elections. So we'll have to see that. And Mumbai.
Seats in Mumbai that are reporting, since you asked. Sana Malik is leading in Anushakti Nagar. She's fighting on an NCP Ajit Pawar ticket. And in the neighboring constituency where her father is fighting in Mankhurd, Nawab Malik seems to be trailing. Sana Malik. I believe Abu Azmi is leading in that constituency of Mankhurd Shivaji Nagar.
Mankhurd Shivaji Nagar is Abu Azmi. Nawab Malik is fighting from the same constituency. Yes. So they are up against each other. Nawab Malik is trailing, but his daughter Sana Malik is leading against Fawad.
I mean, I have to say that Swara Bhaskar's speech that went viral was quite the speech. I mean, to put it politically correctly,
what does it mean?
You
cannot be politically correct.
if we talk about incitement, if you talk about trying to, rouse passions, then she was sailing very close to the wind there.
If Fahad leads, then we'll get back to this conversation, Rahul.
Yeah.
Right now, let's get to this conversation on the grid.
No, but I
Eknath
wanted to
Shinde,
just say
42.
one thing. I wanted to
UBT,
say one thing on
Uddhav Thackeray, 30. Is the legacy conversation settled? BJP 107 out of 276 reporting, 12 seats not yet reporting.
No, I wanted to say something about what Arunima spoke about. She said that there's not much excitement at the JMM office or even at the BJP office. BJP also trying to put a brave face, but JMM also taking it very, because Jharkhand has a history very heavy goings on when it comes to government formation, you know. So I mean, I'm old enough to remember, you know, Governor Sipte Razi and what all happened, and you know, Mr. Pramod Mahajan, you know, saying that, you know, Congress is like Hanuman, you know, to rescue another man's wife, they've, you know, set fire to their own tail, you know, and all of those kind of things. We've seen all of those, you know, bags of money and things like that.
But let me tell you one thing.
Everybody's waiting. If they get an incontrovertibly high number, beyond the majority mark, then there'll be celebration.
The whole story would be if it is 37, 38 and 41, 42, if it's close. But if this, see, NDA is picking up, it's catching up.
In Maharashtra, there's a crazy landslide, and I'll tell you one thing, that you are seeing now the Shiv Sena pulling ahead of the UBT, the so-called mother organization. And I'll tell you, UBT might have a survival problem. You could, after the election, have a complete defection. And maybe it's Uddhav and his son who will be stuck in Matoshri, and everyone else would have gone, decamp.
So out of the 51 direct fights, 47 are reporting. Shinde Sena is leading in 26 and the UBT Sena is leading in 20.
Yeah, well,
we don't quickly check the NCP versus NCP fight as well.
Give it some time.
1 second. NCP versus NCP, if I can pull up that number. Yeah, there again, 36 out of 38 seats, 36 are reporting. There, Ajit Pawar is doing phenomenally well. 24 to Ajit Pawar and only 10 to Sharad Pawar NCP.
Okay.
Sharad Pawar, the big leader.
Just going to the reporters. Payal, yes, Payal Mayuresh and Yesha with us. Yes, Payal.
Yes, I'm at the BJP headquarters. It's still early time over here, even though the numbers are very, very clear. But it's good. The leaders are going to come here only around 11 o'clock because I'm sure most of them are contesting elections, Anand, and they'll be more busy in their own counting centers. But not really a surprise as far as the BJP Karyakartas, as far as the BJP workers are concerned, because they were very, very buoyant with the multiple factors. They were buoyant because of the kind of work that has been done by the government of the day. They were buoyant because, you know, the kind of support base and the mass base that they've been able to have. And Devendra Fadnavis, you know, Anand comes out again as one of the biggest stars that the BJP could have, you know, hoped for, and he speaked at a time when the BJP needed it the most as well, because multiple people had written him off, multiple people had cast aspersions on his future, given the fact that the Lok Sabha results weren't the way BJP really wanted as well. So that's something which they, of course, will be speaking about, and Vidarbha, the region that he comes from, is going to be extremely important. And not to forget that 72 rallies was what Nitin Gadkari did in the assembly elections. 8 he addressed through video conferencing. Those two leaders, of course, come from the same region, that is the Vidarbha region, and they're very, very hopeful that, you know, the trends will continue. They're very hopeful that, you know, and you know, the happiest over here, and I was talking to a lot of ground reports, Anand, the happiest are the reporters on ground who don't have to go to any resort or don't have to stand outside any hotels. The conversation that was happening over here is that यहाँ पे टाउन में बीजेपी को सूट करेगा क्योंकि यहाँ पे होटल्स ठीक है, अगर उधर सबर्ब्स की तरफ गए तो उधर बहुत शिवसेना का इम्पैक्ट है, तो और चौकसी रखना पड़ेगी. So that's the kind of conversation that people have been having. But for one, everybody seems to be happy, at least on this side.
Resort politics may not have to resort to resort politics is what you're saying, Payal, but phenomenal victory this. Yes, nobody can take credit away from Devendra Fadnavis, Nitin Gadkari, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar and the entire team that's come together post 4th of June to work together. Very, very able leaders and able administrators. Keep an eye on Jharkhand even as we talk Maharashtra to our viewers, because the numbers are changing there. As the rounds increase, there may be a shift and that could perhaps change the story in Jharkhand. Mayuresh, quite forlorn behind you at Matoshri.
Exactly, Anand, I'll just show the visuals. There is complete silence outside Matoshri. Hardly few media people over here or journalists from the TV are here, because the trends which are coming are really not good, or we can say in favor of Shiv Sena UBT. The official website shows on 19 places they are leading. And this was not basically expected, the Shiv Sena was not expecting this. So certainly it is a kind of a disappointment from Shiv Sena UBT, who was hoping to come back to the power. As we show early in the morning, the way posters were put outside the Matoshri, just 100 meters away from the Matoshri. But as of now, it's 10:30. Not a single Karyakarta, not a single leader which has come to Matoshri. And usually this is not the scenario if Shiv Sena is leading on good numbers or having a good number. So 19 seats, leading on 19 seats. Certainly it's a big disappointment for Shiv Sena as compared to the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde camp who are leading on the 56 seats.
Well, I'm reminded of Kishore Kumar's song which says, "Ye kya hua, kaise hua, kab hua, kyun hua."
and will they eventually say chodo ye na socho. Yesha Kotak is in Thane. 287 out of 288 seats reporting. Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena, the Dhanush Ban, leading in 48 compared to Ubata's 30. Big statement for Eknath Shinde.
Absolutely, Anand, and this was something that he had spoken about time and again, saying that the voter base was with him, the voter share was with him, and he always claimed that he is the one who has that legacy. Now let's recollect that when both the parties, be it the UBT or the Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde, or for that matter NCP and the NCP of Sharad Pawar, they had both claimed it's an ideological battle. Particularly here for Eknath Shinde, it was more of an ideological battle because he was pitted against Kedar Deghe. The fact that Eknath Shinde claimed he had legacy of Anand Deghe and that of Balasaheb Thackeray as well. Now here, with the kind of lead that he has, he's making a strong statement for UBT, particularly because here it clearly shows that he has a legacy of Deghe, despite the fact that Deghe's nephew is with Shiv Sena UBT. And on the other hand, here with the kind of voters that have supported the Shiv Sena, that's of Eknath Shinde. Again, a statement is made that he is the one who carries the legacy of the Shiv Sena. But yes, as of now, of course, there's no celebration outside the CM's bungalow. Because,
they will all wait.
They will all wait. A late riser, he begin his day late. Yes.
No, they will all wait and they will all come out together. It will all happen. They will all come out together. It will be coordinated with respect to the NDA. Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Dada Pawar will all be coming out at their respective constituencies or wherever they are, and they will come out and speak together and they will try and speak in one voice. That's what is expected, even as the NDA is inching towards the 200 mark. 287 out of 288 seats are reporting. Nalin Mehta, your point. Yeah.
Firstly, Amit Malviya just tweeted just a BJP comment on the Shiv Sena saying, as things stand now, Uddhav Thackeray faction stands at number 6 among the 6 parties contesting in Maharashtra. From being in the pole position in partnership with the BJP, this is where an inflated ego and abusive mindset has taken Uddhav Thackeray's party and politics too.
Now, this point about this being some sort of a scrappy election that was going to go nukkad to nukkad. I'm sorry, that's gone out of the window.
It's gone.
This is an absolute affirmation for the BJP in Maharashtra. They won on their symbol, the power of what they claim was their vote.
And finally, also an ideological election at the base of it.
Can I ask you a question, a larger question? Is Mr. Shinde going to be CM or is it going to be now BJP CM? I think if you look at that number...
We will get to that. We will. Eknath Shinde will make a strong point. Depends upon what the BJP wants.
Patil to gone. Look at the reputations that are biting the dust. He's talking about, because obviously there's a bit of a needle there. But Thackeray's surname in the doldrums. Pawar Senior, who I always have thought, and please forgive me Rohit ji, I've always thought was an overinflated leader.
Sanjay Raut is speaking. He said we don't accept this.
बाद में बात करेंगे ना, क्यों नहीं करेंगे? पैसा तो ऐसा है कि हर चुनाव क्षेत्र में नोटों की मशीन लगाई थी। अरे शिंदे का एक भी उम्मीदवार सिटिंग एमएलए गिरता नहीं, और शिंदे ये बोल रहे थे हमारा एक भी सिटिंग विधायक गिरेगा नहीं। आपको मालूम होगा तो मैं इस्तीफा दूंगा। ऐसा होता है क्या चुनाव में कभी? हमारा एक भी नहीं गिरेगा। ये कौन सा भरोसा है? ये कौन सी है? ये कौन सा लोकतंत्र है? 200 के ऊपर किसी को चुनाव में नतीजे मिलते हैं क्या? जिस देश में, जिस राज्य में सबसे बड़ी बेईमानी हो गई है, इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है। ये नतीजे ऐसे दिए आपने कि अपने राज्य को, जनता को बेईमान ठहराया है। इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है।
जो नतीजे आ रहे हो महा विकास आघाड़ी को कबूल है
नहीं,
आगे की क्या भूमिका रहेगी महा विकास?
नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। मैं मानता हूं जनता को भी नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। जनता को भी, ये जनता का निर्णय नहीं हो सकता है। मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूं और मुझे बार बार आप वही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं।
लेकिन जो महाविकास आघाड़ी के कुल आंकड़े दिखाई दे रहे हैं, कुल संख्या दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उससे ज्यादा शिंदे गुट के
कैसा हो सकता है? आप अपने मन को पूछे, आप पत्रकार है, आप अपने मन को पूछे क्या महाराष्ट्र में संभव है? आप अपने मन को पूछे कि महाराष्ट्र में शिंदे को 60 सीटें मिलती है, संभव है क्या ये? अजीत पवार को 40 सीटें मिलती है, क्या ये संभव है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 125 सीटें मिलती है, क्या संभव है? क्या इस राज्य की जनता भी बेईमान है? इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है, उसके ऊपर हमारा विश्वास है। चलिए, थैंक यू।
Now, it is the Rajya ki Janta, the people of the state, who have actually cast their ballot, and that's where these numbers are coming from. classic election denial coming from Sanjay Raut.
Shocking. This is shocking.
The only thing that was left to say was the EVMs are to blame.
No,
I'm glad he didn't say that. because
Are they going to
frankly-
storm? Are they going to storm that Mantralaya? As she's saying. I mean, this is ridiculous.
No,
And
on the one hand,
he's saying something
he's
more
also-
than
Raut
the
must
EVM.
be
He's saying the
worried
entire
about one
election
thing,
legitimacy
कि
is
उसके
at
कहीं
stake.
दो ही ना रह जाए.
No, he's on the one hand saying पानी की तरह पैसा बहाया. That means he's questioning the integrity of the voter. Then he says the voter cannot vote like this. He's questioning the EVMs. I don't accept this result. You may not
They
want to
weren't
accept,
saying
but
this
that's the
3 months
result.
ago when they did well in the Lok Sabha election.
It's not yet the result, but that's the direction.
This is going to be the template. All opposition is going to say this. You look at Akhilesh Yadav, who is already on record to say that election commission and the UP bypolls were rigged. And that is sooner or later, Mr. Jairam Ramesh will also come up.
Elections in Jharkhand was not rigged.
Just Sanjay Raut
Bengal was not
Bengal
rigged.
was
Priyanka
not-
Gandhi's election was not rigged. I mean, come on.
No, Priyanka Vadra is leading by more than 60,000 votes. So that
Now
is all right.
1.5 lakhs.
Now 2.5 lakhs.
No,
So
1.5.
1.5. Trinamool Congress is taking all the 6 bypolls in Bengal. And also there is 2 and 3 in Karnataka with respect to the seats. And there is 6 and 3 with respect to UP. So there are votes which are going to the other side also. But overall this is the score. Sanjay Raut said, Eknath Shinde ko 60 seateं कैसे मिल सकती है? That's what he said. 60.
That means that
our
number is
numbers are
gone.
right
That
now
number
saying
is
48, but he's saying 60.
He's saying 60.
No, but that's an
33.
entitlement. And that is an entitlement that, Shiv Sena belongs, and if the Thackeray is with us, then the votes are with us, then the seats must come to us. And I don't think people like that anymore.
The BJP Chetan Bhagat, as we see, is far more, is nearly 28 more than the India alliance put together.
Yes.
And the NCP Sharad Pawar is the smallest, is the least. It's just 23.
But if the allies of BJP,
And
if they were,
independents and others are more than what Mr. Sharad Pawar's party has got.
Independent and others
and
are more.
if the Shiv Sena and NCP could have been kept by their original owners or CEOs or whatever you can call them, they would have won the election. Think about it. If Shinde's, all those MLAs were still with them, if NCP had not split, it would still have been their mandate, but they couldn't keep their parties together. I mean that.
No, but if they had not split, they would have been on this side. They would not have been on the
and
Maha
what's going to
Vikas
happen
Aghadi.
now?
They would have been in the
and
Mahayuti.
what will happen now?
And the numbers would have been different.
All the UBT workers will get demotivated and they will move to that other side.
But I
It's
must say,
over.
you said, in our Take 3 program, that when you were there on the ground, you sensed that there was this massive surge for the Mahayuti.
Yes,
You
there
said
was.
that.
There was. See, the surge was from the fact that Eknath Shinde had a certain level of equity that he's built on ground, and there is this messaging which every voter wants, that they want a quote unquote zameen se juda hua vyakti, a chai wala and an auto wala. That's what it is. And clearly, somewhere the BJP needs to understand this messaging also, that it's not arrogance, it's humility. It's always remembering where you are from. The people always want to see that the Pradhan Mantri, no matter how tall a leader he is globally, no matter how respected he is globally, should never forget and should always tell the voter that I grew from amongst you. I was selling tea at the Vadnagar chai station and I made dreams of the impossible possible. The same story with Eknath Shinde. Working tirelessly, auto rickshaw driver, worked hard, won his respect, and he's proved, and he's worked with a team. But out of all of this, the work that Devendra Fadnavis along with the RSS have done on ground, Rahul, is phenomenal.
And should we be surprised?
It's phenomenal.
Because didn't we see in 2019 the BJP sort of veering towards the pole position it did in fact? So
yeah, it was the single largest party. It had 105, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, why is the Shiv Sena suddenly, the UBT coming out and saying, kabhi socha tha, kabhi ho sakta tha?
See, it's their denial and they will cry because they've not got they neither have got the bat nor have they got batting, and they are being asked to sit out as the 12th
So if there has been so much of a consolidation of votes of different types, now this is a question that one should ask. Do you think BJP will lay claim to that Chief Minister's post, Rohit ji?
I think they will. I think they will. It was only some kind of an arrangement that they took the back seat last time when they made Eknath Shinde the Chief Minister. And look, the plan for BJP is to come back in control, completely in control, even as they took the back seat last time. they were controlling many things.
So
that
could it
we
also
know.
happen that Mr. Shinde just joins the BJP with all his
I don't think so.
MLAs?
I don't
No.
think so. I
The
don't think so.
Dhanush Ban
Shinde
is
will-
very important.
Shinde will retain his
Yeah.
identity, his election symbol, because very important point all of us have to understand.
Yeah.
Within 4 months or 5 months, there's
Local
going to be the
elections.
all-important Mumbai
BMC
Municipal
election.
Corporation
Yes.
and 25 other municipal
No, but
corporation
Rohit,
elections happening
if
in
Mr.
Maharashtra,
Shinde is not,
which are very crucial.
if Mr. Shinde is not made CM, then why would he stick with the BJP? I mean, that's his
Where would
only.
he go?
No, see.
Well, if he's not made CM, then why would he stick with the BJP?
He would want to be the chief minister. Any leader wants
Of
to
course,
be the chief minister.
especially once you've already been.
But the next best choice, if you are not able to get it, the next best choice
But
is to
Rohit,
become
why would-
deputy chief minister. And
So,
be
why
the-
so you'll see a
Why
role
would-
reversal,
Yeah,
Fadnavis becoming chief
there
minister
could be.
and,
I think
Shinde
But-
becoming
but
deputy
one
chief
thing
minister.
we have to understand that between Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Dada Pawar, the Mahayuti has 3 very, very strong, hard-working, able administrators who have shown that despite having certain differences, they can work together and they can iron out. There is not a tussle of who controls which bureaucracy, etc., which was seen when the Maha Vikas Aghadi was there, where the NCP, Congress and the Ubata were busy transferring their bureaucrats because they wanted the control, etc. The other thing is the larger question, along with who becomes the CM, is the economy question. Maharashtra was on the cusp of becoming the first 1 trillion economy in our country, and it was going to set the benchmark. What does this do to the Viksit Bharat story? What does this do to the BJP and the NDA, the central government's plans with respect to the Vadhavan port, with respect to the bullet train, with respect to connecting the defense corridors, with respect to connecting all the industrial hubs to the ports, and thereby with the India-Middle East economic corridor? There's a huge big map which is now going to unfold.
Just one point, Anand. I think all the economic policies will continue. Dharavi redevelopment
Yes.
will continue. All the Vadhavan port and other things will continue, and that's a big, positive signal for markets or anybody else. I don't think the BJP, if they are close to 100, and that's what we can now see, if they're going to have 100 MLAs in the House, there's no way they'll give away the Chief Minister's position to alliance partner this time. There's no way about that. I mean, I'm sure that it will be a BJP Chief Minister
But
sitting
Rohit,
in
but-
Chief Minister's seat.
Rohit,
this time.
that would be a little unfair to Mr. Eknath Shinde, because after all, he is a man, a captain. A captain may not have scored a century, but he has led, the alliance to victory and, executed all those plans, or that Ladli Behna Yojana, etc. All those things. How do you deny him that? BJP would sound very, cruel in that.
True.
And if there is a municipal elections in Mumbai, it's going to create more
But
problems.
Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray will not be part of Maha Vikas Aghadi. And Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar may come, but Ajit Pawar plus Sharad Pawar does not add up to 145.
See,
So
within the BJP,
So
there was
it's going to be
there
settled
was
there.
outside of the BJP, there was a lot of talk about how Devendra Fadnavis had become a kind of a hate figure because of the Maratha agitation, him being a Brahmin and this Peshwai narrative that was set. But within the BJP, there was a lot of push for him. And if you travel to the elections, the BJP posters had him very prominently along with Prime Minister Narendra
Yes.
Modi. So that signaling kept on going on through the election, that he's our guy and we are not giving up on him, So if after
let's
they
also
get
not,
100,
let's also not forget that
ASC,
he is the one guy who lasted full 5 years. And there was a huge transformation in Maharashtra that happened. The internal politics aside, he may have also set certain challengers within the BJP, put them in place, etc.
and
But
also
he was in pole position to be the chief minister again had Uddhav Thackeray not
This is
walked
very
out.
similar to the national level where the BJP is in a ND alliance. There are 2 allies. If you want the answer to that question, the number would be BJP plus NCP, where they end up. If that is above the majority, Mr. Shinde will not be treated as nicely as he would have liked. And if BJP, I think so. And
the Maratha factor is still a big
it is
one.
still there.
No,
But if the
I was
BJP
just
needs
plotting
only
that on
one,
the wall.
if the
On the
BJP needs
Maratha
only
seats,
one ally, then there is a BJP CM.
On
If
the
BJP
on the Maratha
I
seats.
see one of the contenders,
Raj-
either Mr. Eknath Shinde or Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, making it to the union cabinet. That is going
Possible.
to be a
Okay,
But
that's
on the
possible.
Maratha seats, about the 89 seats, the NDA has got 65. The India Alliance only 20. And
You cannot alienate.
break up that. BJP has 34, Shinde Sena has 15, NCP has 14. And this is
can't alienate the
Marathwada,
Marathas.
Western Maharashtra, Northern Maharashtra. So this whole Jarange Patil factor has been completely negated in this election.
Pallavi was right there where she
Can I
said
just
that
make
the
a
Here is an
Jarange Patil factor
observation.
is
Can I make a point here?
Yeah, of course.
To add to on the leaderboard of the social matrix election, Zaka just made the important point on the Maratha vote. Look at 5 other categories. OBC vote in the Kunbi areas, NDA is ahead 23-7. In the seats where women are more than men, NDA is ahead 27-13. In the seats which are Dalit dominant, 19-10. In the seats where there are direct BJP Congress contests, NDA is ahead, BJP is ahead 49-23. And in the seats where the Congress was ahead in the Lok Sabha election, the count right now is 34-27 in favor of the BJP. So on every single
I just
yardstick,
want to make one small point.
BJP is
I
put
think
it out of
this
the park.
verdict in Maharashtra, to sum it up.
BJP has gone on another tangent also. News just
Okay,
coming
we'll
through.
just, there's big breaking news coming in. Obviously, that was bound to happen because, why? And that leads on to the point. That's because the Congress did not run a positive campaign. And I think voters are beginning to now, at least at the state level, worry about parties that are not giving them a vision. Look at the vision that the Congress offered, that all your jobs are going to Gujarat. Modani is ruling Maharashtra. Everything is going to Gujarat. The Marathi Manus is losing out. This is a consistent thread. Muslims are losing out. And of course, the Marathas are nowhere. This is what was said. Today, that divisive campaign.
See, Congress, Soros can't help Congress and Rahul with respect to Maharashtra. So, did Soros help Congress and Rahul in Jharkhand? You know, sometimes this hyperbole from the BJP also needs to be questioned. Fact is, what worked for the JMM and Congress in Jharkhand or did not work for the BJP? Clearly, it is domestic politics. To a certain extent, international narratives, you may
But
say
who
that
is
there
saying
is a
this?
Soros.
It must be some...
Because they know
swipe.
they have to say this because they've won and Parliament is going to open and you know this entire session is going to be about what.
Yeah.
So they are just preparing
About what?
Adani.
about all this Soros and who this.
But what has happened to Aurangabad?
Aurangabad
AIMIM was
last
leading.
time I checked, the 3 seats, all 3 are with the India Alliance.
So what about
Sena
some of the
UBT leading
big
in 2 and
clashes?
Congress leading in 1.
What about some of the big clashes, the Worli clash,
So
it'll be really
Worli, last I
unfortunate.
checked,
Worli,
Aditya Thackeray
Mahim,
was leading, yes. Aditya
Mankur,
Thackeray is still leading in Worli.
Look, here it is. The Congress is saying it's a EVM's victory.
In the neighbouring constituency of Mahim, it is again the Sena UBT candidate Mahesh Sawant who is leading there. So if you look at the Bombay seats,
Rashid Bhai, you were absolutely right. You said that EVMs were going to be blamed.
Mumbai and Thane, 54 seats. The NDA is ahead in 32 and the India Alliance only in 21. So clearly, even in the Bombay fights...
No, Mumbai Thane, you have to, one has to give Eknath Shinde and the Shiv Sena there the credit for this performance along with the BJP. And somewhere the BJP and Eknath Shinde seem to have are working together. In the Lok Sabha, it was seen that there was friction. And it also looks at, if you look at the Ajit Pawar story, that this combination seems to have worked even for Ajit Pawar.
But you know, are we taking away a little bit from the Fadnavis factor, from the RSS factor? This, after all, yes, of course, there's a knock-on that has come from Mr. Shinde. But clearly, if the BJP is now coursing towards the 120 mark, I suppose the BJP will feel entitled to say that this is as much as a victory of our own making, as it is obviously of the shoulders that were lent to our charge.
So
by
Amit Malviya is the
our
one
partners.
taking the jibe or the Soros jibe.
Yeah, well, I think Amit Malviya there might be stretching the point, but you know, the fact is that the BJP itself, I mean, is today teetering on the verge of, you know, probably forming this government with some others.
No,
They don't
the
even
other
need
thing
some
is,
of-
look at this, can't
you
be
know.
fair with EVMs. Congress is saying with respect to Maharashtra. So the EVMs are fair in Jharkhand.
I know, I mean, this is
Or-
bizarre. This is again that kind of, you know, politics where, I don't know, they hold on to the constitution, but they seem to not believe in it in spirit and letter. I mean, you cannot sound like anarchists by suggesting this. What is the aim?
And this cannot be a story only when you lose.
Exactly.
And it's everything is fair when you win. What are your thoughts on this, Nistula, Chaitanya?
I have always held that it's a very, very unfortunate sort of a situation, a comment to make. I don't hold water with it. It's been examined. The Supreme Court has pronounced on it. And when are we going to move on? And although the people of this country, I have seen that the bechara factor works very well. People do give you sympathy and emotion and do support you if they feel that your back is to the wall, but they do want somebody who will be there, who's a fighter, you know. And if you're constantly saying that, you know, हमारे तो औजार ही खराब है, मैं बैट लेके मैं घर जा रहा हूँ because you gave me out, that doesn't work then beyond a point. And they say, okay, you sit in one corner and we will give the vote to
Then
whoever
there should
we
be
feel
election denial with Jharkhand also. If the
Sure,
Congress
sure.
is in denial or the India Alliance is in denial with Maharashtra, they should deny the Jharkhand elections also, Chetan.
Yeah, I think this rhetoric is fine, but the Congress needs, they had a momentum after the Lok Sabha election. They had made some gains. We had a Rahul Gandhi who had come with more gusto, and people rightly so said, let's see some more data points. And the data points were this: Haryana, Maharashtra and Jharkhand. They won Jharkhand, fine. But at the same time, Maharashtra is 3 times bigger, far more prominent, far more important to national politics, and they really need to sit down and figure out. On the exit polls day also, Rahul, I told you, Maharashtra has too many parties.
That's right.
6 parties. People have voted for something that seems a little stable. It doesn't look like the other grouping could have put it all together. And it could be as simple as that, and not the EVMs. It could be something that you were not doing right, and you did it right in Jharkhand. So we are not against you.
I mean, you didn't have a positive agenda. You constantly blathered on and on about the deficiencies and the divisions, and you played a divisive hand.
Yeah.
Look at the BJP's Rainbow Coalition in Maharashtra.
And there is no wave. There is no wave for Rahul or Congress. There are some maybe issues with the BJP. People are willing to.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Zach. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Farmer.
In Haryana, the Jats and the other OBCs voted for the dominant party, the BJP. In Maharashtra, the Marathas and the OBCs seem to be voting for.
This whole thing about farmer distress, since Nistula asked, there are about 58 constituencies, 37 NDA, only 21 to the India Alliance.
So when this soya-bean bonus was announced, I spoke to some backroom people of the Congress, and they kept saying that, you know, we wanted this announcement to come a little early on in the campaign, so that at least people would get to know that this is what our promise is. They announced it like some 3-4 days before polling day. So how does that help?
Of the 37, BJP is leading in 22.
Wow.
NDA just 3 short of 200 now. NDA 3 short of 200, BJP at 110. News from UP bypolls, BJP has surged to a lead in Moradabad. That's supposed to be the SP bastion. It's Moradabad. I'm just going to check how many leads out of the 9, who's leading who. Is it 6-3 and 7-2? We'll get an update on that. In Palakkad, it's a very, very close fight. News is that the lead is only about 600 odd votes in Palakkad. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra surging ahead in Wayanad by a few lakh votes there. 7-2 in Uttar Pradesh. 7-2 for the NDA,
at
BJP plus.
3.75 lakhs. She needs to at least equal her brother.
That's a good point.
No, that's a good point. I mean, you know,
where have those votes gone?
Come on, where have those votes gone?
Rahul, comparison is a thief of joy.
अरे देखिए सर,
joy, you can feel joyful, but if you are not going to see.
मोदी साहब जीते अपनी सीट वाराणसी with a reduced margin, तो आप लोगों ने उसको इतना बड़ा स्टोरी बना दिया, फ्रंट पेज न्यूज. अब मैं कह रहा हूँ कि प्रियंका गांधी, why hasn't she won as many votes as her brother? You are saying now.
No, wait till the end. But I'm saying, you know, I was saying something which is very fundamental. That you know, comparison is a thief of joy.
No, but what does this mean in Kerala? 1-1-1.
Yeah, let's also, you know, go to the other bypolls as well. Let's go to our reporters.
ये तो एकदम Chinese confusion.
Now you become like saying victory and defeat doesn't matter.
Shaina NC is with us. Mumba Devi.
We are all dead.
Shaina NC, first up, maybe a little premature, but so far the trends indicate congratulations are in order for the NDA, for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. As of now, 111 leads for the BJP. What's happening in Mumba Devi? Since the start, we've been seeing that Amin Patel has been leading. You've been trailing in Mumba Devi.
No, that is not factually correct. As we speak, let me please correct you, Anand, that that is not the case. I have been monitoring it completely. We are neck to neck in Mumba Devi, and in Mumba Devi, we will create history because it is a constituency that has 140,000 Muslims, 1 lakh Hindus, and the fact that the Ladki Behan Yojana of the Chief Minister has reached 40,000 homes, of which 15,000 are Muslim women. I'm very, very confident that in the days to come, we will work collectively to ensure that this neglected constituency where there has been no development and is probably
as per the
the
EC
most
website right
backward.
now, Shaina ji, you are trailing by 800 votes, but the smile on your face and you're glowing shows that
Because I know
there
what
is
is
some
going
other
to-
information that you have. So share it with us.
No, I know that the Muslim seats is where we are trailing, but where the Hindu seats are going to now be opened, I'm sure that we will make it. And we will make it because on ground, the popularity of the Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar is known to me. I have been campaigning in this constituency for over a month. And as I said, 15 years, there has been no development. So I see the love and the encouragement that the people of Maharashtra and Mumbai Devi and Mumbai are giving. And that is why I feel that this kind of a landslide victory for the Mahayuti only shows that the popularity of the Prime Minister, the work of all three on ground is something that we have to appreciate and encourage in the days to come as a role model to set for a Viksit Bharat and a Viksit Maharashtra.
So, Shaina, and see, you're always shining and you're always smiling. There's no doubt about that. But I just want to ask you this. Many people said that this was one of those elections which was very tough to call. It was going on to the wire. It was a sort of man-to-man, man-to-woman contest. What is transformed in the last 4 months, 5 months, that has made this a election really about one symbol, and that is the lotus?
I'll tell you what it is. Honestly, whatever I saw on ground is people are not interested in false narratives and just these unnecessary comments. Look at my election. It started by calling me imported mal, item, bakri, all these kind of adjectives. People are not interested in all of this. They want to know what work you have come to do and what is your vision plan. Today is the politics of performance, and the Honorable Prime Minister has proven that across the country, that if you perform, you will succeed. If you don't, you will perish. If you look at the kind of work style of Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, it has worked phenomenally well for the state for the past 2.5 years. Projects which were in the doldrums have all realized, whether it is Jan Dhan, Mudra Banking, Ujjwala, all on ground, which is what has been done by the center. But if you look at the state, whether it's a Ladki Behna Yojana for the women, if it is an internship scheme or an apprenticeship scheme for the youngsters, whether it is pensions for the senior citizens, whether it's MSP and ensuring that, people have their livelihood intact. It is all been worked on very conscientiously. Now, if you look at the refinery, you look at the Dharavi project, the bullet trains, all the opposition has done is just stop.
If
That
these
is not
numbers
on.
hold,
We are
if these
here to deliver.
If these numbers hold, the BJP would have at least 20 more seats, if not more, 25 more seats than the Indie Alliance combined, the Maha Vikas Aghadi combined. So will the Kursi combo change, or will it be the same?
Anand, I'm not getting into any speculation here. I have come as a candidate. I'm very, very keen to work for my Mumbai city. And what the leadership decides, what the Mahayuti Netritva decides, is obviously something that we will all adhere to. But for those who are only sitting on commentary, my limited piece of advice is that we've spent the whole election only on false narratives and pseudo-secular vote bank politics. I think it's important for all of us to accept and understand that this government is here to stay, and this is not just a hat trick for Maharashtra. This is a hat trick which in the days to come will be a case study on good governance.
Well, all the best to you. Once
Thank
the
you.
results settle towards the evening, we look forward to you joining us, and then officially we'll congratulate you. All the best. All the best.
Thanks.
Now, Payal Mehta is with us. Yes, Payal, even as Prime Minister is going to be at the BJP headquarters at 6:30 p.m. this evening. Yes, Payal.
I'm joined by Madhavi Nayak, who is the State General Secretary. This election, Anand, has been largely about the contribution of women, and she's definitely wearing a very wide smile as well.
Yes.
Is this election which has been the Ladki Behna versus all?
It is not only about Ladki Behna, but all the other schemes which were really in favor of the women here in Maharashtra. So, Ladli Behna was just a cherry on the cake, you can say.
You know, not everybody gave you these kind of numbers that you really got. You know, as a person who's worked in the organization, as a person who's worked in the unit, were you guys confident, and what gave you that kind of confidence that you'll get these numbers?
See, basically we were very confident about it because as an organization we had a very collective and organized efforts. Besides that, we knew about the mandate and the confidence people had about BJP and the Mahayuti. So we were quite confident when we were working down, when we were in the people, we could get that positive vibe from the crowd itself. So that was enough for us to be confident.
You think that this was an election where you could actually tell?
Payal, continue the conversation. We'll play it out later, but I'm going to pull away from you for now. There is this victory lap that's been planned for the at the BJP headquarters this evening. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be at the BJP headquarters at 6:30 p.m. So by 7, he should be there. Generally, there is a half-hour buffer that is given for the Karyakartas to assemble, and then the PM arrives. But big victory lap that will be planned. Will Jharkhand be forgotten, or will Maharashtra be the story? Zaka, how is it plotting right now in Maharashtra?
All right, so it's 288, all 288 seats are reporting. 197 is what the NDA is at, just 3 short of 200. 145, of course, is the halfway mark. If you were to break up how much the BJP has 111, the Shinde Sena has 48, and the NCP has 33. Remember, the BJP was fighting on 152 seats. 111 out of 152 is a strike rate in excess of 75%. Now, coming back to what Rahul Shivshankar was saying, in the Lok Sabha election, the BJP won 9 out of 28 that it fought at a strike rate of less than 30%. From 30%, they've gone to 75% in a matter of 4 or 5 months. Look at the regions. They've won in Vidarbha in a big way. In fact, the Congress, out of the 13 MPs that it had, 9 out of those 13 MPs were from Vidarbha. It is the BJP that is running away with the leads. In Marathwada, people were talking about Jarangi Patil, the Maratha quota and so on. Again, big wins for the BJP in Marathwada. Even in northern Maharashtra, where you have Nashik and, Nandurbar, that belt, the onion belt, there again, the BJP and the Shinde Sena running up significant numbers. And of course, in the urban pockets of Mumbai, Thane, Konkan, where the BJP and the Sena have traditionally done well, again, they've got massive leads in all of those regions. So the BJP doing well across the state. Just a quick check of where it all went wrong as far as the India Alliance is concerned. I'm just going to quickly go back to Maharashtra for the India Alliance. Just 82 right now. Where are those leads? The Congress has a bunch of seats in Vidarbha, but not anywhere close to what they had back in the Lok Sabha election. Much fewer seats for Sharad Chandra Pawar's NCP SP here in Western Maharashtra. Very few compared to what they had, even what they had 5 years ago. I think NCP had more than 50 5 years ago. The Sena UBT also significantly falling. They had 55 last time, down to just 29. And look at Mumbai. Mumbai, which used to be their stronghold, the city where they based their politics on, very few seats to the Sena UBT. Even the Congress, it contested 102 seats. 102 seats and just 25 leading, which means a strike rate of less than 25%. So clearly, things have gone badly for the India Alliance.
The Congress party is the weakest in that, it's the weakest link. 102 seats they were contesting, they're leading only in 25, and they have performed poorer and worse than the Shiv Sena UBT and the NCP SP. With respect to Uttar Pradesh, it is 7-2. Again, a big statement there. That will also be a narrative changer. Nalin Mehta, Rohit, if you look at this story, what is going to happen if you were to look ahead, not just into the crucial polls, municipal commission polls, etc. in Maharashtra, but also the winter session of Parliament. Rohit, Nalin, thereafter.
I think the municipal polls of Mumbai are very important. It's a 50,000 crore turnover organization, and it holds large area, which is financial capital of the country. Very important for the BJP to kind of get its mayor elected. There's been a fight last few years between Shiv Sena and BJP, that is Uddhav Thackeray's party and BJP inside the Mumbai Municipal Corporation also. But remember, 25 or 24 other municipal corporations all over Maharashtra are going to polling next year, that is by April or so. And all over Maharashtra, these are the units that constitute the assembly segments or assembly constituencies finally. So BJP is going to keenly fight these elections, and they are going to have Eknath Shinde as their partner. That is for sure. Whether Ajit Pawar also participates at that level is a question that will be open, because there might be friendly fights in Western Maharashtra or whatever. Overall in Maharashtra, I think we are going to have a BJP-led government. I can see that the Chief Minister's position will be held by the BJP for sure. And perhaps Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar will come as
200.
Chief Minister.
200. NDA hits the 200 mark. 288 leads. NDA hits the 200 mark. 200 par. This is the number, the upward number that Pradeep Gupta of Access My India had predicted, that the NDA could touch 200. That's happened. He also said that the INDI alliance will get 53. They're already at 50. These numbers are oscillating a bit, so we have to keep watching these numbers. But this is 200 par for the NDA. Historic. Sanjay Raut said, how can they win 200? Is it possible? Although he said that Eknath Shinde is getting 60 seats, it's 48. Now, the Election Commission allowed Ladki Bahin.
See, that is not a logic.
To say that, had these elections happened a month earlier, the results would have been different.
I'm not saying that.
I don't think there's any
I'm saying the Congress is questioning timing.
These are Supriya Srinath who's raised these questions.
Yeah, this comes from that mindset that was prevalent before 2019 election, when in the budget the Prime Minister announced the great scheme where farmers were going to were given a DBT, if you remember.
2009 election.
2019.
The Kisan Samman Nidhi.
Yeah. Kisan Samman Nidhi was given out, and many people said, oh, that made the fundamental difference between victory and loss, apart from Balakot and this, that, the other. So I'm just saying that this is routine. But the point is that in Jharkhand, the polls have taken place simultaneously with Maharashtra. There's also a rollout happening there. So I think this is a bit far-fetched.
No, the life of
well, we have Arunima with us from Jharkhand. Daniel Francis, political brand strategist, partner and advisor to the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde campaign and communications, is also with us. Daniel, coming to you after we speak with our reporters. Yesha is from Thane. Yes, Arunima, how many rounds of counting? Why are there not major celebrations? Are people expecting some toss and turn or oscillation in the scores? 29-49 in favor of INDIA right now.
So they want to be absolutely certain. So at the CM residence, this is the residence of the Chief Minister. Hemant Soren is keeping a tab. Kalpana Soren, his wife, who's being given a lot of credit for JMM's turnaround. She herself is in a kind of a tough spot so she's stationing herself in Giridih, and that's why I think there is a wait and watch policy that has been adopted, because they want to ensure that Kalpana also comfortably sails through. Congress party, initially it was being speculated that they could be the weak link in this particular alliance. They had 18 the last time around. They are hovering around the 12-13 mark, so not too bad. And overall, JMM, Congress, RJD have pulled along. The entire alliance have been pulled along. We have been told by the Chief Minister's aides that he would want to be absolutely certain about the numbers before coming out and speaking to the supporters. So even at the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha office, there's not much halchal. Right. You see more people at the BJP office than at the JMM office. As far as rounds are concerned, Hatia, which is next door to Ranchi, that has the maximum number of rounds, more than 20. All the others are, the least is 13. So the average number of rounds will be 16 to 17. And I think we are now closer to the halfway mark for most of these seats. Most people here are now accepting that Jharkhand Mukti Morcha has managed to defeat anti-incumbency.
Well, it looks like it's a pro-incumbency mandate so far, although the numbers are oscillating 30 and 48 now. So from 29 to 49, 49-29, it's 48-30. BJP now moving away, thanks Arunima, moving away to or pulling away towards Maharashtra. We'll try and see if we can get Mr. Pradeep Gupta to get a way in on this score of 199-200. It was 200, it's just become 199, but the numbers are unprecedented. The BJP's lead just went down one seat from 114 to 113. Yesha, will Eknath Shinde take this score of 48 out of 288? They were hoping to win 55, but right now it's 48. Will Eknath Shinde take it? Their score is 20 seats better than UBT.
So yes, as of now, when you speak of some seats, there are leads, but of course, the picture would only be clear later in the day. So yes, 48 to 50 is somewhere, of course, Eknath Shinde would take further. Of the 55, yes, possibly they wouldn't get all the 55, but yes, 48 to 50 is something that we see that they are confident about. But as of now, when you speak of the whole mood outside the residence of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, we'd in fact show you what it looks like outside the bungalow of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde at Thane. In fact, late last night, he had stepped out from his residence, that is Varsha residence, official residence, which was in Malabar Hill, and he was here. And of course, he's not stepped out until now, but we see supporters of Eknath Shinde have gathered on the streets, waving the Dhanush Ban, waving the flag. And we also heard how Naresh Maske, the MP from Shiv Sena, is confident about the fact that it will be their leader who would be CM. Celebrations, fireworks have already started outside the residence of Eknath Shinde. Like you rightly mentioned, we'd expect him to speak only unanimously when the other alliance partners step out. But Anand, of course, this
to Delhi, no grab 4 or firecracker ban in Mumbai and Thane. So these firecrackers will go. Yeah, we stay with these visuals. Yesha, is Eknath Shinde expected here anytime?
So yes, Eknath Shinde is still inside, but we'd expect him to come out only post 12, because what we were told was Eknath Shinde would step out of his residence post noon. He'd go collect his certificate and then possibly head towards Mumbai. Of course, like you mentioned, Delhi has a cracker ban, but Mumbai and
Thane, no cracker ban. No cracker ban. Celebrations in the NDA camp begin. 201. The firecrackers go up even as NDA crosses the 200 mark. 201, 115 for the BJP. So it's pulled more than its weight here in terms of strike rate and conversions out of 152 seats.
Raja, ये देखो मैसेज कहते हैं वीडियो लाइक करके 500 रुपया रोज कमाओ बस पहले थोड़ा पैसा देके ललचाएंगे फिर बोलेंगे कि और कमाना है तो पैसा भरो हम दिन भर चूना लगाते हैं और ये लोग हम ही को चूना लगाने चले हैं पान वाला हूँ मूर्ख नहीं हूँ याद रहे यूपीआई कहता है कि अगर कोई आसान कमाई का लालच दे तो कहो मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ
Give up breakfast, give up carbs, just give up roti, give up rice, give up pasta, give up potatoes.
No, I say don't give up. All you need to do is moderate. Why give up on anything when you can moderate, right? So don't give up.
We'll see how the numbers eventually stack up. In Baikola, Yamini Jadhav is leading. I just mentioned, in Vadala, Kalidas Kolmbakar is leading. In Dharavi, interestingly, Dr. Jyoti Gaikwad of the Congress is leading. In the all-important seat of Mahim, it is Mahesh Sawant of the SSUBT who's currently leading. Let's go further up. In Kalina, again SSUBT is leading. Ashish Shelar leading in Bandra West. In Bandra East, Zishan Siddiqui is trailing. It is Varun Sardesai of the Sena UBT who's leading. In Vile Parle, the BJP candidate there is leading. The Shinde Sena candidate in Chandivli is leading. The Shinde Sena candidate also in Ghatkopar West, Ram Kadam of the BJP is leading. In Kurla, Mangesh Kudlikar of the Shinde Sena is leading. So clearly, if you were to just take a look at Mumbai alone, and I'm just going to quickly run through the 50-odd seats of Mumbai Thane, NDA at 32, India at 21. The BJP out of that 54 is at 20. Out of 32, BJP is at 20, Shinde Sena at 11.
It's a phenomenal reversal compared to June, 4th of June and the Lok Sabha, how Mumbai had voted at that time compared to now. Quickly going across to Avantika at the live result hub. 203 is the overall lead for the NDA. 117 to the BJP. No one had predicted this. Phenomenal growth. And also, Jharkhand is changing a bit, 31. So the NDA gets into the 30s. INDIA slips down from 52 to 48. Yes.
No, you're right, absolutely. You know, Anand, you were saying that Maha Vikas Aghadi would be saying, ye kya hua? And I bet Mahayuti would be saying, yahan ke hum Sikandar. What a phenomenal comeback. I mean, 203. Just look at the numbers there. A landslide win. And Devendra Fadnavis, who you spoke to, also has spearheaded a very impressive campaign. And RSS going all out there for the BJP. A great win for Mahayuti. But you're right, Jharkhand, you know, is changing 48-31. Brijesh ji is also still here. He's closely monitoring those numbers. Brijesh जी अभी भी ना मतलब एक कंसोलिडेट नहीं हुआ है जैसे महायुति को हम देख रहे हैं ना 203 बट व्हाई डू यू थिंक ये नंबर्स अभी चेंज हो रहे हैं
बट आप ये देखिए जो सिमिलर लाइंस पर हैं अगर आप लास्ट टाइम के देखें तो लास्ट टाइम 30 सीटें जेएमएम ने जीती थी इस बार देखिए 29 पे वो लीड कर रही है लास्ट टाइम बीजेपी ने 25 जीती थी आप कहेंगे कि 28 पे लीड कर रही है तो दरअसल उस समय जेवीएम जो थी बाबूलाल मरांडी की वो पार्टी मर्ज कर गई जिसकी 3 सीटें थी तो 25 + 3 28 आप देखें तो पैटर्न ऑलमोस्ट सेम है कांग्रेस जरूर लास्ट टाइम जो 16 सीटें जीती थी अभी 13 पर लीड कर रही है तो मुझे लगता है कि कमोबेश रुझान उसी तरीके के हैं जिस तरीके से पिछले बार की विक्ट्री रही थी 2019 में मुझे लगता है कि वेट करना चाहिए वेट फॉर सम टाइम बिकॉज एट द मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लेसेस ओनली 3 to 5 rounds have been completed so we should wait for another 90 minutes to get a very clear picture but obviously as far as the leads are concerned India Alliance is in a leading position in Jharkhand just like the last time.
So Anand, Brijesh ji is not calling Jharkhand just as yet. He's saying to wait for 90 minutes.
Because the average of about 14-15 rounds, so till we get to about 9-10 rounds, it will be difficult. He's saying 3 to 5 rounds of counting only in Jharkhand. Jharkhand started about 25 minutes later than Maharashtra did. Maharashtra also, we've just crossed about into the 9th or 10th round of counting. Leads will settle. We'll keep an eye on what happens in Mumbai Devi, where Shaina NC told us that she's confident she's taking that constituency. We'll wait and watch. Again, NDA in Jharkhand, it is again oscillating 30-49. So this will keep oscillating for a bit. Shinde Sena supporters are celebrating the win already. Will Eknath Shinde speak? Will Devendra Fadnavis speak? We'll wait and watch if Ajit Dada Pawar speaks. But the BJP inching towards 120. This is runaway. Look at where the INDIA is. Who is the worse off? 21 out of 102 seats, Rahul Shivshankar for the Congress party. 28 for the Shiv Sena UBT, 19 for NCP SP. This is a rout, and this means they are all finished.
My dear friend, 80% plus conversion rate for the BJP alone. I don't know. I just want
119 now.
Yes, I just want to look now at the exact number of others. Because if they come to about 120, 122, that's only 20 short.
Others is 10.
Others 10.
Others is 10. Well, how many of these are?
2014 they got 120.
And remember, there were some other candidates that were fielded that are proxy candidates of the BJP. I think was 6 or 7 of those.
Such as Shaina NC.
Yes, so let's see if those win, and then you might actually have a game on of a different kind.
But you know, Shaina NC's victory will go into the Eknath Shinde this one kitty. But this 10. How many of them do we know? We'll try and check with the LRS also. How many of them are pro-BJP guys or BJP plants or whatever?
One of the,
there is Sanjay Kaka Patil in Sangli, there is Shaina NC, there is one in Ajit Pawar group also, about 5 I think. About 5 candidates.
So that, look at that, strike rate 80%, 20%. I mean, the Congress is nowhere in the equation. Rahul Gandhi is going to be standing up in a few days in the Parliament House. And he's going to, yes, exactly, 80-20. And he's going to say exactly this. Already they are saying that, you know, Adani power, Adani Green has powered this victory anyhow. Look,
Daniel Francis is with us, Eknath Shinde's advisor.
Let me bring you in. Daniel Francis, you were with us just 3 days back at the exit poll stage. I want to ask you, what do you put this implosion of the Congress down to?
The implosion of the Congress. Nobody has to implode the Congress. The Congress implodes on its own. You know, from the victory that they had in Lok Sabha, what they did is that they became so arrogant and the MVS started fighting amongst themselves. For the last 2 months, the whole picture that Maharashtra saw, that these two people are fighting for the Chief Minister's chair and slinging mud at each other, which really destroyed their credibility. Which was only for time being during the Lok Sabha, while Eknath Shinde and the Mahayuti partners worked very quietly and silently.
Daniel, just hold on. We've just got pictures of Devendra Fadnavis in conversation with someone. Let's we got the audio also.
Yes.
धन्यवाद आशीर्वाद दे दीजिए
हेलो हेलो
येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निघतो तो मी येतो हा मी कळवतो तुला यस 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 चला धन्यवाद आशीर्वाद दे दीजिए
हेलो
Okay, so he's saying I will come in the evening. He's saying in Marathi, ye to sandhyagali ye to I'm going to leave from here in a bit. And he says dhanyavad. Clearly somebody is congratulating him. The fact he's sitting at Meghdut. This is where we had gone ahead and spoken with him. Me and Mandar Fund had gone.
His mother, Sarika Fadnavis,
so
called him from Nagpur.
So he's spoken to his mom. He's spoken to his mom and he's saying that I'm going to reach Nagpur in the evening. Payal Mehta had already confirmed this here on CNN News 18 that he will leave for Nagpur to collect his victory certificate from his constituency. Where Devendra Fadnavis is very confident about his own constituency. He was quietly confident about the Mahayuti's chances. Even
इनकी ये हालत का कारण है साधारण ऑटो ऐप। इन्हें चाहिए गारंटीड ऑटो, मतलब रैपिडो ऑटो। 5 मिनट में मिलेगा, वरना 50 रुपए आपके। 5 नहीं तो 50, 5 नहीं तो 50।
Across Maharashtra, but what a phenomenal win. This is close to the 2019 number where they contested more seats. Yeah. This is 152 leading in 121. This is like a wow. That's what you got to say, because this is unprecedented.
This is the revenge of 2019.
Yeah, in 2014.
This is the revenge of 2019.
In 2014, when they fought separately, BJP had 122. Of course, they came back again after the elections. In 2019, they had 105.
105,
so this is about 15 more than that.
Correct.
And
the number of seats they've contested is less. So their strike rate conversion is far
Absolutely.
greater. In 2014, they contested all the seats. They got 122. Here they have fought 152 and they're leading in 121.
So it's an 80% conversion.
Just going to Daniel. Daniel, the Shiv Sena 47 and Ubata UBT 28. Does this, if this score stays, does this settle the legacy aspect? Will this now once and for all settle it altogether? Yeah.
In our mind, the legacy aspect is already settled. Those who need the votes of the traditional Congress voters to win elections, they are not the real Sena. Those who are getting original votes of Shiv Sainiks is the real Sena. On the 5th round, I'll tell you, Aditya Thackeray is telling by 1,000 vote in Worli. That's called real Sena and fake Sena. So the legacy battle is already settled. The kind of overwhelming response that Eknath Shinde and the party has got is phenomenal. Now we have no doubt in mind. Mr. Uddhav Thackeray will survive in some pockets. Parties don't die so easily. But, overwhelmingly, in the whole...
You have a strike rate of 58%. Ubata has 29%.
We will cross that strike rate also. By the time the seat numbers were settled, we'll be crossing 55. This is my confidence.
So you are confident that you will get 55 seats?
Over 160. Overall, we'll be crossing 160, but I'm getting more than that. Yesterday I came that 160 plus. But this is all work done by Mr. Shinde and the Mahayuti partners in the last 4 months, 5 months to change the narrative, going on the ground, taking the kind of public connect.
This some time back, that if this such an overwhelming majority, 207 is where NDA is right now, BJP at 120, why would the BJP give the Chief Minister's post to Mr. Shinde? Mr. Fadnavis would stake claim to be Chief Minister.
See, it's a very valid question, but I'll tell you one thing. If there's one man, I don't know who will become the Chief Minister, that the NDA partners will decide, NDA leadership will decide. If there's one person who changed the narrative for the NDA in Maharashtra, this was not an election that was on national issues. This was not an election that was, had any kind of national impact on it. Like we won some war against Pakistan or something and it has affected Maharashtra. No. This is one election that the tide was turned over by only one man called Eknath Shinde. His work, his image, his policies, his programs. There is no other this. And his popular face has pushed the NDA voters, Mahayuti voters to come out in large numbers. The numbers are striking. The kind of women who have voted in this election, phenomenal. Women at Ladki Bahin is electing her Ladka Bhau in Maharashtra.
Okay, Ladki Bahin is electing the Ladka Bhau. What may be the national implications, Rahul, in terms of, you have the parliament session that's going to come up from Monday. Clearly, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress think they've latched on to this whole Adani issue. But now with this kind of a mandate, it's not a 145, 150 kind of victory, 209. This, I mean,
it's just phenomenal
we
performance.
can check if, in history, if this is one of the biggest
I'm just
victories.
purely saying with respect, you have to say as a performance with respect to strike rate. The leads are showing you're winning almost you're losing just 30 seats out of the total of contested, 152. It's not a small performance, irrespective of which party does it. This has to be acknowledged. We've got news coming through. Sorry, just quickly taking this news. Payal Mehta is with us. New cabinet to be sworn in before the 26th of November, and the Central Observers team is flying into Mumbai on Sunday. Yes, Payal.
Yes, what we do understand that since the assembly ends on the 26th of November, Anand, the BJP and the Mahayuti are not going to waste any more time. They're going to have their internal meeting today between Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar and of course Eknath Shinde. But the central observers will be sent from Delhi tomorrow so that they can have a conversation with all the three parties. So what I'm going to understand by way of my sources in the BJP, that a cool and calm customer like Rajnath Singh is going to be sent as a central observer, given the fact that he's been a party president in the past, he's a union minister, he's been somebody who commands a lot of respect. He doesn't lose his cool very early, has the ability to take people on their side as well, doesn't irk anybody the wrong way as well. So he's going to be one person who's going to be coming in. The BJP leadership will trust him with that. Of course, the talks are already happening. I'm given to understand that Devendra Fadnavis is very coolly and calmly watching the election from his drawing room right now. He's not stepped out as of now. He'll just probably go to Nagpur later this evening to collect his certificate. Might just come to the BJP headquarters for a bit. But the big responsibility will also be on his shoulder to make sure that there are no internal bickerings between the alliance, because that's the last thing that they really want. The blamings that they actually had on the Maha Vikas Aghadi is something which they do not really want. But who dons the chair of the Chief Minister, we'll only know by tomorrow. But thankfully, there are no resort politics that are going to take place. I keep repeating this, but yes, there will be a firm government in place. And once the central observers come, they'll do the legislative party meeting for the BJP. The other alliance partners will also do the legislative party. And then, by Monday, we can have the new Maharashtra Chief Minister in place, is what we are given to understand.
Just to clarify,
and the leadership
Payal, just to clarify, so 26th, the timeline of the assembly expires, and therefore they want to install the next government before the 26th, which is Tuesday, which means if you're saying tomorrow the central observers will be there, the meetings will be concluded, by Monday the swearing in will happen, can we conclude that they will not then change? Because generally change happens, it takes a few days. If they want to quickly install the next government, that means that Eknath Shinde is safe.
Zaka, you and me think today that they've got the numbers, but the Mahayuti was very, very confident of the numbers, their information, their background search, their feedback from the ground. I told them about this kind of a slide, rise, a long time ago. So they're very much prepared. They've not had any internal bickering. They've always come out and said that they let the central leadership take a call. Also, very significantly, the parliament session begins on Monday. So they are definitely want to have a laugh at the cost of the opposition in parliament on Monday. Tuesday, you can't expect the likes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, etc., to come in the morning hours if the taking ceremony takes place, because it's the observation of the 75th year of the Indian Constitution. So there's a big program that's going to take place in Parliament as well. With the assembly ending, either you can have the oath taking, practically speaking, either on Monday or probably sometime later Tuesday evening before the term of the assembly really ends.
Right, Payal, stay on with us. We've got Mayuresh joining us from Ajit Pawar's residence, where Praful Patel has reached Ajit Pawar's residence. So what's the thought process there? Payal says it's all sorted. They've got their arrangements in place and swearing in will happen on Monday. What's the update at your end, Mayuresh?
Absolutely, Anand, though it is sorted, but the last minute meetings usually happens. I'll show you the visuals. My camera person is showing you the visuals. Right now, there is no much celebration which is happening, but we have been given to understand that the sweets have been already ordered and they have been delivered. Praful Patel have just entered inside, and the meeting will happen between Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel to discuss the future course. As Payal was sharing the information that soon, within next 2 days, we are expecting that the swearing in will happen. But who will take the oath in first cabinet? That is the important thing, and that discussion might take place here, because the information which we are getting that Aditi Tatkare, the only women cabinet minister of Ajit in last cabinet, basically she is on the verge of winning from Srivardhan.
Yes.
So will she get a repeat chance, or will there be new faces? That needs to be discussed, and that's why Praful Patel must have reached here to discuss the issue.
So more or less settled, there are no arguments. Uttar Pradesh, there is some updates coming through. We'll try and look at those updates also. 7 and 2 is the conversation in Uttar Pradesh, and it only seems to be consolidating or solidifying there. 31-48 with respect to the NDA. 122 is the same 2014 score that the BJP is now equaling with a far lesser number of seats. Payal said that there is not going to be much change.
Yeah, because they want to quickly install the next chief minister. I suspect they will not change the leadership.
It's
if
now
they have to do the
123.
swearing in on Monday.
It's now 123. The pictures on screen are from right outside Eknath Shinde's residence. A huge number of supporters who are present there with the Dhanush Ban. Sweets are being distributed. We check if Yesha is there, and we'll try and get an update if there are some important leaders present. So they're all celebrating, distributing sweets, and celebrations are in order. This is more than 2014 now, 123.
Yeah.
Rahul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at how Indian politics has changed in 4 months. The momentum has completely shifted away now from, the India alliance, so to speak. Suddenly, it's the India alliance that is looking brittle and not so much the NDA. That was the refrain as we came out of the results in June. Congress looking diminished. Rahul Gandhi's acceptability again in doubt, again in question. There will be question marks. I even suspect that the allies now, the India allies, will want to sort of distance themselves from the Congress, which will be seen as a bit of a unfortunate for the Congress party, will be seen as a bit of a liability. And more importantly, the BJP acquires the conviction it needs to push ahead with very critical, this time, socio-political reforms in Parliament. We are talking about the Waqf Amendment. We're talking about one poll, one nation, one poll. We are talking about several other social amendments that it has lined up in its sort of armory. I think this is the affirmation it wanted, and it's got it. So,
basically what this allows the BJP to do is to say that, look, 2024 general election was a blip. It was an aberration. Haryana has corrected it, and now with Maharashtra, it's back to business as usual.
Yeah.
But actually, to say that the BJP will have upper hand in Parliament, etc., is a bit exaggerated, because the composition of 18th Lok Sabha has not changed with this election results.
No, but
so what is
Rajya
going to
Sabha
happen is going to be have more acrimonious
Rajya Sabha composition will change dramatically.
No, that will take time, and in Rajya Sabha the BJP already has a working majority.
May I add to this, Rashid? See, it's the composition of Lok Sabha will not change, yes, but there is, in politics, is also about momentum, right? So after Lok Sabha results, after Lok Sabha result, people were saying that Haryana will be a wipeout for BJP, Maharashtra will be a wipeout. So this government's stability will be in question by early 2025. Because Delhi and Bihar comes out. Now the BJP is on the front foot again.
But what is stopping the BJP from coming up with braveries now for Delhi?
No, that won't happen.
To say that Lok Sabha will
AAP has done well in Punjab, I think.
That is not likely to happen in this winter session of Parliament, because there the strength continues to be 53% and 47% between government and opposition.
But there is also one posturing, the kind of confidence you will take into the winter session of Parliament, that will be dented.
Right?
Mr. Modi and his team is always confident. The confidence has
not Mr. Modi.
There was a certain trend that is this on the decline? Is it now you're like you can lock the fourth term?
125 now,
the fourth term today.
125, 211 and 125.
No, so what this also does, what this also does, if you look at the 2024 Lok Sabha election, the two big states where BJP suffered reverses were UP and Maharashtra. One of those two they've now corrected, and this is a phenomenal win. I mean, Rohit might know, I think this would easily be comparable to the 1995 victory that the BJP and Shiv Sena had when they came for the very first time in power. I think this is bigger than that. This is probably the biggest victory in Maharashtra.
Not just that, UP 7 and 2. The UP.
ಇದು ಕೇವಲ ಮನೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ನೋವನ್ನು ನಿವಾರಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಉತ್ಸಾಹನ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಟಗಳಿಗೆ ಜೊತೆಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಬ್ಬಗಳಿಗೆ ರಂಗು ತುಂಬುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಕಷ್ಟಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ರಕ್ಷಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಸ್ವಂತ ಮನೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕನಸು ನನ್ಸಾಗೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿನೇ ಕಷ್ಟ ಕೋಟಲೆಗಳು ಹೊರಗಿರುತ್ತವೆ ಮತ್ತು ಒಳಗೆ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ ನೆಲೆಸುತ್ತೆ.
हमारी सरकार जो घर देती है ना, इसमें बाकी सुविधाएं भी साथ होती, शौचालय हो, बिजली हो, पानी हो, गैस हो, सरकार की अलग अलग योजनाएं, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के इस करोड़ों घरों को संपूर्ण बनाती है.
ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆವಾಸ್ 4 ಕೋಟಿಗೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ, ಸೌಕರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಘನತೆ.
Political capital has moved to the BJP, and that's what the BJP does well. It promotes its talent. Prime Minister Modi was a CM once. He was Karyakarta even before that. And they've taken who has the pull. They've taken Ajit Pawar. they've taken Shinde, they've taken the people, they've bet on those people, and it has paid off. And all you have is the little bit of a Baba Log club running an alliance there, and people don't like it.
So with the Shiv Sena, what happened after the split was that, and I had been writing about this consistently, just above the Shaka level on the Shaka Pramukhs, and just above that level, there are these people who work, party workers, Shiv Sena party workers, who get money from the party and kind of have civil society penetration, help people out on a day-to-day basis, because it's a very municipal sort of a party.
Say another picture is out. Congratulations, Arun. This is Bawankule. BJP state. Chandrakant Bawankule. Chandrakant Bawankule is there, the BJP state president with Devendra Fadnavis. Even as we say that no party is in position to claim leader opposition here, Amit Malviya has taken another swipe at Rahul Gandhi, saying this is the 89th poll loss under Rahul Gandhi's leadership. That's another part. Rahul Gandhi defeated 89 times till now is what the BJP is saying. What the BJP has to say about this performance, we'll ask them when they join us. But this is celebration in order. This changes a lot of narratives at a lot of levels. I'm also looking at, and please weigh in on what this does to the economic story, the growth story. And also, does this consolidate PM Narendra Modi's position internationally and globally?
The 240 is gone now. That 240 ki ab 240 par le aaye, it's gone. I think Haryana, Maharashtra, of course Jharkhand they've won. They can keep some consolation prize there. But the momentum that there is, completely shifted. The trend, it more looks like Lok Sabha was a blip.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it was a blip, and looks like this is, and all the other assembly elections coming. I mean, these were the ones, they were supposed to be easy victories for the India Alliance or whatever. They said Haryana, Maharashtra.
I think the India Alliance is now facing a question of relevance. They have to ask themselves, why are they around?
Absolutely. That's very true. Because, it's been said that the Congress is incapable of facing the BJP fighting politically. Now, there were 3 political parties, and all 3 political parties have collapsed.
Yeah.
And they had kind of, a sort of, person like Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, all of them, they were good for nothing now.
It'll be interesting to also see
just a quick score update. We bundled the Aussies out for 104. We are 43 for no loss currently, with a lead of about 90 runs.
So
it's a good.
On a bouncy track in
Perth. It would be interesting to see what happens to the small players, Anand. Somebody like Raj Thackeray, what happens to him? Because now the BJP doesn't need him.
Worli update, Aditya Thackeray trails by 597 votes. Daniel Francis just now said after the first round he was trailing by about 1,000 votes.
NCP, Congress and Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray.
No, what I mean is
BJP Neta Praveen Darekar says Fadnavis should be CM. Anyways,
we were predicting to some extent that there will be a large number of independents, there will be rebel candidates getting elected, and the BJP might look at getting them on board to show a clear majority and all of that. That narrative is gone now totally.
Yeah, there are only about 10 others, many of them, like for example in Karjat, which is Rohit Pawar's constituency, he was trailing, an independent is actually leading there. His name is Sudhakar Parshuram Ghare. This is the seat that Rohit Pawar was contesting in. There's also an RSP candidate who has been leading since the morning in a place called Ganga Khed. So they don't really matter now because it's such a massive win for the BJP and for the NDA. Quick check on Jharkhand. Again, the number seems to be changing just a bit, particularly here in the western part of the state and also in the central part of the state. The BJP seems to be gaining back up some. It's got a gain of 6. The NDA is 33. Let me just look at the breakup of the NDA. The BJP is 30. The AJSU 1, which is down 1 from last time. The JDU is 1. It's a gain of 1 from last time. The LJP has 1. So 33 to the NDA. Again, just quickly running through which are the constituencies where the BJP is leading. In Daltonganj, the BJP candidate leading. Garhwa, the BJP candidate leading. In Bishrampur, again, I think Brajesh was mentioning Bishrampur, the BJP candidate there is leading. Also in the central part of the state, just to get a quick check from Latehar, which is a reserve constituency, you have the BJP candidate leading. Neighbouring Simaria, again BJP candidate leading. Hazaribagh, urban, so again BJP candidate there leading. In Bakargaon, again BJP candidate leading. And Rahul Shivshankar, you'll be interested in knowing in the northern part of the state, couple of seats where the BJP seems to be leading. In Mahagama, the BJP candidate leading. In Rajmahal, the BJP candidate is leading. In Seraikala, which is Champai Soren's seat, he now seems to be back in the lead. in Dumka too. Dumka, of course, the Sorains hail from Dumka. It is Sunil Sorain of the BJP who is leading there. So I don't think the Jharkhand story is over just yet.
Karnataka Congress leading. Karnataka Congress leading all three. UP it is 6-3. Kerala by polls it is 1, and the UDF has now snatched the lead from the BJP in Palakkad, so it is 1 and 2 in favor of the UDF. So some things to write home.
In Worli,
Since Worli 597 votes. That's what Aditya Thackeray is currently trailing by 597 votes.
He trails whom?
He's trailing Milind Deora.
Milind Deora.
Wow.
So Milind Deora is Eknath Shinde. So that's what. So Aditya Thackeray is trailing Eknath Shinde there. Eknath Shinde. Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son, has just spoken. Let's listen in.
एकनाथ शिंदे साहब आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं.
हा जे अपार कष्ट मेहनत 18 तास मुख्यमंत्री मोदयांनी जे काम केलं, त्या योजना आणल्या वेगवेगळ्या, मला वाटतं मुख्यमंत्री मोदयांचा पण खूप खूप आभार व्यक्त करतो, अभिनंदन करतो की या महाराष्ट्राला पहिल्यांदा 18 तास 20 तास काम करणारा मुख्यमंत्री लोकांनी पाहिला. वर्षा ज्यांच्यासाठी बंद होती त्यांच्यासाठी वर्षा उघडण्याचं काम केलं, रात्री अपरात्री जागून जे आहे हे लोकांना भेटण्याचं काम केलं. मला वाटतं खूप मोठा हा विजय आहे. हा हार्ड वर्क, मी नेहमी म्हणतो की कष्टाला पर्याय नाही, कष्ट आणि कष्ट हे केले, त्याच्यामुळे आज जे आहे आपल्याला हा रिझल्ट
Shrikant Shinde saying 18 hours. My father worked 18 hours. He worked hard. We brought the Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana, and we went out there with the people. And he says there is no substitute to hard work. Hard work, effort, and that's the only thing that will yield results. And we hope that we continue to be able to do the same and serve the people of Maharashtra. So that's Shrikant Shinde, who's been quietly working behind the scenes, helping his father and his and their cause, and they've worked really hard. That's what they've come out and said. We've just got another update going across to Arun Dhanta at the BJP headquarters. Arun, thankfully this time around, unlike in Haryana, whoever was making the jalebi will get to eat it too.
Well, that's right. In fact, everybody was worried about it, that it shouldn't be boomerang as it happened in case of Haryana for the Congress party. But here in the BJP office, what we are given to understand is that the message has been given to the workers of the BJP that they will have to come here at the party extension office, which is the new office for, of course, Prime Minister Modi's welcome. We are given to understand that Prime Minister is going to reach here at the party office somewhere around 6:37 p.m. And of course, he will be addressing the gathering here. So preparations are done. At this moment, we are in the main party headquarters, in another office where preparations are taking place on the other side of the road. So that's where all the preparations are going on for the evening Prime Minister's address. Of course, the massive victory which they have got in Maharashtra is something which is really giving that boon to the BJP spokespersons, whoever we are speaking here. In fact, when we started showing that jalebi in the morning, there were few people of the party who came to us, and they said it's a normal culture of celebration. And we said we have never had jalebi here in this party office. This was the first time when it is being.
We hope you've got a sampling of jalebi, and there is more celebrations towards the evening. It's going to be a long day for Arun Dhanta and some of our reporters in the national capital, because the Delhi BJP headquarters is going to be abuzz with activity. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to arrive at the BJP headquarters in Delhi by 6:30 p.m. this evening. There will be a victory speech. There will be a celebration because it's a historic mandate. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rohit. This is a never before in Maharashtra.
Absolutely.
This score, if it stays.
Yes, the highest that the BJP, I mean, we are showing 129 right now. And if this holds, then of course this is a record forever, because the best score was 122 in 2014 election amidst the Modi wave. That was the best that the BJP did. After that, they came to 105 in 19. And this time, if it is 129 or anywhere around 25 also, it's a record.
Shiv Sena at
record.
49, nearing 50. Ubata at 26. The big story there. Also with NCP, Ajit Pawar what will he be thinking right now with 35 compared to 15 of NCP Sharad Pawar?
I think the only thing that explains Ajit Pawar's success is Ladki Bahin Yojana, because remember, he was in the earlier government, he was the finance minister. So it is technically his announcement during the budget that was presented in July, where they announced that they will be rolling out this DBT for women and for farmers also. So I think he took full advantage of that, it's he who has given this money. He is the one who's approved it, and I think he's benefited.
Some mini fights. Let's focus on with Zaka. Zishan Siddique in Bandra is actually trailing in Bandra East. Anushakti Nagar, Sana Malik is trailing. Fahad is leading. Shivaji Nagar, let's see, Nawab Malik or this one, Abu Azmi. Who's the one?
Right now, Abu Azmi is leading in Mankur Shivaji Nagar. As far as the other, which was the other constituency that you were talking about? Anushakti Nagar.
Anushakti Nagar, Shivaji Nagar, and Anushakti Nagar. Yeah, Mankur Shivaji Nagar. And
Mankur, of course, Abu Azmi is leading.
Yeah, Anushakti Nagar.
In Anushakti Nagar, I believe Sana Malik is trailing.
Sana Malik is trailing, and so.
I mean, Sharad Pawar has probably put in the worst performance of his life.
Yes, his team, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, we'll have to say, and Rohit Pawar.
This would be the worst performance of his political
this
career.
Legacy fight, etc.
Is he over?
When it comes to the two Shiv Senas, I mean, it's very interesting how Eknath Shinde has been completely on point with his messaging. When the NDA government came to power and at the center, and there were some ministerial berths to be divided, he made the announcement that, my son is not going to be made minister. He's the leader of the legislature party, Dr. Shrikant Shinde, who we saw just now. And he made it very clear. It's not like Shrikant Shinde didn't feel bad about it, but the point was that you had to show that you have a difference. You are not the...
Sign.
Yeah, you're not... this party is not going to work on a dynastic principle in that sense, that whatever prizes that are to be distributed is there only for the family.
Well, I think one interesting point, just briefly I'd like to mention, is this shows that the voters of Maharashtra are not getting swayed by emotions. Okay, they have not gone for Sharad Pawar, who was pitching an emotional appeal that he was, there was an injustice, etc. And Uddhav Thackeray, who pitched sympathy, just sympathy and nothing else.
Two things.
But the thing is, the emotion card will not work all the time. No, emotion card worked last time. Sharad Pawar, every time he goes to campaign, he says, this is my last election, so vote for sympathy. Uddhav Thackeray, the sympathy worked last time. It did not work this time. Sympathy doesn't work every time. You have to.
According to me, emotions have worked.
The BJP.
No, but it doesn't work again and again.
No, I'm saying different. I'm saying emotions have worked.
Penny for your thoughts.
Ek hai aur saath hai, that has worked.
We know. Last election hai mera.
Right, yeah. All right. We can't put that, say that on air. But Rahul Shivshankar, the BJP has turned around and said, Ek hai to safe hai, the Maha Mantra, and the Vikas narrative. These are the two things that worked for us.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Would you agree that there has been a perhaps quiet undercurrent of this counter-polarization?
I'm glad you brought it up, because that's the reason why I reached across to Nalin and asked him for some statistics. There is proof कि एक है, हम safe हैं. Marathas dominated seats, BJP 68, 18 the other side, OBC 61-25. I mean, Haryana saw the power of ek hai, safe hai. That time, of course, the supercharged election there, that dynamic was injected by Mr. Yogi Adityanath in a much more sort of, abrasive sort of manner, or through abrasive slogan. But that worked there. Dalits, 1910, Dalit dominated seats. So there's proof that people have come together, and there's also proof that there has been, unfortunately, and this is really something that the Muslims now will have to start thinking about, internalizing, are they actually benefiting by voting for parties that do not have a vision for the future, or are they better off now shaking off this fear factor, taking off these sort of glasses that they're wearing, colored glasses, and looking at what they're getting, how they're benefiting as a society, as a culture in this country. And that is fundamentally where I think reassessment has to happen. The farmers, the women,
Rahul,
all with.
Rahul,
yes, of course.
No.
Yeah.
You are entitled for your view, but what I'm saying is it takes two to tango. Where is the level of participation and empowerment?
Sir, Congress ne kam seaten diye
Musalman. I'm not about Congress. I'm not about Congress. I'm not about Congress. I'm saying you look at the BJP.
No, आप representation की बात कर रहे हैं in Lok Sabha.
Yeah.
The Congress gave
one point. By giving seats, you don't say that you are empowering somebody. It is about what you have done on ground in terms of the social upliftment which has happened.
Homes,
and
the
that,
connections,
that
the electricity.
That game is
गेम बनेगा, मजा पड़ेगा, मजा पड़ेगा, गेम बनेगा, मजा पड़ेगा.
ఈ పెళ్లి సీజన్ లో
వెడ్డింగ్ షాపింగ్ కూడా మొత్తం ఇమ్మడి సిల్వర్ జ్యువెలరీలోనే చేస్తుంది.
ప్రతి ఒక్క కలెక్షన్ ఇక్కడ దొరికేస్తుంది అన్నమాట.
మరి ఇంకెందుకు లేటు, అర్జెంట్ గా వెళ్ళి షాపింగ్ చేయండి.
ఇండియాస్ లార్జెస్ట్ సిల్వర్ షో
ఇమ్మడి సిల్వర్ జ్యువెలరీ, ఇమ్మడి సిల్వర్ జ్యువెలరీ కూకట్పల్లిలో పిల్ల నంబర్ 775.
It's a different one. We're digressing. Please, let's look at this. Shinde Sena has already begun the chorus. We'll stay with the news.
Sir, all the representation that the Congress gave over 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, and Sachar Commission came out and said, ki bhaiya, look at your numbers on demographic status. Where are you on the various indices? You're nowhere. What did the representation get you?
This rising above this appeasement game and how many seats have you given? That's not the answer. What you've done to work collectively for society is important. The other aspect, Shinde Sena is now saying, has begun this chorus that Shinde as CM. Will this be the same equation that will continue? Just to underline and perhaps rub it in to Uddhav Thackeray and to say that we don't have a problem yielding space, etc. Or will there be a shuffle, the three people itself, but somebody else? We'll have to wait and watch. Griha has an update from the live result hub. Yes, Griha.
Okay, two important players as far as Worli, Mumbai city is concerned. We are now learning Aditya Thackeray is trailing by 597 votes, and those are the number of votes that Milind Deora is in fact leading from Worli. That's an important update that we are getting from here. So that's one. We are also learning, Anand, that from Mahim you have Raj Thackeray who's trailing, right? He's trailing by how many votes?
Amit Thackeray.
Amit Thackeray, I beg your pardon, is trailing. I'll just tell you the number of votes. Is it a huge gap? Okay, we'll let you know about the gap, but we do know about this important update. It's a neck and neck from Worli, Mumbai city between Aditya Thackeray and Milind Deora.
Okay, Sharad Pawar's weakest performance in his career. We'll go across to Payal Mehta from the BJP headquarters or main office in Mumbai. Yes, Payal.
You know, more information trickling in. Anand, the oath taking might take place on the 26th of November. The exact time is being studied because they want to go as per the Shubh Muhuratam, taking into consideration everybody's stars put together. But 26th November is going to be very interesting. It's Samvidhan Divas, and the opposition has been attacking the government of the day in the center on Samvidhan. Samvidhan Divas, 75th year of adoption of the Indian Constitution, a very, very significant day in that respect. And most probably the venue is likely to be the Shivaji Park. That is where in his last rally, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said, I'll come back here for the next oath taking, and I'm sure the next government will be formed soon as well. And a very, very important venue as far as the sentiments of the Shiv Sena is concerned, both the Uddhav Thackeray faction as well as the Shinde faction, and most importantly, the women have been the chief contributors of this particular election. That's why a special invitation will also be sent to the women folk, will be sent to the Latki Bands to attend the oath taking ceremony.
Right, Payal, so stay on. Payal getting us three important updates. One, there is a change in the swearing in date. It's going to be on the 26th of November, Samvidhan Divas, 75th year of adoption of the Indian Constitution. On that day, the swearing in will happen because that's also the day of a good Muhurat or Shubh Muhurat. Third update is that this swearing in ceremony most likely will happen at Shivaji Park. It's the same place where the Prime Minister had said कि सरकार हम यहीं पे बनाएंगे, वापस हम आएंगे और आपसे ही आशीर्वाद लेंगे और यहीं पे करेंगे.
Where Mr. Thackeray started the Shiv Sena from.
And 2611.
Where evil was punished.
So the idea is not as a reminder, stark reminder of the terror attack, but from the positive aspect of it being Samvidhan. But from the narrative of Samvidhan badal denge, us din they are going to say कि हम संविधान पे शपथ लेंगे. So we are going to take oath on the Constitution on that day. So that's what Payal is telling us. And all of them will be there. Ajit Pawar, Devendra Fadnavis, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Eknath Shinde, all of them will be there. And she's also said the fourth update is that the Ladki Bahan Yojana. So women will be given, a lot of women across Maharashtra who have worked hard on ground will be specially invited, and there will be more number of women present at the swearing in ceremony as part of the Karyakartas across the party lines. Yes.
I hope more women
depends on who gets elected. Depends on who gets elected. Aditi Thackeray is one.
There will be enough.
There is Shaina NC. If she wins, as she claims, we have to see what's happening with Shaina NC in Mumbai Devi.
She's still trailing.
Yeah, she's still trailing. As of now, she's still trailing. And Worli seat, again, Aditya Thackeray trailing by 597. Does that change after the fifth round? Daniel Francis said he was trailing by about 1,000 votes. We wait and watch. Celebrations at the Ajit Pawar camp. Dances are happening. Pugudi is happening there. We also have Mayuresh. Mayuresh, what's the update from the Uddhav Thackeray camp, from Matoshri? Any word?
Anand, right now I'm outside the Ajit Pawar's residence, but Matoshri and Sena Bhavan are completely silent. There is no one at Matoshri, outside Matoshri or in Sena Bhavan. Usually that is not the scenario, and whenever there is this kind of a big event which are happening, usually Karyakartas or the local leaders come there and stand and interact with the media. But as of now at Shiv Sena Bhavan, there is no one except Harshal Pradhan, who is the PRO of the party or head of communication, and at Matoshri, it's Thackeray family. They are also closely watching the results. But so far, there is no word from the Thackeray family. Back to you.
Right. Chetan Bhagat.
Making a comment. It has a potential to go viral. Come on.
I'm not saying it to go viral, but this is a bit of Kangana's curse, isn't it? You know?
Kangana's curse.
You remember when our office was damaged? And it was quite, she made this video, maybe your team can pull it out, but she kind of told Uddhav Thackeray in not a very polite way, I must say, so I won't repeat the exact words. But she said that the ulti gunti, like the reverse countdown, has begun, and it was unthinkable. It was unthinkable at that time.
Can we just go full frame on these pictures? These are coming in from
Kangana's curse.
From Meghdut. We are given to understand Devendra Fadnavis's residence. Watching the coverage, there is Chandrasekhar Bawankule, who's leading from his constituency. There is confidence on the overall numbers. That is Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, who's the face of the BJP's campaign. He's there, the architect, many say, the fulcrum of this Mahayuti. That's Devendra Fadnavis. They're all watching the coverage, watching the results very, very closely as the numbers settle in. One can only turn around and pinch a Bollywood dialogue where you can say, "Khush to bahut hoge tum." So that's the story right now. With respect to the BJP, but this is a performance by any political party which is unprecedented. Our research team has just pulled out some strike rates, and let's talk on the strike rates as we stay with these pictures and more pictures coming. BJP strike rate to the panel here in the studio, 84%, 122 out of 145. It's now gone up to 127, but now it's 84% strike rate. The Shiv Sena, 71%, 58 out of 81. We also have NCP, 37 out of 59, 62% strike rate. The Congress's strike rate, 19.2%, 20 out of 102. It's only come down. It's 18 out of 102. Ubata is 26. It was 18 out of 92. It's 26. So it's about a 25% strike rate. NCP Sharad Pawar, 11.6%, or now it's about 13% strike rate, 14 out of 86 seats. Is this his worst performance ever?
And for Sharad Pawar, all the more so because, his vote is concentrated. He doesn't have, votes, let's say in Vidarbha or even in Mumbai city. His vote is concentrated in Western Maharashtra, and for him, if this is the worst performance that he has seen since 1978 when he first became Chief Minister, then it also raises questions about the viability of his own party. Of course, in the Senas, I think it's established now that the Shinde Sena will be the representative of the Marathi Manus, as it were, because you have the Chief Minister also. But for Pawar also, this is just as much existential. I mean, if he's got 11% strike rate with a concentrated vote, then that's bad.
I'm just thankful that the remarks I made the other day won't cost me, because I did say that he was the most overrated politician, built up by Maharashtrian journalists to be this great player on the national stage. Power broking is one thing. Being a popular leader, acceptable by everybody, is a very different thing. So I think finally we have seen, and this is held true since the 80s when he first became Chief Minister. After that, he has never been able to rest. Like, for example, the BJP is doing today a significant part of the state for his own party.
BJP has just...
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk Sharad Pawar.
In your rights to criticize him, and Mr. Pawar, of course, has lost badly. We must also remember he became Chief Minister in 1978.
Yeah, true.
So
he should have retired by now.
That is the thing, but politicians don't retire.
Yeah,
you tell a politician, you say,
some cricketers
after
also
2 years,
don't.
Mr. Modi will be 75,
Till
and I would like to hear what is your comment on him.
Till they are bashed out to the park, or they can't make any runs.
No, I'm saying after 2 years, Mr. Narendra Modi will turn 75.
Point is, how many times has Mr. Sharad Pawar led his party to the
viability?
No, now
if you're winning elections.
One minute, Rashid Kitwai. Sharad Pawar and the NCP, is it a pan-Maharashtra party? Is it a pan-Maharashtra party in 30 years of its existence?
No.
So then what is a claim to fame? Why are you comparing Sharad Pawar with Narendra Modi? Narendra Modi, has he under his leadership in the last 10 years, has he helped the BJP grow into a party of the size that it's become the world's biggest political party?
Saying that he should have retired because of age. Rahul is saying he should have retired because he wasn't working.
His sell-by date was over. He was propped up by an ecosystem.
It's got nothing to do with age. It's about performance and delivery, sir. And in terms of performance and delivery, it is Mr. Pawar's poorest performance. And that too in an election which he claimed is his last election. Is an election which he claimed is his last election.
Power angle, power struggle, all these headlines that used to keep coming.
Okay, we've got...
There was a complex in reporting which used to be always about whatever is happening, obviously, would keep saying, no,
there is a parallel here. When I was in my early 20s, certain journalists were also built up. Only now when I'm going to be 50 in a couple of months, I've realized that there were men of clay feet or women of clay feet. So I'm just telling you that fundamentally, I'm looking inwards also. I'm not just looking outwards. I'm just saying that, look, efficacy matters in politics. You cannot just live off the hype and the propaganda of various elements. And I'm sorry, but that also applies to some level to even Rahul Gandhi. What has he done?
In that case...
Yes, hype and propaganda, yes, it helps and sometimes it's counterproductive.
Of course.
Okay, staying with Maharashtra, BJP says Uddhav Thackeray should dissolve UBT. Agree, disagree. BJP has just said. They've also taken a swipe at Sharad Pawar.
ये तो वो कह रहे हैं सुबह से ही कह रहे हैं कल परसों से कह रहे हैं
Sharad Pawar strike rate is 11.6%.
There's no reason for two Senas.
Listen,
all the more
there
now.
are six parties. Who is 4th, 5th and 6th? All in
Uddhav
that side.
Thackeray, Congress and Sharad Pawar NCP.
They are not even
4,
in
5,
the
6.
top, like the top 3 are all with the NDA side. They are 4th, 5th and 6th. You know, you don't need 6. Most states of India do not have 6. Now you can, like that day somebody was arguing in the exit polls that, well, you need representation. Okay, if that party was representing some segment of society that is not represented, otherwise that's different. That's not the case. These parties exist because my daddy owned this party, so I should own this
Uddhav
party.
can turn around and say he has more seats than Congress. He's at number 4.
Actually,
what about 5 and 6?
Actually, he should merge with the Congress. The Congress should merge with him.
No,
I mean,
my
ideologically
daddy owned
now-
this party.
Rahul, to say that the party should dissolve itself and all is a bit unfair and coming from BJP. BJP were formed in 1980-81. What happened in their first electoral elections in 1984-85?
That's true.
They ended up having just 2 seats. So that doesn't mean it is a tremendous success story on the part of BJP.
But
what
there's
I'm
a
saying
big
is there are highs
difference.
and lows.
But there's a big difference.
And every democratic exercise requires.
But sir, there's one
opponent.
fundamental
If you are
difference.
getting 84% votes, it is not. You may say that what I'm saying is rather,
I'm not.
out of place or so. If a political party is getting 84%, I think it's also it's a big challenge to to a democratic setup also.
No, sir. One is now questioning the relevance. One is not questioning whether they should look. All political parties, whether they have 1 MLA or 0 MLAs, have a right to do what they want to do.
Okay.
No one is doubting that. I think we're talking really about relevance.
Let's just say, okay, each party will have to reassess and there will be questions that will be asked, but this is a performance. Let's look at the vote share performance so far. The BJP, out of the 288 seats, the BJP's vote share is 25%, Congress is 11%, and the data that's coming so far, Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena is 13%, Ubata is 11%. So there's just a 2% difference in the vote share between these two right now. NCP Sharad Pawar and NCP Ajit Pawar, NCP Sharad Pawar has got 1% more vote share, and the others have pinched 17% vote share. Is that the game-changing story as far as this election is concerned? Is this 17% that is actually hurting the Maha Vikas Aghadi and perhaps helping the Mahayuti in this election?
Rohit?
Your thoughts? Rohit?
I think, others getting 17% is a surprise for me. NCP getting just 11% is a surprise for me. What is big is that just 5 months ago, this alliance did so well in the Lok Sabha polls. I mean, their Lok Sabha tally still is at 31, which nobody expected. So I think we are living in a phase where, many surprises are coming up and we didn't expect the parties to do so bad.
I just want to go back.
This performance today is also an argument for the relevance question that you're saying, that there is always space in politics for a comeback.
Yes.
And but you have to take the right lessons
Can we go back to that vote share? Can we go back to that vote share thing? Because I think something fascinating. If you go back 5 months ago, the vote share of the MVA was 43%. The vote share of the NDA was 42%. Now, if you look at the vote share, even if you add up Congress, NCP, Sharad Pawar and Sena, that comes up to only 34%. So there's been a fall of 11% vote share, absolute votes. 11% fall from just 5 months ago. And if you add up BJP, Sena, Shinde and
49%.
Yeah, that's about 43, 44%. So they have remained more or no 25
Yeah,
plus
25 plus 13, 38 and 11, no?
49%.
So 49%.
49%.
49%.
So they've gone from 42% to 49%. They've increased by about 6 or 7%, whereas the Maha Vikas Aghadi has fallen by 11%. It adds up to only 33%.
That is
So
extraordinary,
I think-
Zakar.
So
Extraordinary.
what has happened? So 10% of the voter has shifted.
So apart from Ladki
Why?
Bahen,
They've
apart
gone to
from
the others.
Because there was a Coke and there was a Coke Light. So there are two Senas and two NCPs. People decided which one.
People
These
decided
are all
which one.
No, this is-
they're all consolidated.
That's a trend line, that's a punch line. I'm going to check if we can get Pradeep Gupta at any time possible. We'll try and get him because a lot of his predictions are ringing true with respect to Maharashtra and also with Jharkhand. Yes,
And
Rohit.
he
I
gave
think one
49%
part
or
is
48%.
fragmentation.
Depends on who you're calling.
One part is fragmentation, which is 17% votes going to the independents. So many independents, constituency-wise, if you look at this, you will realize some independent candidate who's split from Sharad Pawar's party, was originally with Sharad Pawar, has come out, has taken maybe 8,000 votes, 10,000 votes. When you go constituency-wise, you will realize this. That has caused Sharad Pawar's candidate to
That
lose.
also happened in Haryana.
And
Yeah,
similar
which
thing,
happened in Haryana.
similar.
What they tried to do in Jammu and Kashmir, I mean in Kashmir Valley, has worked in Maharashtra. It didn't work in Kashmir.
So apart from Ladki Bahen and apart from all these rollouts and all of that, I think these small things, when you look at 17% votes going to independents, that gives you the answer why perhaps this much shift.
This
has
is
happened.
from Ajit Pawar's camp. Rohit, talk us through these pictures. Praful Patel is
This
there.
is Sunil Tatkare, Praful
Sunil
Patel
Tatkare.
and Ajit Pawar.
Sunil Tatkare's daughter Aditi Tatkare is leading. She's
Sunil
doing.
Tatkare is the state president of NCP, Maharashtra wing president, and he's very close to Sharad Pawar. He was one of the first ones to go with Ajit Pawar and decide that they should separate from Sharad Pawar. Praful Patel, of course, all of you know, he's been in the union cabinet, and all these three
the BD King
are now kind of running
They're
this
having
party.
the
One
last
thing I must
laugh.
say about the NCP fight, the NCP Ajit Pawar camp, is that their team was very, very pragmatic and realistic. They talked down their expectations in terms of the seat sharing. They got a few number of seats to fight that Western Maharashtra. Whatever seats they got, they fought it. And when we met them, when I met them, they were very clear that we'll get up to 30 seats, and that is our assessment. So they've kind of hit
some Nagada and Dhol. This is happening outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence.
Yeah, one big surprise really, Anand, is Ajit Pawar's party doing so well. Really, nobody expected him to get more than perhaps 20 seats out of the 50 odd that he's contesting.
All right, we just got some big information. This is coming from our Lokmat channel, our Marathi channel. A BJP source has told Lokmat that the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra will be from the BJP. All right, this is big. This is big. Rohit has been saying this since morning.
I told you so.
She's been saying
Nistula has been saying
everybody
this as
has
well.
been saying, because this is a phenomenal performance with 127.
And sticking
So,
out,
but could it be that it's the same three people?
It is, sticking out my neck, I will say it will be Devendra Fadnavis. I'm saying this taking a risk, but you can expect Devendra Fadnavis to be back in the saddle. And I think Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar will be Deputy Chief Ministers.
Deputy Chief. So it's the same three people on the
same
saddle,
three
just
people.
a little bit of a rotation of the kursi, but the three people will have to work effectively together.
That's correct.
That's one
So
possibility.
Rohit, what does that mean? Because I remember when Shinde joined the Mahayuti and he was made Chief Minister, and you remember that famous press conference where Fadnavis said, "Oh no, I'm not going to be part of this government." A few hours later, he was called from the central leadership, and then he became Deputy Chief Minister.
I think
what does this mean?
I think when all this happened, two big elections were coming. First was Lok Sabha and second was Vidhan Sabha. And the BJP knew that their main enemies, maybe Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar, had to be marginalized. And especially in case of Uddhav Thackeray, they needed to empower Eknath Shinde very well. So it was a calculated move to take a back seat and get these two elections done. Corner Uddhav Thackeray as much as possible, empower Eknath Shinde, and I think that plan has perfectly
So
worked.
do we come out and say now, Rohit ji and others, that Amit Shah's strategy, that was because he was sort of accused of being the person who engineered the split, so to speak. And because we haven't spoken about Amit Shah in our broadcast, we've sort of focused on Fadnavis, we've focused on Mr. Shinde, but the main cogitator behind all of this, everyone says, is Amit Shah. So has he been vindicated, or I mean, how do we look at now Amit Shah?
He planted the seeds.
I think Home Minister Amit Shah's plan in case of Maharashtra has worked perfectly, and this is what they planned, that they will take a back seat till these big two elections happen. They will corner Uddhav Thackeray as much as possible, which they have been able to do, and now they will be in the front seat, in the driver's seat again. And I think they will continue because Maharashtra is a crucial state for them, not just economically,
and also
financially, but also.
This opens also a huge sort of window for them to now choose the next president on an ascendant. You know, that's also something
the
that.
party president is one aspect, but the other thing is, one of the things they wanted to prove was that they are. Eknath Shinde is speaking.
थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मी अगोदरपासून सांगत होतो की थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मिळेल, खरं म्हणजे लँडस्लाइड विक्टरी अशा प्रकारचा विजय या ठिकाणी महायुतीला मिळालेला आहे. मी त्याबद्दल तमाम मतदारांचे महाराष्ट्रातल्या मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो आणि माझ्या लाडक्या बहिणी यांचं देखील मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो. लाडक्या बहिणींनी मोठ्या प्रमाणावर मतदान केलं, लाडक्या भावांनी मतदान केलं.
And he is talking for a historic mandate, thanking the people, voters of Maharashtra, especially the Ladki Behan.
ज्येष्ठांनी मतदान केलं. समाजातल्या प्रत्येक घटकाने या ठिकाणी भरभरून महायुतीला मतदान केलं. गेले 2-2.5 वर्ष जे महायुतीने काम केलं त्या
work that we have done in the last 2.5 years.
जनतेने दिली.
The work that we have done, we have been rewarded for it.
मी पुन्हा एकदा त्यांच्या मनापासून आभार मानतो.
It's a heartfelt thank you and gratitude that I extend to the voters of Maharashtra, especially the women voters.
2.5 वर्षामध्ये त्याचं मोजमाप, नोंदणी, नोंद आणि त्याची कामाची पोचपावती.
It's the result or it's the fruit of all our labor, our hard work over the last 2.5 years, the work that we have done for the people of Maharashtra and in Maharashtra.
पुढच्या कार्यकाळामध्ये आमची आणखी जबाबदारी वाढली आहे आणि म्हणून जनतेला त्रिवार वंदन करतो आणि माझ्या सर्व कार्यकर्त्यांना.
They have only given us far greater responsibility. They have only rewarded us with their blessings in terms of votes. They have only reposed trust and faith in us. Our work is only now going to be greater and far more important.
ठाणे मतदारसंघातल्या कोपरीपात पकडी मतदारसंघातले देखील मतदारांना धन्यवाद देतो.
I thank the voters of my constituency, voters of Thane and also Kokri Pakhadi for the overwhelming mandate and for helping me win and my party do well.
सगळ्यांना मनापासून खूप खूप शुभेच्छा. मनापासून सगळ्यांचं, सर्व मतदारांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन.
Greetings, gratitude to all the voters.
मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है. ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है, जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है. ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है. इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो धन्यवाद देता ही हूँ, उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ. उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है. इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ.
Well, Eknath Shinde has diabetes, so that's why he was not eating those sweets and he's watching his blood sugar levels. But it's the hard work, ladies, to our viewers. It's the hard work, and he's credited the hard work that they have done for the people of Maharashtra.
वैसे ही आगे का भी जो निर्णय है हम लोग तय कर लेंगे।
बीजेपी का ये
कोई
कहना है,
ऐसा हमारे में मतभेद नहीं है।
सर बीजेपी का ये कहना है कि जिसकी ज्यादा नंबर होंगे उनका मुख्यमंत्री होगा, तो क्या इसको सपोर्ट किया जाएगा?
ऐसा कोई भी हमारा तय नहीं हुआ है। अभी पहले तो अंतिम आंकड़े आने दो, उसके बाद हम तीनों पार्टी बैठेंगे। हमारे वरिष्ठ जो है प्रधानमंत्री जी है, अमित भाई है, नड्डा जी, और सब हमारे जो तीनों पार्टी के प्रमुख लोग हैं, हम बैठेंगे और उसके ऊपर जैसे हम चुनाव लड़े साथ में एकजुट होकर, वैसे ही उसके ऊपर भी फैसला है।
आदित्य ठाकरे ही वर्ली से ट्रेल कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, अभी मैं कहता हूँ उनका 2.5 साल तो आरोप लगाने में गया। अभी तो कम से कम उन्होंने अपने गिरेबान में झांक कर देखना चाहिए, लोगों को आरोप पसंद है या काम पसंद है। हम आरोपों का उत्तर आरोप से नहीं दिया, हम उसका जवाब जो है काम के माध्यम से दिया। इसलिए जो काम बोलता है और 2.5 साल में जो काम किया है वो जनता ने देखा है और जनता की आवाज बनकर हमने काम किया।
सर, लड़ाई से
जनता को जो चाहिए वो हमने देने की कोशिश की है। इसलिए हमारे सरकार में आम जनता के जीवन में बदलाव हो जाए, सुख समृद्धि आ जाए, आनंद आ जाए। इसलिए एक तरफ विकास किया हमने, दूसरी तरफ कल्याणकारी योजनाएं की। इसी के लिए आज ये बहुत बड़ी लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री आज हम देख रहे हैं।
तो क्या ये लाडली बहन का योजना जो है क्या ये बेनिफिट करके?
Well, Eknath Shinde answering the question on Aditya Thackeray, saying they spent 2.5 years only laying blame, not doing work. We tried to answer not blame with blame or accusation with accusation, but with work. It's hard work that we've done, that it's paid, and there is no decision on who will be the chief minister. Very clearly saying, like we fought the elections together, we will sit together, let the results collate, let the results come true and settle. Then we will sit and discuss. He named Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, and also the leaders of the 3 parties within the state, and said we will all sit together and we will decide the road ahead. But we will work with far more commitment and vigor for the people of Maharashtra because of this overwhelming mandate that's been handed to us. That's Eknath Shinde. So clearly there is no aspect of speaking out of turn here, Rohit. They're all, Nalin, they're all saying, we work together, we will sit together and we'll decide. At the end of the day, the strike rate itself says it will be these 3 people. Now, who does what is what perhaps will change, Rohit and Nalin.
Yes, it is time to be diplomatic now and time to, show some restraint, not make comments, etc. Not attack anybody, not level any allegations or anything. Sit together and decide what they want to do, because they are wise politicians and they know 5 months down the line there is this big challenge of Mumbai Municipal Corporation. The BJP wants to capture the Mumbai Municipal Corporation.
Example of Uddhav Thackeray, who did speak out after the 2019 assembly election.
There is no way
and things went south after
There is
that.
no way they'll get into any dispute publicly, absolutely no disputes or anything, and the same team will continue. That's my guess.
Nalin, does this augur well for the Mahayuti? Do you believe one of these 2 could actually try and play truant, walk to the other side, throw a tantrum if they don't get a chief minister, say, or perhaps it's far more settled within the NDA in terms of the arrangement?
So we are carrying a headline on Money Control saying that Mahayuti is the new MVA. It is a Maha Victory Alliance.
Maha Victory Alliance. Okay.
So see, what this does is that it completely changes the power matrix, because while the BJP has been the single largest party, it was always dependent significantly on the other party. This one changes the game. 125 seats. BJP has never got this many seats. So this changes the balance in the politics of Hindutva itself within Maharashtra. And what Amit Shah and Narendra Modi tried in 2014, that is the culmination of this. We are seeing the culmination of that process now.
But would you agree if one were to say that amongst the 3 performers, it's the BJP, and rightfully so, it should be Devendra Fadnavis, because the 2019 mandate was also for Fadnavis to be the chief minister. The BJP was the single largest party. They were the best performers. He's yielded. He's come back. He swallowed ignominy and then he's also swallowed his pride. And at the behest of the PM, agreed to be DCM. He didn't want to be part of the government at all, but he was DCM. Do you think he should be the
He
chief
has
minister?
waited patiently, and his time has come. I think it's and the BJP keeps things simple. This whole master stroke thing is not as common as people think. When the BJP knows that you don't have to rock the boat, you don't have to create controversy right now. You've just won big. Just do a smooth transition. Anyway, they have to do it in 2 days. This is the easiest way to do it. I mean, it will be something really exceptional if they
See, the point is that what happened in 2009 and all that kind of politics that came out of that was because, you know, your single largest alliance broke. The pre-poll alliance broke. People had voted for a particular alliance to be in power. Major constituent broke away. And then there were all these politics of opportunism. Now, this is a course correction that the state, the people have offered.
Yeah.
And they say, we voted for these guys in the first place in 2019. We're voting again. Now, do the right thing.
What happens with Ajit Pawar then?
BJP prides
I think
itself in being very meritocratic. So Fadnavis deserves his moment. What does it also do for Fadnavis in the larger context? You know, he's close to the Sangh Parivar, he's close to Nagpur, he's seen as somebody who gels with them very well. So in the larger context now, the BJP gets another leader at the national level. And he is not just, remember, this is not his only accomplishment.
Yes.
He actually led them in 2019 to a great showing. And in fact, it was in 2014 that the BJP did almost as well, of course, as this showing. But I do still believe, Nalin, that the BJP still has some work to do to become a pan-Maharashtra party. So while it has reached that number numerically close, but at 25% I think is the vote share. I think it still needs to be.
Okay, so actually I would put some data on this question. Yes, the BJP's vote share is 25%, but that's also because it's fought in alliance, right? If you look at the regional breakup of Maharashtra, you will see that BJP is by far the most pan-Maharashtra party compared to everybody else. So let's look at the regions. If 1 second, my filters are stopped working.
Well, we've got the numbers here in terms of the vote shares, and the counting is still in progress. 1985, the BJP's vote share was 7.25%. 1990, 10.71%. 1995, 12.8%. 1999, 14.54%. 2004, it dipped by a percentage, 13.67%. 2009 went up to 14.02. 2014, 27.81% when they got 122 seats. 2019, it dipped to 25.75%. Right now, it's 25.08% and it's still counting. So the counting is still going on. Anand, but we must say that they are fighting in far lesser number of seats compared to 2014.
Anand, I want to put some regional figures here. In the Konkan region, NDA is 28. The INDIA alliance is 15. In Marathwada, it's a complete sweep by the NDA alliance. It's 28-15. You go down to Mumbai Thane belt, and you will see that the NDA alliance is 37, and the other alliance is 17. Let's go to the next one.
But you know, when you are in a sort of a fight where you have the backing of, you know, when you're seat sharing, you also have the backing of other parties. So you can't discount that.
Sure.
I think the BJP realizes that, look, it is on its way. It has a little bit to go.
No, I think the difference between Lok Sabha and this is also in the Lok Sabha. I mean, I think Nistula was making this point earlier that the vote did not transfer. This is clear evidence that the vote did transfer. The BJP vote did transfer to both Shinde Sena and to NCP, and vice versa also. Ajit Pawar's vote was transferred to
Fadnavis's mother is speaking. Just going across to that.
खूपच ठाम आहे स्वतः सगळ्या बाबतीत.
नव्या युगातला अभिमन्यू असा प्रचार होत होता. तुम्हाला आता विश्वास झालेला तुमचा मुलगा अभिमन्यू?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल 100% अभिमन्यू. अरे बाप रे, हिंदी.
आज जो रिजल्ट आए हैं, आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया क्या है? आप किस तरीके से खुशी जता रहे हैं?
मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई है. मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस भी था, लेकिन जब तक रिजल्ट नहीं आते तब तक कॉन्फिडेंस में कोई मतलब नहीं रहता. रिजल्ट आ गया, उसके बाद में मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस सच हो गया. इसकी मुझे बहुत खुशी है.
माता जी, आप चाहते हैं कि दोबारा से वो मुख्यमंत्री बने?
दोबारा से ही तो बन गए हैं. अभी दोबारा से ही बन गए हैं. अब अगले 5 साल का देखेंगे क्या है.
जो मेहनत देवेंद्र जी ने
अगले 5 साल में उनको ले भी जाएंगे उधर दिल्ली. अपने को क्या मुझे तो उसको भी मुंबई में ही रहना है और मुझे भी महाराष्ट्र में ही रहना है.
दिल्ली का अगर मौका मिलता है तो उनको जाना चाहिए बड़े पद पर.
अब वो नहीं, अभी तो मैं नहीं बता सकती।
किस तरीके की मेहनत आपने देखी उनकी?
अरे 24/7, कुछ भी नहीं, घर में नहीं, कहीं नहीं, खाना नहीं, पीना नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं, बिल्कुल। सवेरे निकले बाहर की रात को कब आते तो हमको पता नहीं रहता था।
लाडली बहनों का प्यार भी मिला है देवेंद्र जी को?
तो मिला होगा जरूर मिला होगा।
200 से ज्यादा सीटें महायुति की आ गई। कहीं ना कहीं ये अभूतपूर्व नहीं है, आज के दौर के अभिमन्यु की तरह उन्हें प्रोजेक्ट किया जा रहा है कहीं ना कहीं।
बराबर है ना, एकदम करेक्ट है, एग्जैक्ट शब्द है अभिमन्यु का।
खुशी है एक माता के रूप में?
अरे बहुत ही खुशी है, खुशी क्यों नाही रहेंगी।
काकू देवाजवळ काय साकडा घातला होता तुम्ही?
काय नाही, मी काही साकडं वगैरे नाही घातलं, मला माहित आहे, माझी खात्री आहे त्याच्याबद्दल, आणि साकडं वगैरे घालायची गरजच नव्हती काही मला माहित होतं तो नक्की निवडून येणार। आणि
काकू दिल्लीला देवेंद्र फडणवीस जातील अशी देखील चर्चा होती, तुम्हाला काय वाटतं त्यांनी दिल्लीला जावं?
नाही, त्यालाच नाही वाटत आपण दिल्लीला जावं, त्याला महाराष्ट्रातच राहायचं आहे, त्याला नाही जायचं आहे दिल्लीला, सध्या तरी नाही, म्हणजे सध्या नाही जायचं।
Sarita Fadnavis ji, Devendra Fadnavis' mother, she's saying Devendra Fadnavis himself doesn't want to go to the center. He wants to stay on in Maharashtra and work for the people of Maharashtra and work in Maharashtra. That's what she had said. She has said, what happens in the next 5 years, who knows? If they ask him to go to Delhi, he will have to go. But personally, I would like to stay in Mumbai. Devendra would also like to stay in Mumbai. Rohit? Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that what she said?
The only part wrong is that she stays in Nagpur.
Nagpur.
She stays in Nagpur. She wants to stay in Nagpur. In fact, I had written in Free Press Journal some time back a story saying that Devendra Fadnavis was seriously considered to move to Delhi by BJP leadership, and they were asking him if he wants to take over as BJP national president. That was FPJ exclusive that I filed some time back. Of course, it was a possibility. No decision happened. Some discussion is still on that front. That discussion was halted because of Maharashtra elections. There is a possibility that in the future he might go to Delhi, be part of central leadership. But right now it looks like he'll take over as Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
Maharashtra right now, because the stability factor is all important. Let's quickly go across and get an update from Griha at the live result hub. Some key races in Maharashtra and also an update on Jharkhand. Yes, Griha.
Yes, Anand, we have some wins that have been called by our network here. We are getting 4 wins, and I would just by and by tell you, Zaka, the number is 193. Raigar, Srivardhan, you have Aditi Tatkare from the NCP, she has won. Then there is one more NCP candidate from Pune, 204, Marvel, Sunil Shelke, he has won. And 2 more victories, one of Bharatiya Janata Party, 262, Satara. We have Shivendra Raj Bhosle, who is one from BJP, and from Thane, we are getting the Shinde Sena's Shantaram More, who has won 134. So it's 193, 134, 262 and 204. 2 NCP victories, 1 BJP, 1 Shiv Sena victory, and also an important update, Anand, from as far as Nana Patole of the Congress is concerned. It's very, very tricky. What we are learning is that he's just leading by 546 votes. That's how less the margin of votes are there.
So Nana Patole leading only by 546 votes. Can you walk across to the Jharkhand hub and get us an update? Is Brajesh around? What's the story in Jharkhand? How many rounds of counting?
How many
are
rounds
these
of
results
counting in
settling
Jharkhand?
now?
Okay, just give us an update from the Jharkhand. Can you give me the rounds that have been counted?
नहीं, अलग अलग जगहों पे कोई 5 राउंड हो गए, कहीं कहीं तो 11 राउंड भी हो गए हैं। हाँ, तो ऐसे अलग अलग विधानसभा में अलग अलग राउंडिंग हो रही है, तो ऐसे एक डेटा नहीं दे सकते कि पूरा। हाँ।
All right, so we will get you an update from Jharkhand in just a bit, because we are the numbers are slowly trickling in, but the victory. So this is where it's buzzing, Anand. The Maharashtra, wing over here, where the winner announcement has begun to happen. So all eyes are here, right here on this
and
desk.
behind you, I think we have got one of our partner channels or sister channels talking to Brajesh Singh. So we should get him on Jharkhand. Moment he is a little free, I'll swing back to you in a bit. 214 leads for the NDA, 125 for the BJP. Posters are out for Devendra Fadnavis. Mukhyamantri Devendra Bhau Fadnavis. Raju Raje Patel also one who's put up that poster. We check where it has come. These are celebrations from the Ajit Pawar camp. You can see the Ghadi symbol being waved. Clearly a lot of points. Those shots were from Washim. Devendra Fadnavis pictures were from Washim. This is Shrikant Shinde being fed sweets. This is the Eknath Shinde camp that is celebrating. So Mahayuti, huge celebrations all over. Thoughts on Jharkhand? Gentlemen, can we just quickly get thoughts on Jharkhand? JMM plus Congress. Will Congress say, oh, we beat you in Jharkhand?
50 is where the alliance is leading, the India alliance, of which 28 are JMM, 15 to Congress. I think Congress was contesting 30 seats, if I'm not mistaken. So they've dropped 1. The JMM has dropped 2. The RJD and the CPIML, interestingly, the RJD has gained 4. So they had only 1 last time. They now have 5 MLAs. And the CPIML has gained 1. They had only 1, so they now have 2. So the allies are sort of compensating for the losses of the JMM and the Congress. As far as the BJP and the NDA is concerned, I think it's the allies that's pulling them down. It's the BJP that's gained 2. The AJSU has lost 1. The JDU has gained 1. And the LJP, of course, is not leading in any seats. So the NDA at 29, the India Alliance at 50. Again, because Jharkhand is a state which is tribal, remote parts, etc., it might take some more time for it to settle down. But as of now, it is looking like Hemant Soren will come back as Chief Minister. And some of you were talking about it, this whole business about, imprisoning the only tribal. At that time, he was the only tribal Chief Minister in the country. That seemed to have worked. And of course, again, their version of Ladki Behna, Nistula.
This is a election for redemption for Hemant Soren as well, and the guy he put in place to hold as a placeholder, BJP took him away and things like that. He has taken the right lessons, I think, from the Lok Sabha election. He saw that the tribal seats did not go with the BJP. He took that as a starting point for himself. There was a whole narrative around hurt feelings and being persecuted as a tribal, as a marginalized community person. And that seems to have worked with the people. The BJP on its part should have done a more micro campaign and management. They always had trouble with the leadership that they were projecting. There is a difference, there is a distinction between tribals and Dikkus. Dikkus are non-tribals. There is always that tension and anxiety there in relationships. So earlier they had a Dikku Chief Minister who was Raghubar Das, who was, then dispatched off. But bringing in old hand Babulal Marandi, then, that didn't help. Arjun Munda lost his election. So the leadership situation there was not comparable to the JMM in that place. So what they got as an overarching issue was this Ghuspaitiye and Bangladeshis and Rohingyas, etc. That just didn't land in the face of this.
But,
of course,
Rahul, if one jailed chief minister has used sympathy to come back, what does that mean for the other jailed chief minister? In a couple of months you're going to have Delhi.
Look, I'll just take you back to an incident. Lok Sabha, and I know two elections are very different, issues are also different. But remember what Mr. Kejriwal said when he came out of jail then, and he was allowed to sort of campaign. He said, look, Delhi, please punish these people for jailing me. And Delhi voted the other way, 7-0 to the BJP. Now you have a situation where once again he has come out and he has made it about Revdi. He said Revdi pe charcha. He's come back now to bread and butter issues. He's realized that the emotional card may or may not work. Let's get back to the bread and butter issues. And I think that, look, if you go by the anecdotal data, if you look at Jharkhand and if you look at Maharashtra, if you do a good job in dispensing the Revdi, then there is always purchase. There is purchase. So if Mr. Kejriwal ups the game, and the BJP now might actually
All right, we've just got news. Amit Shah has spoken to both Shinde and to Fadnavis. He's lauded Team NDA for the Maha victory.
We haven't talked about him the whole morning, but I think you cannot understate the impact of Mr. Shah, the way he sort of in the background works to try and put these equations together. He'll be very vindicated because I know that there was some, I wouldn't say there was open criticism, but there were whispers that this kind of jor-tor, which the opposition was amplifying, is not the way to go forward.
Also, it'll be vindication because of all that Uddhav Thackeray said.
Exactly. See, I don't see it as a vindication this way or that. That was a different election. That was a Lok Sabha election. And what the BJP itself told me is that that was one big, reaction. And that reaction has now passed. People have shown that they were upset. Now we are coming in with a different message and trying to kind of do a course correction. So that disgust was there among the people for that kind of jor-tod kind of politics.
No, but
that
in
had,
2019
that had one iteration of anger. It wasn't going to happen
No,
again
in,
and again.
in 2019, after having voted for BJP and Shiv Sena,
Yes,
United
that
Shiv
also
Sena,
the
Uddhav
people had
Thackeray
that
said,
feeling.
look, I was promised this and X and Y and Z, and there was a lot of name calling.
Yes.
I mean, he even went to the extent of saying, Amit Shah came to Matoshri and promised me the Chief Minister's chair. This will be vindication in that sense.
100% vindication for Amit Shah, because he kept insisting that he made no such promise.
Such promise, yeah.
Yes, he made
I
no
think,
such promise.
I think in the larger, grander scheme of things, while the BJP will be encouraged by bringing up this fresh crop of leaders that can, of course, transform the governance in states, etc., and they have invested in a lot of young leaders, I think Amit Shah must take the credit, really, at the end of the day for being
All right, these are the latest shots. Devendra Fadnavis putting a shawl around Bhupendra Yadav, the minister and who was the general secretary, I think, in charge for the campaign, the
Him
BJP's
and,
campaign.
Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav.
Yeah, him and Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav were the two people who were given in charge of leading the campaign. Rohit, so Bhupendra Yadav has got a great track record, by the way. I think he was in charge in Madhya Pradesh as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Where Shivraj Chauhan.
Yes, he was. And
yeah, the
he's
same
been-
two people
and
were.
He's been in charge in Maharashtra for quite a long time.
I remember meeting him in 2019 also.
And he's been traveling, staying in Maharashtra for long durations. He's been meeting Karyakartas. And I think the basic thing this time was to charge up the Karyakartas,
Yeah.
which I think in their view did not happen to the extent that it should have happened during the Lok Sabha polls. The gap between MVA votes and BJP-led alliance votes, like we mentioned some time back, was very small, just 0.6%. And the challenge was to fill that and maybe go a little further.
So there was
which I think,
mobilization.
which I think Bhupendra Yadav has done very well.
I want to add to this that one of the big backstories of this election is also Ashwini Vaishnav. Because Bhupendra Yadav, there are many BJP apparatus in the back who are known to be ground organizers. Ashwini Vaishnav was a confidant of the Prime Minister, very important minister, holds important portfolios, but he's played a very strong role in the organization of this election at the ground level. And he's really come into his own as an election strategist, I think, along with Bhupendra Yadav, working with Amit Shah on the top.
Yeah, I think this sort of group that Mr. Amit Shah has sort of constituted and the way they sort of approach elections, very corporatized sort of manner in which they get into elections, I think this has now become part really of the machinery.
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Payal is also joining us. I think she has information about Mr. Shah speaking to both Devendra Fadnavis and to Mr. Shinde, and I believe also to Ajit Pawar. Already we are seeing chatter, open posters and, BJP leaders saying that Fadnavis should be made Chief Minister. What are you picking up, Payal?
Well, Amit Shah has been keeping a very, very close watch. He's the one who's actually put all of them together, kept them all together as well. And that's why he's spoken to each one of them, congratulated them on the, proposed win of the Mahayuti, which looks like a huge, swing in their favor as well. But, what happens with the chief ministerial post? Obviously, those questions will not be answered on the phone. And that's the reason, then observer will be sent tomorrow, what we given to understand, Zaka.
All right. We already have, and Rohit can maybe weigh in on this before I come to you, Nistula, Chitra Wagh of the BJP, who is asking for Fadnavis to be made Chief Minister, Prasad Lad, Girish Mahajan, Sanjay Kute. I don't know these names, Rohit. I presume you do. So tell us, are these Fadnavis camp people? Because they've all come out and openly said that he should be made the next Chief Minister.
These are BJP people who, some of them migrated to the BJP under Fadnavis's leadership. He was the one who coordinated their entry. For instance, Chitra Wagh was with NCP. She joined the BJP recently, etc. But the point here is, I think the main difference between Congress party and BJP in Maharashtra seems to be that there is no dispute about who the top leader is inside the BJP in Maharashtra. All these leaders, that's the wider picture that I want to give you, is all these leaders, whether it is Chandrasekhar Bawankure, whether it is any of these, Girish Mahajan and all other top leaders, they openly admit and they work under Devendra Fadnavis's leadership. They admit that Fadnavis is the undisputed leader.
By the way, he's just tweeted, Fadnavis, his first tweet just 30 seconds ago. Guess what he has tweeted? Ek hai to safe hai, Modi hai to mumkin hai, #Maharashtra.
Yes. So
that's what keeps your chances. Best chances is to stay neutral. He's one of the most, he's very different. When you said that there'll be another face of the BJP in the country, he's very, very different in personality from Yogi Adityanath. He is a trusted, like RSS person, BJP person. asked to
if
step
you-
back,
There it
he'll
goes.
step back, become
And if
deputy
you-
CM, he'll become deputy CM, become CM, he'll become CM. He's exactly the kind of
one of the
guy the
reasons also-
PM likes.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised at all.
And
one
if
of the
you look at
reasons
the
why
other
it's sort of
side-
reiterating the ek hai to safe hai is because he's the one who came up with, jihad,
Vote
the
jihad.
vote jihad. He said, look, this is happening in Maharashtra. We need to stay alert. Rohit, sorry.
Yes, I was just saying that on the other side, Congress, the main rival, there is a lot of dispute among top leaders about who's the leader. There's Prithviraj Chauhan, there is Nana Patole, there is several others who don't really like to work under anybody, and they refer everything to Rahul Gandhi in Delhi, or they want to refer to Delhi for everything. So that difference, I think, is today very evident, that the BJP will unite and say Devendra Fadnavis is our leader and he should become the chief minister.
Yeah, I think, look, at the end of the day, meritocracy runs. Now, this is the difference.
So
Someone made the point.
I want
Yeah.
to make a point,
Yeah.
and I want to go back to 2017 of the Gujarat elections,
Yeah.
where BJP couldn't hit a 100 figure.
That's right.
And the Congress lost that election. BJP still managed to form the government, and then of course they went to towns touting something called a moral victory. So we didn't get an electoral victory, we got a moral victory. Right after that, we were going to have Karnataka elections after after some time, and some people from the BJP called me. They said, that's your home state. Would you like to kind of share what's happening? If there is, they just keep taking feedback and things like that. I said, हाँ क्यों नहीं, मतलब इतना जल्दी, how so early you started planning for it. So they said, you see, in our party, there is no such thing as moral victory. We have to win at the elections only.
Exactly.
That is the only
And
victory
this is
that we have,
fundamentally different. But,
that we
when
think about.
Mr. Kidwai was here and he said that, look, BJP had gone down to 2, but then there were sweeping changes at every level. Even after the Lok Sabha sort of underwhelming performance of the BJP, we've seen so many new changes in the way they've approached. They've changed their outlook, they've changed their slogans, they've changed the people who are going to go out there and then manage the election. Unfortunately, in the Congress, you're going to see a continuity. Rahul Gandhi is not going to go anywhere. No one is going to say that, look, maybe we need to even change the Congress CP. So there will be an immutability.
There's a quote, very simple but very deep in a way: nothing changes if nothing changes.
That's right.
Nothing changes if nothing changes. And you cannot expect different outcomes when you keep doing the same thing. So, you can say that, I must keep trying again after defeat. Yes, but you should add to that, but you must try something different after defeat.
Yeah.
And which doesn't happen as often. People want a good orator, people want a good policy, people want a good ideology, people want a plan, people want all this.
I mean,
and
in
you have to deliver it.
I also think Fadnavis, by putting out, this is his first comment saying "Ek hai to safe hai," is also sending out a signal that this slogan will now travel beyond Maharashtra. In the Delhi election that's coming up in a couple of months,
Certainly,
in Bihar next
This
year.
is 2029 symbol
Yeah,
potential.
this is what they are sort of pitching for 2029. Bihar next year, you will
then
see "Ek hai
certainly
to
UP and
safe hai,"
Gujarat.
which basically means the BJP believes that the underwhelming performance that you referred to, Rahul, in the Lok Sabha in 2024 was because the Hindu vote split.
That's right.
Now, they're coming back to the consolidation of the Hindu vote. Nalin, you want to weigh in on that? Rohit, you want to weigh in on that? That this will now travel, this will go beyond Maharashtra.
This is the point that Nisula was making earlier. The Hindu vote is important for the BJP, not just in terms of Hindutva mobilization, but also in terms of the larger, the social arithmetic it does. Because if the Dalits and OBCs break away from BJP, is going to be left being the old drum of the upper caste party once used to be. So this is extremely important. What this election is actually showing us, Haryana and this election have shown, that the idea of constitution danger mein hai, that I think is now dead and buried. BJP has kind of recovered ground on that, for sure.
Yeah, so the party will always remain vulnerable because it's an umbrella party of many Hindu social coalitions.
Zaka, I wanted to also talk about this story that I had done. I kept mentioning Kiren Rijiju and Bhupendra Yadav and what they did among the Mahars and the Matang communities, specifically among the Mahars and the Buddhists among the Mahars. Kiren Rijiju is a Buddhist, so he went, and the kind of stuff that he talked about in that community about Ambedkar, about what happened in way back. Post-independence, it was the Congress which defeated Ambedkar in his Lok Sabha election, and the BJP is the party that has given a cabinet berth to a Buddhist. After 71 years, they had a second law minister who was a Buddhist. You know, those kind of things were totally reinforced, and people spoke, you know, they spoke their heart out. And at least there was some manner of, you know, stitching together an alliance again.
Okay.
You know, or instead of saying that people have voted like this, so they must be misogynist and sexist.
We have Mr. Prasad Lad. He's a BJP leader from Maharashtra. बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. 125 है बीजेपी के लिए, शिंदे सेना 49 और एनसीपी अजीत पवार 36, 214 पे पहुंच गए आप. ये आप मानेंगे कि फडणवीस और बीजेपी की विक्ट्री है और मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी से ही होना चाहिए?
ये 100% भाजपा महायुति की विक्ट्री है. जिस तरीके से पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने, हमारी बहनों ने, हमारे शेतकरियों ने माननीय देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर, माननीय सम्माननीय मोदी जी के ऊपर विश्वास बताया. एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में जो चुनाव हुआ उसमें शिंदे साहब हो, दादा हो, फडणवीस हो, उनके ऊपर विश्वास बताया. ये उसी का विजय है. आंकड़े का गणित देखते हुए 100% मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस ही महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री होने चाहिए.
रोहित.
सरदार साहेब, मी रोहित चंद्रावरकर बोलतोय दिल्लीच्या स्टुडिओमधून. तुम्ही हे म्हणताय की देवेंद्र फडणवीस मुख्यमंत्री व्हावेत अशी तुमची इच्छा आहे. संसदीय दलाची मीटिंग ऑफिशियली कधी होणार? व्हेन विल द पार्लमेंट?
संसदीय दलाची मीटिंग माझ्या मध्ये उद्या सकाळी होईल.
बर.
आता आज सर्व आमदारांना आम्ही पुन्हा यासाठी आज सगळे सर्टिफिकेट घेऊन यावं अशी सगळ्यांना विनंती केली आहे. त्यामुळे उद्या सर्व आमदार येतील, संसदीय दलाची बैठक होईल. पण एक भाजपाचा कार्यकर्ता, पदाधिकारी, आमदार म्हणून माझ्या पक्षाचा नेता हा मुख्यमंत्री झाला पाहिजे आणि ते गणित देखील सांगतंय. 130च्या आसपास भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे आमदार विजय झालेले आहेत. त्यामुळे मला वाटतं की भाजपाचा आमदार म्हणून माझी ही मागणी आहे. महायुतीच्या बाबतीत महायुती जो निर्णय घेईल तो आम्हाला मान्य असेल. तिन्ही नेते मिळून माननीय अमितभाई आणि माननीय पंतप्रधान जो निर्णय घेतील तो आम्हाला मान्य राहील. परंतु एक भाजपाचा आमदार म्हणून देवेंद्र फडणवीस मुख्यमंत्री झाले पाहिजेत ही भाजपाच्या कार्यकर्त्यांची इच्छा है.
और आपके गवर्नमेंट में एकनाथ शिंदे और अजीत पवार, इनकी क्या पोजीशन होगी, क्या कुछ आप बता सकते हैं अभी?
100% सबका सम्मान होगा, सभी लोग साथ में रहेंगे और सरकार भी महायुति की ही होगी.
तो क्या आने वाले गवर्नमेंट में भी 2 उप मुख्यमंत्री होंगे, ऐसा कुछ आप बता सकते हैं?
अभी इस बारे में कल ही बात करना उचित होगा, लेकिन जो भी होगा वो महायुति के साथ ही होगा. महायुति साथ में होगी और जीतेंगे.
All right, बहुत धन्यवाद Prasad Lad ji. So he's saying in no uncertain terms that he believes that Fadnavis should be the chief minister. Is that right, Rohit? Did I get that right?
He's saying that Devendra Fadnavis will be chief minister. We all want him to be the chief minister. Of course, the prime minister and Delhi leadership of the BJP, central leadership will take official decision on this. He's saying that the parliamentary board of the party, his party, will meet soon. In the assembly, they are getting their certificates today evening or tomorrow morning of winning, and all MLAs will gather in Mumbai and do the official.
So Rahul, I think there is now this sort of chorus building up for Fadnavis.
You can't ignore the fact that someone has carried burden of both the victories and the losses and the splits, etc., on their shoulder. But I just also
why
want
not?
us.
I mean, the question is why not?
Yeah, why not?
There has to be at least one reason why not to make it. What are you gaining by
And
now?
this Maharashtra has form when it comes to all this. Okay, in 2004. Sushil Kumar Shinde was the chief minister when the state went into elections right after the UPA government came to power. And when they won, NCP got slightly more than Congress. First, there was a fight about who's going to be chief minister. Congress prevailed. And Vilas Rao Deshmukh was then made chief minister. Sushil Kumar Shinde was not. Because that entire Maratha upsurge was there and they felt they could not disappoint the Maratha community.
I mean, interesting, because I think from the area that Mr. Fadnavis hails, they've already had 4 CMs been sent to, Mantralaya. But, let's also look a little further afield at some of the by-elections. And I think that the big winners there, it appears to me, again, the BJP in Bihar, at least at last count, was 4-0 up. Now, that's important because Lalu and Tejaswi, of course, were really on some sort of a role there, according to...
And Bihar goes to polls next year.
Absolutely. So that has implications. Akhilesh, I think it's 7-2 still, if I'm not mistaken. That'll be seen as a bit of a drop, for Akhilesh. He prevailed upon the Congress to back out of a couple of contests. He ensured that his party would stake claim to those seats. So he really pioneered and piloted that particular fight there in Uttar Pradesh, not coming out right for him there. Rahul Gandhi, of course, in Karnataka. I'm also told in Palakkad, in Kerala, you have a BJP lead.
There was a BJP lead. I believe it's gone back to the UDF.
Okay, so that remains. But you know, we also should look at some of these other elections. Mamata Banerjee continues. You know, her bastion impregnable completely. 6 on 6 once again, despite the controversy, the protests, etc.
Okay. Mr. Naresh Maske is the Shiv Sena MP from Thane. He's now joining us on the phone line. Maske साहब बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. ये तो बड़ी जीत हुई है महायुति की, लेकिन अभी हमें एक बीजेपी वीपी मिले जो कह रहे हैं कि 125-126 है बीजेपी के, तो मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस होना चाहिए. आप क्या कहेंगे इसके बारे में?
देखो, मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा उसका निर्णय महायुति का नेता लोग लेंगे. मैं एक ट्यूशन का कार्यकर्ता हूँ. मैंने पार्टी के लीडर एकनाथ शिंदे साहब है, उनके नेतृत्व में महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव लड़े हैं हम लोग. तो मुझे लगता है कि एकनाथ शिंदे साहब मुख्यमंत्री होना चाहिए, लेकिन निर्णय है महायुति के नेता लोग लेंगे. महायुति के नेता लोग निर्णय लेंगे.
तो
इसमें
क्या आपके पार्टी को कोई आपत्ति होगी अगर मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी से होंगे तो?
देखो, महायुति हमें कुछ भी आपत्ति नहीं होगी. महायुति के नेता लोग निर्णय लेंगे, लेकिन मुझे लगता है, मैं पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता हूँ, हमारा नेता मुख्यमंत्री होना चाहिए.
Okay, all right, Mr. Maske, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So that is an MP from the Shinde Sena saying that he expects that Shinde will continue as Chief Minister. But I think the numbers bear itself out. The BJP fought in 152, they've got 126. That's a strike rate of 85%, close to 90%. Shinde Sena, 49 seats, substantially less. Of course, they also fought substantially less. They fought in, I think, about 80-odd seats. So that's 5/8. The NCP, Ajit Pawar, also very, very good strike rate. 36 out of the 52 that he contested in. Definitely much better than what it was in the Lok Sabha election, where he won just 1 MP out of 4 that they contested in. So clearly, now for the BJP, I think on the back of the sheer number, 126, as well as their strike rate, they are now going to lay claim. And you're going to see, Rohit, you heard Mr. Lad and others from within the BJP now sort of making up this chorus that Devendra Fadnavis should be brought back as Chief Minister. And to the point that Mr. Low was making about this Maratha factor, we saw the Maratha seats. In the 90-odd Maratha seats, it's the BJP that's done well. It's done phenomenally well, including in Marathwada.
That's correct. In fact, before the elections, we were discussing who the Chief Minister's face will be if BJP-led alliance gets a majority. And we didn't perhaps anticipate that BJP would do so well. And we thought that a non-Brahmin face, which is a Maratha face, maybe somebody like Vinod Tawde, could be brought in by the BJP if they want to run an alliance with their Chief Minister. But now with the kind of majority that they have got, and now with the Maratha agitation not really an issue as far as these elections are concerned, it looks like there is no problem with installing Devendra Fadnavis there in Mumbai as BJP.
I need to take a quick break, but before I take that, look at the Maratha dominant seats. 89, NDA 171. The highest is for the BJP. 37 out of those 71 is for the BJP. Ajit Pawar, NCP 17, Shinde Sena only 15. So that logic of, there has to be a Maratha at the helm just sort of falls by the wayside with these numbers. I want to thank all our guests for joining us, but you guys will continue. I'll take a break. I'm going to go out of the studio, but I think one thing we're glad for, Chetan was saying we're going to stay on till 10 p.m. I don't think we need to stay on till 10 p.m. This is as clear a mandate as it gets. It's a historic mandate for the Mahayuti, for the BJP in particular, 126 seats. It's the best performance of the BJP in the history of the BJP in Maharashtra. 49 to Shinde Sena, 36 to the NCP, 215. It is easily the biggest mandate that the state has seen in decades now. But our coverage continues right on the other side of this quick.
ते 125-127 के आंकड़े को छूती हुई दिखाई दे रही है. देवेंद्र फडणवीस मुख्यमंत्री होंगे, ये सवाल हो रहे हैं. लेकिन इंडिया अलायंस ने झारखंड में वापसी करी है. लंबे अरसे बाद कोई ऑपोजिशन की सरकार वापस आ रही है. ये बड़ी बात है.
प्रवीण दरेकर, जिन्होंने कहा था कि शिवसेना की तरफ से ही सीएम होना चाहिए, हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं. प्रवीण जी, अभी भी इस बात पर टिके हुए हैं. सबसे बड़ी पार्टी तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी है, ऐतिहासिक नंबर लेकर आई है. देवेंद्र फडणवीस क्यों नहीं सीएम?
देवेंद्र फडणवीस ही सीएम बनना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मांग है, मानसिकता है, इच्छा है, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी उभर आई है, लेकिन किसी भी तरह का विवाद न होते हुए
जी
आप
ऑब्वियसली आप बीजेपी के एमएलसी हैं तो आप ये बात कहेंगे ही, लेकिन आपका यूटी में डिस्कशन हुआ है इसको लेकर? यूटी में डिस्कशन हुआ है डायरेक्टर साहब?
यूटी में डिस्कशन होगा। महायुति के हमारे 3 नेता हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं के साथ बैठेंगे, उसके ऊपर निर्णय तय करेंगे। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है, इसलिए हम लोग सीएम देवेंद्र फडणवीस बने, इसी तरह की हमारी भूमिका है।
सिर्फ देवेंद्र फडणवीस या कोई और चेहरा भी हो सकता है?
नहीं, वो मेरा नहीं इशू, वो हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता डिसाइड करेंगे। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष
फडणवीस जो है वो मुख्यमंत्री बने, इसमें कोई दोराय नहीं है। लेकिन सूत्रों के हवाले से बहुत बड़ी खबर है कि अमित शाह ने कुछ देर पहले देवेंद्र फडणवीस को फोन किया है, बधाई दी है, अजीत पवार को बधाई दी है, एकनाथ शिंदे को बधाई दी है। ये बड़ी खबर है और सूत्रों के हवाले से बड़ी खबर है, अमित शाह के घर पे एक महत्वपूर्ण बैठक चल रही है, ये भी बड़ी खबर है। और
संघ की तरफ से जो बड़ी खबर आ रही है वो ये कि वो देवेंद्र फडणवीस को बैक करेंगे। देवेंद्र फडणवीस को लेकर वो क्लियर है कि उन्हें मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहिए।
कुछ बोलता नहीं है, अनऑफिशियली सब कुछ करता है।
वो अपने सूत्रों के हिसाब से खबरें जो है वो इस बात का एहसास कराने की कोशिश, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा मेहनत करने का इस वक्त अगर कोई श्रेय ले रहा है तो वो संघ की तरफ से लिया जा रहा है। स्पेशली लोकसभा के चुनावों के बाद जो भी जीत हासिल हुई है उसमें देखा गया है कि संघ ने थोड़ा एक्टिवली होकर काम किया है, जमीनी स्तर पर जाकर। अभी हालात ये बता रहे हैं कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस को मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर फ्रंट रनर माना जा रहा है। अभी वो अगवा है इसलिए क्योंकि बीजेपी को जो जीत इस वक्त 2024 के इस विधानसभा चुनावों में मिली है वो इससे पहले उसने कभी हासिल नहीं की है।
एक बहुत बड़ी जीत उधर केदारनाथ में कांग्रेस नंबर 3 पे लुढ़कती हुई दिखाई दे रही है और ऐसा लग रहा है कि खासतौर पर उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर बीजेपी स्वीप कर ही रही है। 6 सीटों पर बीजेपी आगे चल रही है, ये 7 भी हो सकती हैं। राजस्थान के अंदर जो बाई इलेक्शन है वहां बीजेपी 4-3 पर दिख रही है, 2 पे हनुमान बेनीवाल की पार्टी आ रही है, 2 पे 1 या 2 पे कांग्रेस आ सकती है, ये दिखाई दे रहा है। लेकिन बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री मिल रही है।
Hello and a warm welcome. You're watching our special Battle of States, and what an epic victory the Mahayuti Alliance has registered. We're going to be talking about this. We're getting a lot of political reactions. I have with me also Executive Editor CNN News 18, Aman, who will take us through the significance of this win and also to tell us what happened in Jharkhand. But clearly, you know, the star performer here has been the Mahayuti Alliance that has gained some great leads in the state of Maharashtra, with early trends showcasing more than 200 seats for the Mahayuti. BJP, Shiv Sena, NCP seems have clearly cemented their hold over the state. In fact, celebrations have erupted across the state of Maharashtra. In fact, we've also heard from Eknath Shinde. He has dedicated the victory to the Ladki Behna Yojana, something that had gained significant traction throughout a very high decibel and high octane campaign. In fact, the Chief Minister has said that the government will continue to work for the development of the state and will work for the people of Maharashtra. The Mahayuti camp is in a complete huddle. Now, we are getting to hear that there's a lot of deliberation, a lot of talk, chatter, because obviously they are in celebratory mood, and rightly so after all the effort that they have put in and putting across those fantastic numbers. Over 200 BJP central observers will also be now landing in Mumbai tomorrow. In fact, I'm going to be getting a good word from Aman about this. The BJP is rooting for Devendra Fadnavis Fadnavis, who presently is the Deputy Chief Minister, to be appointed as the Chief Minister. Will they want to do that? Would they want to rock the boat right now after registering such a phenomenal win and getting those numbers? Because remember, Eknath Shinde is also a very known Maratha face. He commands immense respect amongst the people in Marathwada. He is a Maratha face himself. The Maha Vikas Aghadi, meanwhile, on the other hand, have also managed to gain in about 65 seats. Okay, I've just been told that we have the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's reaction as well. So let's play that out and we will get more reactions in a bit.
आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है। ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है, जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है। ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है। सभी के समन्वय से सब एक वैसे ही आगे का भी जो निर्णय है हम लोग तय कर लेंगे।
जो नतीजे सामने आए उसके ऊपर मैं विश्वास रखने को तैयार नहीं, ये जनता का फैसला मानने को तैयार नहीं। हमने महाराष्ट्र की जनता का जो मन है, हमें मालूम था किस दिशा में जा रहा है। ये जनता का कौल हो ही नहीं सकता। महाराष्ट्र की जनता का मन हमें मालूम है, ये हो ही नहीं सकता है। हमारी 4 या 5 सीटें लोगों ने चोरी की है, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ।
Some Congress leaders are, of course, already blaming the EVM.
There is no denying that EVM debate has been sparked in this country. There is no denying that we must speak on the EVM. There is no denying that the Election Commission, because the elections were held late in Maharashtra, was advantage the Mahayuti. But today I'm going to talk about the numbers on the screen, and the numbers on the screen are disappointing for us in Maharashtra, heartening for us in Jharkhand.
आणि म्हणून मला आनंद आहे की आमच्या सर्व मतदारांनी महाराष्ट्रातल्या महायुतीवर विश्वास ठेवला आणि न भूतो न भविष्यतो अशा प्रकारचा विजय मिळवून दिला। मला आठवतंय की विधानसभेच्या पहिल्या भाषणामध्ये मी म्हणालो होतो की आमचे सर्व महायुतीचे उमेदवार निवडून येतील, 200 पार होतील आणि आज आपण पाहतोय की त्याहीपेक्षा पुढे आपण गेलो आणि मोठ्या प्रमाणावर आज ही विक्ट्री मिळाली आहे। ऐतिहासिक विजय आहे। आता आमची जबाबदारी वाढलेली आहे आणि म्हणून राज्याला विकासाकडे नेणं, राज्याचा विकास करणं, तसं आदरणीय केंद्र सरकार देखील राज्य सरकार मिळून आम्ही काम केलं। मोदीजींनी देखील आम्हाला या सरकारला पाठिंबा दिला, अमित भाईंनी पाठिंबा दिला आणि त्याचबरोबर अनेक नेते या ठिकाणी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आले, मंत्री आले, नड्डाजी देखील या ठिकाणी होते आणि सर्वांनी या निवडणुकीमध्ये मार्गदर्शन पण केलं, कामही केलं आणि म्हणून महायुतीच्या सर्व पदाधिकारी आणि कार्यकर्त्यांचं पण अभिनंदन मी करतो।
Right now, thanking all the Mahayuti party workers as well as party office bearers for the efforts they have taken in the last several months, and due to their efforts only this result has emerged where Mahayuti has got the thumping majority.
एक मिनिट, यामध्ये आम्ही सुरुवातीला पासून बाळासाहेबांचे विचार घेऊन आम्ही पुढे गेलो। बाळासाहेबांची विचारधारा
Shinde is again telling that since beginning we are following and taking forward the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray. Whatever he had taught us when he was there, we are taking forward that, and that's why people have basically voted for us.
जे काय आम्ही सांगड घातली त्यामध्ये बाळासाहेबांचे, दिघे साहेबांचे आशीर्वाद आमच्या मागे होते आणि त्यामुळे आणि कार्यकर्त्यांची मेहनत काय करू शकते। हे या निवडणुकीमध्ये दाखवून देईल. बिलकुल सगळ्यांनीच अभिनंदन केलेलं आहे, कारण विक्ट्रीच अशी आहे की आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये मला वाटतं विरोधी
This is a huge victory.
पण होईल की नाही कोरम पूर्ण.
This is a huge victory for Mahayuti, and I don't think so that seeing the numbers right now, there will be an opposition leader in the state assembly. But I again thank all people of Maharashtra who had shown and put that faith in us.
आता खरं आहे ते की बाबा आज आमचा धनुष्यबाण आणि खऱ्या शिवसेनेला लोकांनी भरभरून मतदान केलं आणि त्याच्या
People
शिक्कामोर्तब
have
केलेलं आहे.
given votes,
खऱ्या
have
अर्थाने
supported
5 सीटें हमारी चुरा ली गई। भाई 5 सीटें आपकी ज्यादा आ जाती तो क्या आप चुनाव जीत रहे थे? बिल्कुल भी नहीं। एंड यू आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट झारखंड एट ऑल, वेयर यू सीम टू बी विनिंग एज ऑफ नाउ. यू आर नॉट ब्लेमिंग द ईवीएम्स देयर. सो आई एम सॉरी, स्पीकिंग लाइक this kind of language is actually what has led to the downfall of MVA in Maharashtra, and I'm very happy that has happened. Another thing is that anybody who finds a cry for unity problematic is a problem themselves. They really need to do some introspection. Why is it that you would prefer people to be divided? What is it that you gain from the division of people that you are trying to create in society? It's sad that you actually think like that.
Right.
A cry for unity is actually what keeps nations together, people together.
Okay, I'll just have to quickly go to the live result hub because the numbers are still coming in.
Allow me to complete
Yes,
my
Mahima ji,
point,
I'll just come to you in a bit. I'll come to you, Mahima. I'll just come to you. I just have to go to my colleague. Griha, over to you. I believe that you have some updates.
Yes, so Avantika, pretty much set for Maharashtra. We already know how it is playing out as far as Maharashtra is concerned, but the Jharkhand numbers are still trickling in. We
Yes.
do have some winners that we will have Brijesh ji speak to us about. So Brijesh ji was telling us about how the India bloc is faring well when it is about Jharkhand. We see 3 JMM, 1 Congress, but 1 BJP from Dhanbad.
Yeah, this is Baghmara seat of Dhanbad. Shatrughan Mahato, he is the candidate there of the BJP. He is the younger brother of Dhullu Mahato. Dhullu Mahato is the current MP from Dhanbad for the BJP, and Baghmara is their traditional seat. But if you look at the rest of the seats, it's all in the India Alliance account because 3 seats basically owned by the JMM, while the another seat, the Bermo seat.
All right, so those are the updates coming in as far as those Jharkhand numbers are concerned. Let me go straight across now to Payal. All the action is happening there. Payal, the BJP Karyakartas, all workers in celebratory mood. This is a big, big win. It's unprecedented. An alliance getting more than 200 numbers. What would you attribute it to? Do you think it was only because of all the work by the RSS or the Ladki Behan Yojana? Go ahead.
Arey yaar. Avantika, I'm currently at Varsha, which is of course the headquarters of the state of Maharashtra, the Chief Minister's residence. We did speak to him just a short while ago, but let me introduce our viewers to Robin Sharma, a strategist for Mr. Eknath Shinde in this election. Somebody has to his track a win in Andhra Pradesh as well. Robin, what do you think was the difference that made to this election? Why did you get so many numbers?
I think it's the credit should go to none other than but Maharashtra CM Mr. Eknath Shinde, and he has worked really hard. His Ladki Banner scheme and the way he has carried the entire alliance together, worked hard for Mahayuti, not thinking about only Shiv Sena, but all the 3 parties. I think credit goes to him, no one else.
Robin, you've been part of the entire process, with the seat selection, etc. as well. What actually put you forward before anybody else? What would put you, forward before the other opposition parties? What kept you ahead?
I think Mahayuti was well ahead and prepared after Lok Sabha. We worked really hard to correct what went wrong in terms of narrative, in terms of preparedness, in terms of seat selection, in terms of coordination. It was looking by far from our end that we are well ahead, we are well prepared, well organized, and opposition could not set a narrative.
You think there'll be smooth sailing from here on as well?
I don't think there should be an issue. I think there should be a smooth sailing next 5 years.
I know that you're not a voter of Maharashtra, neither are you a resident of Maharashtra, but who is your choice for the CM? Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, everybody's party wants their leaders to become the CM. Who's your choice for the CM? Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, everybody's party wants their leaders to become the CM. Who's your choice for the CM?
I'm not the right one to comment on that because my role is limited, but I hope that
Maharashtra wants a 24-hour active CM.
Yes.
Well, of course, I'm not going to put you into any spot of bother as well, but of course, Robin, Avantika has been working round the clock. He was somebody who actually helped in promoting the Ladki Behna scheme in a big, big way, his team, and he devised the implementation in a big, big way as well. And here they are. Eknath Shinde answers 2 questions very quickly that I asked him. That, whether Ladki Behna scheme has been the implementing, has been the game changer. He says yes.
Okay, all right, we can't hear you now, but we're going to play that interview, that conversation you had with Eknath Shinde. Listen in to what he had to say.
मानते हैं कि लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है?
हो गया।
लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है सर?
लाड़की बहन ने तो पूरा अंदाज सब फेल कर दिया।
और आज फैसला हो गया कि असली शिवसेना कौन है?
वो भी हो गया, जनता के दरबार में हो गया।
Thank you so much. अरे भाई हमको जाने दो.
The Chief Minister Eknath Shinde speaking exclusively to CNN News 18. In fact, he did speak to Payal in an exclusive interview earlier on as well. Krishna Hegde, spokesperson with the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde also joins us now. Mr. Hegde, what would you attribute this phenomenal win to? Do you think that it is only because of the Ladki Behan Yojana that had gained significant traction and has now reaped these very rich electoral dividends for the Mahayuti? Or do you think it's also the RSS? You know, the RSS mobilizing extensively to support the BJP. They have been very, very, detailed and very long meetings. There were also plans on booth level management, etc. So before I come to you, we'll just show our viewers once again what did Mr. Shinde had to say when he was asked about the reasons for this win, and this is what he had to say.
सर आप ये मानते हैं कि लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है?
हो गया।
लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है सर?
लड़की बहन ने ही तो पूरा अंदाज सब फेल कर दिया।
और आज फैसला हो गया कि असली शिवसेना कौन है?
वो भी हो गया, जनता के दरबार में हो गया।
थैंक यू सो मच। अरे भाई हमको जाने दो।
Mr. Hegde, over to you. The reasons you think are responsible for this phenomenal win that the Mahayuti has achieved from the people of Maharashtra.
Avantika, first of all, we've been working 24/7 for the people, unlike the previous government, which hardly the CM went to the Mantralaya only 2 times in 2.5 years. Over that, we had so many social welfare schemes, including the Ladki Behan, and that was a game changer for sure. Apart from all the other welfare schemes which we had for the farmers, for the youth, the infrastructure projects we did in Maharashtra. But I must also thank the cadre of the Mahayuti. All the 3 parties worked very hard. The leaders of the 3 parties also worked very hard. That's Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, and Ajit Dada Pawar. Over that, we had the direction and the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, Amit Bhai, JP Nadda ji, and of course the RSS. The cadre also worked throughout. And I must say that there's another couple of reasons here. It is the consolidation of the Hindu vote and the rejection of the polarization of the Muslim vote, which they tried very hard with the OAC, the Nomani, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board, the Ulema Council, and 180 Muslim NGOs coming together and working as one force. And the people of Maharashtra saw that there is a particular section of people trying to defeat a working government, and therefore they came out in large numbers, which is evident to see.
Oh yes,
another thing I must
yes, go ahead.
I must speak also about the Congress spokesperson who said here about the Bharatiya Janata Party ideology. So what kind of ideology are you with? You are with Uddhav Thackeray, whose father always abused you. You are talking about us who are Shiv Sena and BJP are together for the last, since 1987. Okay. And apart from that, you spoke about Nawab Malik. Nawab Malik is still trailing in the election, so he has not won the election as yet. So I think all said and done, it's a good show by the cadre of all the 3 parties, and I think the numbers are on the wall. They have not even crossed as much as we alone in the
No, undoubtedly. It's a fantastic win, which is bound to boost the morale of the party worker, the cadre, and all those involved in registering this phenomenal win for the Mahayuti, and also will lead to this fresh momentum. But about the Maha Vikas Aghadi, let me get in Pranay Ajmera, leader of the NCP. Mr. Ajmera, what happened here? Because, this win will also decisively determine which faction holds the key to the Shiv Sena, and it's very evidently so that it's Ajit Pawar who commands that kind of respect amongst the Shiv Senics.
Avantika ji, this is just an electoral defeat, and I shouldn't use this word defeat because the results are yet to be announced. There are many seats in the state which are seeing neck-to-neck competition, and the results will be out definitely by 4-5 p.m. today in the evening, or may get later, may get late. So it's too early to arrive on conclusions. As far as the NCP is concerned, anyone in the country knows that it belongs to Sharad Pawar Sahab and the party and the party cadre that stayed with Pawar Sahab after the split. So I don't think there is any kind of doubt as far as this context is concerned. Regarding the electoral results which are coming out, I must cite a couplet from the poem of Atal Bihari Vajpayee Saab. Of course, the present BJP has gone far, far away from the principles of Atalji, Advaniji, and other leaders who used to have a different charisma as far as Indian politics is concerned. क्या हार में क्या जीत में किंचित नहीं भयभीत में संघर्ष पथ पर जो भी मिला यह भी सही वो भी सही. We will introspect. We are here to stay and let the final results come out. Then definitely we'll get an idea that where we lag behind, where we were good, where we were supposed to do better. And all these things will come out.
No, fair enough. But, you know, also we have to pay attention to those numbers, Mr. Ajmera. And, you know, the strike rate, Sharad Pawar having just 15.1% in these elections. Let me get in Kailash Adhikari, political analyst who's been patiently waiting as well. Mr. Adhikari, thank you so much for your time. Your understanding of what has happened, what has worked for the Mahayuti, what didn't work for the Maha Vikas Aghadi that did exceptionally well in the recently concluded Lok Sabha polls.
Avantika, the understanding for anyone, not just for me, is very simple. People choose whom they feel is fit to run the government. People choose whom they feel is fit for good governance and who has delivered good governance. In the past 2.5 years, the Mahayuti, led by the Bharatiya Janata Party as well as the Shiv Sena, the Shinde faction and the NCP Ajit Pawar faction, have delivered good governance. Be it tentpole schemes such as the Ladki Bahin scheme or any other schemes. See, I come from Mumbai. I'm a proud Mumbaikar. And I have seen the kind of changes in infrastructure-wise or any other kind of changes on the ground. You know, there are the inauguration of the coastal road or the Atal Setu that has really eased the life. Yes. So this is my viewpoint as a voter. But across the length and breadth of the state of Maharashtra, for the 9.7 crore voters, out of whom 6.6 crore voters have exercised their franchise, and you can see the landslide victory. When such landslide victory happens, Avantika, it is only a result because of the fact the people think that they are the best people to run the government. They are the people who will deliver what are their expectation at the end of the day. Maximum governance and minimum government. This has been the plank of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Honorable Prime Minister since 2014. And we have seen it's been close to 10.5 and 11 years now. That governance has been at the core and focus. Okay. And today's voter is an informed voter and he knows who will do best for him.
Oh, absolutely. A very informed and also sometimes, Mr. Adhikari, a silent voter. One cannot take the voter for granted now with the kind of access they have to knowledge and technology. Let me also get in Executive Editor Aman Sharma. He's also been with there. You know, Aman, this has been a fight between these two towering alliances with both holding no punches and attacking each other. They have been very personal, bitter, acerbic attacks and barbs from corruption to communal polarization. So what went wrong for the Maha Vikas Aghadi and what has worked for the Mahayuti in your understanding?
Well, Avantika, let's maybe break it down in 5 to 6 reasons what has really worked. As per my travels and what I am hearing from the BJP in Maharashtra. See, this is the third consecutive win for the BJP in Maharashtra. 2014, 2019 and now 2024, unprecedented. 200 plus seats. The first time an alliance in Maharashtra has come with 200 plus seats and 50% plus vote share. This is historic. And this kind of victory is not possible without everything working on the ground for you. I would say number one, the woman voter. We see that 53 lakh more women voted in this election than the last election. 6% rise in the women voting in this election. This woman voter seems to have reposed its faith totally.
In fact, the women, it seems, Aman, has emerged as a very, very strong and influential voting bloc in both the states. So if Ladki Behna worked in the state of Maharashtra, even Maiya Saman Yojana seems to have worked in the state of Jharkhand.
Absolutely. And you know, this shows that whoever has the first mover advantage in the terms of paying money under a women's scheme always stands to gain. And that is why we see in Maharashtra that this huge percentage rise in women voting, I think, has gone totally for the Mahayuti. They have rewarded this particular scheme. I think women voters have also transcended caste as well as religion barriers in this particular election in Maharashtra. Number two, I would say the farmer. See, the Vidarbha region has seen a complete flip this time, the 62 seats voting in a big way for the Mahayuti. This is also a result of BJP's outreach to cotton and soya bean farmers, the initiatives that were announced for them.
So do you think that the promise to provide aid to the soya bean farmers has actually worked?
Absolutely. See, and this was something which hurt the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections. But this election, BJP went out of its way, I would say, to the cotton farmers, to the soybean farmers, promising, the moisture quantity in the procurement was increased to 15%. Also, Avantika, full loan waiver was promised by the BJP in its manifesto, something spoken about very little, but had, I think, a huge impact on the ground. The farmers being promised a full loan waiver by the BJP. This is something BJP has not done in other state elections. This is the one state election after many state elections that BJP promised a full loan waiver in this election. Also, I think Prime Minister's slogan, Ek hai to safe hai. This has consolidated the 38% OBC vote in the state like never before. OBC vote, which was, went a bit away from the Mahayuti in the Lok Sabha election because OBC was upset that why is the BJP reaching out to the Marathas in such a way for reservation. I think the OBC vote has totally united for the BJP with the Prime Minister's slogan of Ek hai to safe hai. And that has also proved to be a big, big asset for the Mahayuti. That slogan has clicked. The slogan which was in the Lok Sabha was Samvidhan Khatre mein hai. This particular time, the slogan which is dominant and has worked on the ground is Ek hai to safe hai. I think the final reason also I would pay Sharad Pawar's collapse. BJP thought and BJP's assessment before the election was Sharad Pawar is the strongest pillar, maybe in the Maha Vikas Aghadi camp. He will be able to get a good strike rate. He'll be able to rally the forces. He contested a high number of 85 seats.
Yes.
His strike rate is the worst, and I think Sharad Pawar has pulled down the entire Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance along with the Congress party. Right. And that in direct contest between the Congress and the BJP, around 76 seats were there. I think BJP is won over 2/3 of those seats. So even the Congress has suffered the hidden weapon, or if I should say the hidden asset of the BJP, I think in the last, has been the RSS. The way the RSS has worked on the ground of Avantika, it's phenomenal.
And I want to talk about that in detail, and I will come to you, Aman. Mahima, would you agree to that as well, that it's the Prime Minister's Ek hai to safe hai, the slogan that perhaps, worked as a spoiler for the Maha Vikas Aghadi, because we're just seeing the numbers here. The BJP alone has secured more seats than the entire Maha Vikas Aghadi combined. Now double than that.
In fact, Avantika, I would say I don't find that slogan to be anything short of a paradox. Because within the Mahayuti itself, you will see, one is that during the campaign also, we saw the kind of divide there was amongst the alliance partners. We saw the photos of different leaders of different parties missing from, the other, one or the other. Parties. For example, Ajit Pawar's posters might not have Devendra Fadnavis, so on and so forth. Eknath Shinde's fate, for that matter, has become quite, topsy-turvy now, shaky. And going forward, it is going to be interesting to watch that the Vidarbha and Marathwada region, they are talking about Ek hai to safe hai. They are the ones who have led the state of Maharashtra into this state of rebellion, sort of perpetual state of rebellion over the past couple of years. And it's going to be interesting to watch because Vidarbha and Marathwada had ousted, almost ousted BJP leaders, causing some of Amit Shah's rallies to be cancelled, causing Devendra Fadnavis not even to look in that direction. How are they going to govern that region? That is a big question that lies ahead. And at the end, let me conclude by saying this part of mine, that you should not, say that it is a done deal already. It is Maharashtra, and the BJP as well might taste its own medicine at the end. After all, you might remember Ajit Pawar's statement after Lok Sabha elections when he said, मुझसे बहुत बड़ी गलती हो गई, मैंने अपने परिवार को धोखा दिया. Those might not be the exact words he said, but that was the essence of what he said. Indeed. So wait and watch for the next couple of days.
And that's what we are doing. And I think as journalists, we never really call it till the Election Commission does, isn't it, Aman? Charu, how would you respond to what Ms. Mahima had to say? Do you also feel that Eknath Shinde, who has been written off by critics earlier on and has repeatedly emerged as an undisputed leader, perhaps could be on shaky grounds, because there is a lot of clamour and talk about who will be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis led a very, very impressive campaign for the BJP. He spearheaded the entire campaign as well, and there is now talks about him being the possible face for the state of Maharashtra.
No doubts about that, Avantika. Devendra ji has always been a fantastic leader, and the Karyakartas of Maharashtra, in fact the whole country, are very proud of. Baal ki khal nikalne lagte hain, and you start criticizing something which is working perfectly for another person. It just shows ki aapke apne angur khatte, and that's not what I want to discuss today. I want to discuss the fact that how an increased vote share shows that women are becoming more part of the decision-making process and the way the politics is run in our country, and that's such a happy thing to see. Most of the increased vote share, in fact, was women. The gap between the men and the women voters is the lowest it has ever been, and all these women have supported Mahayuti, and that's very telling because since Modi ji became Prime Minister, all his big schemes have revolved around women, and that was very, very necessary for our country to progress. Another thing is that casteist politics has got a full stop now, once and for all, because even regions where it is the Marathas which are dominant, BJP is leading. And lastly, it is not BJP versus Shiv Sena versus Ajit Pawar's fraction of the NCP. We are working at this together. We contested this election together, and I don't know why this narrative is being floated that it's one versus the other. Absolutely not. Whoever is the Chief Minister now is a Mahayuti Chief Minister, belongs to all of us, is going to be chosen on the basis of the fantastic governance that can be given to the state of Maharashtra. At the end of the day, that is important. And Shinde ji is our Chief Minister. There is no taking away from that fact, and this is nothing new for BJP. We don't work under false egos. We don't work in a space where we have to compromise with who we are because again Mahima talked about ideology and she wanted to hit out at that. Let me tell her that everybody who followed Adarniya Balasaheb Thackeray ji is actually today where they are supposed to be. They are supporting the Bharatiya Janata Party as they have done for generations, for decades. So one thing is clear. You cannot divide people and hope to win. You cannot float false narratives and hope to win. You can't take away from your own ideology and hope to win. And also, at the end of the day, lastly, this is a situation which Congress needs to introspect instead of coming here and talking about why BJP is winning and why it is the people's fault for voting for BJP. Focus on the fact that you are finding other people.
I'll just come to you. Mahima, I'll just come. I have to go right now to CNN News 18's Payal. She's joining us now. She has some information. Payal, over to you. Payal, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Yes, I have with me Naresh Maske, Member of Parliament from Thane, from where Eknath Shinde really comes. He's from the Shiv Sena. What he really has to say. Maske ji, एक चीज मुझे बताइए. Maske ji, एक चीज मुझे बताइए. मस्के जी, आज फैसला हो गया कि असली शिवसेना कौन है? आज फैसला हो गया.
आज ये महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने असली शिवसेना कौन चला सकता है, बाला साहब का विचार किसके नेतृत्व में महाराष्ट्र में आगे जाएगा, इसका विश्वास लोगों ने एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में रखा है. इसका नतीजा, इसका दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आज लोगों ने किया है.
हिंदुत्व का असली फ्लैग बेरर कौन है, इसका भी फैसला हो गया. हिंदुत्व कौन है, ये भी फैसला हो गया.
देखो, हिंदुत्व, बाला साहब का हिंदुत्व, हम बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, हम सब एक है तो सेफ है, ये जो नारा था आज वो सही क्या सही है. महाराष्ट्र में लोगों ने तय किया, एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में विश्वास रखा और ये बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की शिवसेना एकनाथ शिंदे साहब ही आगे ले जा सकते, इस पे शिक्कामोर्तब किया.
संजय राउत क्यों फिर ऐसी बातें बोल रहे हैं कि पैसे का?
देखो, संजय राउत पागल हुआ है. कल कपड़े फाड़ के रास्ते में वो नाचने वाला है. मैं उसके लिए मेंटल हॉस्पिटल में एक बेड रिजर्व करके आया हूँ. मेरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में मेंटल हॉस्पिटल है. संजय राउत का एक दाव था, एक बनाव था. उद्धव ठाकरे जी के पीठ में खंजीर खोज के और शरद पवार जी के मार्फत से खुद का नाम मुख्यमंत्री के लिए लाना चाहता था. आज सुबह तक
वो जयंत पाटिल ड्राइविंग करते उसके बाजू में बैठे थे, कल आज सुबह तक होटल बुक कर रहे थे।
एक आखिरी सवाल है मस्के जी,
ऐसे बोल रहे थे और अभी हम पे
एक आखिरी सवाल है, सोमवार से पार्लियामेंट शुरू हो रहा है, क्या जश्न की तैयारी होगी पार्लियामेंट में? बिकॉज
में तो जश्न होएगा।
क्या लेके जाएंगे आप? लड्डू लेके जाएंगे या जलेबी?
लड्डू लेके जाएंगे, पेड़ा लेके लाएंगे, जिलेबी लेके लाएंगे, पूरे मिष्टान्न हम पार्लियामेंट में लेके जाएंगे। आप तो वहाँ रहेंगे।
All right, a very, very buoyant Maske, in fact, a very, very buoyant leader from the Shiv Sena. He speaks his mind very, very close to Eknath Shinde. And of course, he has a piece of advice for Sanjay Raut, essentially. Avantika, back to you.
And Payal, you have a choice.
Shiv Sena way of speaking.
Yes, you have a choice of sweets to decide from as well. Do enjoy those treats because that's the offer that they
I'm
made.
off sweets for now, but I'll...
Sure, Mr. Hegde, I want to bring you in. Speaking of Eknath Shinde, as I was mentioning to Charu a short while ago, he's known for his populist schemes. Look at the Ladki Behan Yojana. He's crediting that popular scheme for the resounding success that Mahayuti is enjoying right now. He's also known for his hands-on approach to governance. He's also known for his accessibility, and also most importantly, he's been the face and very popular stance on the Maratha quota. But there is a lot of charcha. There's a lot of talk as to he could be changed. There could be a new chief minister. Devendra Fadnavis probably just might be stepping into his shoes. So the question is, kaun banega Maharashtra ka Mukhyamantri?
Eknath Shinde ji is a popular man and is a people's man, and he's kept the door open for the entire CM house, Varsha, to the common man. And he himself calls himself CM, means common man, and he works the same way. I have not seen a chief minister. I think both Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde ji both work over 20 hours a day. And even with Devendra Fadnavis, you text him at 2 a.m., within 5 minutes he gives you a reply. So that is the caliber of the people who are working for Maharashtra, the talented people.
But you haven't answered my question about who's going to be the face of the state.
I would want Eknath Shinde ji to continue as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, obviously because the election was fought under his leadership here and we've got a huge victory, but not discounting the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party has got more number of seats and Devendra ji is also an equally able leader. So whoever the Bharatiya Janata Party High Command and the leaders of the three parties, that is the Congress, the NCP, the Shiv Sena and the BJP put together, it will be a leader who will take all the welfare schemes forward, will take the people of Maharashtra forward, will take development forward, and mostly it will take, Maharashtra drives the economy of the country. So therefore, it will take India forward, and that's the main thing to look at.
All right. I'm going to request all of my guests to kindly hold on. We have a political reaction and an interview coming up. Let's play that out.
How do you see these results which have appeared, and what is your first reaction? Because everyone was telling that Ajit Dada may not fetch that good result.
Sorry, Ajit Dada may what?
Ajit Dada may not fetch that good result that everyone was predicting it before the elections.
So see, when 5 years ago in 2019, Congress had one MP and NCP had 4, and with that in Vidhan Sabha we got a hit rate of 95 MLA. So looking at, there's no correlation of Lok Sabha results and Vidhan Sabha. That's always been the trend in Maharashtra for, I would say, the last 30 years. Where people think that, Lok Sabha results impact Vidhan Sabha. Well, that is a big no. We have seen that in 2019 also. After NCP Congress having 5 seats, they ended up winning 95. And with this also, we had taken, I wouldn't say the wrong seats, but we didn't get the right seats. Otherwise, our hit rate would have been good in Lok Sabha as well. And that Lok Sabha result set out a narrative that, things are not looking good. But that was not the case on the ground. On the ground, it was very different. The people were still in favor of all our MLAs. Whoever our candidates were, we gave them tickets.
So, but my next question to you, that what do you think which has worked for NCP in this election? As you said that you were not expecting this. You are not after the Lok Sabha results. You were not expecting the same kind of results, and you were quite confident that it will be a different result.
Yeah, we were quite confident. The people, the narrative was said that we are in a bad shape, but that was not the case. We as a party, we were always confident, but unfortunately, the narrative was that things are not going good for us. But that was never the case.
Well, 217, just a short while ago, it was at 215, and those numbers being revised, it will happen till the evening. Aman, two quick questions. One is, who's going to be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra after securing these kind of numbers? And secondly, the role of the RSS. I mean, the kind of work that the RSS has put in. You were in Nagpur, detailed planning, booth level management, outreach programs, and every worker going out there to try and, oppose the opposition's narratives. Would you credit the RSS as well for this phenomenal victory?
Coming to the second question first, Avantika, I think RSS has been the trump card for the BJP in these particular Maharashtra elections. I remember being in Nagpur and meeting some RSS Swayam Sevaks. They were carrying this one-page pamphlet to various homes. Nearly 60,000 such small meetings with 10 to 12 group of influential people were done by the RSS. The main #1 agenda of the RSS was getting more people out to vote.
Yes.
They felt that in the Lok Sabha, the core BJP voter did not come out. They were asking people to come out and vote, and then they were asking people to vote for a party which stands for national interest, which works against love jihad, land jihad. They said that, remember what happened in Dhule, this Lok Sabha seat, where BJP led in all assembly segment, but in one Muslim-dominated segment, it lost, and it lost the Lok Sabha seat. So it was a lot about Hindu consolidation. I think RSS has done a phenomenal job for the BJP in these particular elections on the ground. That said, I feel who will become the Chief Minister is now the big question before the Mahayuti. In the middle of the elections, the wisdom that we heard in the BJP camp was that if it is a narrow win, if it is like a 150, 160 kind of a win, then maybe the existing arrangement will continue. But now, with this kind of a win, where 217, 215 and 129, BJP at 129, I think BJP would aggressively want Mr. Devendra Fadnavis to be back in the CM's chair. This is also maybe his rightful position. If you go to Nagpur, his constituency, people say his rightful position is the Chief Minister's chair. He made a sacrifice in 2022 because there were peculiar circumstances in which that government was formed. I think this time, the BJP with such a huge mandate would find it very hard to convince its cadre that, its own party man is not becoming the Chief Minister. So I think some delicate work balancing will have to be done by the BJP here to convince maybe Mr. Eknath Shinde to maybe swap places, I think, with Mr. Devendra Fadnavis this time and, work as a team. And Mr. Eknath Shinde could get still plum portfolios like PWD done, which are portfolios are close to his heart. But I think BJP would, I feel, find it very hard to deny Mr. Devendra Fadnavis the Chief Minister chair with such a big mandate.
Oh, and you're right. His sacrifice at that time is not going to be forgotten. Mr. Adhikari, if I may bring you here, would you agree as well? And also following the debacle that one saw in the Lok Sabha elections for the Mahayuti and the Maha Vikas Aghadi doing very, very impressively well, do you feel that the involvement of the Sangh post the debacle seems to have turned around the fortunes for the Mahayuti?
Avantika, there is no denying the fact that Mr. Devendra Fadnavis has really turned the table since the time the Lok Sabha elections have come out. And in 2014 to 19, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He led the state to newer, to greater heights, not only in terms of social welfare, but also in terms of industrial development, the kind of new policies that the state have introduced, and the kind of charisma that he carries. It's not only for the party workers or for the cadres, but also for the people. The Janta Janardhan of Maharashtra, they look up to him as a bright young leader. And of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party's the extensive show of leading on 129 seats out of, I think, 142 or 145 that it contested. It's a magical strike rate that it has got. And of course, the Mahayuti together is closely about 217 seats now. So definitely the Bharatiya Janata Party will focus on having a chief ministerial face from the party fold, and Mr. Devendra Fadnavis has shown and has delivered much more than anyone would have thought, much more than anyone could have ever imagined. But at the end of the day, yes, it is for the three parties to sit together to decide on a face ahead.
Oh, absolutely. Mr. Ajmera, would you concur then that the way Mahayuti worked in unison, in consensus, is something that perhaps has yielded this kind of result that we're getting to see? We are still waiting for the final numbers, because this was a very, very close contest. It was a fiercely fought contest between all the political parties post the power alignments. It was very complex and cluttered, if I may say, with every party fighting for power, for loyalty, for prestige. Clearly, it was a Maha battle for political supremacy, and Mahayuti coming out trumps.
Avantika, you used the word consensus in Mahayuti, between the Mahayuti leaders. Where was the consensus? Right from the very first day, they came out with a dialogue like "batenge to katenge, ek hai to safe hai," and such sort of negative politics. You see, even the senior leaders of the BJP were not in agreement with those kind of activities.
But there was open bickerings even within the Maha Vikas Aghadi, Mr. Ajmera. Nana Patole and Sanjay Raut were in fact also vying for the, the CM's
that
face.
was before, was Avantika ji, that was during the course of candidate selection. That was during the course of seat distributions. Once the distribution formula was settled, we were fighting elections as one. As they say in Maharashtra grassroots politics, there were 4 parties who are contesting the Maharashtra elections. One was BJP, second was Shinde ji ki Sena, third was Ajit Dada's NCP, and the fourth was Maha Vikas Aghadi. We fighted as one. We were united in almost all the aspects, whereas the BJP, Shinde Sena, and Ajit Dada's party was divided in not many aspects.
Right.
As far as this Ladki Bahin Yojana scheme is concerned, ma'am, they had severe showdown going amongst each other regarding the credit. At one point, Ajit Dada Power is taking the credit. At one point, the Shinde faction was coming ahead and saying that since it is a Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana, the credit must go to the Mukhyamantri as well. And the other parties are just ignoring the fact that this is the Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana. So they were fighting on many fronts. It is just a surprising thing that this kind of results are coming out, and we will definitely introspect. But as you are saying that there were consensus, they were together. Mahayuti was a divided house. Mahayuti is a divided house, and Mahayuti will be a divided house. And when we discuss about the CM post, ma'am, let just the day proceed, and they'll start fighting for the CM post. And as I say, politics is over. Elections are over. Politics has begun.
That's an interesting one.
Yes, ma'am.
No, and we're all going to be watching this space very closely.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to request all of my guests. I'll request all of my guests to kindly wait for a while. We have to slip into a very short break, but we will continue our coverage, and not with the focus being only on Maharashtra. We'll also be talking about Jharkhand and what happened there. Most importantly for the JMM, Hemant Soren doing extremely well and also getting his party to the numbers that we're seeing on your screens right now. Short break, the broadcast and the news continues on the other side with my colleague Poonam. Keep watching.
welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 and I'm Poonam Burde. Our non-stop coverage here on verdict day for Maharashtra and Jharkhand continues. Maharashtra is the state where 288 seats are at stake. It's the second highest Lok Sabha sending state, which is why it's extremely important. It's also important because the NDA has stormed back to power. The numbers are on your screens. You can see what the victory for the NDA looks like. It is at last count, and counting is still on. At last count, 219 leads is what the NDA has. Several of them are wins, but several of them, the counting is still underway. But that hasn't stopped celebrations that have erupted in different parts of Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde, the incumbent chief minister, has dedicated this victory specifically to the women of the state. The Ladki Bahin scheme has worked wonders, is what the NDA believes, which is why this heartfelt special appreciation and thanks coming in from the incumbent to the women voters of the state. He also took on the MVA, saying that these Ladki Bahins have voted NDA to victory and they finally know which is the real Sena. The Mahayuti camp, which is the NDA, is in a huddle now. BJP central observers are going to be in Maharashtra tomorrow in Mumbai. BJP, of course, rooting for Devendra Fadnavis to be the chief minister, and the numbers are on their side for it. Eknath Shinde too going on to say that those who have the highest numbers will have the chief minister's chair. Does that mean he's ready to give it up to a BJP leader, perhaps Fadnavis, who is the front runner at the moment? The Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance, on the other hand, has managed to gain leads in 65 seats. They've clearly lost their comeback hope. The momentum that they had in the Lok Sabha elections, they haven't been able to convert that at all as far as Vidhan Sabha elections are concerned. Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, perhaps the worst performing in their career if you look at the results on your screens. 14 for the NCP Sharad Pawar faction, 27 for the UBT Sena. For Sharad Pawar specifically, this is his worst performance in his entire career. What this means for the NCP-SP, for the Uddhav Thackeray Sena, will they see more defections now to the other camp? That's something that they have to look at. But here's what the numbers look like, and that's what I want to tell you. It is the halfway mark in that 288 strong assembly. 145 was what was required. Most exit polls predicted that the BJP would have had a victory, but the margin would not have been a lot. But look at the numbers on your screens. At the last count, 221 for the NDA, 61 for the India camp. Like I said, 145 is the halfway mark. They're way past that halfway mark, way past majority. BJP, the single largest party with 132 seats, shy of the majority just themselves, and they have two other camps who've also pulled their weight. Both the Eknath Shinde faction, which is the Shiv Sena, and the NCP led by Sharad Pawar, led by Ajit Pawar.
सर, आप ये मानते हैं कि लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है?
हो गया।
लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है सर?
लड़की बहन ने ही तो पूरा अंदाज सब फेल कर दिया।
और आज फैसला हो गया कि असली शिवसेना कौन है?
वो भी हो गया, जनता के दरबार में हो गया।
थैंक यू सो मच।
जो नतीजे सामने आए उसका ऊपर मैं विश्वास रखने को तैयार नहीं। ये जनता का फैसला मानने को तैयार नहीं। हमने महाराष्ट्र की जनता का जो मन है, हमें मालूम था किस दिशा में जा रहा है। ये जनता का कौल हो ही नहीं सकता। महाराष्ट्र की जनता का मन हमें मालूम है, ये हो ही नहीं सकता है। हमारी 4 या 5 सीटें लोगों ने चोरी की है, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं।
Some Congress leaders are, of course, already blaming the EVM.
There is no denying that EVM debate has been sparked in this country. There is no denying that we must speak on the EVM. There is no denying that the Election Commission, because the elections were held late in Maharashtra, was advantaged the Mahayuti. But today I'm going to talk about the numbers on the screen, and the numbers on the screen are disappointing for us in Maharashtra, heartening for us in Jharkhand.
My colleagues have been getting us the mood and feel from on ground. Yasha is in Mumbai. Payal is at the Chief Minister's bungalow, which is Varsha, where Eknath Shinde spoke to her just a short while ago. Aman, my colleague, joining me from the Noida studio here. And let me bring in Aman first. Aman, as far as this election is concerned, the Maha Vikas Aghadi believed that they can keep the momentum from the Lok Sabha election and convert it to the Vidhan Sabha. They clearly misread the situation, isn't it?
Well, Poonam, lot can change in 6 months, and lot has changed in 6 months. 6 months ago, the dominant slogan in the Maharashtra Lok Sabha election was Samvidhan खतरे में है. This particular election, the dominant slogan is of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, "Ek hai to safe hai." I'll just break it down in 3 to 4 points, I think, which have worked magnificently for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. Number one, the woman voter. 53 lakh more women voted in this election than the last election in Maharashtra in 2019, a 6% jump. And this woman voter seems to have completely backed the Mahayuti for the Ladki Behna scheme, a scheme in which they had already got money. And whoever, my experience of women's schemes like these, whoever has the first mover advantage, whichever government gives this money first is always credited by the people. And we saw this in this particular election, such a high voter turnout of women, 6% up from the last election. Women, I think, transcending caste, religious barriers to vote for the Maha Vikas Aghadi across the caste groups. I think that has been the biggest factor which has worked in this election. Number two, I think farmers, Poonam. The Vidarbha region farmers, farmers is one community which was not happy with the Mahayuti in the last election because of the low prices of cotton, of soya bean. BJP turned the tables, promised this overtures to the cotton farmers, to the soya bean farmers at the end of the campaign in their manifesto. And more importantly, they promised a full loan waiver, something that the BJP usually does not do in a state election. I think this is something that has ringed a bell with the farmers. We see the big flip which has happened in the Vidarbha region. Third reason I would put the PM slogan, as I first said, "Ek hai to safe hai," has united the OBC vote in the state like never before. 38% OBC vote, biggest chunk in the state. It seems to have totally consolidated for the BJP. The Hindu consolidation which has happened, I think, has done the trick, and that shows in the numbers. It's first time an alliance has crossed 200 seats. First time an alliance has over 50% vote share. BJP itself at 130 seats. I think it is showing the magic which has been done. Of course, the Sharad Pawar's collapse has come as the icing on the cake for the BJP, because Sharad Pawar seems to have really pulled down the Maha Vikas Aghadi and scoring is number 6 amongst the 6 parties. I think all these reasons together, along with the RSS push on the ground to the BJP, has helped them achieve this big milestone.
And like you said, the loan waiver promise, that's not something that the BJP has been in favor of all these years. For the last decade or so, many elections have come and gone by, but that's a promise that they haven't made up until now. Many saw that as a sign of desperation. Well, whether it was desperation or a well-conceived idea that helped them win this election, that would be disputed. But Yasha and Payal also continue to be with us. Now, Payal, the next question, of course, is going to be, who is going to be the Chief Minister? From the looks of it, even Eknath Shinde says or believes that the BJP should have the Chief Minister's chair because their numbers, the math is there for everyone to see, and that's not something he can fight.
Well, of course, it's $1 million question. Let's not get the word from the leaders of Ma'am, आप बताइए कि कैसा लग रहा है ये victory? कैसा लग रहा है ये? It's very hard for BJP to utilize right now. In the background time, ये victory का श्रेय किसको जाता है? आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. Well, she's having a problem in hearing us as well, but let's ask her to come to another location. Let's try and get her here as she's a very, very popular face. Again, a Ladki Behan, which everyone is speaking about in Maharashtra. But yes, everybody wants their leaders to become the Chief Minister, and there is no doubt about that at all. As well. We'll try and get her one to the Shiv leader as well. ये जीत किसने दिलाई है? किसका श्रेय जाता है? That's deafening noise over here as well. भाई आप बताइए जीत का श्रेय किसको जाता है?
Payal Mehta there in the thick of all the action as we see outside Eknath Shinde's residence, outside Varsha Bungalow, and that's expected. We short while ago saw Eknath Shinde come out, as you see on your screens, the victory sign being waved by him and all of his members of parliament, all of his other leaders of the party. They have pulled their weight and how as far as this alliance goes. And speaking of pulling their weight, Ajit Pawar and his camp was someone who was believed to be the weak link as far as the NDA went. But he's too, in this occasion, proven that that's not the case. He's not dead weight and he can pull his way through. This is redemption perhaps, Aman, isn't it, for the Ajit Pawar camp as well?
Well, absolutely. And the collapse of the Sharad Pawar faction in this particular election, I think is a big leg up for Ajit Pawar. Now he can claim rightful legacy over the NCP like Eknath Shinde is claiming over the Shiv Sena, because there is no better proof for that than an electoral result. I think inside the BJP camp, Poonam, I must tell you, there were apprehensions about how good Ajit Pawar will perform. Many people even in the BJP thought that Sharad Pawar, being the the expert he is and the old hand he is, maybe he'll be able to put up a good show. But the numbers do, have even I think surprised the BJP with Ajit Pawar leading in as many as 37 seats. That's also an extremely high strike rate for him. That has also helped BJP put up a good performance in Western Maharashtra, Mahayuti, which was seen as a bit of a weak link for the BJP in these elections. So I think Ajit Pawar, for all the three constituents of the Mahayuti, have performed very well. And I was hearing a panelist earlier, in fact, saying that Mahayuti did not have coordination. The numbers show how the Mahayuti partners have been able to transfer votes to each other. That is why such a huge verdict has come. On the other hand, on the Maha Vikas Aghadi, the allies, Congress, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar have miserably failed to transfer their votes to each other in an alliance, and that is why we see them at just 60 seats right now. I think the lot of introspection to do, especially for the Congress party, which contested 102 seats and is just winning just 17 seats. It is bringing down the entire alliance. To quote the Prime Minister, the Parijivi party, which feeds on others and brings down the alliances.
And it's not just about getting the math right. There was rebellion within both camps as far as NDA and the Maha Vikas Aghadi went. But the NDA and several of the BJP leaders were either placated, or some of them were then given a ticket from the other camp. They contested or moved to the other party, contested on another ticket. And that's really what seems to have worked for the NDA in this case. More reactions coming in from on ground before I get in Yasha as well.
Because they know the efforts and work Dada has done in the taluka.
There are a lot of, one thing is going on, we met a lot of people in Baramati also, a lot of Baramati. They says that Ajit Dada should be made Chief Minister of Maharashtra. What is your feeling about this particular, wishes from the voters, from the supporters?
Of course, even I feel the same way. But now in regards to the results, all the, elder leaders will take that decision. But yeah, every Baramatikar does want to see Dada as the future Chief Minister.
Any words for the voters, they give a huge victory to the
voters. Like I said, I would definitely want to take this opportunity to thank all the voters in entrusting the Mahayuti Sarkar with, such a huge margin, and we will work for the progress of the state and the taluka.
Thank you so much.
चांगलंच वाटतंय जसं मी तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना आधीपासून सांगत आलोय.
Pawar's son there also going on to build chorus for his father to be the chief minister. Well, Ajit Pawar's camp, Ajit Pawar has ensured that they pull the weight in the NDA, but the BJP is the single largest party with 132 seats at the last count, just to their own tally. You need 145 as a halfway mark, as majority in the assembly in Maharashtra, and 132 at last count are just with the BJP. Yasha, you were in Thane earlier today. Eknath Shinde's bastion, Gad, and that's really what the scenes were in Thane as well. Whereabouts are you now, and what's the mood like?
So when you speak of the whole look and feel at Thane. In fact, even before we could leave from Thane, there were posters up congratulating the Chief Minister for having secured this very leads. In fact, we cannot even say win, because of course the results are still trickling in. But as of now, I am at Varsha Bungalow. We followed the Chief Minister all the way from Thane. He left this very official residence of his late last night and was at his actual residence at Thane, so as to wait for the results to come in. Now that the results are out is where he is here. He showed the victory sign. He was present along with his grandson. I'll show you the kind of preparations that are on ground at his residence. In fact, the party karyakartas, the workers who were present right here, they had celebrations, they distributed sweets. Here there is a rangoli that's being made by the karyakartas and the staff of Varsha, which says Abhinandan Sahib, which clearly means they're congratulating Chief Minister. Apart from that, there's been celebrations that have taken place at the Varsha Bungalow. Karyakartas had gathered here. There were dhols, there was gulal, all of the celebrations that took place. And in a while from now, we'd expect both the deputy chief ministers to come in here and address a joint press conference. That is Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis would be here. Following which, we'll also see how Devendra Fadnavis will be heading to the BJP office. So yes, just before Eknath Shinde could come in, there was no celebration here. In fact, those at Varsha Bungalow were waiting for that announcement to come in so that the celebrations could begin. And as soon as Eknath Shinde was here, all celebrations have begun. In fact, Eknath Shinde, after having had the celebrations, he's gone back inside. So now we'll have to wait for some more time to wait for that press conference. But the kind of figures that the Mahayuti has gotten has clearly had a joyous moment, because the kind of numbers that had come in the exit poll did not have that kind of a clean sweep. But here, of course, this very result has outmarked all of it, and particularly, all of those leaders in power have credited this to the schemes that they had implemented in the last couple of months. After the Lok Sabha election, we'd seen the kind of rigorous work that all of the party workers or the party leaders had gotten into. In fact, in the run-up to the Vidhan Sabha election, it was also evident the kind of efforts that were put in by the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and the senior leaders from the BJP, and that's showing in 132 plus. In fact, until late last night, when we spoke to several party workers and party leaders, they had hinted at 120 plus seats for BJP. But this is clearly, outshining the figures that even the BJP was expecting. And here, when it comes to Eknath Shinde, the kind of response that he's, that comes in from several MPs from the Shiv Sena shows that Eknath Shinde has clearly taken forward the legacy of Barasaheb Thackeray, because it was a prestige
so that
battle
prestige
here,
battle has been won by Ajit Pawar and by Eknath Shinde both. The legacy of the NCP and the Shiv Sena has been maintained by both these camps, and now they have a stamp of approval in terms of electoral wins to make that claim as well. Mayuresh joins us on this broadcast, but before I get you in, Mayuresh, let's listen into some more reactions pouring in from Maharashtra.
क्या आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया है? डीसीएम अजित पवार फिर एक बार काफी उभर कर आए हैं इस चुनाव में। राज्य भर में एनसीपी अजित पवार गुट को काफी बढ़िया जगह जो है वो भी मिली है विधानसभा के इस चुनाव में।
मैं तो पहले बारामती की जनता की, मैं सब मतदारों की तहे दिल से मैं सबको धन्यवाद कहना चाहती हूँ। वो अजित दादा के साथ बहुत खंबीर से रहे हैं, उनके साथ।
महायुति को भी जो मैंडेट मिला है पूरे राज्य भर में, वो लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री की ओर जा रहा है। क्या आपकी अपेक्षा रहेगी अजित पवार मुख्यमंत्री बने? कई सारे होर्डिंग्स बारामती में देखे गए उस तरह के।
हर कोई कार्यकर्ता या जनता चाहती है कि अपना नेता बड़े पद पे जाए। वैसे बारामती की जनता हमेशा वो सोचती है, उनको चाहती है कि वो ऐसा बड़े पद पे जाएं दादा, इसलिए उन्होंने सबने अपना अपना रखा है वो पोस्टर।
अच्छा, ये चुनाव जो रहा बारामती का, ये पहली बार चाचा और भतीजे के बीच में हुआ। इसके पहले ऐसे कभी नहीं हुआ था, जिसके वजह से पूरे देश भर में पवार की बारामती, बाद में फिर शरद पवार की बनी, फिर अजित पवार की बनी, और फ्रैगमेंट्स हो गए इस चुनाव में, पवार फैमिली में भी और पार्टी में भी। अब ये सारी चीजें जो है वो समेटने की कोई आशाएं आपको लगती है? ये पहले जैसा हो सकता है, या चुनावी माहौल जिस तरह से रहा उसी तरह से अब पार्टियां भी अलग रहेगी और फैमिली भी?
अभी बारामती की जनता ने दिखा दिया है कि बारामती किसकी है। बस मुझे लगता है कि यही ट्रेंड अभी रहेगा।
What do you think was the difference that made to this election? Why did you get so many numbers?
I think it's the credit should go to none other than but Maharashtra CM Mr. Eknath Shinde, and he has worked really hard. His Ladki Banner scheme and the way he has carried the entire alliance together, worked hard for Mahayuti, not thinking about only Shiv Sena, but all the three parties. I think credit goes to him, no one else.
Robin, you've been part of the entire process, with the seat selection, etc. as well. What actually put you forward before anybody else? What would put you, forward before the other opposition parties? What kept you ahead?
I think Mahayuti was well ahead and prepared after Lok Sabha. We worked really hard to correct what went wrong in terms of narrative, in terms of preparedness, in terms of seat selection, in terms of coordination. It was looking by far from our end that we are well ahead, we are well prepared, well organized, and opposition could not set a narrative.
You think there'll be smooth sailing from here on as well?
I don't think there should be an issue. I think there should be a smooth sailing next 5 years.
I know that you're not a voter of Maharashtra, neither are you a resident of Maharashtra, but who is your choice for the CM? Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, everybody's party wants their leaders to become the CM. Who's your choice for the CM?
I'm not the right one to comment on that because my role is limited, but I hope that
Maharashtra wants a 24-hour active CM.
Yes.
Those reactions pouring in from Maharashtra. It's a saffron sweep as far as the state is concerned. Yasha, Mayuresh continue to be with us from on ground. Aman is with me here in the studio. Pallavi joining us as well. But Mayuresh, coming to you first, you're outside Ajit Pawar's residence. For the last 2 to 3 hours, we've seen several NCP leaders trickle into his residence. There's been a huddle of what's going to be next. Is the NCP camp also of the belief that all stakeholders will decide who the next CM is? Because supporters, of course, want Ajit Pawar to be the next CM.
No, NCP is quite clear regarding this stand, because they are saying that the numbers are, whatever the numbers they have got, they don't have that much number to stake claim on the CM post, and they are very much happy with their numbers, because right now somewhere around 39 to 40 seats they have got. We went inside, we met Ajit Pawar off camera, off record. He is right now sitting with all his party leaders, especially Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkar and other party leaders are there. They are watching all the results live on the TV, and also they are taking stock of the situation from each and every constituency from where their candidates are contesting, and they're getting the, we can say, minute by minute or hour by hour report about the counting. So he is pretty much relaxed, and he clearly said, a one-liner, he said that I want to thank all my sisters and the brothers who basically help us in this election to win this election and supported us massively. So that's the one-liner we got it from him. But he also told that tomorrow there will be a CLP meeting of his party in which they will choose the legislative party leader, and somewhere NCP is confident that either on 25th or 26th the swearing in will happen, and the government formation will also happen. So it would be interesting to see that what portfolios this time Ajit Pawar gets, because this time he has got a very strong numbers with him.
Absolutely, and if he doesn't make a pitch for the CM or the Deputy CM, he's definitely wanting a lion's share, because while many had called him dead weight after the Lok Sabha elections, Ajit Pawar has proven that he has pulled his weight in this alliance and ensured that it is a landslide victory for the NDA or the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. Pallavi joins us from on ground as well. Pallavi, whereabouts are you and what's the mood like there?
Well, I mean, the mood, of course, within the Congress party is extremely low-key, and one can understand that. The Congress actually never believed, rather the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi never actually believed that this would be a defeat for them. There was a hope within the MVA that, one, a sympathy factor for Uddhav Thackeray as well as for Sharad Pawar. Second, the Mahalakshmi scheme could give a takkar to the Larki Behan scheme, and also the fact that corruption, the farmers' wars in Vidarbha area, and also the fact that in Marathwada region, the Maratha reservation issues which resonated during the Lok Sabha, all of this will notch up figures for the MVA so that they can form a government. That clearly has not happened. We'll have to wait to see when the blame game begins, who blames who takes the responsibility, and whether they're going to start blaming the EVMs as well. But Poonam, this much I can tell you, that this is going to be seen as a huge setback, particularly to the Congress, after having lost in Haryana, also now losing in Maharashtra. Despite the win or seeming win in Jharkhand, it's a victory which has been snatched from them, and for them it's going to have a deep impact on the political strategy, one, of the Congress inside Parliament, and second, Rahul Gandhi's own standing as an LOP. I doubt if many of the players in the India bloc will now be ready to give the last and final word to Rahul Gandhi. That's one. Second, if Rahul was hoping that he's going to have those acrimonious attacks on the Prime Minister, whether it's on a Adani issue, whether it's on a Manipur issue, that sting may be out now. Third and finally, within the India bloc itself, the murmurs of dissent will begin. They already have. The Trinamool Congress, which has come up with a very good performance in West Bengal, is actually showing the mirror to the Congress party. The next election that we are heading for is in Delhi, and there the AAP is a very important factor, and AAP and Congress are technically speaking allies of India bloc. Would AAP want to have an alliance? For now, the Delhi unit of the Congress party says no to it, but can the Congress party afford to go it alone? Can it shoulder the burden of yet another defeat in case it loses out in Delhi as well?
But would the Aam Aadmi Party want Congress with them? Many within the Aam Aadmi Party have already ruled out an alliance, and especially after today, they've too had a good performance as far as bypolls in Punjab are concerned. So as far as Delhi goes, Aman, the Aam Aadmi Party would not want to pull around what they may call Congress as a deadweight.
Absolutely, they will not. They have already ruled it out. Aam Aadmi Party would contest the election in Delhi on its own. Poonam, we should remember in the last two assembly elections in Delhi, Congress has not been able to win a single seat. It scored a 0 in the last two elections in Delhi. Congress voter base in Delhi is almost over. So I think AAP will take on directly on a contest with the BJP in Delhi. That said, what you were asking, actually, Mayuresh earlier and Yesha as well, the CM phase question, I think Poonam now will take precedence because such a big win has happened. Now the $1 million question is, who will they choose as the chief minister? Because clearly BJP with these kind of numbers, 133 seats, it's itself just 11 short of the majority mark. So BJP with such a huge mandate, I think would want Devendra Fadnavis to be the chief minister, because BJP cadre would want that. If you don't make Devendra Fadnavis the chief minister now, obviously the BJP cadre would say, what more do you want us to deliver to have our own chief minister? Also, the feeling in the Devendra Fadnavis, especially in Nagpur, the feeling was that in the 2022, what happened was a peculiar situation when the government was formed. Devendra Fadnavis, in line of the party's discipline, made a sacrifice and became the deputy chief minister. But now, with this kind of a mandate, Devendra Fadnavis should be back as the chief minister. And one must remember that in this election, the RSS has also been extremely active on the ground. Maybe the RSS will also have an important say in who becomes the chief minister. And we know that the closest person to the RSS in Maharashtra is Devendra Fadnavis.
And many would say deservedly so as far as Devendra Fadnavis goes. He's somebody who worked behind the scenes for a very long time, but ensured that work was being done on ground without getting into the limelight so much, without getting into, getting pulled into all sorts of politics that was playing out in Maharashtra, and ensuring that the BJP and the NDA as a whole reach the number that they seem to be reaching at the moment. Aman continues to be with us. My colleagues from on ground, Mayuresh, Yasha and Pallavi also with us. But let's listen into some more reactions once again.
महाराष्ट्र में मतदाताओं ने जो भाजपा महायुति को जबरदस्त जीत दिलाई है, जो पायाभूत सुविधा होती है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट होती है, वंदे भारत ट्रेन होती है, मेट्रो होती है, सड़क होती है, पानी होता है और प्रत्यक्ष लाभ में लाडली बहना होती है, किसान सम्मान होता है, जीरो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल का विषय होता है। इसका एक बहुत सुरेख मिलाप एकनाथ जी शिंदे, देवेंद्र जी और अजीत दादा ने किया और इसलिए जनता ने पूरा भरोसा रखा। साथ ही एकनाथ शिंदे जी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, अजीत दादा पवार और भाजपा का केंद्रीय नेतृत्व साथ मिलकर इस विषय में निर्णय करेंगे और आपको बताएंगे। आज महायुति विजय का जश्न मना रही है।
मैं बस यही कहूंगी कि बड़े हैरान करने वाले नतीजे आए हैं। जिस तरीके से लोकसभा में 151 असेंबलीज पे हमारी लीड थी, वो सिमट कर अगर इस नंबर पे आ गई है तो एक प्रश्न चिन्ह जरूर उठता है कि कैसे इतना डिफरेंस आ गया। जो भी सर्वेज चल रहे थे सब कांटे की टक्कर बता रहे थे, जो भी सर्वेज हो रहे थे उसमें महा विकास अघाड़ी को बढ़त दे रहे थे, बात सब बता रहे थे एज है। एक कांटे की टक्कर इस तरीके से हो जाना कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा आश्चर्यजनक भी है, सवालों के घेरे में भी आता है और मन में मैं एक सेंस ऑफ सरप्राइज है कि जो हम जनता के बीच में देख रहे थे, महिलाओं के साथ देख रहे थे, पुरुषों के साथ देख रहे थे, आक्रोश जो था 1500 रुपए मिलने के बाद भी वो महिलाएं बता रही थी कि हम पे एहसान नहीं कर रहे हैं जिस तरीके से प्रचार कर रहे हैं। और उसके बाद ये इस तरीके के आउटकम आना, आई वुड से हमें कुछ टाइम लगेगा फॉर इट टू सिंक इन।
थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा for the results to sink in. That's the UBT Sena there. If you look at the tally at the bottom of your screens, they are perhaps the best performers as far as the India bloc goes. My colleagues continue to be with us on this broadcast, getting us more information and inside info as far as the rumblings in Maharashtra go. What happens next? Who is going to be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra is a question that everybody is asking, the answer to which eludes at least as of now. Payal joining us, getting us more details as well. Payal, top leaders of the BJP are in a huddle is what we are given to understand?
Yes, Bhupendra Yadav has reached the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. Bhupendra Yadav is the election in charge as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Remember, he essentially had a lot of roles to play. This is his third election of Maharashtra. He's been somebody who's known the state and known the length and breadth. Was key responsibility was to manau the people who were naraz and make sure that there is no rebellion. Along with Piyush Goyal, senior minister in the government, and of course Mumbai MP as well. So he's of course also been there at the residence.
Right, so the BJP in a huddle in a short while from now, we're going to be seeing a joint press briefing of Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde. Some more details would perhaps come out then. But Payal, as far as the strategy of all of these camps go, what is it that Shinde camp believes worked in their favor. They are the second best performers as far as this election goes, with a strike rate of over 60%. Payal, I understand you're in the midst of all the action. We can hear the music and it must be very loud where you are. We'll try and reconnect that line. But Aman continues to be with us. But before that, some more reactions now coming in. Sanjay Raut of the UBT Sena reacting to the results, going on to point to the fact that this is not a result that is acceptable to us. Sanjay Raut calls for re-election on ballot papers this time around. So it's not just denying the mandate that you have, but it's also wanting a re-election. Is this just a case of sore losers, or is there more to that? Well, the NDA camp would say this is definitely just sore losers, not ready to accept the mandate of the people. Yasha joining us. Yasha, from EVMs being tampered with, EVM batteries having too much charge and not having too much charge, to now wanting re-election on ballot papers.
So, this is a typical instance that we see that happens with the Maha Vikas Aghadi, for the India camp. When it comes to the elections, if it's in their favor, they've been supporting it, and if not, they've always said that it's the fault of the EVM and which is why asking for a ballot paper. That's something that we've seen how it's time and again been questioned by the BJP as well, and here again. In fact, this morning also, when Sanjay Raut addressed this very issue, he spoke about the fact that this is a result that's not being acceptable to them. In fact, he also went ahead and said that it is that even the people of Maharashtra will not accept this result. But here we've heard several other leaders from the same party said it will take them some time to accept that result. Here it's a typical instance of the grapes being sour just because we cannot get it. That's a typical question. That's a typical stand that is put forth by Sanjay Raut. In fact, when he spoke to several leaders from the Shiv Sena N18L faction, they said that it was the statement that was being made by Sanjay Raut that was costing UBT faction dearly, and which is why Sanjay Raut should stop making such statements. This is a stand that has been put forward by several leaders from the Mahayuti that Sanjay Raut should not take such stands. And here again, Sanjay Raut has gone ahead after questioning the whole election, after questioning the mandate of the people. He's gone ahead and said that there should be a ballot paper election. Now we have to wait to see what will be the reaction from the Mahayuti on this.
And even from the Election Commission to go on to respond to these kind of allegations, because they've done so multiple times in the past. The latest that we are getting to know right now is that Aditya Thackeray has won against Milind Deora from the Worli seat. Mayuresh joining us, getting us more details. Mayuresh, the counting is still on. The counting is over. As per the Election Commission, we're given to understand that there are 2 more rounds that are still on. But Aditya Thackeray does have a margin of over 9,000 votes.
Yeah, he does have margin of 9,000 votes, and right now we have been given to understand that last few rounds are remaining, so that will take another half an hour to hour to get completed, unless Milind asks for recounting. So if he asks for the recounting and the matter is closed, then certainly the recounting will happen, and again we have to wait. But we are expecting to get the clarity on this particular results by, say, within half an hour, 45 minutes. But yes, Aditya Thackeray is having the margin of 9,000, and it would be interesting to see that after these next 2 to 3 rounds, how much margin he gets more.
Right, but so far we're given to understand that Aditya Thackeray has emerged victorious as far as the Worli seat is concerned. As far as Mumbai goes, though, Mayuresh, we're given to understand that the BJP has managed to keep the lead as far as maximum city goes.
Absolutely, and it was kind of an unexpected result for everyone, because even pollsters during the exit polls also have shown a margin somewhere around a range of 150 to 180, but no one had thought that BJP alone will secure somewhere around 130 or 120, 130 seats. So it is unexpected result for everyone. And even when we spoke with Ajit Pawar a while back, off camera, off record, that time even he also said that it is kind of a surprising results we have got. And after a long time it has been called.
over 30 years as far as if these numbers stick. If BJP does stick around at 131, then that's a party with that higher number after about 34 years as per the calculations that we've made. If the number sticks around to 131, it was much higher some time back. The counting is still underway in several seats, which is why you still see those numbers changing. In a few hours from now, of course, they will settle down, but at least 2 or 3 rounds of counting is underway in several of those 288 seats. More reactions trickling in from the state of Maharashtra. Let's listen in.
बहुत ही अपेक्षित था। महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व पर देश भर का जैसे विश्वास है वैसा ही दिया, विकास के राजनीति को वोट दिया, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में 5 साल 2 सरकारें देखी लोगों ने, 2.5 साल ब्लैक, 2.5 साल व्हाइट। 2.5 साल ब्लैक में कुछ सारे विकास काम नए हुए नहीं और सारे रोके गए, और अभी 2.5 साल में हर सेक्शन का वेलफेयर पॉलिटिक्स भी हुआ, वेलफेयर डेवलपमेंट का भी प्रोग्राम्स भी हुए, और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और विकास के भी कार्यक्रम हुए। लोगों ने उसे पसंद किया और लोगों ने इसीलिए वोट दिए। मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ महाराष्ट्र का वोटर संकीर्णता से विचार नहीं करता, विकास के लिए वोट देता है और दिया है।
महायुति के पक्ष में मतलब जनता ने इतना भरभरून, इतना बड़ा ज्यादा वोट दिया, और मतलब हमें 200 के ऊपर मतलब सीटें मिल रही है, तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत है। महाराष्ट्र की जनता का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, सभी जाति धर्म के लोगों का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, और उन्होंने बहुत बड़ी जीत हमें दी है। और उसका कारण ये है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विकास की भूमिका और महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने 2.5 सालों में लिए हुए निर्णय, और उसमें अनेक निर्णय तो अच्छे थे ही थे, लेकिन लाडली बहना का निर्णय बहुत ही क्रांतिकारक था। हमें विश्वास है कि 225, 230 तक सीटें हमको आगे तक मिल सकती है।
My colleagues continue to be with us, getting us updates and perspective. Aman, as far as the Vidarbha and Marathwada region is concerned, that was a concern, a worry for the BJP specifically and for the NDA, especially after the Lok Sabha elections. But they've seemed to have turned it around on its head in the last 6 months.
That clearly, I said Vidarbha and Marathwada were the 2 regions where the BJP did not perform well at all in the Lok Sabha elections. There are 19 Lok Sabha seats here. The Mahayuti could just win 3 of them. In fact, in Marathwada, BJP did not win any single seat. Only Shiv Sena Shinde faction won the Aurangabad seat. So this time, a complete turnaround, not just the Maratha voter, but I think the farmers of Vidarbha have reposed their faith in the BJP. There are multiple reasons for this. Last time when the Lok Sabha elections happened, there was a huge farmer distress. This year, the season has been better, what BJP leaders felt. Plus, Devendra Fadnavis' announcement in Wardha 2 months ago in September in the presence of the Prime Minister that the present cotton crop will be procured above the MSP. Second, the soya-bean farmers also were under huge distress on the MSP issue. We saw in the manifesto, and later also just before the votes were cast, when the centre changed this scheme and said that up to 15% moisture soya-bean will be procured at the MSP. I think all these factors together have worked for the BJP in Vidarbha, and Marathwada also, I think, has seen a lot of OBC consolidation for the BJP. Also, one point that, the Ambedkarite Buddhist population, the Mahar population, which is there in big numbers in Vidarbha, in the last Lok Sabha election, there was a 3M kind of a combination from the Maha Vikas Aghadi, Maratha, Muslim and Mahar. This time, I think the Mahar voter, which is the Buddhist Ambedkarite voter, seems to have seen through this hoax of the Maha Vikas Aghadi that no constitution will be changed, Samvidhan khatre mein hai, reservations will go away. I think they seem to have returned to the BJP camp, and I think the whole caste census pitch by Rahul Gandhi in Maharashtra, he did this Samvidhan Samman Sammelans in various cities, seems to have completely fallen flat. I think people did not believe that slogan anymore. People have gone with the Prime Minister's slogan of Ek hai to safe hai, which seems to have become the resounding verdict across the state which the BJP has got. And as we speak, BJP is at 132 leads. This is truly phenomenal. I think, Poonam, if you look at the numbers, this is the first time an alliance in Maharashtra has crossed 200 seats. This is the first time an alliance has over 50% vote share. I think there can't be, I think this is one of the biggest wins of the BJP in recent times.
And like I said, if the number sticks to 132 or anywhere above 130 for the BJP, then they would emerge as the single largest party with that high a number after about 34 years or so. The last time that happened was when Sharad Pawar was Chief Minister in the 90s. But Pallavi and Yasha also with us on this broadcast. Pallavi, if the numbers stay where they are at the moment, the Congress would not be able to claim even the leader of opposition's position in the state of Maharashtra.
And what a stark contrast to the fight that they were having yesterday, where they were actually fighting over who should become the chief minister. Congress from day one under Nana Patole, who's the state Congress chief, and he's handpicked by Rahul Gandhi. And Nana Patole has been making this point from day one that first of all the Congress should get a lion's share as far as seat distribution is concerned, which they did. But a second important point that they're making is that unlike last time round, where despite having the largest number of seats, they never got to have their own person as a chief minister. This time round, the CM will have to be from the Congress kitty. They were told to hold their horses, to calm down and not to make these kind of public statements. And now to be reduced to a situation where the performance is much below mark, where there's a huge question mark over whether there will be a leader of opposition from the Congress party in the Maharashtra Assembly at all. It's a case of where most of the political strategy seems to have backfired, whether there was going to be a rework on it. Because in Haryana, one of the main reasons for the loss was a massive infighting, and that too many claimants as far as the CM was concerned. The situation seems to be the same. I'm not even talking about MVA generally, but to talk about Congress specifically, again infighting. Again, that everyone, Balasaheb Thorat versus Nana Patole, Thorat has of course lost. These kind of fights which have worked within the Congress party has actually led to a complete breakdown of the Congress mechanism there. And of course the fact that his caste census and Samvidhan Khatre mein hai, against development projects in Dharavi, against the Adani, all of that certainly doesn't seem to have worked as far as Rahul Gandhi's poll plank is concerned.
Absolutely. It is going to be an uphill challenge for the Congress party as far as Delhi elections go. But they do have a win in their kitty as far as this election goes. Jharkhand at the moment seems to be going the JMM Congress's way. The numbers that you see on the left-hand side of your screens, 57 for the India bloc leads as far as Jharkhand is concerned. The NDA is at 23, a far second. Arunima joining us from Ranchi. Arunima, Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister, posting on social media after this imminent win. It's on expected lines for the Congress and JMM is what they believe.
Yes, the image that he tried to build of him being a family man, just as the tribal population of Jharkhand is. When the elections got over, he tweeted a picture of Kalpana Soren oiling his hair, his two pet dogs snuggling up to him, and another family member oiling Kalpana's hair, just to show that like any other normal tribal family in Jharkhand, the Chief Minister also leads his daily life just like that with his family. And today after the win, Kalpana is in her constituency. She was facing a tough fight, initially trailing by about 4,000 votes. So you don't see her in that picture, but the two sons are there with Hemant. It's a very heartwarming picture, again meant to convey the same image of Hemant Soren being a family man. He's converted this entire arrest that Enforcement Directorate carried out into a sympathy card for himself, convincing the voters successfully that he was targeted because he is a tribal and that the central government is anti-tribal. That narrative helped him in Lok Sabha. That narrative seemed to have sealed the deal for him here in the assembly elections also. The other thing that he's managed to encash upon is the women voters' sentiments. The Maiya Samman Yojana, 1,000 rupees in the bank account, promising to increase it to 2,500 after the election win. That also, it seems, has worked for him.
And that seems to have worked for the Congress in other states, which had prompted Aman, the BJP, to call this a Revdi system of trying to burden the state's coffers. But that's exactly what they did in Maharashtra as well. The allegation that they were making against the India bloc, or the Congress specifically, is a pattern they used and used successfully in Maharashtra.
Well, Poonam, if you see repeatedly last few elections, especially state elections, the experience has been that whichever government is the first mover when it comes to giving this money benefit to women always scores the goal. We have seen that in Madhya Pradesh when, Shivraj Singh Chauhan just before in the last 6 months of his government started this very Ladli Behan Yojana in Madhya Pradesh. We have seen BJP promise it in the state elections of Odisha as well as Chhattisgarh, and they stormed to power there. BJP retained power in Madhya Pradesh, and now Maharashtra is the recent example where after the Lok Sabha elections debacle, the government decided to give money to women. They promised, this money of 1,500 rupees to women, which BJP promised to take it to rupees 2,100 in their manifesto. Same seems to have worked in Jharkhand for the JMM government. They started it, though the criticism was that Hemant Soren started it too late, only towards the end of the election. He had promised it in the last election, but still giving it the money in the hand of the woman voter. The woman voter, in my experience of covering elections, when it gets a money from a particular party and when it comes consistently over a few months, they develop trust in that party and they don't really fall for the promise of another party which is promising to give more, because they feel, okay, this money is for sure is going to come, our home budget is decided from this now, but we are not sure if the other party is going to come and give this. And this is especially a problem. Women voters, I think, have credibility with the Congress party, because Congress sometimes promises but doesn't give. But here it was the JMM, who was promising this amount. And as Arunima was saying, this maybe has worked for Hemant Soren on the ground. People believed his round rupees 1,000 promise, and people also believed that the money he's promising to increase it to will also come if he comes back to power.
So that worked for the JMM Congress in Jharkhand. That seems to have worked for the NDA, along with several other factors that aided the 223 victory for the NDA at the moment. Those numbers, of course, could change. There could be a toss-up for at least a few seats, because counting is still underway in several of those seats. A few rounds are left in multiple seats across those states. Who is going to be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra is the million-dollar question. The BJP is all but certain that Devendra Fadnavis is their man. Listen in to what the Vice President of the Maharashtra State BJP had to tell us.
जिस तरीके से यहाँ पर रिजल्ट आए हैं, कितनी बड़ी जीत मानते हैं इसको?
ये महायुति की प्रचंड जीत है। जिस तरीके से वोट जिहाद के खिलाफ धर्मयुद्ध की बात की गई, इस धर्मयुद्ध की ये जीत है। लाड़की बहन की जीत है, किसानों की जीत है, कामगारों की जीत है, युवक और युवती की जीत है, कल्याणकारी योजनाओं की जीत है। और ये जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी और महायुति की जीत है। ये जीत माननीय मोदी जी की जीत है। ये जीत देवेंद्र फडणवीस की जीत है। ये जीत एकनाथ शिंदे की जीत है।
बीजेपी की बहुत ज्यादा सीटें आई हैं और ये अब मांग उठने लगी है कि बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री होना चाहिए।
कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते मुझे तो लगेगा कि मेरा नेता मुख्यमंत्री बने, तो मैं यही मांग करूंगा कि एकनाथ रावजी शिंदे दादा और देवेंद्र जी बैठे और माननीय अमित भाई और प्रधानमंत्री के साथ बैठकर भाजपा का मुख्यमंत्री चुने।
All stakeholders will sit down and take a final call of who the next Chief Minister is going to be. That's the sentiment that has come to the fore, at least on the face of it, from all three camps. But supporters making their pitch for their leader to be at the helm of affairs. Devendra Fadnavis is to be the CM is all but certain, many would say, Yasha. Is that something that Eknath Shinde has also made peace with? Because I think they've all realized that if the numbers stay at 133, what the BJP has managed to do with that kind of a strike rate, the BJP and Devendra Fadnavis should deserve the seat of the Chief Minister.
Absolutely. See, for an absolute majority, one requires 145 seats in Maharashtra. BJP alone seems to be close to 133 victories. They are very close to the 50% mark. They could, in fact, be forming government by themselves. But here, of course, when Eknath Shinde was asked this question, he said all of the parties would sit together and decide. But, over the last several weeks, in the run-up to the Vidhan Sabha election, when this question was asked several times, so there was no direct indication, but time and again, be it Devendra Fadnavis or be it Amit Shah, they gave direct and indirect hints about Devendra Fadnavis becoming the chief ministerial face. However, one needs to wait and watch if Devendra Fadnavis will be made the CM, or to who the Maratha voters, Eknath Shinde will be continued as a CM yet again. There are several instances, in fact, 2.5 years back, when the government changed, everyone was looking at Devendra Fadnavis to be the chief minister then. But he made that sacrifice for the party and for the alliance in general, and accepted the post of deputy chief minister. Something that not everyone had expected that would happen to him. That was when Eknath Shinde was made the chief minister. But today, of course, the credit for this win is being given to all of the three. Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis. Election after the performance of the Mahayuti Lok Sabha election, several people want to step down from his position focus on the upcoming Vidhan Sabha elections. And however, at that instance, on his focus to Amit Shah, he was asked to stay back and accept voter responsibilities. Now, when you think of this very instance, just a couple of things.
We'll try and reconnect that audio link with my colleague Yasha. She's outside Varsha Bungalow, which is the official residence of the Chief Minister in the state of Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde is currently there. Of course, celebrations breaking out. But Maharashtra is not the only state that we want to speak of. There were by-elections that were held across the country in different states. Uttar Pradesh was one of those states where it was a prestige battle. It was only a BJP versus a Samajwadi Party fight. Well, there were smaller parties like the BSP involved. But as far as the two big players were concerned, that was the Samajwadi Party and the BJP. Now, Pallavi, the Congress had bowed out of race because they could not reach consensus with the Samajwadi Party. It was decided that the Samajwadi Party would fight on all seats. Yogi Adityanath, the BJP, has managed to trump the Samajwadi Party as well in Uttar Pradesh. Another blow there coming to the fore for the India Alliance. Does this then give a leg up to the Congress perhaps to say that maybe the SP should have conceded some seats to us?
Well, I mean, I think the story is also not just Maharashtra and Jharkhand. I mean, there is also a big footnote coming in from the by-poll results. I mean, apart from West Bengal, which we have been speaking about, Uttar Pradesh becomes very, very significant. The Congress had opted out of the race, preferring not to divide any votes and give that edge to a Samajwadi Party. But here's the blow for them as well. Samvidhan khatre mein hai. The win by the Samajwadi Party in Faizabad helped the Congress and the Samajwadi Party, but more specifically Rahul Gandhi, to try and build up the narrative that a Ram Mandir politicization, Ram Mandir as Rahul Gandhi called it, had actually not helped the BJP. So they wanted to look at these by-poll results closely, hoping that there would be a redux of the Lok Sabha election moment, and where by not contesting elections, the Samajwadi Party would have a clear edge over the BJP. That's clearly not been the case. Samajwadi Party, of course, has been extremely upset with the Congress because of no alliance happening, say in Haryana, in Maharashtra, also pretty much on their own, so on and so forth. I think now what's going to also happen, and this is going to have an impact on the India bloc, the SP will say that the Congress has become a liability or a penalty for us. The Congress will hit back by saying, look, here we did not contest along with you. We never asked for any seats. Yet you did not manage to hold up on your own against the BJP. So why are you blaming the Congress party? Why should the India bloc stakeholders not even look at themselves and introspect?
So it will be interesting to see how the dynamics plays out within the India bloc after this election. Aman, as far as the by-polls are concerned, Priyanka Gandhi has won on expected lines in Wayanad. She's also bettered Rahul Gandhi's margin as far as Wayanad goes. Karnataka, another story there, the NDA losing all 3 seats.
Yes, Wayanad was expected, Poonam, because this seat anyways Priyanka was expected to win, and now the brother-sister both duo will see them in Lok Sabha together, so that will be quite a sight to see the entire Gandhi family and Sonia Gandhi in the Rajya Sabha. So Wayanad win was expected. Yes, Karnataka is a big, big blow to the BJP. All 3 seats won by the Congress party, despite that, you know, the whole remark made about Kumaraswamy, still Channapatna scene had been won by the Congress party. So obviously that's a big blow, and the new BJP state chief Vijender would have a tough time, you know, explaining what has happened. There's already, I think, knives are out for him, for Vijender in Karnataka. Bengal also, I think BJP doesn't have good news. All by-poll seats have been lost to the TMC. So the RJ car issue doesn't seem to have really transcended into an electoral issue. But UP, yes. Uttar Pradesh, I think the 7 out of the 9 by-poll seats being won by Yogi Adityanath is a big, big morale booster for Yogi, especially after what happened in the Lok Sabha elections. BJP going ahead and winning these 7 seats except Karal, which is a Samajwadi Party stronghold, and another seat which SP has won. So I think Mr. Yogi Adityanath would take much comfort from this, and his slogan of Batenge to Katenge anyways becoming a big hit after the Haryana elections, working in Maharashtra as well, not working so much in Jharkhand. But yes, I think Yogi will be in more comfortable position with these 7 wins.
And it's interesting because in that campaign, he echoed the Katenge to Batenge, Batenge to Katenge comment every single rally. But now that he's taken to social media, tweeted and hailed the victory of the NDA in Maharashtra, he's reiterated a slogan that the Prime Minister coined, which many said was a positive spin to what Yogi Adityanath has said about Ek hai to safe hai. Payal also joining us, getting us more perspective on this. Payal, we are of course awaiting that joint press briefing from Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar. Would that give us a sense of who the next Chief Minister is going to be, or is that something that is going to still be happening inside closed doors, and we'll only find out when the swearing in takes place, perhaps on the 25th or 26th of this month?
Well, it's likely to be on the 26th is what we are given to understand, but it is going to be important to see what really comes out of this press conference. How will it take the question? The evidence question will be who becomes the CM when is the whole thing taking place. Very interestingly, keeping in terms
Absolutely. So that press conference is going to take place in a few minutes from now. The celebrations have already broken out. The numbers still hovering, a little toss-up happening here and there, but this is perhaps where it will eventually settle down at. 223 is what the NDA has at the moment. It could go a few seats up or down, but these visuals there coming in of BJP leaders as we see Devendra Fadnavis, Chandrakant Bawankule, the president of Maharashtra BJP, they were all together closely monitoring as early trends were coming in. Celebrations, a moment of joy, and deservedly so, as many would say. Amrita Fadnavis also spoke to us here on CNN News 18, the wife of Devendra Fadnavis. Listen in to what she has to say.
कैसा लग रहा है इतनी बड़ी जीत के बाद?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। महाराष्ट्र ने एक अपना वर्डिक्ट दिया है, कॉल दिया है और बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि महायुति को इतना अच्छा प्रतिसाद मिला है लोगों से और लोगों ने हमको सबको बीजेपी को महायुति को पसंद किया और आज आप रिजल्ट देख ही रहे।
कभी लगा था इतनी लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री होगी?
प्रेडिक्शंस तो थे और प्रेडिक्शन हर टाइप के होते हैं, तो पॉजिटिव होना था और एक्सपेक्टेशन से थोड़ा और अच्छा हुआ है, इसकी खुशी है।
हमने देखा था कि आप नागपुर में कैंपेन कर रही थी देवेंद्र जी के लिए और खास करके विदर्भ में काफी क्लीन स्वीप मिला है बीजेपी को।
हाँ, बहुत खुशी है कि विदर्भ ने इतना की बहनों ने साथ दिया, हमारे बंधुओं ने साथ दिया, बहुत खुशी है इसकी और सब उन्हीं की वजह से है जो रिजल्ट है, तो उन्हीं को सबसे बड़ा धन्यवाद और हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को।
तो क्या हम फिर से एक बार देवेंद्र जी को मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पे देखेंगे?
नहीं, मुझे तो उसकी कुछ आइडिया नहीं है, वो तो पार्टीज तीनों में की और मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट हमारे भाजपा के मुख्य नेता डिसाइड करेंगे, तो वी हैव टू वेट एंड वॉच।
तो आपको लगता है कि फिर से, क्योंकि नाम तो उन्हीं का चल रहा है,
हा नरेंद्र मोदीजींच्या पाठीशी आहे आणि मोदीजींनी जो नारा दिला होता, एक है तो सेफ है, महाराष्ट्रातल्या सर्व समाजातल्या लोकांनी एकत्रित येऊन हा नारा यशस्वी केलेला आहे। सगळ्यांनी एकत्रित मतदान केलेलं आहे आणि विशेष आभार आमच्या लाडक्या बहिणींचे देखील आहेत की ज्यांनी आम्हाला खूप आशीर्वाद दिलेला आहे।
Mr. Modi's "Ek hai to safe hai" campaign slogan worked for us, that has resonated with voters.
त्या फेक नरेटिव्हच्या विरोधात लढणाऱ्या ज्या वेगवेगळ्या संघटना आहेत राष्ट्रीय विचारांच्या, त्या संघटनांचा विजय आहे।
This is a victory for all those who fought the fake narrative that was being spread by the Maha Vikas Aghadi.
या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये महाविकास आघाडीने केला होता, त्याच्या विरोधात लोकांमध्ये जनजागृती करणारे आमचे विविध पंथांचे जे संत आहेत, त्यांचा देखील हा विजय आहे की ज्यांनी महाराष्ट्राला एक ठेवलाय। अशा सगळ्यांचा हा खऱ्या अर्थाने विजय आहे। गावामध्ये
religious leaders, seers and saints from across religions that worked on ground, that ensured that the fake narrative that was being spread, the divide and rule policy that was being spread by the Maha Vikas Aghadi did not work.
जे लाखो कार्यकर्ते आहेत, या कार्यकर्त्यांचा विजय आहे। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथराव शिंदेजी, मी, अजित दादा, आमचे रामदास आठवलेजी, आमचे सगळे मित्रपक्ष, आमच्या एकजुटीचा हा विजय आहे। त्याच्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं
This is a victory of all three of us, of Eknath Shinde, of Ajit Pawar, their supporters, their leaders, and of the BJP.
आमच्या देशाचे गृहमंत्री
We fought elections unitedly. This is a united victory.
मनापासून आभार मानतो की ज्यांनी या ठिकाणी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये येऊन आमच्या कार्यकर्त्यांमध्ये ऊर्जा भरली। आमचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नड्डाजी असतील,
I thank all our national leaders, including Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh, JP Nadda, who all came to Maharashtra, boosted the morale of our cadre on ground, gave us inspiration to fight this battle. Heartfelt thanks to all of them.
सगळे जेवढे या ठिकाणी आम्हाला मार्गदर्शन करत होते त्या सगळ्यांनी मला असं वाटतं की या विजयामध्ये हातभार लावलेला आहे आणि निश्चितच महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेपुढे आम्ही नतमस्तक आहोत। याच्यापेक्षा जास्त आज या ठिकाणी काही बोलताच येत नाही। अक्षरशः साष्टांग दंडवत महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला, ज्या महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने हे प्रेम दिलेलं आहे। आणि मला असं वाटतं की जो काही एक विषारी प्रचार सातत्याने झाला, त्या प्रचाराला महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने आपल्या कृतीतून उत्तर दिलेलं आहे.
The voters of Maharashtra through this result have shown those who tried to spread their poisonous campaign that will not work.
की आम्ही आधुनिक अभिमन्यू आहोत, आम्ही चक्रव्यूह तोडून दाखवू. तो चक्रव्यूह तुटलेला आहे आणि महाराष्ट्र मोदीजींच्या पाठीशी खंबीरपणे उभा आहे.
It's proven once again that Maharashtra is standing steadfastly behind Prime Minister Modi and is with his leadership.
आज महाराष्ट्र में महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है. मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं. लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहां पर संपन्न कर पाए. इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहां पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया. इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया. साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है. इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है. विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजित दादा पवार जी, रामदास अठौले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया. इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस एकता का ये विजय है. जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं. और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है. लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी हैं, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी है, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री है, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई. और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी, हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ. हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से सामूहिक रूप से हम लोग जब उतरे, तो ये सामूहिक ताकत एक ऐसी ताकत बनी जिसने दिखा दिया कि महाराष्ट्र ये मोदी जी के ही साथ है. ऐसा है, मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि मैं आधुनिक अभिमन्यु हूँ. चक्रव्यूह को भेदना जानता हूँ, हमने चक्रव्यूह को भेदा है। और ये कोई मैं पहले भी कह रहा हूँ, वापस कह रहा हूँ, इस विजय में मेरा बहुत छोटा उसमें मैं समझता हूँ कि सहभाग है। एक ये हमारी जो पूरी टीम है, इस टीम ने इस विजय को लाया है। मला असं वाटतं की कुठल्याही लोकशाहीमध्ये एक चांगला विरोधी पक्ष असणं हे गरजेचं आहे। त्यामुळे जे काही विरोधी पक्षाचे लोक निवडून आलेले आहेत त्यांचा आम्ही सन्मान करू। त्यांचा आवाज छोटा असो की मोठा असो, ते ज्या योग्य गोष्टी सांगतील त्या योग्य गोष्टींवर आम्ही त्यांना प्रतिसाद देऊ।
Democracy, you need opposition. We will give respect to all of the opposition MLAs who have been elected in this assembly.
आम्हाला ते माहितीच होतं, जर झारखंडमध्ये झारखंड मुक्ती मोर्चा जिंकला तर तिथलं ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर प्रूफ परफेक्ट एकदम जनमताचा कौल लोकशाहीचा विजय। आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये हे धाराशाही झाल्याबरोबर लोकशाही खतऱ्यात आलेली आहे। ईव्हीएम प्रॉब्लेम मध्ये आहे, ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर
Are EVMs tamper proof in Jharkhand where the JMM Congress has won and tampered with only in Maharashtra where the opposition couldn't get a mandate?
सल्ला द्यायचा नाही आहे, मी थोडा मोठाही नाही आहे, पण कधीतरी त्यांना खरी कारण काय आहे याचा विचार करावा।
I don't want to give them advice, but the only thing I'd want to tell the opposition is that they must introspect on why this happens to them.
लोकशाहीची हीच खरी मला असं वाटतं गंमत आहे की लोकशाहीमध्ये कोणाला जनता डोक्यावर घेईल आणि कोणाला जनता धाराशाही करेल हे सांगता येत नाही। या निवडणुकीने पुन्हा एकदा ते दाखवून देईल।
In a democracy, the voter is supreme. Who they will give the mandate to and who they'll bring down is all up to them. That's the beauty of democracy, and this election has proven it once again.
या बाबतीत माननीय अमित भाई शहांनी प्रेस कॉन्फरन्समध्ये क्लिअरली सांगितलेलं आहे, मुख्यमंत्री पद हे कुठल्या निकषावर नाही, मुख्यमंत्री पद तीनही पक्षाचे नेते एकत्रित बसून ठरवतील।
Amit Shah in a press conference had made it clear that the decision on the next chief minister would be taken by all three stakeholders.
ते बसून जो निर्णय घेतील तो निर्णय असेल, कुठलाही वाद नाही आहे, कुठलाही विवाद नाही।
There is no disagreement or argument over that. Whatever the outcome is of a meeting between all three stakeholders, that would decide who the next chief minister is.
सीएम पद के ऊपर कोई भी विवाद यहाँ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष हैं, अजित पवार जी उनकी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष हैं, और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथोराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे, जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं। बाबा आता पूर्ण रिझल्ट संपू द्या। आता मी आणि अजित दादा आता सीएम साहेबांकडे चाललो आहे, आम्ही बसून जरा पुढचा काय कार्यक्रम करायचा तो चॉकआउट करू आणि तुम्हाला नीट सांगू।
are headed towards the chief minister's residence. We'll let you know as soon as our next plans are finalized.
लोगों ने एकनाथ शिंदे जी को रियल शिवसेना के रूप में स्वीकार कर लिया है। बाळासाहेब ठाकरे की हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे की जो शिवसेना है उसकी लेजिटिमसी ये एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिली है, और जो मूल एनसीपी है उसकी लेजिटिमसी अजित पवार जी को मिली
है। पोलरायझेशन करण्याचा प्रयत्न महाविकास आघाडीकडनं आवर्जून केला गेला, विशेषतः मराठवाड्यामध्ये आणि विदर्भामध्ये पण वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी अशा स्वरूपाचा प्रचार केला गेला। तरी देखील विदर्भ आणि मराठवाडा याच्यामध्ये प्रचंड भाजपला यश मिळताना दिसतंय, याचं प्रमुख ॲनालिसिस काय?
मला असं वाटतं की जेव्हा वारंवार तुम्ही एका व्यक्तीला एका पक्षाला टार्गेट करता त्यावेळी तुम्ही जे टार्गेट करता त्यातली हवा पण निघून जाते आणि त्याची तीव्रताही कमी होते आणि लोकांना त्याचं सत्य समजतं। लोकांच्या मनात
think they are waiting for him to finish.
लोकांना लक्षात येतं की चुकीच्या पद्धतीनं टार्गेट केलं जातं. तसंच आम्हाला महाविकास आघाडीने ठरवून या ठिकाणी टार्गेट केलं. पण मला असं वाटतं की हळूहळू लोकांनी लक्षात आलं, कारण आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड चांगला, आम्ही नेहमी पॉझिटिव्ह काम केलेलं आहे, त्यामुळे आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड पाहून लोकांनी या ठिकाणी मतदान केलं. मला असं वाटतं की या निकालाने एक गोष्ट स्पष्ट केली आहे, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांची शिवसेना ही एकनाथराव शिंदेजींची शिवसेना आहे, किंवा एकनाथराव शिंदेजी ज्या शिवसेनेचे प्रमुख आहेत तीच शिवसेना ही आता या ठिकाणी हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंची आहे. त्याची लेजिटिमसी जी आहे ती आता एकनाथराव शिंदेजींकडे आलेली आहे. आणि तशीच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसची लेजिटिमसी जनतेनं अजितदादा पवारांना दिलेली आहे. आईचा तर फक्त आशीर्वाद घेतलाय, आईने आशीर्वाद दिलाय आणि अमितभाईंनी खूप आनंद व्यक्त केला आणि अमितभाईंनी या ठिकाणी आमचा
her blessings, and when Amit Shah called me, he expressed his happiness at the result that has come out. He congratulated me and every single BJP worker.
आपके खिलाफ जो है आलोचना करी गई, क्या ये उस वजह से मराठा आरक्षण का जो एक आंदोलन था वो फेल हुआ और जो मैंडेट था वो कहीं ना कहीं आप लोग?
देखिए, मैंने इससे पहले भी कहा था कि लोकसभा के चुनाव में हमको 43.6% मिले थे, उनको 43.9% मिले. तो अगर मराठा समाज ने हमको वोट नहीं दिया होता तो क्या हम 43.6% पर पहुँचते? मराठा समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा. ओबीसी समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा. सारे समाज. आज आप जब इसको डिसाइफर करेंगे, जब आप इसका विश्लेषण करेंगे तो आपके ध्यान में आएगा कि सब समाज हमारे साथ में. देखिए, हर समाज की अपनी इच्छाएं होती है, आकांक्षाएं होती है, लेकिन उनको ये भी पता होता है कि अपनी आकांक्षाएं पूर्ण करने के लिए प्रामाणिकता से काम कौन कर सकता है. वो लोगों का विश्वास होता है.
2019ला मराठवाड्यातील वर्षावर एक प्रेस झाली, त्याच्यानंतर शरद पवारांनी तेल लावलेला पैलवान हे वाक्य बोललं होतं आणि तुमचं आलेलं माइंडेड गव्हर्नमेंट पाडलं गेलं होतं कालांतराने. त्याचा बदला घेतला आहे का आता? तेल लावलेला पैलवान
कुठलाही बदला मी घेतलेला नाही. राजकारणामध्ये जनता ठरवते कोण जिंकेल, कोण हरेल. कधी कधी एखाद्या गोष्टीचा नापसंती जनता कळवते, त्यामुळे यातनं जनतेने कदाचित नापसंती कळवली असेल आणि आमच्या बाबतीत पसंती कळवली असेल. मला असं वाटतं की याला वेगळ्या पद्धतीनं पाहण्याचं कारण नाही. आणि नंबर्स काय आहे याच्या आधारावर मी विरोधी पक्षाचं मूल्यमापन करणार.
सर, चाणक्य नीतीवरतून जी चर्चा सुरू झालेली आहे, महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य म्हणून शरद पवारांचा उल्लेख वारंवार केला जायचा, आता महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य बदलला आहे.
बदलला असेल तर मला माहीत नाही. फक्त मी एवढंच सांगू शकतो की मी तरी चाणक्य वगैरे काही नाही. मी भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा साधा कार्यकर्ता आहे. माझा पक्ष मला ताकद देतो, माझ्या पाठीशी उभा राहतो, म्हणून मला हे सगळं करता येतं. आमच्या पक्षातले जे नेते आहेत,
if that's what people are calling me, the party stands by me, and that's where I gather my strength from. I work for the party and the party helps me do what I do.
जनता पक्षाचा हा विजय आहे, याच्यात देवेंद्र फडणवीसचं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन हे फार लहान आहे.
Fadnavis's contribution to this victory is not significant. It is a victory of the entire party, of the entire workforce and the cadre of the BJP.
पहली बात तो ये है कि संजय राउत, इनके ऊपर मैं कभी प्रतिक्रिया देता नहीं, लेकिन आज आवश्यकता इसलिए दे रहा हूँ. मुझे ये पता है कि झारखंड में झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा जीता है तो बहुत लेजिटिमेट जीता है. वहाँ चुनाव एकदम फेयर हुआ है, वहाँ पर इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अच्छा काम किया है, वहाँ पर ईवीएम इतना पक्का था कि वो हैक ही नहीं हो सकता. तो क्या लोगों का विश्वास बैठेगा? चलो, थैंक यू.
सर, एक फोटो सर, माइक काढा, माइक. सर, एक विक्ट्रीचा फोटो. चेहऱ्यावरतीच आहे आज वरती उद्धव ठाकरेंनी खुनशीपणे म्हटलं होतं एकतर मी तरी नाही या निवडणुकीमध्ये काय उत्तर द्याल त्यांना
मी त्याच वेळेस उत्तर दिलं होतं की तुम्ही राहाल आणि मी राहील. राजकारणामध्ये कोणीच कोणाला संपवू शकत नाही. जनता तुम्हाला कमी अधिक करते, त्याच्यामुळे मी आहे आणि ते आहे.
थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू सर. संदर्भाला जवाब दिला सर आपने.
There after its triumphant victory in Maharashtra, in tow with Devendra Fadnavis was state BJP president, the BJP's Maharashtra in charge, Bhupendra Yadav, Piyush Goyal, member of parliament from Mumbai, also in the background there.
समंदर 2022 में ही वापिस आ गया. इसलिए हम सब लोग मिलकर यहाँ पर सरकार स्थापन करने वाले हैं. इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि कोई इसमें बहुत शेरो शायरी करने की आवश्यकता नाही आहे. मैं एक गोष्ट मला या निमित्ताने सांगायची आहे जी निश्चितपणे सांगितली पाहिजे की आमचे अध्यक्ष चंद्रशेखर बावनकुळे यांच्या नेतृत्वात गेल्या 2 वर्षात पार्टीने खालपर्यंत जे कार्यक्रम राबवले त्यामुळे पूर्ण पार्टी जिवंत झाली आणि पार्टीच्या कार्यकर्त्यांनी ही निवडणूक अंगावर घेतली. आणि म्हणून मी बावनकुळेजी आणि आमच्या पार्टीच्या कार्यकर्त्यांचे मनापासून आभार मानतो. मैं हमारे अध्यक्ष चंद्रशेखर बावनकुळे जी और पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ. इन कार्यकर्ताओं ने हमारे बावनकुळे जी के नेतृत्व में पिछले 2 साल लगातार नीचे तक जाकर पार्टी को प्रस्तापित किया. पार्टी के कार्यक्रम उन्होंने वहाँ पर संपन्न किए और उसके कारण पार्टी में एक नई जान आई.
सुनील जी
It was the BJP there after its landslide victory. At last count, the numbers for the BJP are at 133. Counting is still underway in several of those seats. For several of them, they're just leads and not wins just yet. The numbers could be a toss-up, a few up or a few down, but essentially it is a victory for the NDA. They're way past the halfway mark as far as the 288 seat strong assembly in Maharashtra is concerned. Celebrations have begun at all camps in the NDA. Zaka Jacob also joining us here on this broadcast.
All right, I want to go across to one pollster who actually got it bang on, both in Maharashtra as well as in Jharkhand. Mr. Pradeep Gupta is Managing Director of Axis My India. Thank you very much, Pradeep ji. Congratulations are in order because you predicted both Maharashtra and Jharkhand, right? Of course, in Maharashtra, your outer limit was 200, but NDA has got 226, so it's 26 seats more. In Jharkhand, I think your number was 53 for the India Alliance. They've got 57. Must be particularly feeling good that, especially after what happened in Lok Sabha and Haryana, you've now got both these states right. What is it that you saw on ground in both states which is now bearing itself out in this result?
Thank you, Jaka. And I would say it's Axis My India team hard work continuously on the ground, which made sure that we could call both the states spot on, and our Jharkhand figure was 49 to 59 to be precise. Of course, the mid mark was 53 seats. And in Maharashtra, we have predicted about 200. Now they are getting about 220 odd seats, as you mentioned. So thank you very much to Axis. It's full credit to Axis My India team's hard work in the field work and back in office. Now what we saw is only one element in both the states is the delivery. That's it. It's a victory of performance of both the incumbent government. Government always repeat only on account of their performance, nothing else. And when I say performance, it's purely delivery, delivery and delivery.
But tell me, Pradeep ji, just 4 months back in the Lok Sabha, the Mahayuti had got decimated. They were down to 17 seats. The Maha Vikas Aghadi was 31. They said, social factors, the Marathas are leaving the UT, the Dalits were leaving the UT in a big way. The 3 M's that were talked about, Muslims, Mahars, Marathas. Why didn't that happen this time around? What changed?
So I'll tell you, in Lok Sabha election in Vidarbha region, it was purely Dalit and Adivasi. They have shifted in en masse to the Maha Vikas Aghadi. And this time they are all got back in the fold of Mahayuti en masse. Again, 11% point overall state for Dalit. 11 points is too much. And 15 points for Adivasi. And in Marathwada, largely the Marathas has shifted to Maha Vikas Aghadi, and even in Western Maharashtra, in both these are the three biggest regions of the state. And in these two regions, Dalit plus Maratha, the Western Maharashtra and Marathwada, and in Vidarbha, Dalit plus Adivasi. Kunbi has voted in favor of NDA that time also and this time also. And I think the narrative of that संविधान बदल देंगे and आरक्षण का फर्क हो जाएगा, these आरक्षण is extraordinarily sensitive matter when it comes to Dalits or the Adivasis. In Uttar Pradesh, there is not even 1% Adivasis. It's all about Dalit, about 22%. So there, and in Maharashtra, these are the two states, and in Bengal also, Dalit and Adivasi made all the difference apart from Muslim, which is, you know, that their alignment with the particular party. So I would say, as far as the demography, three things. One is the women in both the states because of delivery and various social welfare schemes, especially in both the cases in Jharkhand, it is Mukhyamantri Maiya Samman Yojana. Women get 1,000 rupees onto their account per month. And in Maharashtra, Ladki Behan Yojana. So in both the states, I keep on saying since beginning, in Maharashtra also 50% to BJP for women and 46% by male to BJP plus, meaning NDA. 4% gap is too big a gap. Same goes in Jharkhand as well. And in both the places, it is like 70% to 75% in terms of number of seats. It's 3/4 kind of a victory, you know, which says the story. It cannot be done without performance. It cannot be done. There was hardly any anger or discontent or kind of anti-incumbency in both the states. So it's purely delivery.
I just want to ask you one question about the whole Chief Minister's race, because now there is this big echo that's coming in from the BJP saying, you know, they have 130 seats. Devendra Fadnavis should be made Chief Minister. In your Axis My India poll, I think you also asked the question about who is the most popular Chief Minister face. And I believe in your poll, Mr. Shinde was leading by a fair margin.
Yes, Jaka, which is always the case. The incumbent or the sitting chief minister get more recall. There is obvious things. But having said that, also people recalled can resonate very well with Eknath Shinde, you know, because of 3-4 account. One, he is Maratha. Two, he is a common man or coming from a humble background, and he is largely seen as a pro-poor kind of a image, which he has built. And of course, this is coming by the virtue of delivery of Ladki Behan schemes also. So all put together, his recall was way high than anybody else because of these reasons I mentioned to you.
So very quickly, now we're seeing this Ladki Behna or versions of it. We saw first in Madhya Pradesh, now in Maharashtra. Even in Karnataka and Telangana, the Congress had promised, you know, giving women, I think, 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees. So has this now become the template for, especially in state elections, that you promise women some amount of money and women will turn out in good numbers to vote for you?
So actually, Jaka, it is also you are missing two states, to be precise. Chhattisgarh, we all know that Chhattisgarh was very difficult, the assembly election of 2023 for BJP to pull out. Purely Mahatari Yojana, they have offered and got the form filled, you know, from women. And that made all the difference. And in fact, Baghel government, the Congress government, did not have any kind of this scheme when they were in power. So there also, and even in Rajasthan also, this made the difference. And if you can recall 2015 victory of Nitish Kumar, that time his government has given away, you know, cycles to the girls. So it all started from there. And in India, it is हम बोलते हैं ना, पुरुष प्रधान देश है. यहाँ की जो women होती है, they are largely depend on the male member of the family, and the moment they start getting something onto their account, this is the real empowerment they feel. And this is the demography, this is the only demography which touch across 50%, which contributes 50%. And they are the one who are the influencer in the family in these days when it comes to casting the vote.
Okay, they are women are the influencers.
And it's always been the trend. And even if you see the schemes, all the schemes of central government, the woman is the core at the epic center of whether it's a Shauchalaya, it's the woman who suffers a loss.
Yeah, correct.
So kind of comfort they get out of this. Even if you see the Ujjwala Gas Yojana, if you see the direct money transfer, it is the woman on the core.
One final word before we let you go. So what happens to Uddhav Thackeray Sena and Sharad Pawar NCP? Because ultimately they were fighting for the same vote. Their voter, their supporters are the same. Today, resoundingly, Shinde Sena is ahead of Sena Uddhav Thackeray, and NCP Ajit Pawar is resoundingly ahead of NCP Sharad Pawar. What happens to the future of those two parties?
In a future, see, in any election, one party win and one party lose, so as the leaders. So it's not that the future is any danger or the problem. They will bounce back. If these incumbent or the government people have elected this time don't perform, people have the alternate to choose from.
Okay.
So they will bounce back. Not a single % doubt onto that.
All right. Pradeep Gupta, once again, congratulations. You've got 2 in 2 right, both Jharkhand and Maharashtra. Thank you very much for joining us here on CNN News 18. We'll take a quick break, but news and updates continue on what is a record mandate for the BJP and the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, and also, of course, in Jharkhand. Hemant Soren will be Chief Minister once again. Quick break, but news and updates on the other side.
थोडं भरवा वा वा आणि रे तुम्ही तसंच थांबा दादा थोडं भरवा थोडं भरवा घ्या दादा थोडं दादांना त्रास होईल असं हो दादा थोडं मागे चंद्रकांत दादा आले लाडू भरवतात सगळेजण दादा तिथं ऑनर बघा थोडं भरवा वा वा ऑनर आहे तुम्ही तसंच थांबा दादा थोडं भरवा थोडं भरवा घ्या दादा थोडं दादांना त्रास होईल असं हो दादा
थोडं मागे
Welcome back. You're watching our non-stop rolling coverage here on CNN News 18. It's verdict day for Jharkhand and for Maharashtra. It's a toss-up between the two alliances. The Mahayuti or the NDA, a landslide victory for them in Maharashtra. The JMM Congress surging to power in the state of Jharkhand. By-elections in several other states as well, Uttar Pradesh being keenly watched. But as far as Maharashtra goes, these visuals coming in from Varsha Bungalow, which is the official residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, which at the moment is Eknath Shinde. His two deputies, Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis, just arriving at his official residence for a joint media briefing that is going to take place in just a few minutes from now. Aman continues to be with us here in the studios, getting us more perspective. Aman, all eyes are who is going to be the next Chief Minister. That's really the only thing that people want to talk about, that the people want the answer to.
Well, that's now a $1 million question, Poonam, who is going to be the Chief Minister? Logically speaking, I would say with BJP at 133 seats, just 11 seats short of a majority mark, BJP would now want its own Chief Minister. Devendra Fadnavis was the Chief Minister from 2014 till 2019. The election was fought in his leadership in 2019, which the BJP again won before Uddhav Thackeray, didn't stick with them and left them. 2022 was a peculiar situation where Eknath Shinde had brought the MLAs from the Shiv Sena and joined hands with the BJP. So Eknath Shinde was made the Chief Minister, maybe as a gratitude towards that whole thing which happened. And Devendra Fadnavis, maybe did that. Very, very difficult to explain to its cadre if it does not have its own man, Devendra Fadnavis or somebody else. I think Devendra Fadnavis is the only choice they have to make him the Chief Minister. That said, I think Eknath Shinde has really come into his own in the last 1.5 years, especially because of this women's scheme. He's seen as a common man Chief Minister. He's very accessible. He's very affable. And so people have taken a liking for him, especially this. He's seen as the architect of this women's scheme. So to remove somebody as an Eknath Shinde whose popularity is good, who's seen, respected well in the state would also be a very, very difficult call. So I think nobody really knows, Poonam, right now. I think this decision will be taken by the BJP High Command in the next couple of days. But right now, I think BJP cadre is really rooting for Devendra Fadnavis to become the Chief Minister.
Well, that's what the BJP cadre wants. On the other hand, the Eknath Shinde camp, his supporters want to see him back as the Chief Minister. Payal, my colleague, reporting from outside Varsha Bungalow. Payal, over to you. Devendra Fadnavis has just reached. Ajit Pawar making his way as well.
Ajit Pawar is already inside, and so is Devendra Fadnavis. In this room, which is right behind where I'm standing, the entrance to the Varsha Bungalow, is Ajit Pawar inside. There's Praful Patel inside. There's Sunit Tatkare inside. From the same faction, there's of course Piyush Goyal, Bhupendra Yadav, Pankaja Munde, Bhavan Kule, and of course Devendra Fadnavis, and of course Eknath Shinde and his party leaders. They're all inside. They're all in a meeting because there's very little time for them to take a decision, given the fact that the assembly ends on the 26th of November, and before that they're hopeful that they'll be able to form the government. There shouldn't be any black blood between all the three parties, is what we're given to understand. But what will they come and say to the media? Because the media is going to ask them one pounding question, that who is becoming the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra? What will Eknath Shinde say? What will Devendra Fadnavis say? So far individually they've all been ducking that particular question as well. That is something which has stood out so far. In fact, Ramdas Athavale, although a small alliance partner, has also gone inside. He would also probably want to give in his inputs because he also has a significant vote population in Maharashtra as well. So we'll have to just wait and see when these leaders come out from here only where I'm standing. This is the entrance to the bungalow, to the official residence of the Maharashtra Chief Minister.
Standing by for that press conference to begin. Payal, do stay on with us because that's what's happening in Maharashtra, in Mumbai. But there's activity happening here in the national capital as well. Arun, my colleague, joining us from the BJP headquarters here in New Delhi. And Arun, have people already started trickling in there? Because we are going to be seeing on expected lines after every election that the BJP wins that a victory lap of sorts takes place at the BJP headquarters. We're expecting the Prime Minister there in about 3 to 4 hours as well.
That's right. Post 7 p.m. Prime Minister Modi will be reaching here at BJP office, of course, to speak to the gathering here. BJP workers have already started coming here. Let me quickly show you a glimpse around that, how BJP office is being prepared. Of course, you can see these barricadings here because then on that side you will have the stage from where Prime Minister Modi will speak. All the music systems have been brought in here, and so preparations are in full swing. You can see the chairs are also being brought in to the spot. We'll also speak to a few BJP workers here who've come here to celebrate this victory. ये क्या आप लेके एक है तो सेफ है. This is the slogan which Prime Minister Modi has given, and in fact बटेंगे तो कटेंगे योगी आदित्यनाथ slogan. आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मैं मऊ जिला से आया हूँ.
मऊ से आए हैं. तो ये जो स्लोगन दिया था योगी आदित्यनाथ ने और प्रधानमंत्री ने, आपको लगता है ये चला है?
बिल्कुल चला है. फैक्ट पूरा चला है और पूरा पूर्ण बहुमत से जीत हुई है महाराष्ट्र में, और यूपी में भी 9 सीटों में 6 सीटें हम लोग जीते हैं.
तो किस तरह से आज प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ आने वाले हैं, किस तरह से स्वागत करेंगे, क्या आप लोगों की तैयारी है?
तैयारी देखिए, आप देख ही सकते हैं, तैयारी अभी चल रही है. और मोदी जी हमारे जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं, अभी 6 बजे का उनका आने का समय है और वो आकर के यहाँ पे भाषण देंगे. अपने जितने कार्यकर्ता और यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं सबको संबोधन.
आप बताइए कि महाराष्ट्र में भाजपा की बहुत बड़ी जीत हुई है, लेकिन झारखंड में जो है वो जेएमएम और कांग्रेस का जो अलायंस है वो सरकार बना गया है. तो कैसे देखते हैं आप दोनों नतीजों को?
ठीक है, अब नतीजे जो भी आ गए जनता के हाथ में थे. हम लोगों ने अपना कर्म किया और जो माननीय मोदी ने जो हमको मंत्र दिया था हमने उस पर काम भी किया है. एक है तो सेफ है, तो इस मंत्र को लेकर हम लोग काम किए हैं. अच्छा. और रिजल्ट भी.
अच्छा, ये आप क्या लेके ये आए हैं, क्या है ये तो ईवीएम कुछ लग रहा है, क्या है इसका थोड़ा समझाइए.
ईवीएम रो रही है. हाँ. पूछ रही है राहुल गांधी से और इंडिया अलायंस के नेता से, कब तक मुझे बदनाम करोगे, कब अपना हार स्वीकार करोगे. ईवीएम बदनाम हुई कांग्रेस तेरे लिए, ईवीएम बदनाम हुई राहुल गांधी तेरे लिए. एक कहावत सुना होगा
अभी भी. तो कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि जो ईवीएम था उसकी बैटरी 99% थी. ये कैसे हो सकता है, इतना पोलिंग होने के बावजूद भी उसकी बैटरी 99%?
तो ये सवाल उनको बताना चाहिए कि झारखंड में क्यों ईवीएम हैक नहीं हो गई. ये बेचारी ईवीएम को हर बात ये लाछन लगाते हैं, कहते ईवीएम हैक हो गई, ईवीएम बदनाम हो गई, ईवीएम लुट गई. महाराष्ट्र की जनता के मत का अपमान हुआ है सीधा सीधा. राहुल गांधी को माफी मांगना चाहिए देश की जनता से. और ये ईवीएम रो रो के पूछ रही है, कब तक मुझे बदनाम करोगे, कब अपना हार स्वीकार करोगे.
These are the enthusiastic fans and supporters of Bharatiya Janata Party who've come here at the BJP office, of course, to celebrate the victory in Maharashtra and also to see the glimpse of Prime Minister Modi.
And more and more people are only going to trickle into that BJP headquarters as we inch closer to the time when the Prime Minister is going to arrive. Arun, do stay on with us. Amruta Fadnavis, Devendra Fadnavis' wife, spoke exclusively to us just a short while ago. Let's listen in.
साथ में बातचीत करने के लिए, मैम जिस तरीके से जीत मिली है बीजेपी और महायुति की, कितनी ज़्यादा देवेंद्र फडणवीस के इस क्रेडिट देना चाहती हैं इस पूरी जीत को लेकर?
मैं कहूँगी ये एक जो सैलाब आया है बदलाव का, ये है प्रगति के लिए और इसके लिए हर एक घटक ने काम किया है. देवेंद्र जी को तो मैंने सामने से देखा है काम करते हुए, पर एक केडर का मेंबर, एक कार्यकर्ता, एक लीडर, सभी ने इतनी मेहनत डाली है. तो ये एक जॉइंट एफर्ट है, एमवीए, भाजपा, सब मिलके ये रिजल्ट आया है.
लाडली बहना और बहुत सारे ऐसे स्लोगन भी है, जैसे कि बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, एक रहेंगे तो नेक रहेंगे. ये तमाम जो स्लोगन है वो अब लगता है कि इस चुनाव में काम किए हैं?
यकीनन लाडली बहना काम किया है। पीछे जो फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स थे लोकसभा के टाइम वो मिटे तो काम हुआ है। लोगों की एक ही काम आई है। तो बहुत सारे ऐसे फैक्टर्स हैं जो मिल के आज का दिन हमने देखा।
विपक्षी दलों ने बहुत ज़्यादा आपके ऊपर भी हमला बोला था उस दौरान।
अभी वो पास्ट है, सबको माफ़ कर दिया।
अच्छा, मुख्यमंत्री आप चाहती हैं कि फडणवीस जी बने?
मैं चाहती हूँ जैसे आज का दिन आया है जो महाराष्ट्र के लिए बहुत अच्छा है, सबसे बेहतरीन आज का दिन है, वैसे ही हमारे टॉप लीडर्स जो डिसीजन लेंगे वो सबसे अच्छा रहेगा महाराष्ट्र के लिए, इसका मुझे यकीन है।
एक सवाल और, इस पूरी जीत में और चुनावी कैंपेन के दौरान कितनी मेहनत जो है फडणवीस जी ने किया?
मैं यही कह सकती हूँ कि 24 घंटे उनके लिए कम थे। वो 24 में से 36 घंटे काम करते थे। और सिर्फ देवेंद्र जी नहीं, जैसे मैंने बोला, एक मेंबर पार्टी का लगा हुआ था, कैडर लगा हुआ था। तो मुझे खुशी है जो एक ही और जो मिशन के साथ इन्होंने काम किया उसका रिजल्ट है ये रिजल्ट।
धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। कैमरामैन कल्पेश के साथ रवि सिंह, मुंबई, न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया।
That was Amruta Fadnavis there, going on to say that the decision of who the next chief minister is going to be will be entrusted with the NDA stakeholders. Party leadership of all three parties would be deciding on that, and perhaps that is the conversation that's taking place at Varsha Bungalow, which is the chief minister's official residence in Maharashtra. These visuals that you see on your screens, Devendra Fadnavis there, along with the incumbent chief minister Eknath Shinde, his counterpart or the other deputy chief minister in the state, Ajit Pawar, all the other stakeholders, even the smaller parties, including the RPI, Ramdas Athavale, as you see there, next to Devendra Fadnavis, all a part of this particular meeting that's taking place. Celebrations, of course, are in order. Congratulations are in order for them as well. But what happens next? Who is going to be the next chief minister? That's also going to be up for discussions. Whether that discussion takes place in this particular meeting or top leadership of all three parties sits down separately to have that conversation, that's something that, of course, we'll keep an eye out on. But just a short while from now, what we're expecting to happen is that Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar will be jointly addressing the media. My colleagues continue to be with us from on ground. Aman is here with me from the studio as well. Aman, this is picture perfect as far as the NDA is concerned, isn't it? They've often spoken of how the opposition, the India bloc, has been openly squabbling, even in the state of Maharashtra. But this is the story that people believed because this was true, that we all stood together for the cause of Maharashtra, and that seems to have resonated.
Well, it's been a perfect, very well coordinated and a very, I would say, a very cohesive campaign by the Mahayuti in this entire, last 3 to 4 months. You see that, Poonam, also in the seats, with the way the seats have come. Every party there has a very high strike rate. So this also shows that one party has been able to transfer its votes to another party in seats which may have been, challenging. But I think the Mahayuti has shown that, while on the other camp, you see a complete disarray. The parties have not been able to transfer votes, nor have been able to win their own seats. So I think this is a dead giveaway that the Mahayuti has won, has fought a very, very better election than the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Also in the entire election campaign, this contentious question of who will be the next chief minister was posed to all the three leaders, to Mr. Fadnavis, to Mr. Shinde, to Mr. Ajit Pawar, but everybody kept the same line that the election is being contested under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, and post the elections, when the numbers come, the High Command will take a decision. I think even today, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis has said the same thing. Mr. Eknath Shinde has also said the same thing. So in a way, the chances, I think, of any dispute between the Mahayuti are very, very minimal. I think the decision will be done amicably, though it may be challenging, as I said, to now displace Mr. Eknath Shinde and make him maybe the deputy chief minister and Mr. Fadnavis back as the chief minister. But I think the decision will be smooth, but we'll only know that maybe in a couple of days. Right now at this meeting, I don't think all the three leaders are discussing who's going to be the chief minister. This is more of a celebration. At this moment,
they are perhaps just basking in the glory of an election well fought and an election well won. Payal joining us from outside Varsha Bungalow, where that meeting is taking place, so where we'll also have that joint briefing from. Payal, the pictures that we're seeing, that our viewers are seeing on our screens, like I said, many would say this is picture perfect as far as the NDA goes. A cohesive campaign ending in a cohesive victory, and that's really the message that they want to send.
Well, of course, there are at least a dozen leaders who are sitting inside in that meeting. Nobody really knows what the outcome really is. Are they going to discuss the content of the press conference, or are they going to discuss who's going to become the chief minister? The latter seems most unlikely because, obviously they'll speak to the party high command and take it forward from here on. But of course, the man of the moment over here for the BJP undoubtedly is this one man called Devendra Fadnavis. Every time that people try to put him low, he rises like phoenix, is what people really say. Nidhi Kamdar is associated with me, with him, and with great difficulty I have brought her to speak to us as well. Tell us one thing. What have you observed about the personality of Devendra Fadnavis over the years? You worked with him for over a decade.
Yeah. He works more than 24/7, and he's absolutely honest, studious. He's just non-stop guy.
Did you think that he also think that you'll get these kind of numbers?
Not really, but people just love too much. And whatever they did not give last time, they gave him chappar faad ke.
Ajit Dada, are you happy with the result?
अभी प्रेस है वहाँ चलो.
All right. As always, Ajit Dada always in a scolding mode whenever you see him. Yes. Mr. Fadnavis also. Are you happy with the result? Press. See, this is what the Mahayuti leaders are doing. Each one of them. बावन कुले जी क्या कहेंगे रिजल्ट के बारे में? Happy with the result?
Yes, very happy.
On the expected lines?
Yes, more than that.
All right, finally. Mr. Patel, are you happy with the results the way they've come?
Absolutely.
All right, very quietly next to Praful Patel, you could see Eknath Shinde really going to that press conference. So these leaders are going to hold a press conference, although we are yet to see Bhupendra Yadav really come out as well. But Mr. Gadkari, are you happy with the result? Do you think it was on the expected lines?
Most happy. Happiest day for all of us.
आज ये हिसाब भी हो गया ना कि असली एनसीपी कौन है?
Yes, bilkul. The people of Maharashtra have given clear-cut mandate regarding which is NP is true.
जो लोग आपको कहते थे कि आपने शरद पवार को धोखा दिया, उनको क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
I don't want to say.
Well, of course, yes. 6 parties went into election. Essentially, 2 have actually proved to the public and through the public that they are here to stay. Poonam, back to you.
Absolutely, and like you said, the legacy issue perhaps is settled once and for all. At least that's what the Eknath Shinde camp and the Ajit Pawar camp are going to maintain. We are, of course, standing by for that joint press briefing, which is going to take place in just a few minutes from now. I request my colleagues to stay on with us. We'll be back after a very quick break. Welcome back. You're watching our rolling coverage here on CNN News 18. The battle for states of Maharashtra and Jharkhand has been decided. It's a sweeping victory for the NDA or the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. The incumbent Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, his 2 deputies in tow, Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis. As congratulatory messages pour in from all quarters, celebrations breaking out in Mumbai, in Maximum City, across Maharashtra as well. In a few minutes from now, we're going to be seeing these 3 leaders sit down, address every query that the media has. But the one question that every single person out there wants to know is who is going to be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Whether that question is answered in that press briefing or not, that's something that we'll keep an eye out on. All stakeholders making it clear that it is a decision that would be taken amicably, unanimously with all stakeholders involved. It's not something that would be discussed publicly, and there would be no disagreement on whatever decision is reached. Ramdas Athavale, another stakeholder in the Mahayuti, albeit a small one. He's also present there. He's a junior minister at the centre. Praful Patel of the NCP, along with Ajit Pawar, Chandrakant Bawankure, who is the state BJP president, he's present there as well. Just before this press conference was convened, just before the three gentlemen and the supporters and other leaders of these parties walked into that room, a small meeting was held of all stakeholders, perhaps them just basking in the glory of this momentous victory. A landmark one, as many would say. 229 is where the tally is currently at for the NDA. 145 is the halfway mark as far as Maharashtra goes. The NDA is way past that mark, with the BJP by itself very close to the halfway mark.
माननीय राज्याचे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथराव शिंदे साहेब, देवेंद्रजी, प्रफुल्लभाई रामदास आठवले साहेब, पीयूष गोयल साहेब, चंद्रशेखर बावनकुळेजी, नीलमताई गोरे, सर्व महायुतीचे सन्माननीय उपस्थित असणारे मान्यवर नेते, पदाधिकारी, कार्यकर्ते आणि पत्रकार मित्रांनो, आपण आज सकाळी काउंटिंग सुरू होईपर्यंत प्रत्येक जण आपापले परीनं अंदाज व्यक्त करत होते. काल तर मी स्वतः वेगवेगळ्या चॅनलला बघत होतो.
Until last night, before the counting began,
नसल्यातच जमा होतो.
all of us were looking at what the trends were,
इकडे जाणं तिकडे जाणं,
what the results could look like.
की आम्ही पहिल्यांदा 1.25च्या पुढे जाऊ आम्हाला वाटत होतं. कालचं सगळे बघितल्यानंतर आम्हाला वाटायला लागलं की आपण कुठेतरी खाली जातोय का काय. परंतु
After the exit polls late last night, it felt like maybe the NDA would fall short.
महायुतीला प्रचंड अशा प्रकारचं जे यश प्राप्त करून दिलं.
But looking at our hard work, looking at our track record, the people of Maharashtra have voted for progress, have voted in our favor.
मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो.
And I thank all the voters of Maharashtra for reposing their faith in our alliance.
उमेदवार राबले, सगळे सहकारी घटक पक्षाचे, मित्र पक्षांचे सगळे आमचे सहकारी त्याच्यामध्ये स्वतःला झोकून दिलं आणि सगळ्यांनी ही निवडणूक आपली स्वतःची निवडणूक आहे असं समजून त्या ठिकाणी कामाला लागले. आमच्या ज्या योजना होत्या योजनांच्या बद्दल बरेच थोडीशी चेष्टा मस्करी करण्यात आली. आम्हाला त्याच्यामध्ये दोष देण्यात आला. आमची
Our schemes were mocked, we were blamed and criticized for the schemes that we floated, that we were burdening the state's coffers. But we were confident that this was meant for the welfare of the people of Maharashtra.
जाहीरनामे बाहेर आले आणि आपण सगळ्यांनी त्या ठिकाणी पाहिलं. आम्ही मुळात काय केलं, लोकसभेच्या निवडणुकीच्या निमित्तानं आम्हाला मोठं अपयश आलं. म्हणजे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आम्हाला तिघांनाही वाटलं नव्हतं की बाबा अशा प्रकारचं आपल्याला अपयश मिळेल.
लोकसभा results were not desirable for us, but we accepted the mandate, we introspected and worked on our shortcomings back then.
योजना जाहीर केल्या, त्या योजना इतक्या पॉप्युलर झाल्या, त्याच्यामध्ये लाडकी बहिणा म्हणजे गेम चेंजरच ती योजना झाली.
Ladki Bahin was a game changer scheme. We envisaged it, implemented it after the Lok Sabha elections, and what a success that scheme has been.
वेगवेगळी मतं असू शकतात आणि उलट आमच्यावर आता जबाबदारी वाढलेली, कारण एवढ्या प्रचंड बहुमताने, म्हणजे मी तर जसा राजकारणात आलोय तसं 222 225 महायुतीला किंवा कुठल्याही आघाडीला महाराष्ट्रामध्ये तरी कधी असं यश मिळालं.
Since I began my political career, I have never seen any alliance reach a number that the NDA has reached today.
काँग्रेसचा असेल त्यावेळेस कधी झालं असलं तर माहिती नाही, परंतु बाकीचे विरोधक नगण्य होते त्यावेळेसची गोष्ट. परंतु अलीकडच्या काळामध्ये जसं आम्हाला समजतंय तसं तर एवढं प्रचंड यश हे पहिल्यांदाच मिळालेलं यश.
In recent memory, this is perhaps the first time where we see such a landslide victory for any alliance.
म्हणजे जसे जसे ते आकडे आम्हाला दिसत होते तसे 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 फायनान्सच्या गोष्टी माझ्या डोळ्यासमोर येत होत्या. मी देवेंद्रजींना पण फोन केला तेव्हा म्हटलं देवेंद्रजी खूप काही काम करावं लागेल. एकनाथरावजींना पण तसं सांगितलं की फार आर्थिक शिस्त आपल्याला त्याच्यामध्ये आणावी लागेल आणि आम्ही आणू. त्याच्यात आम्हाला हे नवीन नाहीये, आम्ही सगळे अनुभवी माणसं, आम्हाला त्याच्यामध्ये कुठली काही अडचण नाही.
You have entrusted us with more responsibility and we are confident that we will deliver on the promises we made.
एक आमच्या पाठीशी एक मोठा भक्कम अशा प्रकारचा भरोसा आहे आणि त्याच्यामुळं या सगळ्या ज्या काही गोष्टी झालेल्या आहेत, आता विरोधक टीका करतात की बाबा बॅलेट पेपरनी घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं, मग बॅलेट पेपरने लोकसभेला पण घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं. लोकसभेचा निकाल लागला की तो बरोबर आणि इथला निकाल लागला की
Now we have some within the opposition calling for a re-election on ballot papers and questioning the EVMs.
आम्ही कुठं काय म्हणतो, ठीक आहे.
But what about Lok Sabha elections when the results favored them? What about Jharkhand, which we've lost?
बऱ्याचदा आपले जे
How are EVMs kosher in Jharkhand but not in Maharashtra?
कोकण, मुंबई अशा सगळ्या वेगवेगळ्या रिजनमध्ये, नाशिक, सगळीकडेच तुम्ही बघितलं तर सगळीकडे महायुती जोरात चालली. असं कुठं नाही की मागच्या वेळेस कसं झालं, आम्हाला झटका दिला तो मराठवाड्याने दिला. आमची एकच जागा त्यावेळेस भुमरे साहेबांची आली संभाजीनगर सिटीतली, बाकीकडे सगळीकडे आम्हाला दारुण पराभवाला सामोरं जावं लागलं आणि तसं ह्यावेळेस झालं नाही. तुम्ही जर अंदाज घेतला तर सगळीकडेच चांगल्या प्रकारे महायुतीला यश मिळालं. काही जागा गेल्या त्या फार थोड्या मतांनी त्या बाबतीमध्ये गेलेल्या आहेत, असंही चित्र. आणि मीडियावाल्यांनो, मला एक तुम्हाला इलेक्ट्रॉनिक पण आहे, प्रिंट पण मीडिया आहे, मला एक कळत नाही, तुम्ही खऱ्या बातम्या देत चाला ना. जे खऱ्या देत नाही त्यांना मला म्हणायचं, तुम्ही बाकी सगळे खऱ्या बातम्या देतात, त्याच्याबद्दल दुमत नाही. पण मी टी व्ही चालू केलं आणि अजित पवार पोस्टल बॅलेटमध्येच मागं. मी विचारतोय तिथं फोन करून, ते म्हणले नाही दादा आपण पुढं आहे. आता माझं लीड 1,02,000 मताधिक्य मी मिळवलं आणि खुशाल तुम्ही दाखवताय अजित पवार मागं, अजित पवार मागं. मग काही
In early trends, several TV channels were showing me trailing in Baramati.
आम्हाला का मातीत घालताय, आमची का बदनामी करताय. त्याच्यामध्ये
I would like to request all media persons to be careful.
पोस्टल बॅलेट किती झाले, पोस्टल बॅलेटमध्ये पण आम्ही पुढे होतो आणि रेग्युलर मतदानामध्ये पण पुढे होतो. सांगायचं तात्पर्य की बाबा तुमच्यावर सगळ्या चॅनलवर जनतेचा एवढा विश्वास आहे, म्हणजे विश्वास नाही ते सकाळच्या 9 वाजताच्या भोंग्यावर विश्वास नाही, पण बाकीच्यांवर फार विश्वास आहे. माझं एवढंच म्हणणं आहे की खऱ्या बातम्या दिल्या तर काही वाईट होणार नाही. पण खूप चांगलं यश मिळालं. अजून पण काही काउंटिंग चालू आहे, काही ठिकाणी रिकाउंटिंग मागितलेलं, ठीक आहे, तो त्यांचा प्रत्येकाचा अधिकार आहे. पण खरोखरीच सगळ्याच राज्यातली जबाबदारी महायुतीवर वाढलेली आहे.
Counting is still underway in some seats. There has been recounting that has been demanded by certain opposition members and they are within their rights to do so. But we are confident that our victory will remain as big as it is.
म्हणजे त्यांच्या ऋणातच आम्ही राहू इच्छितो.
We will forever be in the debt of those voters who reposed their faith and entrusted us with this larger responsibility this time around.
जनतेने टाकलेल्या विश्वासाला कुठल्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये तडा जाऊन दिला जाणार नाही. अतिशय चांगल्या पद्धतीनं राज्याच्या सर्वांगीण विकासाच्या करता जसं आम्ही विकास हा केंद्रबिंदू मानून पुढे गेलो, तशाच पद्धतीचं काम इथून पुढच्या काळामध्ये देखील महायुतीच्या वतीनं त्या ठिकाणी चालेल, अशा प्रकारची खात्री.
Progress and development has been our mantra and will continue to be so from here on.
पुन्हा एकदा मतदार बंधू भगिनींचं, सर्वांचं, मीडियाचं, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्रिंट, सर्वांचं मी मनापासून आभार मानतो, मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो.
My heartfelt thanks to all the voters of the state.
मराठी मातृभाषा अभिजात भाषेचा दर्जा आत्ताच दिलाय ना, लगेच विसरायला लागला. नाही नाही, ते दिल्लीत बोलतात.
मी माझी भावना मगाशीच मांडली आहे की केवळ आत्ता एवढंच सांगेन की महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेसमोर आम्ही नतमस्तक आहोत. जनतेने ज्या प्रकारचा विजय दिलेला आहे, खऱ्या अर्थानं हा विजय एक प्रकारे आमची जबाबदारी वाढवणारा विजय आहे. देशाचे प्रधानमंत्री मोदीजींवर
This mandate is not just a victory for us, but it's one that gives us immense responsibility.
याची आम्हाला जाणीव होते आहे, म्हणून पुन्हा एकदा
we are aware that this increases our responsibility to deliver and we are confident that we'll do so.
आणि त्यांना आश्वस्त करतो की त्यांनी जो विश्वास दाखवला आहे त्या विश्वासाला आम्ही तडा जाऊ देणार नाही.
We assure all the voters of Maharashtra that the faith that you've reposed in us, the confidence that you have in us, we will not let you down.
खरं म्हणजे आजचा हा महाराष्ट्रातला ऐतिहासिक दिवस आहे. आणि ऐतिहासिक विजय देखील आहे.
It's a historic mandate for us.
अनेक वर्षांच्या निवडणुका आपण पाहिल्या, परंतु ही निवडणूक लोकांच्या हातात घेतली अशा प्रकारची निवडणूक होती. म्हणजे लँडस्लायडिंग जो काही विक्ट्री आपण म्हणतो ऐतिहासिक, म्हणजे याला काय शब्द वापरायचे मला कळत नाही, परंतु लोकांनी मतांचा प्रेमाचा वर्षाव महायुतीवर केला. कारण लाडकी बहीण असेल, लाडका भाऊ असेल, लाडका शेतकरी असेल, एकंदरीत सगळ्याच घटकातल्या लोकांनी
The love that has been shown to us by the voters of Maharashtra, by the people of Maharashtra, be it our Ladki Bahins of the scheme, be it farmers, be it the youth of this state, they've all reposed their faith and showered us with love.
अशा प्रकारचं काम मतदारांनी केलेलं आहे. खरं म्हणजे गेल्या 2-2.25 वर्षामध्ये मी देवेंद्रजी, अजितदादा, आम्ही जे काम केलं या राज्यामध्ये, की शिवसेना, भाजपा, राष्ट्रवादी, RP, आमचे आठवले साहेब इकडे आहेत, आणि आमचे इतर घटक मित्रपक्ष, आणि जे निर्णय आम्ही घेतले ते निर्णय आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये न भूतो न भविष्यते असे होते. म्हणजे एकीकडे विकास केला आम्ही, डेव्हलपमेंट म्हणजे 2.5 वर्षात महाविकास आघाडी सरकारने कामं बंद पाडली होती, सगळी कामं थांबवली होती. तुमच्या काळातली जी कामं, जसं महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार 2019ला आलं त्यानंतर ती सगळी कामं बंद पाडली, त्याला स्टे दिले, आणि ते स्टे आम्ही सगळे काढले आणि कामं सुरू झाली. मग अटल सेतू झाला, समृद्धी
infrastructure projects were halted by our predecessors,
पोस्टल झाला, आणि मेट्रो झाली, आणि मोदी साहेबांच्या शुभ हस्ते त्याचं आम्ही उद्घाटनही करू शकलो. ज्याचं भूमिपूजन मोदी साहेबांनी केलं त्याचं उद्घाटन करण्याचे भाग्य आम्हाला मिळालं. आणि त्यामुळे कामाला आम्ही प्राथमिकता दिली, विकासाला आम्ही प्राधान्य दिलं, आणि आम्ही त्यामध्ये एकच डोळ्यासमोर ठेवलं की या राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास.
progress of the state was paramount, and that's what we gave priority
विकास करत असताना सर्व घटकांना आम्ही समोर ठेवलं आणि पाहिलं की जे 2.5 वर्षामध्ये जी कामं त्यांनी थांबवलेली आणि 2.5 वर्ष त्यांनी जे सगळं बंद पाडलं होतं ते किती वेगाने आम्ही सुरू करू शकलो याचं समाधान आणि आनंद आम्हाला आहे. कारण त्याचे
we are happy and satisfied that for 2.5 years the infrastructure works, the projects that were halted by our predecessors, by the Maha Vikas Aghadi, we managed to not only ramp it up and begin them again, but also complete most of them in the 2.5 years that we were in power.
कल्याणकारी योजना आम्ही केल्या. कल्याणकारी योजनेमध्ये लाडकी बहीण, मुख्यमंत्री लाडकी बहीण योजना, त्यानंतर मग लाडका भाऊ केला, आम्ही युवा प्रशिक्षण योजना केली, 3 गॅस सिलेंडर दिले, त्यानंतर वयोश्री योजना केली, शेतकऱ्यांची आम्ही योजना केली, शेतकऱ्यांना वीज बिल माफ केलं, शेतकऱ्यांचं
we brought in several schemes over the last 2.5 years, the Ladki Bahin scheme, schemes for the youth,
आणि त्या
free cylinders
वीज बिल माफ केलं
to households across the state,
2.5 वर्षामध्ये
the schemes that we brought in for farmers.
मोबदला दिला नव्हता, 15,000 कोटी रुपये तो दिला.
All of them seem to have resonated with the voters.
एकंदरीत कल्याणकारी, मी डिटेलमध्ये जात नाही त्याच्यामध्ये, पण एकीकडे विकास आणि दुसरीकडे कल्याणकारी योजना याची आम्ही सांगड घालण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. आणि नेमकं यामध्ये
welfare schemes and infrastructure projects that will eventually lead to the progress of the state, both of them have ensured this landslide win for us.
प्रत्येक घटकाला काही ना काही राज्य सरकारच्या माध्यमातून आधार मिळाला पाहिजे. आणि मग आम्ही सर्वसामान्यांचं सरकार म्हणायचो. मग सर्वसामान्यांचं सरकार म्हणताना सर्वसामान्याला काय मिळालं याचा विचार आम्ही केला. आणि मला अभिमानाने या ठिकाणी सांगायचं आहे की मोदी साहेबांनी, केंद्र सरकारने देखील आमच्या पाठीमागे उभे राहिले ताकदीने, की जे आमचे प्रस्ताव जे आहेत
I want to proudly say that the central government under Prime Minister Modi's leadership stood steadfastly with us, showed confidence in the schemes that we wanted to float and gave us all the support that we wanted.
राज्याला 10 वर्ष तर जाऊ द्या, पण 2-2.5 वर्षामध्ये देखील आम्हाला लाखो कोटी रुपयांचं सहकार्य केलं. त्यामुळे एक डबल इंजिनचं सरकार देखील या राज्यामध्ये वेगवान सरकार, गतिमान सरकार, निर्णय घ्यायला धडाधड निर्णय घेतले आम्ही. त्यामुळे 2.5 वर्षात सिंचन प्रकल्प 4 त्यांनी केले महाविकास आघाडी.
In 2.5 years, the central government has also assisted us financially so that all of our schemes that we envisaged were implemented on ground.
उदाहरण की अशा प्रकारचं काम आम्ही केल्यामुळे या राज्यातल्या जनतेने सर्वसामान्य माणूस आम्ही केंद्रबिंदू मानला. म्हणजे त्याच्यामध्ये महिला आहेत, गरीब आहे, युवक आहे, शेतकरी आहे, यांना आम्ही केंद्रबिंदू मानून काम केलं आणि त्यांच्यासाठी आम्ही योजना केल्या.
The common man was our focus point, was our focal point. Youth, women, farmers. We wanted to ensure that all of these sectors in the state of Maharashtra benefited from our policies.
कोर्टामध्ये काही लोक गेले ही योजना बंद करण्यासाठी. आणि म्हणून लाडकी बहीण योजना जी आहे त्याचबरोबर शासन आपल्या दारी, आम्ही याच्यापूर्वी शासन आपल्या दारी आम्ही केलं. डायरेक्ट तेव्हाही योजना होत्या, पूर्वी लाभही होते, सगळं होतं, परंतु लोक कंटाळून ते योजनांचा लाभ घेण्यापासून वंचित राहत होते. आम्ही 5 कोटी लोकांना त्याचा लाभ दिला, शासन आपल्या दारी. आणि आपल्या लाडकी बहीण योजना, यामुळे एकंदरीत लोकांनी विश्वास ठेवला की हे देणारं सरकार आहे, हे फक्त बोलणारं सरकार नाही आहे. आणि म्हणून देणारं सरकार आहे.
The people saw us deliver. The people reposed their faith in us because they knew we are not just
फक्त बोललो नाही,
talk, but we will walk the talk as well.
लाडक्या बहिणींच्या खात्यात टाकले सुद्धा. आणि आम्ही तर आम्हाला माहित होतं हे विरोधक सावत्र भाऊ आमच्या या नोव्हेंबरच्या पैशामध्ये अडकाटे आणतील, म्हणून आम्ही ऑक्टोबरमध्येच आचारसंहिता लागायच्या अगोदर नोव्हेंबरचे पण पैसे दिले. कारण शेवटी आम्ही देण्याची नियत आमची आहे, नियत साफ आहे. कारण आम्ही फक्त
Our conscience is clear. Our intention was to ensure that beneficiaries receive the installments, even though the opposition tried to go to courts to try and stop these installments going to the women of the state.
आणि आम्ही म्हणालो कॉमन मॅन कॉमन मॅन कॉमन मॅन. आता कॉमन मॅनने आम्ही ठरवलंय की त्यांच्या जीवनामध्ये काही बदल घडवून चांगले दिवस आणून त्याला सुपरमॅन करायचं. पण त्यांनी आम्हाला या निवडणुकीत सुपरमॅन सारखं काम करून दाखवलं आणि एवढं भरभरून त्यांनी.
We often speak of the common man, but we thought as an alliance that the common man should be the superman for us. That is where our priorities lied. And today those people have reposed their faith in us and shown us that this kind of landslide victory is possible.
आणि म्हणून 2 निवडणुका ज्या लोकसभेमध्ये पण आणि लोकसभेत फेक नॅरेटिव्ह वगैरे सगळं केलं, काय काय केलं, संविधान बदलणार वगैरे सगळ्या जातीमध्ये.
मगेन बनेगा मजा पड़ेगा
ఇదిగో రండి. ఇటు చూడండి మెసేజ్. వీడియో లైక్ చేసి రోజు 500 రూపాయలు సంపాదించుకోవచ్చట. ముందుగా కొంత డబ్బులు ఇచ్చి ఆశ చూపిస్తారు, తర్వాత ఇంకా సంపాదించుకోవాలంటే డబ్బులు కట్టాలంటారు. నేను రోజంతా సున్నం రాస్తుంటాను, వీళ్ళంతా నాకు సున్నం రాయాలనుకుంటున్నారు. పాన్ వాలాని తెలివి తక్కువని కాను. గుర్తుంచుకోండి, యూపీఐ చెబుతుంది ఎవరైనా సులువైన సంపాదనల ఆశ చూపిస్తే చెప్పండి, నేను తెలివి తక్కువని కాను.
पण चौथा शब्द होता का? नाही. पण आम्ही त्याला आरोपाने उत्तर नाही दिलं, आम्ही कामातून उत्तर दिलं त्याला.
We were criticized every single day by the opposition. We were mocked for our schemes. But we did not respond to their allegation with words. Instead, we did so with our actions. We delivered on our promises.
चीफ मिनिस्टर मी म्हणायचो कॉमन मॅन आहे. आता कॉमन मॅनमध्ये मी जायचो. आता आमचे दोन्ही उपमुख्यमंत्री दोन्ही आम्ही 24/7 काम करत होतो. आणि याच्यामुळे घरी बसून सरकार चालवता येत नाही, फेसबुकवरून सरकार चालवता येत नाही, हे स्पष्ट झालेलं आहे. आणि म्हणून आम्ही लोकांच्या, बाळासाहेब सांगायचे, कार्यकर्ता घरात नाही लोकांच्या दारात शोभून दिसतो. शासन आपल्या दारी आम्ही घेऊन गेलो. शासन आपल्या दारी घेऊन
Balasaheb
गेलं.
Thackeray used to
आणि
say
म्हणूनच
a politician should be with his people
बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांनी
and not
आम्ही
govern
सरकार
from home,
स्थापन
and that's
केलं
exactly what we did.
2019ला. मोदी साहेबांच्या आशीर्वादाने. आणि 2019ला जे सरकार स्थापन व्हायला पाहिजे होतं ते सरकार स्थापन झालं नाही. ते लोकांनी बरोबर लक्षात ठेवलेलं आहे. लोक ते विसरलेले नाही.
The voters of Maharashtra remembered what happened
देखील
5 years ago.
कुठल्या पक्षाचा आता तुमचा कुठला पक्ष आहे? राष्ट्रवादी. आता तो कोणाचा आहे ते लोकांनी ठरवलं. आणि
शिवसेना कोणाची आहे तेही ठरवलं.
People have decided who the real legatees are for Shiv Sena and for NCP.
आता बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी त्या स्पष्ट झालेल्या आहेत. बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी स्पष्ट झाल्या आणि मला समाधान आहे की 2019ला 56 जागा आल्या होत्या आणि त्या 56 मला वाटतं आताही 56 जागा आल्या. अजून चालू आहे. पण एकंदरीत आताच्या पर्यंत म्हणजे विकासाला लोकांनी महत्त्व दिलं. मोदीजींनी आता अमित भाई असतील, नड्डाजी आहेत, तिथं पियुषजी आहेत, केंद्रीय मंत्री आपले भूपेंद्रजी आहेत, राजनाथ सिंगजी, बऱ्याच सगळ्या लोकांनी आठवले साहेब तर आपल्या सोबतच आहेत. आठवले साहेब सोबत 100%. तर एकंदरीत आपण सगळ्यांनी या निवडणुकीमध्ये एकत्र येऊन काम केलं. आता एकत्र येऊन काम केलं. आता त्याच्यामध्ये काही लोकांनी म्हणा त्याचा अर्थ वेगवेगळा काढला. मोदी साहेब म्हणाले एकत्र या, विकासासाठी एकत्र या. आता लोकांना आवाहन केलं. जसं आम्ही काय त्याच्यामध्ये जातीपाती धर्माचा उल्लेख केला नाही, पण मतदानासाठी एकत्र या, विकासासाठी एकत्र या, या राज्याला पुढे घेऊन जाण्यासाठी एकत्र या असं आवाहन करणं काय चुकीचं आहे.
Prime Minister Modi came up with the Ek Hai To Safe Hai slogan. He did not mention any communities, any religions, but that is the narrative that the opposition tried to set. But that has only helped us because that is the call that resonated with the voters of Maharashtra.
महिलांचं टक्केवारी कमी असायची पुरुषांपेक्षा, पण यावेळेस ती टक्केवारी जास्त आहे. आणि म्हणून लाडक्या बहिणी आमच्या
This time around, bucking the trend, we've seen women voters come out in large numbers. The turnout among women voters was higher than male voters.
आम्ही म्हणायचो ना, फोडा घालणाऱ्यांना जोडा दाखवा. तर एकंदरीत ही निवडणूक जी आहे, ही निवडणूक विकासाच्या अजेंड्यावर, कल्याणकारी योजनांच्या ह्याच्यावर आणि जे विचार आहेत, आज आमचे शिवसेना म्हणून बाळासाहेबांचे विचार आहेत, दिघे साहेबांची शिकवण, मोदीजींची जे काही जो त्यांचा सपोर्ट आहे, केंद्राचा सपोर्ट आहे, या सगळ्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत या निवडणुकीमध्ये कामी आले. शेवटी लोकांना काय पाहिजे? लोकांना शिव्याशाप नको आहे, लोकांना आरोप प्रत्यारोप नको आहे.
People don't like allegations and counter allegations. People don't want barbs being traded.
Development.
What people want is development, is welfare schemes and progress of the state.
भर दिला.
That's what we focused on, that's what we delivered on, and that has won us this election.
बोला, आपण रेटून बोला. आता अजितदादा मगाशी म्हणाले की तुम्ही पण काय काय ते बातम्या अशा सकाळी तर अशा बातम्या चालल्या होत्या की बोला आमचा काय कार्यक्रम होतो का काय,
आमचा करेक्ट कार्यक्रम करायचं चालू.
तर याच्यामध्ये खूप चांगलं निर्णय झाला, चांगला एक आपला ऐतिहासिक विजय झालेला आहे आणि त्यामुळे खऱ्या अर्थाने आमची जबाबदारी वाढलेली आहे. आता या सगळ्या ज्या काही जे घेतलेले आम्ही निर्णय आहेत, की आमचा एकही निर्णय कागदावर राहिलेला नाही. मी त्या सगळ्या निर्णयात जाऊ इच्छित नाही.
Not one decision of ours has remained on paper. Everything that we promised has been delivered on.
ती कार्यान्वित केली आम्ही आणि त्यामुळे जो लोकांचा विश्वास, शेवटी यापूर्वी देखील आपण पाहिलं की काँग्रेस सरकार ज्या ठिकाणी असतील त्यांनी किंवा महाविकास आघाडी ज्यांनी ज्यांनी काही निर्णय घेतले, काही आश्वासनं दिली, ती पाळली नाहीत.
We've seen in the past that several promises were made, like in Karnataka, like in Himachal Pradesh, or in Rajasthan, when it was ruled by the Congress party. Several promises were made, several guarantees were promised pre-elections, but they haven't been delivered on. But that's not what we did. When we promised, we ensured that it was delivered.
पांघरून पाहून आम्ही ते आम्ही अंतरून पाहून पाय पसरले आणि ज्या योजना आम्ही केल्या या योजनांचं पूर्णपणे त्याच्यामध्ये कुठलीही योजना बंद होणार नाही याची आम्ही काळजी घेतली. सगळे नियम आम्ही पाळले.
We ensured that every scheme that we floated was delivered, not only delivered, was done so effectively, and we did not have to cut short any of those schemes due to financial crunch.
त्यांना लोकांनी खोटं ठरवलं. ते आम्हाला म्हणाले तुम्ही लाडकी बहीण योजना देताय, पैसे कुठून आणणार, पैसे कुठून आहे, हे फसवू आहे. आणि त्यांनीच आमची योजना चोरून नंतर त्यांच्या वचननाम्यामध्ये टाकली. मग तुम्ही कुठून आणणार. म्हणजे लोकांना कळलं की हे फक्त बोलतायत, करणार नाहीत. आणि
when we brought in the Ladki Bahin scheme, they asked us where we were going to get the money from, and when we started delivering, they copied our scheme, put it in their own manifesto, even promised more money.
केली नाही. जे आहे ते स्पष्टपणे आम्ही मांडलं लोकांच्या समोर. लोकांच्या दरबारामध्ये आम्ही गेलो आणि लोकांना काम आवडतं, लोकांना विकास पाहिजे, लोकांना कल्याणकारी योजना पाहिजेत, ते आम्ही देण्याचा प्रयत्न केला.
It's proven once again that for voters, for people, what is important is the work that is being done on ground, the developmental works that are being brought in the state of Maharashtra.
10 वर्षामध्ये मी तो आकडा अगोदर पण मी सांगितला होता. मनमोहन सिंग प्रधानमंत्री होते, 10 वर्षात राज्याला त्यांनी 2 लाख कोटी दिले. पण यावेळेस 10 वर्षामध्ये मोदीजींनी 10 लाख कोटी दिले. म्हणजे आताचं नवीन उदाहरण तर 76,000 कोटी वाढवण बंदर आहे, दिघी बंदर आहे. अशी म्हणजे डेव्हलपमेंटसाठी जे आहे, मग ते एअर कनेक्टिव्हिटी असेल, वॉटर कनेक्टिव्हिटी, रेल कनेक्टिव्हिटी.
The central government in the last 10 years under Prime Minister Modi has
ఈమెయిల్ ఉండడానికి కారణం సాధారణ ఆటో యాప్. ఈమెయిల్కి కావాలి గ్యారంటీడ్ ఆటో అంటే ర్యాపిడో ఆటో. 5 నిమిషాలలో దొరుకుతుంది, లేదంటే 50 రూపాయలు మీది. 5 లేదంటే 50, 5 లేదంటే 50.
has ensured financial assistance to the state of Maharashtra far higher than what Manmohan Singh had given to the state when he was the Prime Minister.
या राज्याला विकासाकडे घेऊन जाऊ शकलो आणि लोकांना कल्याणकारी योजना
that helped us in taking our schemes to the last person on ground.
लोकांची मन जिंकलेली आहे. आज लोकांना शेवटी काय विश्वास महत्त्वाचा आहे. विश्वासावर
we've won not just the mandate but the hearts of the people of Maharashtra.
नंतर त्या हात वरती करा अशा प्रकारचं काम आमच्याकडून झालं नाही. आणि त्यामुळे आम्ही काम करणारे लोक आहोत, कार्यकर्ते आहोत, आणि म्हणून आम्ही 24/7 काम केलं. जेव्हा जेव्हा शेतकरी अडचणीत आला तेव्हा तेव्हा त्याच्या मागे आम्ही उभं राहिलो. त्याला वाऱ्यावर आम्ही सोडलं नाही. आणि त्यामुळे जो जो सर्वसामान्य घटक जेव्हा जेव्हा अडचणीत आला त्याच्या मागे आम्ही उभं राहण्याचं काम केलं. त्यामुळे एक प्रकारचं हे सरकार जे आहे,
we stood by every sector, every section of society that needed our help. Every time they needed it, we ensured that that assistance was delivered to them.
जसं आमच्या मागे केंद्र सरकार ताकदीने उभं राहिलं तसं आम्ही जनतेच्या मागे उभे राहिलो. आणि म्हणूनच आम्हाला
the way the central government supported us and stood by us,
विजय मिळालेला आहे.
we stood steadfastly behind the people of Maharashtra.
या विजयाचं श्रेय जे आहे आमच्या मतदारांना देतो, जनतेला देतो. जे आमचे महायुतीचे सर्व कार्यकर्ते आहेत त्यांनी मेहनत घेतली आहे.
We credit this victory to every single voter in the state, to all of our karyakartas, to our cadre, to every single worker that has worked as a part of this alliance.
करणं एवढंच आमची जबाबदारी आहे. त्यामुळे पुन्हा एकदा मी आपल्या सगळ्या पत्रकारांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो, आपलेही आभार मानतो. आणि आता इथून पुढे तुम्ही खऱ्या चांगल्या बातम्या दिल्या तर तुमचा TRP वाढत जाईल. आमचे प्रकल्प जे आम्ही सुरू केले त्याच्या बातम्या द्या, लोकांच्या फायद्याचे जे प्रकल्प आहेत त्याच्या बातम्या द्या.
देवेंद्र जी, वाचाळवीरांच्या बातम्या देऊ नका.
देवेंद्र जी, एक सवाल ये है कि महाराष्ट्र में पिछले कुछ समय से जाति जाति में लगातार एक दंगा फैलाने की कोशिश हो रही थी. क्या स्थिर सरकार को लेकर की मैंडेट है क्या? दूसरा, वोट जिहाद शब्द आपने इस्तेमाल किया था, इस बार भी ऐसी कोशिश कई जगहों पर हुई थी, उसको कैसा जवाब?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, सब समाज को साथ में लाने वाली जो बात प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कही थी, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने उसको रिस्पॉन्ड किया है. और महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाजों ने एक साथ मिलकर एक बड़ा मैंडेट हमको दिया है. मुझे लगता है कि आज निश्चित रूप से जो लोग तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करना चाहते थे, जो डिविजिव पॉलिटिक्स करना चाहते थे, उनको करारा जवाब जनता ने ही दिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी की बात को लोगों ने यहाँ पर एक्सेप्ट किया।
बीजेपी और शिवसेना आप दोनों को लेकर ये आरोप लग रहे थे बार बार, आप दोनों के लिए साथ की लड़ाई थी शिवांगी ठाकुर फ्रॉम जी न्यूज, एकता जी और अजीत पवार जी की नकली है। क्या आपको लगता है आज के बाद ये आरोप अब जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है, आपकी ओर से क्या जवाब दिया जाएगा? क्योंकि असली और नकली का फैसला
जनता ने दिखाया ना। अभी आपने पहले ही बोल दिया ना।
नहीं, आपकी ओर से जाना चाहते हैं क्योंकि देखिए बार-बार
नहीं, देखिए जनता ने आज बता दिया है, असली नकली में मैं जाऊंगा नहीं, लेकिन बाबा साहब ठाकरे जी की विचारधारा वाली जो शिवसेना है, शिवसेना भाजपा की गठबंधन वाली जो शिवसेना है, एक विचारधारा वाली शिवसेना आज लोगों ने तय कर लिया है। कौन है, मैंडेट दिया है लोगों ने आज। अभी तो मुझे लगता है वो तो अभी उनको तो हम कैसे रोकेंगे, वो तो और कुछ ना कुछ बोलते रहेंगे, लेकिन जनता की अदालत में जाने के बाद उनको भी दिखाया है और हमें भी दिखाया है। ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था। पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं उनको। वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में ने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था, तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते तो बोलते अच्छा है। ऐसा कैसा है? तो ये तो देखिए, यही तो मैं बता रहा हूँ कि जनता ने पूरी तरह, मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि पूरी तरह थंपिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी। ये पूरा लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है ये पूरी तरह। अभी ये जनता ने भरपूर दिया है। अभी उनको उनकी जगह दिखाइए। अरे भैया, अभी हम लोग, अभी तो आंकड़े भी आने के अभी चालू है ना, काउंटिंग चालू है। अभी होने के बाद हमारी तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी। हमारे जैसे आपको बताते हैं, जैसे हमने सीटों का बंटवारा हुआ, हमें कोई मतभेद हमारे में नहीं थे, आज भी कोई मतभेद नहीं है। हम हमारे वरिष्ठ और हम लोग बैठकर उसके ऊपर निर्णय लेंगे।
बच्चे हैं नई सरकार को लेकर के, तो क्या कब तक दावा पेश करेंगे गवर्नर के पास?
अरे हम ही करो ना,
कब तक दावा पेश करेंगे गवर्नर के पास? क्योंकि अब 26 तारीख जो है वो डेट पिछली बार हुआ था, 5 साल पूरा होगा,
समय पे सब बराबर होगा।
पहले तो तीनों पार्टियां अपना अपना नेता चुनती है, अभी रिजल्ट ही आने का है। रिजल्ट आने के बाद सारे एमएलएस को बुलाना पड़ता है, अपने अपने पार्टी का नेता चुनते हैं, उसके बाद ये प्रक्रिया होती है। आप बिल्कुल चिंता मत करिए, तीनों पार्टियां साथ में बैठकर और अठौली जी का भी मशवरा हम लेंगे और इसका निर्णय करेंगे।
महाविकास अघाड़ी में दादागिरी होटल बुक किए थे कि वहाँ पर एमएलए को रखा जाएगा,
तो ये जनता ने तय किया है ना।
पर एक कमेंट
जनता ने इतना भरोसा दिखाया है, अभी हमारी जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है। हाँ, तो फिर वही तो पब्लिक, जनता ने दिखा दिया है, जनता ने पूरा विश्वास दिखाया, तो हम पूरे विश्वास के साथ अभी काम करेंगे।
सीएम साहब 3 होटल महाविकास अघाड़ी ने बुक किए थे,
हमने एक भी मीटिंग नहीं करी थी, हम लोग शांत बैठे थे।
हमने मीटिंग भी नहीं करी थी और होटल भी बुक नहीं किया था, क्योंकि हमें मालूम था थंपिंग मेजॉरिटी मिलने वाली है।
उनके आवश्यकता पड़े तो उनके होटल हम मांग लेंगे,
उनकी बुकिंग हम ले लेंगे। नाही, बरेचसे झालेत ना, काँग्रेसचे मोठे बाळासाहेब थोरात आणि काय काय पृथ्वीराज चव्हाण, बहुत से लोगों का हुआ है।
लोकांच्या मनातला निकाल नाहीये बॅलेटवर निवडणुका घ्यायला
संजय राऊतची बरोबर आहे.
चला आता दोन प्रश्न मराठीत घेऊ. आपण महाराष्ट्रात बसलो आणि मग संपू. दोन प्रश्न मराठी.
अरे जाने दो ना, एक ही सवाल है क्या? आपका सवाल खत्म हुआ? सवाल खत्म.
असं म्हणतात की बॅलेट पेपरवर निवडणुका घ्या, ईव्हीएमचा निर्णय माहीत नाही मान्य नाही.
पुन्हा एकदा तुम्हाला विचारतो, संजय राऊत कोण?
ईव्हीएमचा निर्णय मान्य आहे.
Alliance's potential landslide victory, many are now attributing it to strategic campaigning, targeted schemes and even leadership resurgence. One thing is for sure, this is a historic mandate, a mammoth victory, one that is being attributed not just to the Bharatiya Janata Party, which remember has returned with a historic strike rate, but also the entire alliance, the alliance unity which is being talked about in Maharashtra. But if you look at both the assembly elections, whether Maharashtra or even Jharkhand, one trend that in fact stands out is the fact that it's been a mandate which is pro-incumbency. And with that, we will be slipping into a quick break. We'll be back with more inputs and perspective on what's happening in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Stay tuned to Battle for the States here on CNN News 18.
महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है. और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है. मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं. लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहाँ पर संपन्न कर पाए. इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहाँ पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया. इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया. साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है. इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है. विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजितदादा पवार जी, रामदास अठौले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया. इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस एकता का ये विजय है. जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं. और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है। लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी है, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी है, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री है, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई। और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी, हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ। हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से सामूहिक रूप से हम लोग जब उतरे तो ये सामूहिक ताकत एक ऐसी ताकत बनी जिसने दिखा दिया कि महाराष्ट्र ये मोदी जी के ही साथ है। ऐसा है, मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि मैं आधुनिक अभिमन्यु हूँ, चक्रव्यूह को भेदना जानता हूँ। हमने चक्रव्यूह को भेदा है।
30 सीटों पर अकेले भारतीय जनता पार्टी महायुति गठबंधन विजयी हो रहा है। याद करिए, शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के पास 55 सीटें आ रही हैं और महा अगाड़ी गठबंधन, जो इंडी गठबंधन है अखिल भारतीय स्तर पर, ये मात्र 49 सीट जीत रही, 49 सीट से मात्र पर सीमित होकर के रह गई है। यानी देश की जनता नकारात्मक राजनीति को, बांटने वाली राजनीति को पूरी तरह खारिज कर चुकी है। और इसीलिए हम कह रहे हैं कि बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे। तो एक रहेंगे, सेफ रहेंगे पर देश की जनता जनार्दन ने राष्ट्रीय एकता और अखंडता को मजबूती प्रदान करने के लिए, सुरक्षा और समृद्धि के लिए अपना जनादेश दिया है। मैं आप सबका एक बार फिर से अभिनंदन करता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उन लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं का हृदय से उन्हें बधाई देता हूं और विजयी प्रत्याशियों को भी अपनी बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं आज इस ऐतिहासिक जीत के अवसर पर, ऐतिहासिक विजयोत्सव अवसर पर
क्या है, देखिए कुंदरकी पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विजय ये राष्ट्रवाद की विजय है। ये राष्ट्रवाद की विजय है, विरासत और
ये है सुप्रिया।
हाय, आई एम सुप्रिया।
और ये है इनकी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान।
मैं अपनी हेल्थ को लेके बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट हूँ, इसलिए ये मेरा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान नहीं है। आई वांट टू मॉडिफाई दिस, टेक दिस एंड दिस। अब ये बन गया मेरा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान। मैम, कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री केक। मैं फ्यूचर में अपना हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान मॉडिफाई कर सकती हूँ ना?
बिल्कुल। इंट्रोड्यूसिंग सुपरस्टार बाय स्टार हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस। फ्यूचर के हर मूव कवर्ड।
विकास की विजय है। हर व्यक्ति को अपनी जड़ और अपनी मूल की याद आती है और मुझे लगता है कि जो लोग कभी भूले भटके रहे होंगे उन सबको, किसी को अपना गोत्र याद आया होगा, किसी को अपनी जाति याद आई होगी।
धन्यवाद।
और विरासत पर यह विजय, विरासत की विजय है और कुंदरकी की यह विजय बताती है कि आने वाले समय में समाजवादी पार्टी कहां जाने वाली है।
धन्यवाद। मैं आग्रह करूंगा माननीय प्रदेश अध्यक्ष जी से कि मुख्यमंत्री जी मिष्ठान वितरण करेंगे और एक दूसरे को मिठाई खिला करके विजयोत्सव करेंगे। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को, माननीय प्रदेश अध्यक्ष जी।
All right, Yogi Adityanath, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, in fact, not just alluding to the results coming in as far as the Uttar Pradesh by-elections are concerned, but also talking about that slogan that has worked wonders for the Mahayuti alliance in Maharashtra, of course, that being of Ek Hain to Safe Hain, and of course the one that was also spread by Yogi himself, which was Katenge to Batenge, and he's gone on to talk about how the people of Maharashtra have in fact given their mandate that divisive politics will not work for the nation. Earlier we also saw in fact Eknath Shinde accompanied by both the Deputy Chief Ministers, whether it is Devendra Fadnavis or even an Ajit Pawar, talk about how it is the schemes and the development that has worked heavily for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. On that note, in fact, let me quickly go across to Aman, who's with us in the studios. Aman, you've already shared your insights with us about how this has been a victory, which is, of course, about the Kisan and, of course, the Mahila, and not to forget the role that the Dalits and the OBCs have played this time around. But what a drubbing for the Congress, for the MVA, and, of course, NCP Sharad Pawar.
Absolutely, Akanksha. And just before I come to Maharashtra, I'll mention to you about UP, the 9 seats that Yogi Adityanath was speaking about. BJP has won 7 out of the 9 seats, and it has wrested 2 seats from the Samajwadi Party. These Kundarki, the seat BJP has won after a gap of 31 years. This is a Muslim-dominated seat. Also, Katehari, this is another seat which BJP has won after a gap of 34 years. This is also a Dalit-dominated seat. So that is why Yogi Adityanath was specially mentioning these 2 seats, how Samajwadi Party has been demolished in this election, in these by-election in UP. Coming to Maharashtra, of course, you know, this is a complete demolition of the Congress Party.
A reaction right now. Let's also listen in to the voices.
You expect this much majority, ma'am? Huge majority.
I just was happy getting the love of the people.
You are elected. What is your next plan, ma'am? So when you are going to get
Now soon, in the next 2-3 days, as soon as my brother starts.
So any road show in Maharashtra?
Let's see what the plan is.
Okay, thank you.
What is your planned project?
Thank you.
All right, so you heard Priyanka Gandhi Vadra over there. In fact, as we all know, her victory has become imminent in the Wayanad by-poll. This was her electoral debut, which she has, of course, very much won. Let's quickly go back to Aman, who continues to stay with us. Aman, you know, going ahead with that insight that you were sharing with us about as far as the by-polls in Uttar Pradesh is concerned, there seems to be now, you know, I'm sure Yogi Adityanath is also heaving a sigh of relief after the Lok Sabha debacle.
Absolutely. This was much needed for Yogi Adityanath after the Lok Sabha debacle, and his slogan, Batenge to Katenge, which worked wonders for the BJP in Haryana, now also in Maharashtra. But he had to win on his home turf as well. So winning 7 out of 9 seats, and I'm saying 2 seats, which they have won after a gap of over 3 decades. So Yogi Adityanath citing that to say how his party is back and how Samajwadi Party is suffering. Moving to Maharashtra, as you were asking about the larger takeaways, Akanksha, I think the woman factor, the farmer factor, the OBC consolidation, the Vidarbh flip in the favor of the BJP, and of course the decimation of Sharad Pawar and the Congress Party. I think these are the major reasons for the big performance by the Mahayuti. This 234 seats is the first time any alliance in Maharashtra has crossed 200 seats. Third consecutive win for the BJP in Maharashtra. For the first time, an alliance has over 50% vote share. That is the scale of this staggering victory. And I think a big reason, Akanksha, is the woman voter. We saw over 53 lakh more women voting in this particular election than 2019. Higher woman percentage of 6% jump. I think women have totally come and reposed their faith, expressed gratitude towards the Mahayuti government for the very, very popular Ladki Behan Yojana, under which, you know, money has been given to the women, and BJP is also promised to enhance it. In our experience of covering elections, the first mover in this particular, you know, way, who gives the money first, always stands to gain, and that is why I think people did not believe the Maha Vikas Aghadi promise of rupees 3,000. Women have stuck to the BJP's promise. Also, the farmers of Vidarbh, you know, the promises that were made to them by the BJP on the issue of cotton, on the issue of soybean, a full loan waiver being promised by the BJP to farmers in Maharashtra. This is also a big departure from BJP's stated position in recent elections. I think has done the trick. Women, farmers, both have consolidated for the BJP, along with obviously the biggest chunk of the caste voters in Maharashtra, which is the OBC voter at 38%.
I think the very interesting point that you made over there is that the women in Maharashtra particularly chose to the promise that was made by Mahayuti instead of going for what was being promised by the MVA, and that was of course a lower amount compared to MVA. And we've seen the difference or the king-making factor that women have played, not just that role that they played, not just in Maharashtra, even Jharkhand, but to bring you the latest coming in from Maharashtra. In fact, I'm seeing Payal is also joining us live on the broadcast, as is Yesha. Let me quickly go across to Payal. Payal, if I'm not wrong, you are currently outside the BJP office in Mumbai, right? Where we've just seen that press conference take place in Varsha, which is, of course, as we all know, the chief ministerial residence. But I think ek hai to safe hai couldn't be more symbolic than the optics that we've just seen, where we've seen Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, and of course even and Ajit Pawar over there. Take us through what were the key highlights, because you saw how they've used Maharashtra victory to launch a pan-India attack on the opposition, especially the India alliance.
Well, I'm currently at Varsha, which is the official residence of Eknath Shinde as well. Leaders like Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar have just left from here to go to their respective party offices. Devendra Fadnavis would have reached the party office because before, he has to head for Nagpur also right after that takes place on the party headquarters. He said that having covered Maharashtra elections for the last 14 days, and also the fact that it was not known for a decade or something in the late 2000s, there's been a significant number of people actually advocating for this win for Maharashtra.
Audio over there. Let's quickly go across to Yesha. I'm so sorry, my apologies to you. We cannot hear you. There's, of course, a very celebratory mood over there amid the dhol, nagada and the manjiras. Let me quickly go across to Yesha. In fact, Yesha, taking that point forward, which I was in fact making with Payal, Payal was also highlighting how, the kind of mood that's right now prevailing at Varsha. You can see there are celebrations happening. But this victory is in fact not just historic, but is also speaking volumes. The fact that Devendra Fadnavis said that, every party needs to be introspective, especially when he was asked that question about EVM tampering allegation coming in from the opposition. He said that the opposition needs to do introspection. Does that indicate that the Mahayuti actually did that introspection after that debacle that they experienced in Maharashtra during Lok Sabha?
Absolutely, and today's results are a testament of that they did that introspection, because after the Lok Sabha election, it was Devendra Fadnavis himself who offered to step down, saying that he wanted to focus on Vidhan Sabha elections. In fact, there were several questions being raised on Ajit Pawar's team as well. Ajit Pawar's wife Sunita Pawar had at that point lost to Supriya Sule at Baramati. Today we see Ajit Pawar having won with a margin of more than 1 lakh.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you over there, Yesha. Let's quickly listen to what happened.
अपेक्षित होते मला वाटत नाही तसे ते आलेले हे मान्य करून पुढे चाललं गेलं पण ह्याच्यात प्रचार कोणी नक्की केला ईव्हीएम ने किती केला प्रचार हे पण आपण बघायला पाहिजे
काँग्रेसचे दिग्गज नेते पडलेले आहेत जे मुख्यमंत्री पदाचे चेहरे अशी चर्चा सुद्धा सुरू झालेली होती
बघा एक आहे की ह्याच्यात नक्कीच म्हणून मी सांगितलं ना की जे अपेक्षित निकाल होते जे आपण 100% पकडून चाललेलो किंवा जे आपल्याला वाटत होतं की लोक इथे उभे राहतील आपल्या सोबत हा निकाल अपेक्षित नव्हता ह्याच्यावर थोडी चर्चा ह्याच्यावर थोडं टेक्निकल गोष्टीवर चर्चा
but this results were not expected by anyone.
Thank you.
लोकसभा चुनाव में आपने अच्छा खासा परफॉर्मेंस किया था, विधानसभा चुनाव में क्या चूक रही है?
फिर जीतेंगे.
All right, let's quickly go across to Yesha, who continues to stay with us. Yesha, take us through what was Aditya first of all saying right now.
So yes, that we heard Aditya Thackeray speaking. In fact, when you speak of Aditya, speak of his constituency itself, Worli, in the last election, Aditya Thackeray had won with a margin of more than 60,000 votes. This time, his margin at one point had come down to only 398 votes because he was contesting against Milind Deora. Now, not only that, but there are several questions being asked to Mahayuti. Of course, as of now, we still go by trends because at most of the places, the win is not yet clear. But more than 200 is what we see going in easily for the Mahayuti. Now, this in fact questions the whole stance, of Maha Vikas Aghadi, who had a good performance in the Lok Sabha in Maharashtra. But we heard Aditya Thackeray saying that this was not the kind of result that was expected. But going further, he says that fir jeetenge, which clearly means that they'll work harder towards this. Now, here clearly if we draw comparison to the Lok Sabha elections results for Mahayuti as compared to Maha Vikas Aghadi and the Vidhan Sabha elections results for Mahayuti versus Maha Vikas Aghadi. It is some lesson that the Mahayuti had taken from that very election. They went ahead, worked harder on it. We were in fact speaking about the whole results of Baramati as well. Clearly, when Sunita Pawar lost to Supriya Sule in the Lok Sabha elections for Baramati, we also heard how Ajit Pawar said that it was a mistake that he made on his part, and today he's won with a margin of more than 1 lakh votes. Of course, it's lesser than the margin of his previous Vidhan Sabha elections, but he has come. It's like a comeback that is there for all of these leaders. In fact, in the banter that they had during the press conference, they were laughing about the fact that they've claimed and shown the people as to who real Shiv Sena and who real NCP stands with. Yes.
Absolutely. Going to request you continue staying with us. In fact, let me quickly go back to Payal. Payal, give us a sense of what's happening right now. Are you still at Varsha only?
Yes, I'm at Varsha. In fact, I have to come to a corner because the whole of Varsha is in a celebrity mode. There are, of course, JCBs bringing in flowers. There are, in fact, doles and nagaras going on. I've come to the other additional bungalow as well. It's impossible to hear anything. There are more preparation. The celebrations are not going to die down anytime soon. There is a DJ which has been brought in. DJ speakers will be put up in a bit from. It's a big occasion for Eknath Shinde because he had to prove himself wrong. He had to, in fact, prove himself right because everybody had questioned him, saying that he would not be able to prove himself. He would have been questioned on why he should be considered the actual inherent of the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray as well. But here he is. He's looking at numbers in 15s, and probably he's actually proving everybody wrong. But yes, most importantly, like you asked earlier, that it was an acid test for the entire Yuti, especially for Devendra Fadnavis, to prove himself right, given the fact that the Lok Sabha election did not go the way they would have liked, and probably the numbers did not stand anyway close to the numbers that are contested as well. And of course, Ajit Pawar wanted to prove a point to his uncle, and that so it's a winning Mahayuti. All the three factions have proved their detractors wrong.
Absolutely. In fact, on that note, let me quickly inform our viewers that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken to X, and he's in fact talked about how this is a victory which is for development. Development wins, good governance wins. United we will soar even higher. Heartfelt gratitude to my sisters and brothers of Maharashtra, especially the youth and women of the state for a historic mandate to the NDA. This affection and warmth is unparalleled. I assure the people that our alliance will keep working for Maharashtra's progress. Jai Maharashtra, and that is Prime Minister Modi. Aman, of course, I think, one thing that's standing out, whether it is Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis or even Ajit Pawar, they are all crediting the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and the fact that centre has been of immense support and that double engine ki sarkar has also done its magic.
Yes, and that Akanksha is reflecting in the Prime Minister's message also that development and good governance wins. And this was also the feeling when you went to the ground in Maharashtra. People wanted the good things which were happening on development, on infrastructure. You went to Mumbai, you saw the new coastal road, you saw the Atal Setu, you saw the Mumbai metro up and running. People were of this opinion, and this was the feeling on the ground that the Maha Vikas Aghadi was more about stopping development projects, objecting to them, be it the high-speed bullet train between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. So, Prime Minister's message is the same, that good governance wins, development wins. That's our model, which has been appreciated by the people of Maharashtra. He's also thanking especially the youth and the women. So, he's not forgotten to thank the women who are, I think, have a very, very big role in this massive victory, because the 2.5 crore women in the state who got money under the Ladki Behen Yojana, I think they have come out in larger numbers to vote. We've had 53 lakh more women voting this time, over 3 crore women casting their vote in Maharashtra. And I think a large number of them have got the money under this particular scheme. They have trusted the government that this money will continue to come. In fact, BJP promised to raise it from 1,500 rupees, 2,100. And I think the Prime Minister's message reflecting the same is also.
And he's not forgotten about the by-polls at all, because he's also thanking people across various states for blessing NDA candidates in the various by-polls. talks held. We will leave no stone unturned in fulfilling their dreams and aspirations. I thank the people of Jharkhand as well for their support towards us, is what Prime Minister Modi is saying. We will always be at the forefront of raising people's issues and working for the state. I also congratulate the JMM-led alliance for their performance in the state. With that, he's also tagged Hemant Soren. So I think I'd like to take one takeaway from this particular tweet, Aman, when he's saying we will always be at the forefront of raising people's issues and working for the state. Is that an indication that that's not going to stop the centre from still addressing the issue of infiltration and the Ghuspaitiye? That is what basically the BJP had tried to weave into the whole election campaigning narrative, which certainly has not worked in their favour in Jharkhand.
Well, absolutely. I think BJP still at 24 seats is a strong opposition in Jharkhand. It has a good vote share. It's almost retained its vote share from earlier. But of course, the JMM Congress alliance have, outwitted them this time in Jharkhand. And this will be a big setback to BJP in Jharkhand, because this is a state where they've not been able to make inroads for 2 consecutive elections now. They have been able to crack the code, I would say, in Chhattisgarh and Odisha with tribal chief ministers. Maybe they don't have a big tribal face in Jharkhand who can win the confidence of people. But I would like to point out the contrast here, that the Prime Minister is congratulating Mr. Hemant Soren, while the opposition in Maharashtra is quite not able to digest the loss. And Uddhav Thakere's, Sanjay Raut has come out and blamed everybody under the sun for the loss, but not introspect into his own party. So I think BJP is being a good political sport by admitting the defeat in Jharkhand and congratulating Hemant Soren, much unlike what Uddhav Thakere's party is doing right now in Maharashtra.
It would be interesting to see if they have any EVM concerns now in Jharkhand at least. And with that, in fact, we will continue with our discussion. Going to request Payal and Yesha also to continue staying with us. We'll be bringing you all the live developments that are taking place in Maharashtra right now. As you can see, reporters are deployed at all the right places, and we will be bringing you more breaking inputs. But for now, it's time to slip into a quick break. Stay tuned to Battle for the States.
महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है। और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है, और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है। मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ। लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहाँ पर संपन्न कर पाए। इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहाँ पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया। इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया। साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है। इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है। विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजित दादा पवार जी, रामदास अठौले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया। इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि इस एकता का ये विजय है, जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है। लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी हैं, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी हैं, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री हैं, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई। और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी, हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ। हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको
Welcome back. You're watching Battle for the States. I'm Akanksha Swaroop, and remember, it's been a historic, mammoth landslide victory. Whatever said, it's going to be less for the Mahayuti alliance as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Not to forget, that's again, it's been a pro-incumbency victory in Jharkhand as well. But to bring you the latest from Maharashtra, on Maharashtra, in fact, Prime Minister Modi has just now taken to X and he sent out congratulatory messages, not just to the NDA Karyakartas, but in fact, as far as the JMM-led government in Jharkhand is also concerned, because they'll also be coming back with Hemant Soren now returning as the Chief Minister to take you through Prime Minister's first tweet. He's gone on to say that development wins, good governance wins. United we will soar even higher. That's the message with which Prime Minister Modi has led. And to take those wishes forward, let's quickly go across to Payal Mehta, who's currently stationed at Varsha. And in fact, I can see she's very much accompanied by Shaina NC over there. It's over to you, Payal.
Yes, let's get in a word from Shaina NC, since the mood of the Maharashtra election seems to be Latki Bahin as well. Shaina, in your career, have you seen this kind of a victory coming in? What would you attribute that to?
Never in the history of Maharashtra has anybody seen this kind of a tsunami. It shows you that the only thing that pays is good governance, progressive politics and development. We've had three leaders, Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, that have worked fantastically well together in synergy, and the state has progressed. And I think this is a vote for that progress.
The Prime Minister just put out a tweet congratulating the Maharashtra leadership, thanking the women and the youth of the state. And unlike what you've seen in the opposition, the Prime Minister has also congratulated the JMM government, for having been in a position to form a government in Jharkhand.
I think it's very magnanimous of the Prime Minister, because he's clearly a statesman who thinks beyond party lines and thinks of the progress of the country for a Viksit Bharat. I'm glad that he congratulated the JM in Jharkhand too, as is with our leaders. And he's right, because the Manya Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana Payal has percolated down to the poorest of poor. 2.5 crore women have got 7,500 directly in their bank accounts, and they are empowered. They're given that base where they can start a small venture even out of home.
All right, so developments happening thick and fast in Maharashtra. We'll keep bringing you all the latest from Maharashtra and Jharkhand as well. But for now, time for a quick break.
महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है। और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है, और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है। मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं। लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहां पर संपन्न कर पाए। इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहां पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया। इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया। साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है। इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है। विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजित दादा पवार जी, रामदास अठौले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया। इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस एकता का ये विजय है। जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है। लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व, हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी हैं, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी है, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री है, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई। और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी, हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ। हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी,
सर्वांना या ठिकाणी आम्ही एकत्रित केलं। विशेषतः ज्या प्रकारे आमच्या अनुसूचित जाती आणि अनुसूचित जमातीच्या समाजाला मोठ्या प्रमाणात संविधानाची भीती दाखवण्यात आली होती, संविधान बदलणार, आरक्षण जाणार, त्यांना देखील हे लक्षात आलं या देशामध्ये भारतरत्न डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांचं संविधान संपूर्ण देशात लागू करणारा कोणी एक नेता असेल तर त्याचं नाव नरेंद्र मोदी आहे। ज्या जम्मू काश्मीर मध्ये 75 वर्ष भारताचं संविधान नव्हतं, ज्या जम्मू काश्मीर मध्ये दलित, आदिवासी, ओबीसींना आरक्षण नव्हतं, त्या ठिकाणी 75 वर्षानंतर संविधान लागू करून दलित, आदिवासी, ओबीसींना आरक्षण देण्याचं काम हे मोदीजींनी केलं। मोदीजी देणारे आहेत, घेणारे नाहीत, हे जनतेच्या लक्षात आलं आणि आदिवासी समाज, दलित समाज, सगळे समाज आमच्या पाठीशी आले आणि आज आपण पाहू शकतो की सगळ्यांचा आशीर्वाद आपल्याला मिळालेला आहे। आणि म्हणून बंधू भगिनींनो, माझ्या कार्यकर्ता मित्रांनो, आजचा हा विजय हा सामूहिक प्रयत्नांचा विजय आहे। आपल्या महायुतीमध्ये आपले माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदेजी, माननीय अजितदादा पवार, माननीय आठवले साहेब, आपल्या सोबतचे इतर जे पक्ष होते, मग पिरिपा त्या ठिकाणी असेल, जनसुराज्य असेल, युवा स्वाभिमान असेल, वेगवेगळे पक्ष, या सगळ्या पक्षांनी एकत्रितपणे एक दिलाने ही लढाई लढली। आम्ही एक होतो म्हणून सेफ होतो, एक होतो म्हणून नेक होतो, एक होतो म्हणून आम्ही विजयापर्यंत गेलो। आणि म्हणून या सगळ्यांनी मिळून या ठिकाणी ज्या प्रकारची लढाई लढली आहे मी त्यांचे आभार तर मानतोच, पण त्यासोबत निश्चितपणे भारतीय जनता पक्षाच्या राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्वाचे आभार मानतो. माननीय अमित भाई शहाजींनी या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये येऊन प्रत्येक कार्यकर्त्यामध्ये ऊर्जा भरण्याचं काम केलं आणि कार्यकर्त्याला सांगितलं तू लढ, मी तुझ्या पाठीशी आहे. आणि त्यातनं कार्यकर्त्यांना एक ऊर्जा मिळालेली आपण बघितली. माननीय नड्डाजी असतील, माननीय राजनाथ सिंहजी असतील, माननीय गडकरी साहेब असतील, या सगळ्यांनी ज्या प्रकारे या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आपल्याला एक प्रकारे आशीर्वाद दिला, मदत केली. आणि एवढंच नाही,
I appreciate all the efforts of party workers and I especially thank the central leadership who basically came here and encouraged all the party workers and the party cadre.
मुख्यमंत्री असतील किंवा अगदी आंध्र प्रदेशचे उपमुख्यमंत्री पवन कल्याणजी असतील, या सगळ्यांनी
all CMs of the BJP ruled state had come here. Even the deputy chief minister of Andhra Pradesh had come for the campaigning. They all, I thank them who spared the time here and spent time here to campaign for the BJP as well as for the alliance partners. I thank the central leadership of BJP who was always there for us and who stood like a hard rock behind us.
केवळ भाजपच्या जागांवर काम करत नव्हते, तर आमच्या मित्र पक्षांच्या जागांवरही.
I thank each and every party worker because they were not only working for the BJP candidates, but they were also working for Mahayuti candidates, and due to that we have achieved this result.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्णपणे सक्रिय होती आणि म्हणून हा विजय. आमचे प्रदेशाचे अध्यक्ष बावनकुळे साहेब आणि प्रदेशातली कोर कमिटी, या कोर कमिटीने सर्व निर्णय एकमताने घेतले. ही कोर कमिटी भक्कमपणे या ठिकाणी पक्षाच्या पाठीशी उभी होती आणि म्हणून खऱ्या अर्थाने हा
The core committee of BJP, the state level core committee basically took firm decisions and they took decisions by consulting each other, and that's why this good result had come. And this is not this win is not only about one person or one particular committee. This win is all about the team effort, and I really appreciate this kind of team effort.
त्यांच्याही सगळ्यांचे या ठिकाणून मी आभार मानतो. आणि लवकरच ज्यावेळी पुन्हा एकदा महायुतीचं सरकार स्थापन होईल त्यावेळी आपल्या सर्वांना या ठिकाणी यायचंच आहे. त्याचं अग्रिम निमंत्रण हे आपल्याला निश्चितपणे देतो. पुन्हा एकदा आपल्या सगळ्यांचे आभार मानतो.
So Fadnavis is saying right now that we are going to establish our government, and I am right now inviting all of you for the swearing in of Mahayuti government, and we will let you know the date, time and venue.
All right, so the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, in fact, extending a vote of thanks not just to Prime Minister Modi but all the Karyakartas associated not just with the Bharatiya Janata Party but also the Mahayuti Alliance, as he declares that it will be the Mahayuti Alliance now forming the new government in Maharashtra as it wins with that potential landslide victory. Let's quickly go across to Mayuresh, who's currently stationed at the BJP Mumbai office, tracking all those developments for us. I think, Mayuresh, key and critical takeaway from everything that Devendra Fadnavis has just now said is that A, it has been a battle of ideologies, B, the Modi factor cannot be denied, because remember, you still had an entire alliance reposing its faith in the leadership of a Prime Minister Modi, which you did not see happen in the MVA. They lacked a leading force.
Absolutely, and when there was a question which used to come that who is their face, but that time also there was no unanimity in the alliance that who is the face of that particular alliance, whereas here the face was fixed, face was firm, that was Narendra Modi. Also in his address, Devendra Fadnavis clearly said that this was not a this is not a victory of a one person or one party, it's a victory of an entire team. the people of a BJP or party workers of BJP not only work for the BJP candidates, but they also work for the alliance partners candidate, and that's why our alliance have basically managed to secure so many seats. So certainly he clearly said that we are going to establish our government soon, and right now I'm inviting all of you for a swearing in. The date, venue and time we will let you know. So that high confidence is right now BJP having, and it is very clear that BJP soon, either day after tomorrow or on 26th, the swearing in ceremony will happen, and the new government in Maharashtra will come into existence.
All right, going to request you, Mayuresh, to continue staying with us. In fact, let's quickly play out a conversation that Yesha Kotak had with Milind Deora. Remember, he's lost out to Aditya Thackeray and the MNS candidate. In fact, Aditya Thackeray won the Worli constituency, and he won by a very thin margin. But let's listen in to what Milind Deora has to tell Yesha Kotak.
I would say, firstly, that I want to congratulate and thank the voters of Maharashtra for giving the Mahayuti a decisive mandate. This is, I think, one of the most historic mandates in Maharashtra ever. Secondly, I am grateful to all the Mahayuti workers, Karyakartas, leaders for their hard work. The idea is that we want to take forward positive work, constructive work, and there's a shelf life and an expiry date to scaring people, to having negative campaigns. Hope always sells better than fear.
Sir, of course, development is a mandate that people have given. What is the next course of action? We, of course, see that there will be meetings that will be held. Any buzz, any discussion being held on the CM phase?
Well, that's something which will happen in the days to come.
Sir, we've also seen how the opposition has questioned the EVM. They've said that they do not really accept this kind of a mandate, and they've said there should have been a ballot which should have taken place questioning the EVM.
These are all silly things. When they win, the EVMs work fine. When they lose, the EVMs don't. Nobody takes them seriously.
So lastly, coming to Worli, of course you gave a tough fight.
I fought against the entire concentrated strength of the UBT party in Worli. A former chief minister, a former minister, cabinet minister in the government of Maharashtra, a former union minister, a Lok Sabha MP, a local MLA, 2 MLCs, 3 former mayors. MNS took about 19,000 votes, which were our votes. Despite that, gave it a very tough fight, came down to only 8,000 votes. I'm proud of that, and I'm grateful to the Worlikers. And I want to assure them that as a Rajya Sabha MP, I will do my best to serve them to the best of my abilities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was Milind Deora speaking to us exclusively on CNN News 18 after.
Go across to Aman, who continues to stay with us in the studio. Aman, if you look at the potential of this entire victory, if you look at the margin with which BJP and in fact NDA has won, the Mahayuti alliance, we've been talking about how they fared in Marathwada and also Vidarbha, which of course has been seen as a swing region in the state. And that's why I'd like to get in your insights. What has really worked in their favor? Is it just their consolidation with the Dalit OBC vote and the farmers?
Yeah, Akanksha, if we break the Maharashtra region-wise, this is the data from our magic wall. It's a fascinating data. Vidarbha and Marathwada together had about 19 Lok Sabha seats, and BJP could only win, even the Mahayuti could just win 3 out of these 19 seats just 6 months ago in the Lok Sabha elections. Right now, what has happened? In the 62 seats of Vidarbha, the Mahayuti has won 48 seats. In the 46 seats of Marathwada, complete sweep. 41 seats has been won by the Mahayuti. So out of 89 seats in these 108 seats in these 2 regions, the Mahayuti has ended up winning 89 seats. This is where the election has comprehensively turned in the Mahayuti's favor. If you see the other 4 regions, again a complete sweep. In Konkan, 21 seats, 19 seats won by the Mahayuti. North Maharashtra, 47 seats, 44 seats won by the Mahayuti. 54 seats in Mumbai, Thane, 46 seats won by Mahayuti, 58 seats in Western Maharashtra, 42 seats again won by Mahayuti. So, except maybe Western Maharashtra, where a bit of a Mahayuti fallen a bit back, rest of the regions, especially Mumbai, Thane, North Maharashtra and Konkan, have seen a complete sweep by the Mahayuti, and Vidarbha and Marathwada is where BJP, in fact, the Mahayuti has come so strongly back from the Lok Sabha elections. That is why we are seeing this complete decimation on the other side, where the Congress at just 15 seats, their state chief and their CM contender Nana Patole has lost his own seat. Shiv Sena UBT just at 20, NCP SP just at 9. They don't
Right.
even have the numbers to get the leader of opposition post now in Maharashtra.
And I'd like to quickly bring in Payal, who continues to stay with us as well. Payal, we've seen this kind of drubbing. It's a thrashing defeat for India Alliance, especially if you look at, on one hand, you have BJP's historic strike rate. On the other hand, you have that drubbing for the Indian National Congress and the NCP Sharad Pawar. Many are questioning what will happen to the future of NCP Sharad Pawar. But I want to know from you, what has in fact led to this thrashing defeat for INC? It's seen its lowest performance in Maharashtra ever. But I also see that you have more for us over there in store. It's over to you.
Right. I have Mr. Barne with me. Akansha he's a member of the Lok Sabha, also a member of a standing committee in the center as well. Barne जी, लोग पूछ रहे हैं कि अभी असली शिवसेना हो गई, फैसला हो गया, is it over?
ये तो महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने, मतदाताओं ने दिखा दिया। शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में असली शिवसेना जो बाला साहब के विचार पर चल रही थी, उसको वोटिंग के द्वारा महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने दिखा दिया है।
आप क्योंकि केंद्र में भी आप लोकसभा MP भी, आपको लगता है इस बार NCP का भी फैसला कर दिया जनता ने?
देखिए, पूरी तरह से माहौल महाराष्ट्र का चेंज हुआ है विकास के मुद्दे पर, और जो पार्टी लोगों से जुड़कर काम कर रही, ये वोटिंग के द्वारा मतदाताओं ने दिखा दिया।
देखिए, एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने जब मुझे इंटरव्यू दिया था तो उन्होंने कहा था कि सबसे महत्वपूर्ण जो होगी वो लाडकी बहन होगी, महिलाएं होंगी। तो जो विपक्ष के नेता हैं वो अभी भी इस हार को नहीं मान रहे। उन्होंने पहले भी सवाल, उन्होंने कहा था कि जो महिलाओं को भीख दे रहे हैं। आपको लगता था इसलिए इस तरह अगर महिलाओं का अपमान नहीं करते तो शायद कुछ और होता?
देखिए, शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व वाली सरकार ने लाडली बहन योजना लाई। उनके एजेंडा में, विपक्ष के एजेंडा में 3,000 रुपये देने की घोषणा की। तो महाराष्ट्र की लाडली बहन ने ये सोचा था कि ये सब आशा दिखाते या लोगों को फंसा रहे, और शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार ने 7,500 रुपये दिए थे तब तक सरकार के द्वारा।
अगला मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा महाराष्ट्र का? शिंदे जी होंगे?
जरूर, मैं बोलता हूँ कि शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव हुआ है, और भारी मात्रा में इस चुनाव में लोगों ने जीत हासिल की है, मतदाताओं ने विश्वास दिया है। मुझे लगता है कि शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में आने वाली सरकार भी बननी चाहिए। ये शिवसेना का एक सहकारी बोल के मेरा ये दावा रहेगा।
Well, of course, that's a true Shiv Sainik speaking, saying that Eknath Shinde powered you to victory, even though the numbers as far as the BJP concerned may be more because the BJP contested more, but it's been a good strike rate as far as the Shiv Sena is also concerned. Remember, they are nearing 50 is what at least the trends were really showing. But nonetheless, several critics who have been accusing Eknath Shinde of being, the cheater, the gaddar, like the Uddhav Thackeray family was calling him, he's actually proved a point through the mandate of the people.
Absolutely. And before I, in fact, deep dive into that aspect of who will be Maharashtra's next Chief Minister with Aman, let me quickly take a question from Mayuresh. Mayuresh, after seeing how the entire India Alliance and the Congress party, in fact, punched holes in the NDA's overall Lok Sabha mandate, especially through Maharashtra, what in fact worked against particularly the Congress party and NCP Sharad Pawar campaign here in Maharashtra particularly?
See, that is a big question, that what has basically gone against Sharad Pawar. But one thing which we have observed, that Sharad Pawar had this time done a very aggressive campaign, and the language which Sharad Pawar was used was a very aggressive one, because this time, especially in constituencies of Dilip Valse Patil or some senior NCP leaders, he had gone there and he had clearly said that defeat them. I want you to defeat them. These were the words of Sharad Pawar, and Sharad Pawar is not basically known for this kind of aggressive language. So whether people didn't like that kind of a language, that kind of a approach or not, that needs to be seen. But yes, on just 6 months back, during Lok Sabha elections, you were high that Mahayuti, Maha Vikas Aghadi or India Alliance was at a peak, and all of a sudden they have come down to zero. almost zero, I will say that in after 6 months in assembly election. So that difference they have to basically introspect that what exactly went wrong in last 6 months, whether it was their aggression or whether they started late their campaign, or whether they did not or couldn't basically convince the people to vote for them, and they were not having any answer for the Ladli Band, because we have done several stories over it that earlier the Maha Vikas Aghadi had basically criticized the Ladli Band scheme, but later they also introduced, they also promised in their Vachan Nama that we will also introduce and we will increase the money. So certainly even people must have got confused that on one hand you are criticizing the same scheme, and on the other hand you are also promising us to give the same amount. So that is also that could be one of the reasons that they could not convince people of Maharashtra why they should vote for Maha Vikas Aghadi.
All right, let me now quickly talk about the ones who have convinced Maharashtra, and that is the Yuti. And Aman, I'd like to bring you in. You heard what the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde faction sentiment is, that it is under the chief ministership of Eknath Shinde that you've powered yourself to victory. Why shouldn't he be the chief minister, considering it's a pro-incumbency mandate?
Well, it's a very tough and tricky call, I think, for the Mahayuti now on who should be the chief minister. BJP Akanksha, with this kind of a mandate at 133 seats, where it is itself just 11 or 12 seats short of a majority by itself, BJP would want Devendra Fadnavis back in the CM's chair, a person who's performed as the chief minister between 2014 and 2019. It was under Fadnavis' leadership and face that the BJP won in the 2019 elections, because before Uddhav Thackeray walked out and they had to stay 3 years out of power. When in 2022 the government was formed, it was peculiar circumstances because Eknath Shinde had brought back the MLAs from the Shiv Sena. And
so
that's
what
why
are the options in front of the BJP?
Well, the BJP, I think the BJP would find it very, very difficult to explain to its cadre why it is not going for Fadnavis as the chief minister. Already many BJP leaders off record are saying that Fadnavis should be the chief minister, because this is a record mandate. This kind of a mandate, if BJP is not making it chief minister, when will BJP make its chief minister? On the other hand, you have Eknath Shinde, as Shinde's MPs are saying that it is under his leadership that this mandate has come. This popular women's scheme, which has powered the Mahayuti to power, is maybe the architect of the same is Eknath Shinde. So how can you deny Eknath Shinde the chair now? I think it's a tricky call. We'll have to wait, I think, at least a couple of days to figure out whom the BJP High Command will finally go for. I think this is a decision which will be taken at the top, and it's all speculative right now, and as every party will, obviously BJP will want Mr. Fadnavis, Mr. Shinde Sena would want him as the chief minister, but I think some maneuvering will need to be done to ensure it's smooth and there is no friction in this decision.
And it absolutely is the big burning question on everyone's mind. Who will be Maharashtra's next chief minister? Let me quickly bring in Payal. Payal, what is the sense that you are getting, because you're on ground, you're speaking to all parts of the Mahayuti alliance since morning. What is the sense that you are getting? Of course, it looks certainly more organized and unanimous, even more democratic than the MVA. But give us, what is the sense that you're getting?
Well, to begin with, the time is very, very crucial, and time is very, very limited, because 26th of November, the assembly term comes to an end. Before that, you need to have the next chief minister of Maharashtra, which clearly means that the days that are available are tomorrow and Monday, and probably because if the oath taking takes place on Tuesday, we'll have to look at that as well. That is something which, of course, all the three sides are well aware of. So what I do understand is that Devendra Fadnavis is on his way to Nagpur soon, and once he returns back from Nagpur, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis with their leaders, they'll be sitting again for a late night meeting, and meetings in the BJP circuit only begin post midnight, and that's something which is of course very, very trademark BJP. That's something which is expected to run till about late in the night. And in that meeting also, they'll be communicated a decision of the High Command of the BJP, because remember, by then Prime Minister Narendra Modi would have discussed the details at the party headquarters once he comes here, once he comes to Delhi at the party headquarters. The parliamentary board meeting happens, and then the discussion is passed on, and of course the details are passed on. So whoever comes tomorrow to Maharashtra, whether it's Rajnath Singh or another office bearer, will have the chitti in their hand, which will tell you what really is happening as well. But there is no doubt in anybody's mind that even Eknath Shinde's party would want him to be seen as the chief minister. He's been the face of the chief minister. He's been somebody who's been completely non-demanding as far as the BJP is really concerned. He did not, negotiate very hard when it came to ministership in the center as well. He did not allow his own son to, in fact, become a minister. Essentially, he did not want to send a wrong message as well. And of course, it was a lot for him to really prove, because, when Uddhav Thackeray is a regional party, he has a lot at stake as well, and that's the reason to counter him. It was a big challenge for Eknath Shinde to actually fight that challenge, to in fact come in on the face of development, and the Latke Behni Yojana is being attributed to him. The implementation was well done, as is what people have really been saying. His accessibility, this Varsha Bungalow which I'm going to show you, you would have never seen Varsha Bungalow so occupied, even if it's just the day today of celebration. But I can tell you one thing for sure, Akansha, that even if you come here at 3 o'clock in the morning with your grievance, Eknath Shinde is available for you. That's the kind of leadership that he's been able to give, and that's something which actually set him apart. That's why he calls himself the common man's chief minister. Everybody's aspirations are there. Let's see who actually wins this lottery.
That's a very interesting point that you've just made, Payal, that he's been the common man's chief minister, and we'll have to see if, development has won, whose development will be rewarded by Mahayuti as far as chief minister ki kursi is concerned. On that note, let's also listen in to what Union Minister Piyush Goyal has to say.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और महायुति की महाराष्ट्र की सरकार दोनों ने जो सुशासन, अच्छी सरकार दी, विकास से प्रेरित सरकार दी, जनहित के काम किए, उसकी विजय है।
अपोजिशन लगातार ईवीएम की बात कह रहा है अब
बेबुनियाद।
Let's quickly go back to Aman. Aman, everybody is talking about how this is a victory which is in favor of development, and that if you perform, people will reward you. And that is something we've not just seen in Maharashtra, also in Jharkhand. But what is it that you really attribute to that has sort of flipped the entire mandate in Mahayuti's favor, something that was totally the opposite just months ago?
See, I think, Akanksha, of course, development is a bigger factor which is spoken about. I think the real grassroots level, which always works in every election, is caste. If you see the Lok Sabha election, for example, 6 months ago in Maharashtra, there was this 3M formula which worked for the Maha Vikas Aghadi: the Muslim vote, the Mahar vote, and the Maratha vote. In a way, consolidated. Mahar is the Buddhist Ambedkarite vote, which in a way consolidated, and Maha Vikas Aghadi could get that edge. This time, I think what has happened in Maharashtra is this Prime Minister's slogan of "Ek hai to safe hai." This has consolidated. Biggest chunk of voters in Maharashtra is the OBC voters at almost 38%. I think the OBC vote has consolidated here for the Mahayuti. Along with that, I think a section of the Maratha voters as well as section of the Dalit voters, the Mahar voters, have returned to the Mahayuti camp, and that I think explains in the results that we are seeing from Marathwada, where out of 46 seats, 41 seats being won by Mahayuti. This is a huge record performance, and as well as Vidarbha, out of 62 seats, 48 seats being won by the Mahayuti. The caste matrices, I think the one thing. Second thing, I think the woman factor. I think woman vote has transcended these caste barriers, maybe even religious barriers, and women seem to have rewarded the Mahayuti for this particular women's scheme. And in women's schemes in which money is given to women, our experience in various elections has been that whichever party has the first mover advantage, which first gives that money, always stands to gain an election, because the people develop a credibility that this money is going to come for sure. We don't know if another party comes, will they give that money or not. And of course, the farmers of Vidarbha, I think that is also a major booster for the BJP, because the farm loan waiver which was promised, along with, of course, the concessions to the cotton and the soya bean farmers, I think the farmer anger against the BJP went down. I would say, the hidden factor may have been the RSS, the way the RSS has worked on the ground in Maharashtra. I think to get the core BJP voter out of their homes to the polling booth. We have seen the huge rise in the voting percentage by 5 percentage points. Women voter percentage is up by 6 percentage points. This, I think, a lot of credit BJP internally would also give to the RSS, which was very, very active on the ground. I think the core BJP voter came out, voted in large numbers. PM slogan "Ek hai to safe hai" becoming the dominant one. All of this, I think, has collected and contributed to this victory.
And I think they have learnt their lesson after the Uttar Pradesh debacle, especially with the way we've seen RSS, doing their bit to sort of uplift the Mahayuti and its own prospects. But with that, let me also, in fact, play out a political reaction before we slip into a quick break. We have Pankaja Munde over here. Let's listen in to what she has to say.
बहुत ही बड़ी जीत है। परसों भी वोटिंग के बाद हम लोग सब मीडिया को बाइट दे रहे थे, तब जो हमने सोचा था उससे भी अद्भुत जीत आज हमें मिली है। हम बहुत बहुत खुश हैं कि लोगों ने फेक नैरेटिव को धुतकारा है और विकास की राजनीति को स्वीकारा है।
क्या वजह रही जिसकी वजह से बड़ी जीत? क्या लगता है?
हमारी एकजुट, हम सब एक साथ लड़े हमारे सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने अपनी पार्टी के साथ साथ हमारी मित्र पक्ष के भी काम उसने ही जोर से किया और हमारी इतनी अच्छी योजना है।
ईवीएम को लेकर बड़े सवाल उठ रहे हैं और अपोजिशन कह रहा है कि इतना ये जो फैसला है जनता का फैसला हो ही नहीं सकता।
देखिए अभी ये लोकसभा में जब हमें कम सीटें मिली तो वो जनता का फैसला था, तो अभी कैसे जनता का फैसला नहीं होगा, तो ये ऐसे कोई स्टेटमेंट करना मुझे नहीं लगता सही है।
ठीक है, थैंक यू मैम।
Right, and with that, let's now shift focus over to Jharkhand. It will be the return of the JMM-led alliance as Hemant Soren now braces for to return as the next chief minister as well in Jharkhand. But you know what's very interesting in both the victories today, whether it is Maharashtra or Jharkhand, it is the woman vote which has played a very significant role over here. Many are calling women the kingmakers of both these assembly elections, because we've seen how the women related schemes, whether in Maharashtra or Jharkhand, have in fact worked wonders. It's been a pro-incumbency mandate, and with that, in fact, we will be bringing you the latest coming in from Jharkhand. We are in fact expecting a press conference by Hemant Soren. Let's quickly slip into a quick break before we cut across to that press conference.
महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है, और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है, और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है। मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ। लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहाँ पर संपन्न कर पाए। इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहाँ पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया। इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया। साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है। इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है। विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजित दादा पवार जी, रामदास अठौले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया। इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस एकता का ये विजय है। जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है। लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व, हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी हैं, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी है, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री है, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई। और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी, हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ। हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से सामूहिक रूप से हम लोग जब उतरे तो ये सामूहिक ताकत एक ऐसी ताकत बनी जिसने दिखा दिया कि महाराष्ट्र ये मोदी जी के ही साथ है। ऐसा है, मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि मैं आधुनिक अभिमन्यु हूँ, चक्रव्यूह को भेदना जानता हूँ। हमने चक्रव्यूह को भेदा है और ये कोई मैं पहले भी कह रहा हूँ, वापस कह रहा हूँ, इस विजय में मेरा बहुत छोटा उसमें मैं समझता हूँ कि सहभाग है। एक ये हमारी जो पूरी टीम है, इस टीम ने इस विजय को लाया है। महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है। मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का
ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है। मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
जो नतीजे सामने आए उसके ऊपर मैं विश्वास रखने को तैयार नहीं, ये जनता का फैसला मानने को तैयार नहीं।
Questions have been raised multiple times about it, that there cannot be such a massive difference and massive swing of votes between the Lok Sabha and the Vidhan Sabha.
आगे का भी जो निर्णय है हम लोग तय कर लेंगे।
बट ऑब्वियस जिस पार्टी बड़ी है उस पार्टी को ज्यादा चांस रहता है, तो हमारे देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब ही इस महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे।
वैसे बारामती की जनता हमेशा वो सोचती है, उनको चाहती है कि वो ऐसा बड़े पद पे जाएं दादा, इसलिए उन्होंने सबने अपना अपना रखा है वहाँ पोस्टर।
Alright, so those were glimpses from the resounding victory of the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. But with that, let's quickly shift focus over to Jharkhand, where you can see the Chief Minister Hemant Soren is currently addressing a press conference. Let's listen into what he has to say as he braces to return.
बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन होता दिख रहा है और राज्य की मतदाता को, इस राज्य के आधी आबादी को, नौजवानों को, महिलाओं को, पुरुषों को, किसानों को, मजदूरों को, सभी जाति धर्म के लोगों ने जो मतों का उपयोग किया है, इसके लिए मैं उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करता हूं। और लोकतंत्र का इस महापर्व को बहुत ही उत्साहपूर्वक लोगों ने मनाया। विशेषकर हमारे राज्य की आधी आबादी महिला समूह जिन्होंने बढ़ चढ़ करके हिस्सा लिया, लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने में एक अहम भूमिका निभाई। नौजवानों ने जिन्होंने पहली बार अपना
All right, and with that, we are getting in breaking inputs. In fact, Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah has reacted to the victory as far as Mahayuti alliance in Maharashtra is concerned. He's saying that BJP will be a positive opposition, and that's been very amply evident as far as Prime Minister's tweet himself is concerned. He's gone on to, in fact, congratulate JMM as well. He's saying that NDA is committed to development. Remember, even Prime Minister Modi has talked about how this is a victory in favor of development, and Amit Shah also echoing the same sentiment coming in from Prime Minister Modi as well. He's gone on to talk about how NDA is committed to development. He's also talking about how BJP will be positive as well. Let's quickly bring in Aman on that note. Aman, what do you in fact how do you in fact assess what Amit Shah is saying? In fact, he's also reacting to JMM Alliance's victory as far as Jharkhand is concerned. He's going on to say that BJP will be playing the role of a positive opposition, and like you were highlighting earlier, they've chosen not to cry foul like an MVA, which is in fact blaming the EVMs.
Well, yes, BJP has been a gracious loser, in Jharkhand, and they have graciously accepted their defeat. That said, Akanksha, I think BJP would be very, very disappointed by what has happened in Jharkhand, because it is now 2 consecutive elections. BJP has lost in Jharkhand ever since Raghubar Das. They made a non-tribal as the chief minister, and then under Raghubar Das they lost an election. Again, this time they've lost a second election. And Jharkhand is a state, which is heavy on tribal politics, and BJP has won in other tribal-dominated states like Chhattisgarh as well as Odisha very recently. So obviously BJP would had big hopes from Jharkhand.
But you know what makes it very unique right now as far as Amit Shah's particular reaction is concerned, because remember, he was also leading that entire infiltrator issue, which was dominating their own election campaign rhetoric. Does that mean that the Jharkhand common man or the voter of Jharkhand has really not been concerned about the issue of infiltration?
It seems it hasn't rung such a bell. Santhal Pargana is the region where there are 18 seats tribal dominated, where the BJP was clearly trying to make a foray with this infiltration issue. But clearly, the JMM has retained its hold over the tribal voters. Even in the Lok Sabha, we saw, though the BJP won 8 out of the 14 seats, the 5 ST-dominated, ST-marked seats were all won by the JMM Congress. So JMM Congress, I think, has a more cohesive alliance in Jharkhand. BJP has not been able to take its narrative of infiltration, I think, to every voter, and given the state has 45% tribal plus Muslim population, it's always a challenging state for the BJP. Still, the BJP has won 23-24 seats. They have a good vote share, but I think they will be disappointed because the kind of efforts that were put in Jharkhand and the kind of efforts the Prime Minister is putting on, the entire tribal issue, they would be a bit disappointed with the Jharkhand result.
And when you talk about the tribal issue, I want to quickly get in a word when it comes to the legacy of Shibu Soren, the sympathy factor that's worked in favor of Hemant Soren. What has really worked in favor of JMM? Because remember, the BJP was very upfront in sort of pushing them to the corner, especially with the issue of corruption.
Well, yes, corruption, but Akanksha, our experience has been corruption really doesn't translate into an electoral issue at the end of the day. Yes, you can say that your opposition is corrupt, but still, people, I think, go by other issues. People go by caste issues. People go by in Jharkhand, like we've seen. And especially on the issue in Jharkhand, what has worked for the JMM in a big way is this women's scheme, in which, in last few months, Hemant Soren has given 1,000 rupees to women. He's promised to raise it to rupees 2,500, I believe. So obviously, these are the, I think, the issues that work more on the ground. BJP tried to pin down the JMM on the issue of corruption as well as infiltration, but clearly that has not worked in this election.
All right, but there's of course much clarity as far as Jharkhand is concerned. We all know that Hemant Soren is most likely going to return as the chief minister. I'm now going to quickly shift focus back to Maharashtra, where the big question that is right now dominating the entire rhetoric is who will be the next chief minister of Maharashtra. On that note, we have a battery of reporters stationed there who are getting us us reactions from all the factions, whether it is the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena faction or even the NCP Ajit Pawar faction or even the BJP. Let's play out some reactions that are coming in.
Manisha Kainde ji is with us. Manisha ji, 2 weeks ago when we met here at the party at Varsha, in fact, and when the Chief Minister gave us an interview, he was very, very confident that Ladki Behna will make the difference. Are you happy now that it's happened?
Absolutely, because this was going to be a game changer. We knew it right from the beginning, and that is why, you know, the women force in Shiv Sena and of course the other two alliance partners also, we literally were there out for almost 10 days in 40 constituencies. And we met practically thousands and thousands of women. Maybe 75 lakh, as per our calculation, we must have met about 75 lakh women. And they were happy about the scheme. Because without declaring it as a gender budget, it was a gender budget.
Do you think the opposition would have done their chances better if they had not insulted women by calling this as you know, free takers and all that?
Yes. I know they called them लाचखोर, है ना, घूसखोर कहा, लाचखोर कहा, भिखारी कहा, हमारे कैंडिडेट्स को बकरी कहा, माल कहा, ये सारा उनके खिलाफ बहुत गया है और निश्चित ही इस प्रकार का महिलाओं का अपमान और 1,500 आप टुकड़े दे रहे हो और उन्होंने उनका जो मैनिफेस्टो था हमारा ही कॉपी पेस्ट था।
आप दोनों शिवसेना का चेहरा देख चुके हैं, आप उद्धव ठाकरे की पार्टी को भी लंबे टाइम से देख चुकी है। आज अगर बाला साहब होते तो किसके साथ होते और किसके तरफ से किसकी?
बाला साहब ठाकरे का आशीर्वाद ही एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिला है। इसका हमें गर्व है क्योंकि उन्होंने बाला साहब ठाकरे के विचारों को छोड़ा नहीं और जो धनुष्यबाण कांग्रेस के पास गिरफ्तार हुआ था उसको छुड़ाने का काम एकनाथ शिंदे ने किया है।
My final question to you, who is the choice for your chief minister?
Personally, as a party worker, as a Shiv Sainik, obviously Eknath Shinde, because we have seen his work and of course everybody has seen his work. He has become a national hero and the way he took the party and the government, he led this entire election. He was the face of the obviously, but of course it is all left to the party leaders.
Thank you.
एक नया रास्ता दिखाया है, मार्गदर्शन दिया, ध्रुवीकरण की राजनीति को निर्णायक तरीके से उन्होंने ठुकराया है। क्या क्या नहीं कहे गए चुनावी अभियान के समय। हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा, उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्रीय कृषि मंत्री शिवराज सिंह जी चौहान, खुद गृह मंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री ने क्या क्या नहीं कहा और सारा चुनाव झारखंड में सिर्फ एक मुद्दे और एक शब्द पर लड़ा गया और वो है घुसपैठी। भय पैदा करने की खूब प्रयास की गई पर एक निर्णायक तरीके से झारखंड की जनता ने अपना जवाब दिया है। हम जनता को बधाई देते हैं और मैं समझता हूं ये सारे देश के लिए एक सकारात्मक संदेश मिलता है।
Let's, in fact, we shift gears now back to Maharashtra, which is the big talking point at this hour. You know, Aman, if a senior Shiv Sainik like Manisha Kayande says that the real successor of Bala Sahib Thackeray has been Eknath Shinde, not just in practice but also in principle, what does it speak of Eknath Shinde and what he's brought to this entire alliance?
Well, as Akanksha's Payal was explaining very nicely there, you know, Eknath Shinde, I think, has brought that common man image back to the Chief Minister's chair. He's easily affable. He's very easily approachable. You know, you can go to his house anytime in the night. He'll meet you. He meets people. So I think in the last 1.5 years, I feel Eknath Shinde has really come into his own, especially this very popular women's scheme, which, you know, he claims he's the architect of this particular scheme. I think that has endeared him to people, and that is why I think his popularity has risen. He was earlier seen just as a Mumbai Thane region leader, but I think pan-state, Eknath Shinde has got his foothold. So I think it would be very difficult in my imagination to deny somebody like Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister's chair after he's been a successful Chief Minister for 2.5 years and under his leadership, this entire election was fought. But the flip side of that is that the BJP has performed so well that it has come on 133 seats on its own, just 11 short from the majority figure on its own, that how will the BJP now explain to its cadre that it is not making Devendra Fadnavis the Chief Minister? I think Mahayuti has a problem of plenty, I think, which is a happy problem. I believe that you have two big leaders, who are now vying for this chair.
I think for Devendra Fadnavis, it's going to be from Dharm Yudh to Dharm Sankat in terms of rewarding kiska development, should be rewarded, because they all have in fact worked for development. But in fact, let's quickly go across to Arun, who's currently stationed at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. Arun, give us a sense of what's happening. Is the mood as celebratory as it's been at Varsha as well? All right, I think we've lost that connection with Arun. I quickly go back to Payal. Payal, what's happening at Varsha? You're still there. You're getting us voices, as we can see, and everybody is batting for their leader, whether it is Shiv Sena or the BJP.
Shiv Sena is not more of a political party. For whatever little I know of the Shiv Sena, it's more of an emotion. And that's the reason people are still sitting here waiting for an opportunity to meet the Chief Minister, to meet Eknath Shinde, give him those flower bouquets that they brought, to hand over the, the flag that they've really brought in. Just a short while ago, we'd actually seen his grandson also flying that flag as well. So obviously, he's going to be heading out in a bit to go and collect his certificate from, neighboring district of Thane. And then he comes back to the house. But his night is not going to end so soon. Like I've been saying, that there'll be a discussion on the further, on how the cabinet will take shape, what will happen, who's going to become the Chief Minister. Devendra Fadnavis has made will be making a quick visit to Nagpur, and once he comes back, then probably these meetings really going to begin as well. So that's something, of course, Maharashtra is not going to sleep early tonight, because there's a lot at stake for all the three political parties. And when it comes to development, yes, Eknath Shinde has been the face of the development. He's been the face of the good governance, but of course, Devendra Fadnavis has put in a lot of effort. So all these projects, whether it's the bullet train, whether it's of course the metro extension, or whether it's of course even the coastal road, all of these projects were largely sanctioned and happened during the time of Devendra Fadnavis. The bullet train, which was India's ambitious project, had been stalled by Uddhav Thackeray's party in a big way as well. And only after Devendra Fadnavis returned to power, along with Eknath Shinde, they procured the land, they did the land acquisition, and it actually, in fact, is going to take the state and, of course, the country forward. So Maharashtra is a big state. It's the economic capital of the country. There's a lot of business interest of the entire globe over here. It's a very, very deeply caste-entrenched society as well. So lot to balance.
Payal, I want to quickly take a question from you with regards to why this victory is not just extremely crucial and pivotal for the Mahayuti, but also extremely pivotal as a loss for the MVA. Because remember, the MVA was constantly harping on that the BJP is on a decline narrative. There are going to be questions about the overall opposition unity and the future of MVA as an alliance now, their own cohesion.
We are giving a lot of credit to the Maharashtra leaders, but one must forget that the biggest reflection of this Maharashtra win will be the double engine growth of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, how he's in fact looked to take the country forward. 2047, when he's talking about Viksit Bharat, Maharashtra will have a huge role to play. Many people have written him out saying that, he's got 240 in the Lok Sabha, which clearly means that he's going to lose election after election. Then Haryana happened. It actually surprised everybody, and the margin with which Maharashtra is looking at victory is, of course, going to surprise people much, much more as well. So obviously, it's a huge reflection of his leadership. It's a huge reflection of the kind of development push that he speaks about as well. But, on the other side, you have not seen acceptability. When you get a defeat, accept it as a mandate of the people. Why would you want to insult the mandate of the people, which has been done by the regional parties time and again as well? Congress parties come up with one excuse after the other. But a lot of scores have been settled. Eknath Shinde is now the number one when it comes to who's the actual Chief Sena. And of course, a lot of scores have to be settled between the two factions of the NCP as well. So obviously, Maharashtra, which went into election with 6 parties, probably will now be looking at an equation of 3 to 4 parties again.
Absolutely. And in fact, on the future of MVA and the overall opposition unity, I'd like to end with your thoughts, Aman. What does this mean for the MVA?
Opposition unity, I think, is in complete disarray right now. You know, after Mamata Banerjee expressed no confidence, we have Delhi elections coming up where Arvind Kejriwal is going to contest in Delhi alone. So I think opposition unity leaves a much to be desired for. But I would give you an anecdote on the Devendra Fadnavis issue. When I was in Nagpur South, his constituency, when I asked people that what should Devendra Fadnavis' future should be, they said either he should become the chief minister now, and if he's not made the chief minister, he should be made the BJP national president come January. So I think what happens to Mr. Devendra Fadnavis is now going to be the biggest story in the next 2 to 3 days, because 26th is when the tenure ends, as Payal was telling us. So BJP just has 2 days to decide who will be the next chief minister of Maharashtra.
Absolutely, and it does seem like the entire alliance, as far as Mahayuti is concerned, has learnt a lot from its Lok Sabha setback, because remember, only fools repeat their mistakes, but certainly can't say that for Mahayuti. They've certainly learnt and moved on and performed terrifically. On that note, let's also listen in to some reactions that have come in.
नहीं, देखिए, जनता ने आज बता दिया है, असली नकली में मैं जाऊंगा नहीं, लेकिन बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की विचारधारा वाली जो शिवसेना है, शिवसेना भाजपा की गठबंधन वाली जो शिवसेना है, एक विचारधारा वाली शिवसेना आज लोगों ने तय कर लिया है। कौन है, मैंडेट दिया है लोगों ने। ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था। जब अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं उनको। वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है। अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था। तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते तो बोलते अच्छा है। जनता ने पूरी तरह, मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि पूरी तरह थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी। ये पूरा लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है, ये पूरी तरह।
हमने मीटिंग भी नहीं करी थी और होटल भी बुक नहीं किया था, क्योंकि हमें मालूम था थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मिलने वाली है।
महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है। और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है, और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है। मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ। लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहाँ पर संपन्न कर पाए। इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहाँ पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया। इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया। साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है। इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है। विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजित दादा पवार जी, रामदास अठौले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया, इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस एकता का ये विजय है। जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है। लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी हैं, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी हैं, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री हैं, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई। और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी, हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ। हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से सामूहिक रूप से हम लोग जब उतरे, तो ये सामूहिक ताकत एक ऐसी ताकत बनी जिसने दिखा दिया कि महाराष्ट्र ये मोदी जी के ही साथ है। ऐसा है, मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि मैं आधुनिक अभिमन्यु हूँ, चक्रव्यूह को भेदना जानता हूँ। हमने चक्रव्यूह को भेदा है और ये कोई मैं पहले भी कह रहा हूँ, वापस कह रहा हूँ, इस विजय में मेरा बहुत छोटा उसमें मैं समझता हूँ कि सहभाग है। एक ये हमारी जो पूरी टीम है, इस टीम ने इस विजय को लाया है। महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने
ये विक्ट्री जो है, ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है। मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
जो नतीजे सामने आए उसके ऊपर मैं विश्वास रखने को तैयार नहीं, ये जनता का फैसला मानने को तैयार नहीं।
Questions have been raised multiple times about it, that there cannot be such a massive difference and massive swing of votes between the Lok Sabha and the Vidhan Sabha.
आगे का भी जो निर्णय है हम लोग तय कर लेंगे।
बट ऑब्वियस, जिस पार्टी बड़ी है उस पार्टी को ज्यादा चांस रहता है, तो हमारे देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब भी इस महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे।
वैसे बारामती की जनता हमेशा वो सोचती है, उनको चाहती है कि वो ऐसा बड़े पद पे जाएं दादा, इसलिए उन्होंने सबने अपना अपना रखा है वो वहाँ पोस्टर।
Namaste, it's Result Day Live. The battle for the states, the mandate for 2 states is out. A resounding victory for the NDA alliance in Maharashtra, unprecedented. It's a record in Maharashtra's political history that such a mandate has been handed by the voter to any contesting party or side or alliance. Hemant Soren's JMM-led India bloc scripting a fantastic comeback, a pro-incumbency mandate in both Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Crackers, gulal, jalebis, that is how the Mahayuti partners are celebrating in Maharashtra after this landslide victory. A saffron sweep in Maharashtra, record-breaking mandate for an alliance in the state for the first time ever. to have bagged over 200 seats, and as we speak, that lead is 235. No party other than the BJP has won 100 plus seats in Maharashtra since 1990, and the BJP has done better than its best ever, from 122 to 133. Now the Congress won 100 plus seats in Maharashtra. It was back in 1990. The BJP alone has secured more seats than the entire MVA combined. Frankly, even Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde currently has got more seats than the entire MVA combined, solidifying the status as the most trusted party in the state. The BJP pan Maharashtra party, the Indie bloc finds itself completely decimated in Maharashtra with its worst ever performance for the Congress, NCP Sharad Pawar and Shiv Sena UBT. This is Sharad Pawar's worst ever performance in his political career in terms of seats and also in terms of vote share. This is the Congress's worst ever performance in Maharashtra too. Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking to X and to post, NDA's people efforts resonate all over. We will leave no stone unturned in fulfilling their dreams and aspirations. Home Minister Amit Shah has hailed Maharashtra victory as a triumph of performance over politics. Even in Uttar Pradesh, the NDA has swept the bypolls with CM Yogi Adityanath reiterating that it's a mandate for BJP's batenge to katenge and ek hain to safe hain mantra. What are the quick takeaways quickly on Maharashtra before we take it into the studio, and also to all our guests joining us on this coverage? The quick takeaways. BJP has scored its biggest ever victory in Maharashtra. That's the first takeaway. Let's get to the graphics and let's get to the numbers here. The BJP's biggest ever victory in Maharashtra. Ladki Bahin scheme paying off for the NDA. BJP's Ek Hain to Safe Hain, the Prime Minister's mantra resonating across the board, across all the 6 regions. BJP recovering Vidarbha Lok Sabha losses. Devendra Fadnavis consolidating his position. Eknath Shinde sinking the UBT. Ajit Pawar trouncing his uncle and NCP Sharad Pawar. Rahul's caste census, and of course this entire quota push totally flops. The Congress loses this entire big brother tag. Sari hekdi nikal gayi is what some people had to say about the Congress's performance in Maharashtra. The position in the India bloc. India fails to capitalize on its Lok Sabha momentum altogether, and a big question mark over Rahul Gandhi's leadership and his ability to actually thump the BJP when it comes to head-to-head fights. And can the Congress continue to claim to be the fulcrum? Quickly, ladies and gentlemen, to all our viewers also. Strike rate of the BJP, 133 out of 149. It's an 89% strike rate. The Congress, 15 out of 101 seats, a 15% strike rate. Shiv Sena, let's quickly look at the Shiv Sena. 57 out of 81, that's a 70% strike rate. And for the UBT, we'll see if that graphic flips over. For the UBT, the strike rate is just 21%, 20 out of 95 seats that it has contested. We'll get to the strike rates in just a bit, but unprecedented mandate. Kudos to Pradeep Gupta and Access My India, Zaka on the magic wall. That's a different map altogether from the 4th of June, but Access My India was the only one that predicted anywhere close to what the mandate is in Maharashtra, and also Jharkhand. Jharkhand is just about almost the same exactly as he predicted. Yeah. We've got Rohit Chandravarkar, Aman Sharma, Nalin, Rashid Kidwai, and of course Rahul Shiv Shankar on the other side. Take it away.
So I think, what happened 5 months ago in the Lok Sabha election is a complete history now. Nobody is talking about it. The BJP has managed to bring back every caste group, every community that went away from the BJP 5 months ago. They've managed to bring them back. Let's just run you through a couple of filters. I want to talk about the Maratha factor because much was made of it, even in the Lok Sabha election, the Jarangi Patil factor, almost 90 seats. The BJP is winning that 74 to 12. Complete dominance in the Maratha dominated seats, and thereby completely shattering this whole myth about Jarangi Patil being a big factor. Let's take a look at the farmer distress. Again, a lot was said about Vidarbha, about the cotton growers, the soybean growers. Again, 58 seats farmer distress. 50 of those seats have gone to the BJP. Only 7 to the India alliance. So again, this business about farmer distress and the BJP having to pay for farmer distress, again, that narrative does not cut ice. And the other big factor, of course, were the Kunbis, the other section of the OBCs. The Kunbis, again, massive. Out of 30 seats where Kunbis are dominant, above 25% of the population, 27 of those 30 seats went to the NDA, only 3 to the India alliance. And the last one, this whole Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai narrative, which the Maha Vikas Aghadi sort of spawned during the Lok Sabha elections. There are 29 reserve constituencies. 20 of those have gone to the NDA, only 9 to the India alliance. So all of those groupings, Marathas, Dalits, farmers, all of them who went away from the BJP and the NDA 5 months ago seem to have come back. This is as sweeping a victory as anyone would have hoped for.
Gents? Well, I mean, broad takeaways, of course, we can come to, but look at what this victory has done and how they've actually won it. I mean, there's obviously a 90% strike rate. So obviously, the BJP backed itself going into competitions with the Congress and said, look, if we can convert those big time and we can pull out that data, it's on our screens, the head-on is very revealing. It tells you that wherever, and this is becoming a trend that is cementing itself, there it is, 65 leads for the NDA, those BJP seats, 75 contests, 65, 10 is where the Congress has either retained or won. And most of these are in Vidarbha and down there in Marathwada, which tell you that this is the area, this was the one area, viewers, that we have been looking at very closely, and the BJP has homed in, delivered, and the results are there on your screens. Secondly, the caste equations. Very, very importantly, the BJP played the caste game fantastically, the ground game absolutely spot on. We were told that RSS went from house to house. There was a lot of attention to try and get the Marathas behind the BJP and the other partners of the BJP, as well as not lose the Kunbis. Obviously, the great catch-all, unite all slogan, Ek Hain to Safe Hai, was the glue. And most importantly, the cash benefit scheme. If you look at the women voters, again on another indice, we can pull that out, and those women-dominated seats, Zaka, again showing
43 seats, 31 to the NDA, just 11 to the India alliance.
You can question whether the EC delayed the election to allow this rollout and all of that. I mean, you can question all of that, but I'm just saying. Now, larger takeaways, of course, total momentum shift in Indian politics.
See, the simple point is, if there is anybody who says the EC delayed the election for rollout in Maharashtra, the same rollout also happened in Jharkhand. So, all things remain the same. Some of these welfare schemes have worked. Rashid Kidwai, welfare has worked. Along with that, a pitch which unites or whatever.
Going by what has happened in Maharashtra, actually it's a very fit case and a very good case for, one nation, one poll. Timing is very fine. And, to achieve that 400 par, because if Maharashtra verdict translates into a sort of, national verdict, the BJP will be over 400 seats.
Rashidji, the difference from Lok Sabha to now is the fact that there was no number put. There was no arrogance of the numbers that were shown. There was a certain humility, and there was also a certain message that said that we need to work together and we need to unite to win. United we fall, united we stand, divided we fall. That was the message, but no prediction on numbers was made. No prediction on numbers, no claim on numbers was made. That arrogance was missing.
No, I'm not talking about arrogance. I am saying this is actually a fit time. The government wants to bring a one nation, one poll bill in parliament. I am saying that why not have elections also and win 400 seats and have, all the state assemblies and,
that will eventually happen in 29, irrespective of which states the BJP wins or the NDA wins or what the INDIA wins. If one nation, one poll is brought into force, it will come into force in 2029. That would also mean that UP may go to polls twice in 2 years. We don't know. Nalin Mehta, your quick takeaways on what's happened?
So, if I was to see a historical parallel, the import of this election is similar to the import of the 2017 UP election. Because at that time, nobody expected a sweep of that kind that you saw in UP. It gave the first Modi government the kind of momentum that it was kind of flagging at that point, and then they just took it away after that for the next 2 years. So this election is something like that. Haryana was the first movement from the blip that you had in the Lok Sabha election, but this is of another scale. You haven't had a mandate like this in Maharashtra for 50 years. This is the single highest victory of any party in Maharashtra for 50 years. The BJP
three times in a row the single largest party, this time 133, and they've been in power for 10 years. This changes Maharashtra politics. So I also think that what it seems, it's possible to now interpret the 2024 election result as simply a message of that moment to the government not to be arrogant. But when faced with regime change, the voter is telling us something.
Yes.
And I think that's what this election is
I think
telling
it's
us.
telling you that social nationalism and, economic welfareism are the two things that really drive this particular agenda of this government, and the people are buying it.
Somewhere one gets the sense that the voter is saying, we want you there, but we want you to make sure that you don't forget your humility, you don't forget the fact that we have put you there. The other thing is that we trust you to continue to deliver despite the mistakes. Somewhere that's what the voter is saying to whoever is in power.
To be honest,
whoever is in power,
I don't
be it
know
in
how to put
Jharkhand
it,
or in this.
I don't know how to put it politely, in nice sort of, jargon, but मुझे लग रहा है कि हिंदू जाग गया है.
That's what
there appears to be. There appears to be. Look at the consolidation of the Muslim vote away from.
So what's happened in Jharkhand then? Why Hindus soya hua hai?
Well,
that
I don't
will be
know.
a counter that will
Maybe it's
come.
taking some time there. Maybe it's taking some time. Maybe the tribals see themselves as,
I think we have Pradeep.
I think, let's go
Pradeep.
across because Rohit and Aman will come to you. But Pradeep Gupta, he should be smiling and very, very happy. Chairman and Managing Director, Axis My India. Tom Vadakar, National Spokesperson of the BJP with us. Dr. Raju Wagmare of the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde is with us, and Arvind Tiwari, spokesperson NCP, Sharad Pawar with us. Chetan Bhagat should be joining us in a bit. But Pradeep ji, that smile is worth it. Jharkhand, aapne kaha 53 aayenge for India Alliance. It's come. You were the outlier. And Maharashtra, even you didn't predict. You're the only one who said it can go up to 200, but it's gone to 235 for the NDA.
So thank you, Anand, and full credit goes to Axis My India team, not a single % doubt onto it. And when it comes to, you are saying 235, I don't know, your own local channel is showing 223, the Marathi channel of Network 18, Network 18 Lokmat, 223 to UT and 60 to MVA, anyway. But we have said that about 200 with 48% vote share. Now UT is like getting about 50% vote share, and 35 to Maha Aghadi, which we predicted about 37, which plus minus 2% margin error. And our Jharkhand, actually, we never give one single figure, 49 to 59.
Yes.
And at this point of time, GMM Plus is getting about 56 odd seats. There also vote share difference is only 1%. So I can easily say that we could able to predict both the state spot on. In that sense, the victory margin, of course, has increased in case of Maharashtra, because that is purely on account of these smaller parties, rebels. It seems they have eaten away lots of vote of Maha Aghadi. Still they are getting, the others are getting, in result I'm talking about 40% vote share. 14% is a sizable number.
Yeah.
So
Pradeep ji, when we spoke last night, I remember asking you questions about whether you are actually sure about your projection and whether this is actually more of a test for you. And I think you've passed that test. So congratulations to you, first of all. But look, I just want us to explore a couple of things. I think you were right. And I have to say that your fellow pollster from Lokniti, he seemed to have differed with you on the Vidarbh projection. Now, this was a very tough election to project because many people said there were many variables. How did you sort of refine the data to come out with these numbers, just from an intellectual perspective?
Okay, so actually we predicted, when you are talking about vote share numbers, so we predicted the difference of 11 percentage points, and actually it is turning out to be 13 percentage points. 50, 35 and 15 in favor of others, that is matching anyway. Only 2% shifted to UT. Now coming to the data, see, you all know that we were on the back foot as Axis My India. Actual number was 210, but we decided not to give away that kind of a release, that kind of a bold and very loud number on various accounts. So we restricted ourselves to 200 seats. but actually it is turning out to be 220 odd seats in favor of UT.
Just don't tell Amit Shah this, sir. Don't tell Amit Shah.
We would like to go with we would like to go with these numbers here on the News 18 graph, because this is coming from our live result hub. And these are the numbers as of now: 133 for the BJP, 57 for the Shiv Sena, and 41 for the NCP. You did predict about 48% vote share, but did you predict such performance by the Shiv Sena and the NCP? Shiv Sena, somewhere they were expecting about 55 seats. They're at 57 leads so far. But Ajit Pawar's NCP, Ji.
So for BJP, we predicted about 107, the higher range. For Shiv Sena, Sindhe, we predicted 58 seats, which is they are getting. And for NCP, we predicted 30 seats, which they are getting, as you just now mentioned, 41. About 40 seats. So there is a difference of 10 seats. But the bigger story in BJP, see the 90% strike rate, 90. They contest for 149 seats and they are likely to win, as you are mentioning, 132 odd seats, which is 90% strike rate. And overall strike rate of UT, even if you take 222 seats for UT, it is 80%. See, 80%. And we predicted about 70% strike rate, which was the case even in Madhya Pradesh. That is what we predicted there also. But because of these smaller parties splitting the vote of MBA, the difference of the same it is repeating like a Gujarat story, which is 156 seats out of 182, because the vote sharply divided between Congress and Aam Aadmi Party over there. Correct. So which is what is repeating over here.
Pradeep ji, if I can ask you, you did this, when you did this for Madhya Pradesh also, you said Shivraj Singh Chauhan will get in excess of 160. Again, people said, itna kaisa ho sakta hai and all that. There again, we saw this Ladli Behna, now this Ladki Behna. Is this now going to be a template in future elections as well? That the women vote is what political parties will target, and women will vote for whichever party or formation they think can deliver money in their bank account?
See, Jaka, trust me, 100 vote cast, 80%, big number I am talking about, 80% belongs to rural poor. And poor, when I say, they are also in urban pockets. Their livelihood largely depend on government of the day. So when they select or elect the government, a leader for that matter, very carefully they evaluate what you have promised when you have come to ask for the vote and what you have delivered. आपने क्या कहा था और क्या किया? Very, I mean, आपको ये अभी दिख रहा है, ये सारा का सारा ट्रेंड जयललिता के भी पहले से चला आ रहा है. उसके शेप और फॉर्म अलग है. 2015 बिहार इलेक्शन, उस समय नीतीश कुमार जी जो लड़कियों को साइकिल देते थे, उसका भी बहुत बड़ा उसके अंदर असर होता था. उसके बाद आप देखिए कि महतारी योजना, छत्तीसगढ़ की जो विक्ट्री बीजेपी की हुई, वो प्योरली ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ महतारी योजना के फॉर्म भर के उन्होंने लिए. So, और JMM भी जो रिपीट कर रहा है झारखंड के अंदर, we should not also forget that it's pro-incumbency. They are also मुख्यमंत्री मैया सम्मान योजना.
मैया's बहन होनी है.
आदिवासी अस्मिता, because
मैया का मतलब बहन है वहाँ पर. हाँ, बहन सम्मान. तो see, it's a similar scheme, extension of what's happened in Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and Jharkhand.
आप ये क्या समझिए? दूसरा समझिए चीज को कि जो मैंने कहा 80% पीपल डिपेंड ऑन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ द डे डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली, उसमें महिलाओं का स्टेट जानने की कोशिश कीजिए. दे आर डिपेंड ऑन द मेल ऑफ देयर फैमिली, you know, and if they get this kind of money in their hand, they get a real empowerment. They are get the real say. So they influence the entire ecosystem. It's not only the woman, it's the family who get benefited.
True, and there is a 5.5–6% difference in Maharashtra, and also unprecedented turnout of women in Jharkhand too. Just taking it out to the wider political panel, Rahul. Rahul Gandhi and Uddhav Thackeray, Mr. Tom Wadakan, both of them have now commented. There is a press conference by Uddhav Thackeray. He's saying the EVMs have won Maharashtra. How can things change so much in 4 months? It is impossible. The results are unexpected, says Rahul Gandhi. Your thoughts there? Two teams in the MBA, two parties who've not performed at all to expectation. Ubata still the biggest in the three between Congress, NCP, Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, Shiv Sena.
Anand, they sound like broken records. Because I think first when I start, I should congratulate the people of Maharashtra for having come out and voted, which is an extraordinary performance. And the second team that I will congratulate is the Election Commission. And I will also congratulate Mr. Gupta, who has re-established the confidence of people in the voting system.
Exit polls.
Exit poll. So these are the three people. And about EVMs, I mean, it's very strange. You win in, say, a state like Himachal Pradesh. You win in Karnataka. You win in Jharkhand. EVMs are perfect. But, you know, something happens to EVMs once they come into a state where there is a BJP victory. This story sounds like so grapes, and I think the Election Commission has come out on record many a times to point out that the EVMs are perfectly performing. Now, I heard somebody on television, a lady actress, defending the husband's loss, saying that the batteries were charged and
99%.
then batteries, something happened in between. And beyond that, there was nothing more to it. So this kind of, EVM reports have been coming, but democracy has been successful. Our constitution is in place, and economic welfareism is the call of the day. And that is happening everywhere. And one good test of the litmus test would be the fact that anti-incumbency is some phenomenon that is across the board. This is not happening just with the BJP. The JMM has also succeeded to what happened. That's another story of why it happened. We won't go on this day to go into that. But let me say something, that democracy is in full play. The Election Commission has taken care of the EVMs. So there is no threat immediately of a regime change, which some outside agents wanted.
Arvind Tiwari of the NCP, Sharad Pawar is with us. Arvind, Mr. Tiwari, how would you look at this performance of the NCP, Sharad Pawar, especially after what happened in June 2024 with Lok Sabha? You just hit double digits back again on our grid.
You see, the results are certainly disappointing for the party, and the party intends to introspect on that and analyze what has gone wrong in this whole 3 to 4 months, and where we have not seen something which was yet to come. And we will revitalize politics. When in politics we, sometimes we get the throne and we get thrown. So it's a throne or we get thrown. It's a difference between both, and we have to be ready for both. That is something which is an underlining point that we need to accept in a political system. And political system is an ever evolving concept where we have to, it's not just one election. We have to revitalize ourselves and we get back to our things. There are multiple things, like, from my perspective, like if you just allow me to complete.
Yeah.
From my perspective, that my analysis, it's not the party which is analyzed on that, but my analysis from the whole day, that I have seen that what could have been wrong, or what things we have not seen as coming. There are multiple reasons. Yes, Ladki Bahin Yojana has been a concept which has influenced the women voters and has done that thing. But again, batenge to katenge and ek hai to safe hai have polarized. But not only polarized, this is something which we had expected, that they will try to polarize. What is thing which we have not looked into or not seen as a strong threat was the reverse polarization that they themselves did. Reverse polarization in the name of vote jihad, that they created a narrative, and then from somewhere some people come in and then they issue some fatwa and say that these people have to vote, wherein we have not sought those supports, and then they are capitalized, and that reverse polarization again acts further. That thing we have which ignored, that is come to my mind, is that the people, like they call, when they are caught, they call them as fringe elements. The fringe elements, that they are the sadhvis of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad. They have been working very strongly in the grassroots. They have been holding at least 10 to 12 meetings for their community. Then they have been polarizing the voters. So something like that is my assessment, which has certainly worked for them. and which has gone against us. That is my understanding of the situation.
So, two or three things, Mr. Tiwari. First of all, of course, that would apply to Jharkhand also. That would have applied to some of the other states. It would have also applied in the Lok Sabha context, this reverse polarization, etc. So, I don't know what to think about that. But let me quickly ask you this question now that Sharad Pawar faction, your faction that is, has posted its worst performance ever. Do you believe that you should now either merge with the Congress party or perhaps the time has come to reconcile and accept Ajit Pawar as the pole of the Pawar clan around which you can now pivot if you want to continue as a separate movement? And thirdly, do you agree with some of your partners, especially in the UBT, that constantly talk about EVM and manipulation of the EVM, and they brought it up today? There's a broad hint about it today.
See, the question when we talk about EVM, sir, my contention is that if there is no consensus among all political parties with regard to a system of casting votes, then that needs to be rethink. And if you see, there is an argument. It is not only us. You see, Mr. Narendra Modi has himself criticized the EVMs long time back when he was in Gujarat. And you have seen Subramaniam Swamy of the BJP filing a PIL in Supreme Court, challenging the imposition of EVMs. We have seen that EVM was brought in the United States of America, and all developed countries, they have now gone through it. So I won't want to continue how the EVM can be managed. There is no technically sound data to prove what it is. But if there is a consensus, there is a doubt, then I believe that the Election Commission should look into. And when the question of the election is the credibility of an election is questioned, then we need to think as an Election Commission, which is a constitutional body, which is independent of the political system, then they need to think on that part. And
all right, Mr. Tiwari, the argument can be that in Jharkhand you've had a 2/3 victory. The opposition has won by polls. In Karnataka, in Bengal, opposition is winning. Wayanad, Priyanka Gandhi won by a record margin, 4 lakh plus votes. Anyway, I think the EVM is simply a bahana. Let's analyze, and let me bring in Dr. Wagmare. Clearly something has happened.
What will happen to the Sharad Pawar?
The Sharad Pawar,
yes.
This applies as much to the Shinde Sena and the UBT Sena as much as it applies to the two factions of the NCP. I think the voters of Maharashtra have made it very clear, Dr. Wagmare, that in this fight for legacy, who is the real legatee of Balasaheb Thackeray? I think it's the Shinde Sena. Who is the real NCP? I think it's clearly Ajit Pawar's NCP. Is it time now that the voters have spoken? Chetan Bhagat is here. He says Maharashtra does not need 6 parties. People have said we don't need 6 parties, we just need 4.
Who needs 6 parties, especially with the parties are there for making sure that a certain leader is running the party or comes to power. It is not even like 6 different groups are being represented there. I think, Zaka, some of the key takeaways I feel. One is BJP knows what, in brackets, a lot of Indians want. Even if not all the Indians want, they know what a lot of Indians want, and it can consolidate that vote, and it has consolidated that vote. Now, many people, that is true. It is also true many people do not like the BJP. They don't like the BJP way of doing things, but those people are scattered. And without that anti-BJP consolidation, any election is a hopeless cause. Third is Congress has only 2 ways to win. One is they divide the BJP vote, which they are trying through caste census, but it's not a very emotive issue beyond the point. What will happen even if you do the caste census? What am I going to get as a lower caste person? We don't know. So it's limited. And then the other way is to kind of try to consolidate the vote, which they couldn't this time because their whole alliance is ideologically confused, and it was an alliance of convenience. So it just flopped very badly. And so they must be feeling extremely demotivated. They need to relook at everything. Ideology, vision, slogan, policy, oratory, big idea. Everything is missing or it's not very clear. Now, unless you change this, this cycle will keep repeating again and again and again. So it's up to these guys what they do.
Somewhere you would also accept, Chetan, that beyond the political parties, economic welfareism, the deliverability, whoever is able to deliver and the first mover advantage, what you promise and what you deliver is something which the voter is very strongly seeing with the woman voter. That was also a point that was made by one of the panelists.
When you talk of policy today, there is like, because we live in an era of technology where you can literally say every woman is going to get 2,000 rupees. This was, even if you wanted to do this, you couldn't do it in the 1990s. You couldn't do it in the 2000s. You can do it today. Whether it's good policy or not, I mean, the person who's getting the money, they are happy, they are voting. Right. Whether the state can afford it or not, time will tell. This will add to the fiscal burden.
Okay. Ideological compatibility is there with the, Ajit Pawar and BJP.
No, but the second asked about UBT and NCP and UBT and Congress. For 50 years, they fought against each other. Where is the compatibility?
That aspect, Rashid Kidwa, is now purely a rhetorical question, because what Uddhav Thackeray did in 2019, it didn't make sense at all. And the Congress also accepted, after so much of reluctance. Yeah, see. We'll go to Dr. Raju Wagmare after Nalin Mehta. Yeah.
So, 3 months ago, a lot of people started thinking that 240 is the new 140 and 90 is the new 190. Right? And there was a sense that even though the BJP had won the election, that the BJP is a party on decline and the Congress is the party on the ascendant. It's only a matter of time. The opposition are believing they know how to beat the BJP. What this election is showing, in the last 3 months is showing, the BJP knows how to course correct in a way that the opposition hasn't been able to move with the time. Right? They won that one victory. So there is a it will take much more to beat the BJP. I think that's the point.
See, and this resting on the laurels is something which the opposition is guilty of. Immediately getting down on ground is something which the BJP did, because Bhupendra Yadav was down on ground. And we also had Kiran Rijiju, who was amidst the two groups, the Kunbis or the OBCs and with the Dalits, they were there. Those leaders were there.
Anand, there was a course correction. You yourself talked about how they came out with these schemes. They addressed some of the pitfalls. Yes. Even in Haryana, they made corrections. I mean, let's look at it objectively. Who is the organization secretary of the Congress party?
Your country cousin.
Mr. Venugopal, yes, fine.
How is he a country cousin?
One second.
Okay.
Mr. Venugopal, what will happen to Mr. Venugopal? Will he continue in office?
Talking over the pictures, JP Nadda reaches the BJP headquarters. Arun Danta is there. Dr. Raju Wagmare quickly. Also, let's not forget the Chanakya who's silently done it all and who's proven who's the real Chanakya. It's not Sharad Pawar, it's Amit Shah, and Amit Shah has come back and said what we tried to do over the last 3-4 years has borne fruit, now eventually shaped and come to fruition. Yes, Dr. Raju Wagmare, Eknath Shinde and the Shiv Sena will always remember that the BJP stood by it, and it's helped Mr. Eknath Shinde establish himself as the real legatee. Dr. Wagmare, are you there? You're muted, sir. You're muted, sir. Please speak. Unmute yourself.
I am there only. I said I am very thankful for you guys. Allow me to talk, I said.
Please go ahead now.
Finally.
Please
See, everybody is talking about the BJP legacy and how the BJP did act and how the BJP moved together. But you have to understand, there was a Mahayuti was in Maharashtra. We was a part and parcel of Mahayuti. Our leader Eknath Shinde was a prime factor, or you can say the main factor of this Mahayuti, who was handling the situation and who was taking everybody together, who was working till morning 5 o'clock day and night, meeting people, going everywhere and bringing this idea of Mukhyamantri Ladki Behan Yojana, and the way he wanted to implement, the way he wanted to take the government to the people's door, that is Sarkar Apल्या Dari. So all those things help to bring this situation. It's not only BJP, but it's with Mr. Ajit Pawar party also, and it's with Shiv Sena also. So these three parties came together, the ideas of all three people, and the Mahayuti decided to go with the face of Mr. Eknath Shinde for this election. So there was a reason behind it, because the most popular person in Maharashtra, the more popular leader, there is no any dent on his character or in his social
Dr. Wagmare,
character.
do you believe there will be more who will now want to join Shiv Sena from Ubata?
Absolutely. Already there are people from Congress, they wanted to join Shiv Sena. There was a people from Uddhav Thackeray, now they will come back to Shiv Sena, because Eknath Rao Shinde is a figure that it's a very approachable figure. He opened his residence Varsha to all over Maharashtra. Everybody can come. He can meet people at night, 4 o'clock also. So that his image gave the Mahayuti, it's a very approachable thing, and he gave the image of common man. He
But
always
Dr.
said that
Agmare,
he's
now
a-
there is a huge chorus within the BJP that Devendra Fadnavis should be made chief minister. BJP has 133, you have 57. So there's no guarantee that Mr. Shinde will become chief minister again. What do you say to that?
No, but see, before Mr. Devendra Fadnavis himself, he said that even if the more numbers of MLAs are there, it is not necessary that the CM will be from that party. He already said that, but whether he said and done, whatever the decision has been taken by the top leadership of Mahayuti, we are agreed to go with that decision. But the whole Maharashtra knows how the Eknath Shinde did, and no matter whoever is going to become a chief minister of Maharashtra from now on, every chief minister will be compared with Mr. Eknath Shinde work. Every chief minister will compare with how and what time and how much time he is giving, like Mr. Eknath Shinde or not.
Correct.
And that is the parameter has been set. The new parameter
Everybody will
has been set.
talk up their own work, but there is no taking away that all three are equally hardworking and all three are equally committed to the cause of Maharashtra or making Maharashtra a progressive, developed state. Be it Eknath Shinde, be it Ajit Pawar or Devendra Fadnavis, a chief minister who's completed a full term as chief minister and also now last 2.5 years as DCM. Lot of crowd, great enthusiasm at the BJP headquarters. JP Nadda is already here. We should have Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah also coming ahead of the Prime Minister, arriving there around 7 p.m. We're going to take a very short break. We'll come back with Arun Dhanta live from the BJP HQ in Delhi. Stay with us.
महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है। मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं। लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहां पर संपन्न कर पाए। इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहां पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया। इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया। साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है। इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है। विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजित दादा पवार जी, रामदास अठौले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया। इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस एकता का ये विजय है, जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है। लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व, हमारे नड्डा जी हैं, हमारे राजनाथ जी हैं, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी हैं, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री हैं, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई। और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ। हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ।
Whole Nagada and also patriotic songs playing at the BJP headquarters as we welcome you back. Let's go to Arun Danta. Yes, Arun, what time is the Prime Minister expected?
क्या कारण रहे जीत के?
जीत की रही लाडली बहन योजना। दूसरी बात, एक है तो सेफ है, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे जो योगी जी ने नारा दिया था वो। और महाराष्ट्र सरकार का बहुत विकास काम है, जो रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मेट्रो ट्रेन और ये सब क्या बोलते हैं अपने किसानों को जो उन्होंने।
किसको चाहते हैं मुख्यमंत्री? कौन बने मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र?
मुख्यमंत्री वो तो पार्टी तय करेगी। अच्छा। लेकिन जो पब्लिक की जो राय है वो देखा जाए तो एकनाथ शिंदे ने 2.5 साल में बहुत काम किया है। जो विरोधियों ने उनको गद्दार कह के बुलाया था, वो गद्दार शब्द को उन्होंने मिटा दिया और बता दिया कि असली शिवसेना महाराष्ट्र में शिंदे सरकार की है। उद्धव ठाकरे का सुपड़ा साफ कर दिया, कांग्रेस का सुपड़ा साफ हो गया महाराष्ट्र से।
सुपड़ा साफ हो गया महाराष्ट्र का। So आनंद
हो गया महाराष्ट्र से।
Voices from BJP office.
A lot of them
yes.
Frankly, to everyone here in the studio, it looks more festive than the 4th of June 2020. So is Maharashtra victory going to replace and gloss over perhaps the deflated celebrations of the 4th of June in terms of narrative? Secondly, a word on Amit Shah, Rohit Chandravarkar. Has he now said who's the real Chanakya of Maharashtra or overall in terms of electoral politics, given the performance of Sharad Pawar and his thought process vis-a-vis Amit Shah and the electoral machinations?
Anand, I think the brilliant idea here was to identify women as a voter unit, which the BJP was first to do in Madhya Pradesh. In many other places, I think they've done it. But to bring that idea to Maharashtra is the game changer. It is very clear if you speak to all the leaders on both sides, they will tell you that it's the women who are the beneficiaries who have given this victory to the BJP. So in that sense, the opposition was confused. First they said the government does not have the money to do this. Then they copied the scheme. They said they will give 3,000 rupees and all. they lost the narrative. I think Devendra Fadnavis is a winner now. The way things are moving, I think he will be the Chief Minister candidate now. And the BJP is taking control back in Maharashtra instead of giving it to any alliance partner. I have just learned that it is almost certain that alliance partners have agreed that Devendra Fadnavis should lead the state.
So what's in it? What's in it for the partners? What's in it for Shinde? What's in it for Ajit Pawar? Why would they agree to Fadnavis becoming Chief Minister?
Today there was a press conference that all three leaders held.
Yeah.
And at the end of the press conference, I am told that Eknath Shinde said to Devendra Fadnavis privately that now you are the leader, please accommodate us, jokingly. Jokingly.
Okay.
And Devendra Fadnavis touched his forehead 3 times. That those visuals can be played. Everybody has those.
Let's try and find out those visuals if we can. We'll ask the team if we can find out those visuals. That soon after the press conference, this is what he said.
So
and
people who are just one line. The people who are in the room, I just spoke with them, and it's clear that Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde have agreed that Devendra will be leading the next.
So it's the same it's the same 3 people, just the kursi changes a bit. And where Devendra Fadnavis was supposed to be, because Eknath Shinde at that time also had said, I'm happy to be DCM, you be the CM. And Devendra Fadnavis says, no, I will not be CM, because there was a point to be proven to Uddhav Thackeray that we can work as coalition partners despite being the #1 party. But Amit Shah, quick word, as we see, a lot of activity. Looks like Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah are on their way. Soon after that, Prime Minister Chetan Bhagat, Aman, yeah.
See, Anand, in an election, I think how elections are won by managing the caste matrix, the new welfareism model, which we have seen through, as Rohit was mentioning, and the political narrative. And I think Amit Shah is a master at this. So we see how the caste matrix has been managed by the BJP and the Maha Vikas Aghadi in this election. Is the 2 regions we discussed few days ago, the Pennsylvanias in the way of Maharashtra, Vidarbha and Marathwada. You look at Marathwada, out of 46 seats, BJP has won 41 seats. In Vidarbha, out of 62 seats, the Maha Vikas Aghadi, Mahayuti is winning 48 seats. So these are the 2 regions where the Maha Vikas Aghadi had to win to stand a chance in this election. The BJP has snatched it away. Why? Because I think this woman voter, has transcended caste as well as religious barriers to come towards the Mahayuti as well as.
A bit of a personal thing also, because I think Mr. Amit Shah will have a lot of reasons to be happy today, because the way, into the way back 5 years ago, Uddhav Thackeray had sought to, say as if Mr. Amit Shah had gone back on his words or something like that. So I think it becomes like a, one-on-one, and there Mr. Amit Shah has demonstrated, politically speaking,
but also
that he is, first among equals, and Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is a man of no consequence.
It's a big sweet revenge, both with Uddhav as well as Sharad Pawar.
Apart from the optics and a little bit of the sentimentalism, remember that he sat in on every meeting this time when it came to ticket selection, as he does. But this time, I think he went through with a fine-tooth comb, because there was some criticism that in Uttar Pradesh specifically, there was some mismatches. And I remember
2 very close lieutenants of Amit Shah were there as the in charge and the co-in-charge of Maharashtra.
Absolutely.
Bhupendra Yadav, Ashwini Vaishnav, both who have also handled the Madhya Pradesh campaign earlier. When nobody gave BJP a chance in Madhya Pradesh, Ashwini Vaishnav and Bhupendra Yadav were sent to Madhya Pradesh. Similarly, in June, Ashwini Vaishnav and Bhupendra Yadav were made the co-in-charge of Maharashtra
there is
as
a man of the match. He might be Mr. Fadnavis today, but there's a man of the series, and one has to think very closely about who that is, and that is Amit Shah.
There is no doubt about that.
Yes, so there's no doubt about it. And I remember the Prime Minister being locked up till 2, 3 in the morning, also on some of those meetings. So you can see the commitment to this election. They made this a do or die battle for them.
And this is the third term. So imagine how many assembly elections happen, but they take each of them so seriously.
Government formation, there is a one catch, that time factor is very important. So the 3 parties, they have to elect the leader, etc. If it's not happened, then it will have a brief
it looks like either 25th or 26th. Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri, is already there.
It will happen next week.
So that's what, Monday or Tuesday, I think, as of now.
Maharashtra Assembly ends.
Payal gave us the information earlier that they may do it on 26th on Samvidhan Divas at Shivaji Park. That's where it could happen. Rajnath Singh is already there, the Raksha Mantri, and behind him Amit Shah would come. Zaka, the other aspect is that if there was an allegation against Amit Shah that he reneged on his promise, has this also now shown that I will hold back deal with Eknath Shinde, I'll hold my bargain with Ajit Pawar, get them their due, give them their spot and their respect, and also ensure that the transfer of legacy happens.
Yeah, I mean, for the last 2.5 years, they gave pride of place to Eknath Shinde. And make no mistake, I think Amit Shah has today proven a personal point more than a political point because of all the mudslinging and all the muck that was thrown at him by Uddhav Thackeray. He can now turn around and say that he can claim this as redemption. This is, in a sense, vindication. They played the Maratha card, they played the betrayal card, the traitor card. All of that has been completely negated. This is, for Amit Shah, a total redemption as far as Maharashtra is concerned. This is a coming back to this kind of victory. I mean, like Aman was saying, this is the biggest victory that we've seen in Maharashtra in 50 years.
And look at the body language.
Yep.
He looks as if, he is somebody who is done this and relieved. And even after Haryana, there was, just a glimmer of a smile. But here, he's beaming broadly because I think it was still weighing on his mind about Maharashtra and everything.
I think Rahul, Amit Shah was very clear that the political narrative in this election also has to change. I remember asking him this question at the manifesto launch function, asking him that in the Lok Sabha, what had happened was that you suffered because of this Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai. He spent 3 minutes answering that. He clearly said, yes, I agree. We suffered because of that narrative, पर वो एक झूठा narrative था और ये होक्स 2 बार नहीं चलेगा. सर एक बार चल गया, हमारी 6 महीने से सरकार है, कौन सा संविधान बदल गया है, लोग भी देख रहे हैं कि कोई संविधान नहीं बदला.
It was his bite that was sort of morphed and put out, and it was that.
So he was very clear that this narrative I will change, and I think narrative has been changed because from संविधान खतरे में है to एक है तो safe है, the dominant slogan in the election changed, and that is how the BJP has won.
The whole thing started because of this 400 par, and the moment 400 par happened, you had some of the over-exuberant, perhaps spokespersons and netas of the BJP, somebody turned around and said, 400 seateं आ जाएंगी, संविधान में परिवर्तन कर देंगे, and that's where this whole संविधान बदल देंगे started. This time around, Haryana, nobody claimed any number of seats. BJP didn't talk about seats. Jharkhand or Maharashtra, they never said how many seats we are winning. Nobody would offer. They would just say we are working hard to get the majority. That's what. So that's another course correction they seem to have made. But this man, we got to hand it to him. Rohit Pawar's seat, he's won his seat. But
by 1,200 votes. Can you imagine that?
But there was another candidate with the same name. That's electoral planning. That's what you're saying.
No, so one of the things, I think Pradeep Gupta made this point, 15% vote share has gone to others. These are independents, these are rebel candidates. Even Aditya Thackeray, for example, his margin of victory was 6,000-7,000. That's it. Last time when he contested in Worli for the first time, his margin of victory was almost 70,000. So it's been brought down by, almost 9 times.
Okay. We've got to take a hard stop here. We're compelled to take this break. Prime Minister would be arriving any moment now. So see you on the other side.
महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है. मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं. लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहां पर संपन्न कर पाए. इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहां पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया. इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया. साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है. इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है। विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजित दादा पवार जी, रामदास अठौले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया। इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि इस एकता का ये विजय है। जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है। लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी हैं, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी हैं, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री हैं, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई। और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी, हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ। हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से सामूहिक रूप से हम लोग जब उतरे, तो ये सामूहिक ताकत एक ऐसी ताकत बनी जिसने दिखा दिया कि महाराष्ट्र ये मोदी जी के ही साथ है।
It's a historic win for the NDA, the Mahayuti, and that man should get credit when it is due. The Chanakya of electoral politics for BJP, and many believe that there aren't many who can equal his prowess, and oftentimes he was pitted against the like of Sharad Pawar, but the scoreboard at the bottom of our screen says it all. This is the Mahayuti, and that's the INDIA or the Maha Vikas Aghadi. That's the alliance there, and look at the performance of the NCP Sharad Pawar, just hitting double digits. It's the worst ever performance for Mr. Sharad Pawar in his entire electoral career, especially at a time when he had gone out to the voter and said, this is my last Vidhan Sabha election. I'm not contesting or getting into active politics after this. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to retire. Do it for me, do it for my party, and do it for our relevance. That's not happened. It's Ajit Pawar and the NCP with the emblem, the Ghadi, who's now come out as a legatee. These two, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, emerging as the legatees in those dynastic regional parties which were splintered, and for a long time it was the BJP and Amit Shah who was being blamed for it. But what a turnaround of fortunes for the BJP and for the Mahayuti in the last 4 or 5 months. Even as he is there, we are just waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive. On cue, it should be that he should be coming any moment now. Yes, Rahul
Delhi. You know, that's the one fortress
next
that
is
seems
Delhi
to elude even the Chanakya. So I wonder what's going to happen in Delhi next. I wish the Axis guys did a pre-poll.
Many believe the problem for the BJP is the BJP in Delhi.
Exactly, that's the thing.
So
it's surprising.
That's also another story about Delhi BJP.
It is surprising.
Interesting question about Delhi also is that, see, the whole Congress vote is what moved to AAP. Now, is Congress in a position to regain that at all, or even to make a fight for it in this election?
Congress, in the last 2 assembly elections in Delhi, has not won a single seat. So I think Delhi with Congress ka to pata nahi kya hai. But I think Aam Aadmi Party, as we were seeing, it's personal for Amit Shah with Uddhav in Maharashtra. I think it's also personal for Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah, Mr. Kejriwal in Delhi. I remember the interview the Prime Minister gave us in the Lok Sabha elections Eve. He said, how can the media even interview a person like Kejriwal? It is like interviewing Charles Sobraj. So that is the level. I think the BJP wants to defeat Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi at any cost. You will see an extremely aggressive campaign from the BJP starting next month, and I think it's going to be all guns blazing.
They had a meeting.
Just one limited point. I mean, I know Delhi has a lot of visibility. It's a national capital, but at the end of the day, it's still half a state. It's still 70 seats. Maharashtra is almost 300 seats. It's the second biggest state. I think the next big sort of election that will really define the trajectory to 2029 is, I think, UP. I don't even think Bihar is going to be a fight. Frankly, after today, none of the elections up ahead for the next year and a half until you get to UP in 2027, which is a big state. I don't think any of them are real contests in that sense. The 2026 cycle, which is Tamil Nadu, Bengal, Kerala, again, I don't expect the BJP to do earth-shatteringly well. They might make some inroads in some of those states. It's not traditional BJP strongholds. Delhi is too small. Bihar, I think, Nitish will retain. So basically, what this win in Haryana and Maharashtra has done for the BJP is it's cleared the path. Because had they lost Haryana and had they lost Maharashtra, then that narrative that Mr. Modi and Mr. Modi's stock is on the decline would have really caught on
and
fire.
And the conversation has changed.
Yeah, it's completely
Today it's
changed.
about the fragility of India alliance.
Had
but I want to just ask, Aman, did you say guns blazing or gund blazing? All guns blazing, you said. Guns blazing. Okay.
I'm saying, today, actually Congress lost 2 good days, like Priyanka Gandhi won today. If that was a standalone news, it would have been a news of the day. She would have been newsmaker, giving interviews. Congress, she's entering politics. She won a big victory. Wiped out.
But she did go to
meet
Mr.
it's
Khadge.
there,
I wonder what that was
but the
about.
Maharashtra news is so big. Jharkhand victory, if it was just a standalone election, it would have been Congress's day. Again, wiped out with this clean
But
sweep.
Chetan, I think Congress is little careful about,
No,
sort of celebrating
Jharkhand can't
Priyanka's
be.
victory. For other reasons also, there is always going to be, as Rahul Shivshankar was saying earlier in the day, bound to be, comparison between Rahul Gandhi and her, how she's, what was the margin like, how
So she's got a bigger margin now.
She's got a
She's
bigger
won by
margin.
over 4 lakh votes, a
On
bigger
a
margin
smaller-
than
and on a lower turnout.
On a lower
lower voter turnout, she's won by about
bhai
4 lakh.
behan mein.
Personal relations, how many people she's meeting, how many people she's greeting in parliament, so all kind of things are going to happen.
And it's
Remember, there
also-
are very few sort of models even in dynasty politics where brother and sister have been there and coexisted
But Ansari
peacefully.
Sahab, can I ask you a question? Since you covered the Congress so deeply, why didn't Priyanka Gandhi Vadra contest from, let's say, Uttar Pradesh? She has looked after a particular part of Uttar Pradesh. She has managed her mother's constituency, and some people also say that by extension her brother's constituency. Both of them were in some sense available.
So, because she is about 15 years, junior to Rahul Gandhi in electoral politics, and she considers him as, like she says, my leader.
No, but so was Rahul Gandhi junior to his mother. But he took over her bastion. Why couldn't she take over by extension her brother's bastion?
Yeah.
I think on the internal Congress, this thing, Rahul is a, Rahul Gandhi is first among equals. He is a leader. Not Priyanka Gandhi,
Rahul
not Sonia
Shivshankar
Gandhi.
is playing Narad Muni here. That's exactly what's happening,
No, see,
right?
I'm only saying, I think one of the problems about projecting this Priyanka victory is because inevitably the opposition will say, but then she chose a safe seat. She's been powered by a particular vote.
Raebareli is a safe
community.
seat.
And the association with that community.
The prime ministerial challenger will emerge from Uttar Pradesh. So that's perhaps one of the reasons, and that's a family bastion. So whoever is the legatee officially is Rahul Gandhi. It's not Priyanka Vadra. And there will be a certain tempering of expectations because they would always want to project Rahul Gandhi as the leader. And like Rashid Kidwai said, not Priyanka as someone who's a competitor or someone who should be an alternate. Although there are many within the Congress who would want to see Priyanka lead. That's a different story for another day. But look at that turnout. Doesn't it look denser than the 4th of June?
Absolutely. It does look
Manoj Tiwari is speaking. Let's listen in.
हरियाणा के बाद महाराष्ट्र की विजय बहुत बड़ी है। महाराष्ट्र के विजय की समीक्षा हफ्तों करनी चाहिए और मेरा मानना है मुझे भी 22 जगह पे जाके प्रचार करने का मौका मिला। महाराष्ट्र जैसा राज्य वो एक पार्टी को 231 सीट दे सकता है, एक गठबंधन को। ये इसकी जड़ों में जाने की जरूरत है। महाराष्ट्र जाग गया है और पूरा देश ये समझ लिया है जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा है कि एक है तो सेफ है।
He is also a former Delhi BJP president. दिल्ली को नहीं जगा पाया, वो भी काफी मेहनत की उन्होंने for the BJP. He couldn't do it. Now, how are they going to crack Delhi? That's another question that the BJP will have to answer. If it's a straight fight with Arvind Kejriwal, they would want to showcase that in the political capital of the country, that the BJP can assert itself. It may be a smaller constituency, it's half a state, but there is those bragging rights, Zaka, and that's where it stands out. Because if they beat the AAP in Delhi, then they will have eyes on Punjab. There is a greater story there with respect to the Aam Aadmi Party.
I think Delhi, again, BJP has to find a face in Delhi. You have a chief minister who was put in jail. He's going to make that the central focus of his campaign, that he was wrong, much like Hemant Soren did. The reason why Ek Hai was so potent, and it helped overcome whatever divisions that you saw in the BJP's vote breaking up during the Lok Sabha. In Maharashtra, for example, a section of the Marathas went away, a section of the Dalits went away. That they've been able to sort of override with this Ek Hai slogan. And I don't think this Ek Hai is going to stop in Maharashtra. This, I think, the BJP has found, this is its answer. This is its antidote to the caste cleavages that you see, whether it's in the Hindi heartland, whether it's in Maharashtra, wherever it is.
Right.
Yeah.
We've
This was the point that you were making.
We got Pradeep Bhandari, Sushiben Shah, and also Ravi Srivastav joining us. Pradeep Bhandari, what's the mood? We saw you there in the pictures. You've just said namaste to all the leaders walking in, including JP Nadda, Amit Shah, and Rajnath Singh ji. Clearly, the energy is far better than what it was on the 4th of June 2024. Maharashtra is special.
Always was.
Well, Maharashtra and Haryana are special, Anandji, absolutely, I agree. Because there was a huge lobby which was an entire failure. But the larger point is that it's the victory of the Bharatiya Samaj which has remained united against the attempt to communalize it, attempt to divide this community on religious line, attempt to spread a narrative of vote jihad. So this is a victory of development, this is a victory of good governance, this is a victory of unity, as the Honorable Prime Minister has said. And I'll tell you how big the victory is. The Congress Party's performance is the number of seats that the Congress Party has got is lesser than the total number of rallies that the Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra have done. So imagine the state of the Congress Party in Maharashtra, and along with that, add to it that for the first time in the history of Maharashtra elections, you have a political party crossing 100 seats for 3 consecutive times and an alliance crossing 200 seats. And at a time when for the first time since 1962, the women voting percentage in Maharashtra is at par with men voting percentage. So for the first time, there is gender parity in the voting percentage in Maharashtra. So yes, it's a huge victory, a victory for Honorable Prime Minister's slogan of Ek Hai to Safe Hai.
Sushiben Shah, you're very confident. When I met you in Mumbai, many thought that you're being overconfident, but this is a sweet victory, especially with the legacy issue now settled. Would you consider that? Would you believe that now the entire question mark about who did Gaddari, who is actually the real legatee of Balasaheb Thackeray and the Dhanush Band, has that all now been settled?
Yes, good evening to all. And first of all, thank you for having me on your show. And my heartfelt and sincere thanks to the people of Maharashtra and my dear brother from BJP also. Congratulations, well done and
Thank you so much. Congratulations to you too.
It really feels good since I am a Mumbaikar and we have had a resounding victory here as well. But you see, the what is a new narrative according to me? Of course, besides being safe, ek hai to safe.